The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor, and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 GB of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 GB of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed. so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing as long.
Wow, you were also predicting and also wishing that this will happen. So now it's given to you. Are you satisfied? Are you happy with this kind of change?
I don't know about satisfied because I have to see how the map plays, but I'm happy. I'm happy that there's changes at least, and we saw a lot of nerfs coming out to a lot of the meta heroes. I think Nate and I were talking right before the broadcast about Death Prophet. They nerfed a lot of the laning, strength that she had from her base damage or her attack damage. On a very selfish note, I like the buff to my heroes, man. You know, this is my I can't wait to play because a bunch of stuff for the offlane I feel will change sort of the dynamics. And I would like to take this moment, boys, to hold a toast. We have friends we've lost along the way, and one of them has been with us for 16 years.
Exactly.
And that is the Necronomicon. Has been removed. First instated in Dota in 2005, removed in 2021. Let us hold a take a moment.
Yes.
Take a moment to sort of take that in and a moment of silence. That being said, supports are kind of happy right now because they were murdered left, right, and center by
why this guy's laughing.
Because he plays support. That's why I play offlane. He plays support. We're in the same lane. That's why.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I think Necronomicon, of course, is sort of like a silent victory for all supports out there. Not getting solo killed by Necro 3 is great. Not having your wards being dewarded right after you put them down, just with a Beastmaster roaming around the map. It definitely feels great. Definitely. I mean, some carry items as well were nerfed, but it's kind of interesting actually how IceFrog envisioned this patch. Right, you have the map changes, which are very evident. We're going to be seeing that obviously in the matches to come, but I don't know, a few small things that maybe, let's say, the average person might not read up on, especially if they don't read the whole patch. Turn rate all of a sudden is a new not mechanic, but changes to the mechanic might become really interesting. It kind of depends on how you feel when you're playing these heroes, whether or not the turn rate feels all of a sudden much more fluid or if it's just a tiny thing. Movement speed, cast range, I feel like all these team fights are going to be so much more cramped, so much closer to each other, as well as, supports having to come a little bit closer and jumping back. So I feel positioning is going to be really, really important coming into the games to come, as well as the changes to the lanes. I feel like the tier 2 towers all of a sudden are so cramped, so tiny, just because of how many trees there are all of a sudden. So yeah, I'm interested to see how the farming patterns will change. What heroes will be coming up to play the new patch. What'll fit. I think Pao and I were talking about it. I think he even posted as well, wherein he feels it's still a fighting meta. All these items that have been buffed, all the heroes that might fit the meta. I don't know if actually we'll be seeing huge changes in drafts today, but because it's so hard to go into a tournament and just change your whole dynamic or change your whole hero pool in just one day. So yeah, I feel like maybe we'll see some of the similar heroes that we have been seeing, but definitely the way that people are going to be changing the map and the draft as well with a 1-2-2-1.
The draft did change. I was gonna say, you mentioned
dynamic,
with the draft dynamic, it went back to how it was before, right? So we were seeing. I think one of the lessons that we took from the major was that first pick is such a powerful tool, just because the way the bans, the pick and ban phase worked, prior to this patch, was that first pick, they pick their hero, and then second pick, and then first pick again, and then second pick. Which means that first pick sort of acted sort of as a, they're playing a game of chicken, where they're telling the second pick team, okay, we're banning heroes, but you have to ban the hero that you think, the OP hero that you think I'm going to first pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which meant that, first pick had that, they had that sort of pressure on you. But now we're back to almost 2019 era where, okay, you first pick, whatever hero you pick, I have 2 counter picks on second pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I like better. Which I like better. But then again, this is one last look at the previous games. I'm sure that when we look at the highlights, there will be a little bit of a, I don't know, nostalgia perhaps, as we will be looking at a completely different map. Well, not really completely, but
Any
almost
necros?
completely.
Any necros?
Yeah, this
We're
is an
watching the
interesting,
council.
a very interesting stat line. The last guy that bought Necronomicon in a professional match or a major per se, it was Ice.
Oh.
Yeah, and he lost
That
that
makes
game.
sense.
But yeah, it was the last
That
Necronomicon
makes
game that we
sense.
saw.
That makes sense. Ice is known for just using the sort of high mechanic
Micro,
things
yeah.
here, and we saw him, right. That's how he was using the Necronomicon. Like the first 2 games against LGD, he was on Beastmaster, and he was just making life very, very hard for the supports. It was the comeback for LGD happened when they sort of decided, hey, let's just remove the Beastmaster in the first place.
Mhm.
And of course, this is some of the highlights from the Asia Pacific region. How we saw the TNC winning so much. This is from Reckoning. We kind of thought that Reckoning had a fight in them, but yeah, they didn't. And Neon, obviously just flexing all of their muscles that they have built throughout the recent major. We've seen it kind of
Yeah.
feels like there's really no problem at all with Natsumi going back. We kind of expect them to be one of the best teams, might even be the champions of this tournament if TNC or Boom Esports could not challenge them. We'll see that tomorrow.
Man,
Yeah.
just for me, for Neon, just a quick thought. I feel like it's still their kind of patch. The way that the map might be played is
Oh,
just
yeah.
aggressive. Ganking style, and with the amount of trees that have been added, all these ganks all of a sudden, and Japo is going to be enjoying himself a lot just because of the way that he can.
There's
I
more
can change up my
regen in
path
the
a little bit.
mid.
And
That's
the
true.
chaos that they can throw out against the opponent team. The opponent team is still learning the map. How do you learn it while you're getting beaten up and ganked and all this kind of stuff? So yeah, I feel like this might favor Neon a little bit, just in terms of the style and the brand of Dota that they like to play. But of course, Boom, TNC, we'll be excited to see them tomorrow as well, fight that out. And I'm sort of more interested actually to see how Asia plays their games out, just because of the fact that the council is still in the tournament. They still have some of those heroes that could jump ship. We were looking for them, but we'll see. We'll see. Many ideas definitely that may come from the council, but yeah, I just interested to see what kind of ideas each team has going into this patch, and just how they'll react. What heroes they'll pick up and whatnot.
I'm just sad for Jin, man. Like that man, showed us his prowess on the Chen and his usage of the Necro minions, and then the next
He's
game
just gone.
he was still building Necro, right? He was still building Necro in their second game yesterday.
Yeah, on the
So,
Naga. Yeah.
on the Naga, it was a Naga Siren position for support with the Necro build up, and now, he has woken up to a world where he can no longer do that.
Or his items gone up, but at least you still do have Helm of the Dominator. Maybe even Helm of the Underlord. I think now
Overlord,
it's called, or whatnot.
Helm of the
but,
Overlord.
Yeah, Overlord. Sorry, my bad. But-
The over.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still learning things. Why not?
We're still learning
I
things,
I
that's
feel
right.
like it could be sort of the replacement or substitute to the Necronomicon. Yeah, it doesn't have the auras that the old Necro had. Yeah, it doesn't have True Sight that can remove wards, but it's still something that you can control. Neutral creeps, and I think even Ancients, if I'm not mistaken, when you do have the level 2 Domi. So. Now, I'm interested to see whether or not Jin maybe takes that route and goes, hey, you know what? I don't have Necronomicon, but at least Helm of the Dominator is still in the game.
Okay. I want to look back. How expensive is the level 2 if ever?
About 6,000. About 6,000.
That's expensive. All right.
It kind of
fair.
feels like it's really going to take the place of Necronomicon, right? For certain
Yeah.
heroes, just because the build up for Helm of Dominator has been a little bit improved, right? The Helm of Iron Will gives you more armor for the same price, so it's a straight up buff. There's no trade off, and the 6,000 build up is comparable to when you would get the Necronomicon. Obviously, you don't get some of the utility where you don't have True Sight, but if you have 2 units you're controlling and both of them are, ancient creeps,
Yeah.
that's a big deal. Imagine a Beastmaster that has two new ancient creeps, running around the map, and one of them has the I forget. Is it
Can't
the granite
imagine.
golem? The golem is the one that gives the aura for increased HP pool.
Yeah, max HP. Yeah,
That's a lot of HP. That's an HP bar an extra HP bar that you kind of
Yeah.
have to chew through in a team fight. So it's gonna be interesting. Which teams sort of have an early idea. This is going to be basically the first tournament setting where we're going to see these new ideas come out. So, I mean, we can all have our ideas, but in the end, it's just going to be really interesting. Eventually, it will converge into like a meta game where people have sort of tried out the funky things. But for now, it's going to be really interesting. The wild, wild west, as it were, to see what ideas get thrown in and out.
Yeah.
I kind of sorry, I phased out. I was kind of reminiscing the days when Prowler was still there, and it can,
Oh no, I wasn't.
We hate that. No,
I
no,
hate
no.
that.
Yeah.
I think we all collectively just don't like the Prowler. It's something that we tend to kind of forget. I forgot until you mentioned it. Honestly, I just remember all the bad
The
memories that
moment
I
you
had all of a
mentioned it,
sudden.
I just remembered all of those failed stats. Right? So that's just the problem.
Yeah, well, then again, those were the olden days. For now, we are gonna be hopping into a break. Please do not go away, and maybe we'll get to talk more about the patch later on. But for sure, us in the panel off camera, we're gonna be talking about it, and I'm sure you will. For now, we're gonna be hopping into a break. Don't go away because the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final will be back.
Hi, I'm Marlon and I am a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and playing RPGs such as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 8. I started playing video games since I was 8 using Game Boy. When I was a kid, I was really fascinated with gaming magazines, Nintendo, Mario Kart series. When I was in college, it's really 8 to 12 hours. But currently, it's more or less 4 hours. On the weekends, I still game because it's part of my DNA. My most unforgettable gaming experience was when my voice, together with my partner Duno, was actually included into one of the games, yung sa Dota 2.
From two dedicated casters who were relatively unknown in the mainstream Dota 2 community until they uttered 4 magical words.
People actually pay to hear your voice. And it's very expensive at that time, no? And it paved way for Filipino gamers, creators, casters, influencers to be recognized globally.
Marlon Lon Marcielo and Aldrin Duno Pangan kicked off their careers as the go-to broadcasters of Filipino Dota 2 right in its infancy.
Sobrang kulit, tapos iba't ibang lahi nagustuhan yung lakad matatag.
Any way that people would recognize you guys? Is there any iconic things that they might know you?
So it was really a very great break for me and my partner at that time. I think yung favorite RPG character ko si Alucard sa Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Wall Lionheart, Final Fantasy 8. Normally pag naglalaro ako, it's always either milk tea or iced coffee para you get the sugar. One of the meanest tweet na narinig sa amin is squatter kami, kantok gaming yung casting namin, tsaka wala kaming class. To be honest, it's quite true, but that's where the fun factor comes in. It's our style So if they see us na parang squatter, parang squammy, it's not our problem anymore because at the end of the day, mas marami naman kaming fans kaysa sa haters. So I still think we're still doing a great job. My favorite item is yung Predator X 34 curve monitor. Kasi nakakabaliw siya in terms of gaming. Kasi kuha niya na yung peripheral vision mo So the 34-inch will actually give you a very high level of gaming. Very happy that Predator has recognized someone from the ground up, someone from the start of the scene that actually has contributed to a lot of things now. As you can see now, we've seen a lot of influencers, gaming teams, gaming organizations. 10 years ago, that was just merely a dream sa Pilipinas. And I'm very happy that I was acknowledged to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final as we talk about Dota 2, about the Grand Final for the Asia region, and a whole lot about the new patch. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Nathan and Pal. We just can't get enough of the patch. But before we geek on with these wonderful things that we have up and coming for us, why don't we talk about the remaining teams here in the Asia region? As obviously they're going to be fighting for a wonderful prize pool, but so far only three will be awarded their own prize pool. So far we have eliminated one team and retained three other teams that we have. Sarah Colo couldn't make it, but yesterday we saw a big victory coming out from Team Veteran, and quite a peculiar loss coming out from the council. Although I think that the council made so many fans out of us, unfortunately they will not be. They will be in the lower bracket for now. But yeah, Pao, Nathan, any standout performances and things that we saw yesterday that we kind of want to take note right now?
I think IMG, right? IMG just sort of playing on a higher frequency, as we mentioned yesterday. And you know, the first series in this tournament against against Veteran, they showed that they were the better team in that match. And then in their second match against the Council, they also showed that they were more focused in their draft. They were able to secure, basically just running down the lanes from the first minute. Right, they were just able to sort of exert their dominance into that game, and a lot of it was enabled by the way they were drafting and the way Hustla and the rest of the team were playing. And I mentioned yesterday that the rest of the team is really operating; they're firing on all gears, and I expect them to sort of leverage that. The interesting thing about having a new patch is that you have two types of teams: the teams that will overreact to a new patch, and teams that will sort of rely on what they're good at and not allow themselves to be swallowed up too much about the changes. So I'm thinking IMG might be that type of team where they go, these are interesting changes.
but we're still going to play good, solid, fundamental Dota, and that's probably what's going to carry them, especially in this type of tournament.
Yeah, I think the laning stage has always been sort of the talking point for most of these teams, where we have one team who's just fundamentally better when it comes to mechanics in terms of playing the lanes, and then the other team just kind of trying to play from behind most of the time. But there have been a few games, of course, where it has been back and forth, where the losing team eventually did okay in the lane. It's just that they rushed, trying to do too much in the map, and instead of maintaining your lead, they ended up losing it. But yeah, I feel like Pao is correct when it comes to IMG. I feel like they are the ones who are playing a bit just more high quality Dota. They know what to do. They know what the jobs that their heroes have to do in the game and whatnot. But yeah, I definitely feel like our lower bracket final definitely could show a bit of potential, in terms of how each of the teams play. The council, of course, with their fun, funky ideas, and veterans sort of just trying to pick up heroes that are good in the laning stage and be able to run over any other team. And I feel like maybe heroes like Timbersaw could come in contention just because of how IMG played it yesterday. The council might be having that in the back of their mind. And yeah, I feel like these two teams, the council and Team Veteran, should just honestly focus on winning the laning stage, because if you win the laning stage, you have a bit more breathing room, especially to take into account the changes of the map, the changes into the heroes and whatnot. You have a bit more breathing room. You can sit back, kind of relax and think about what you want to do, while taking into account the changes and whatnot. And the losing team might just be scrambling to do whatever they can, like all of a sudden you don't have necro units to be able to push out a lane and whatnot. So yeah, I'm hopefully waiting on these two teams to play at least on the same level, but hopefully it's just a better laning stage for these two teams, just to be able to open up opportunities in the mid game for good mid game team fights.
And speaking of fighting for both of these teams, they are going to be fighting for for a wonderful prize pool that includes prizes for the top three. Unfortunately, for the team that was eliminated, it was Team Saracolo. They will not be getting anything, but for the top three, they have secured $5,000, and the second placers will be getting $10,000, and the champions will get $20,000 for a total prize pool of $35,000. Very important for the region itself, and of course very important for the players. But then again, since we've talked about how we eliminated one team, maybe just a throwback for anyone who have now been catching our program and not aware of our format, of our grueling format. The teams that are playing now are actually under a double elimination bracket, but playing in a best of one. That's why every single game literally and figuratively matters, because it's a win or lose. But then again, for the grand finals, it will be a best of three. This will be happening right after our first match, and the team that is waiting in the grand final is IMG. The council and Team Veteran, they are going to be fighting for that second spot in the final. So we would also like to thank Saracolo so much. I'd say so much hype that they brought up, and they really made it difficult for the council. Although the council eventually took over the game, they made it difficult for the team. Now, I want to say, between Team Veteran and Team the Council, we've seen them both. Who do you think will have the better chance, like challenging Team IMG in the grand final?
It's an interesting question, right? Because it becomes sort of a fundamental question between what both of the teams want to do. We've seen Team Veteran just sort of play just a solid style of Dota, right? In their first series, they were kind of drafted a little bit more standard. All of their lanes were fine. They were okay. They had some ideas for counters, but ultimately they didn't really have like these sort of OP things. But then you look at Saracolo, and Saracolo just has ideas on top of ideas, where for them, as long as we get Troll Warlord as our win condition, we can have some of these sort of funkier lane compositions, these funkier sort of support duos. So I feel like it's a question of a team that's really creative, and a team that just wants to play good, solid, fundamental Dota, and we're going to see which one wins out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Council could have something up there. I'm always hyping up Cheese, man. I'm just waiting for something, and another Chen maybe that'll be picked up here. I mean, maybe they were up all night, looking through the patch notes, waiting for, that one hero that maybe one of the guys played very well, and just boom, So yeah, I'm not sure. It could definitely be a drafting thing for the council. If they come up with something really funky and Team Veteran gets surprised, it could just be enough for the council to be able to step over the line and get that victory. But yeah, I agree with Pau. I think overall Veteran just a bit more solid overall as a team, laning stage wise, the ideas that they have on how they want to play. I guess aggressive Dota maybe that Gugu, their mid laner, plays sometimes. It's just, maybe a bit over at times, but it works. You still apply that pressure. You make your lane okay. You go to the side lanes, you make that messed up. So yeah, as long as the council, I think, will be able to absorb the pressure that the mid laner will be able to output from Team Veteran, maybe Team Council will be, or the council will be able to live through the laning stage and a bit through early on in the mid game.
You touched upon your favorite word again. It's called cheese, and kind of felt like some of the cheese heroes don't feel like cheese heroes anymore because of the changes. I'm talking about the Brood Mother, which kind of feels that it's reworked now. The Spawn Spiderlings is an ultimate, and you have. Oh
wait, no, is it? I think it's
Bolas.
The Bolas is the ultimate now, right? He still has the
it's the Spiderlings.
Spiderlings is the ultimate.
Ah, right. My bad.
Yeah, what do you think about that
bite
now?
is the basic ability now, right?
Yeah, it's Bola.
It's interesting because you start to sort of see that you can do a little bit more in the lane, right? Because now you have what the Bola can do right now. It no longer roots, so you can't use it to stop TPs, but it slows, and it's quite of a hefty slow, right? It's like 25, and it scales really well to about 60% or like 55% slow for 6 seconds at max rank. And it also gives you bonus at magical attack damage, and it blinds.
Yeah.
So I look at it, and the 40% blind on that thing comes in all levels. So it's kind of nice to use the trade in lane, and honestly, it kind of looks like you can. I don't know if you still want to play it mid lane because you can't focus the tower and just farm all over starting like level 2, level 3, but feel like you can play it in a side lane. Just use it to have a lot of control, a lot of movement in the side lanes, and then level up your Bola, maybe a point or two in incapacitating bite, and then alternate between your Bola and your web. And then you have the option of going for your ultimate once you feel like you've sort of bullied out the opposing laner, right? So it kind of reminds me of like sort of a Venomancer playstyle almost, where you're in the lane to sort of dominate the lane. Once you kick out the opposing laner, you have abilities to pressure objectives and towers and take over that side of the map. So I like it. I'm not sure. I mean, in theory, it looks great. Maybe we can see it with a Tusk. We
oh my god,
tag team Bola sounds legit, right?
Oh my goodness, like,
tag team Bola. You have two slows, 40% blind.
The tri lanes. Oh no.
Right, it kind of makes sense in my brain, but it definitely still comes down to how the matchups really play out.
Oh yeah.
It's an interesting idea, but that's what I was thinking when I was looking at it. I was like, I used to play offlane Brood Mother. You might be able to again, right? Yeah. So we'll see.
There was a time. All right. We are now going to be looking towards the teams that will be participating in this tournament, this lower bracket final. And much have been said about both of these teams. We have also seen them play against against other teams before. You have Team Veteran, you have Mice, Insane, Shoti, Kale99, and Kenji. Are there any highlight or good performances from any of these players in the past that we would like to take note of and take into consideration in this lower bracket final?
Yeah, for me, sorry, just before you chime in, Pau, I think it's Gugu actually playing instead of Insane here in Team Veteran. So yeah, I feel like the mid laner definitely has been sort of the the hero or the player to look out for just because of how he plays mid. You know, very, very aggressive. You know, maybe not even waiting for some item timings and then ganking already. You know, I saw the win range that he played, I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Just going really quick, you know, going for that troll warlord in the safe lane on the opponent's side. Didn't even get the kill, but again, just applying the pressure that he could. So yeah, I feel like it could be the guy to watch, in my opinion, for veteran. But you know, again, overall, the whole team may be quiet on the sidelines, but you know, once you give them those heroes, once you give them the opportunities to shine, you know, maybe all of a sudden, boom, MVP performance in the next two series that they're going to be able to play.
You know, that's team veteran you're looking at, and this is their final day of playing the Asia region. Quite early as well for any Dota 2 player out there. 11 a.m. is quite early, especially if you're out playing. So that's why, because
it kinda is,
I said that because yesterday they were so energetic and so happy, and they're like all over the place. For now, they can chill a little bit.
What do you mean, man? They've been reading the patch. They're
Oh
trying to understand.
They've been up.
Yeah,
They've been
yeah.
up
No,
since
I'm sorry.
4
I'm
a.m.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. They look like they are a bunch of guys who are reading a patch.
It actually looks like it. It looks like, you know, they're like, oh hey, I'm reading right now. You guys seeing this? And I feel like, you know, they're getting ready. They're getting ready. Maybe one of them's like, you know, hopping into the client, watching, you know, the high level pubs that are going on right now, and that's definitely what we did the moment we got into the office today.
Oh yeah. See, of course, that's team veteran. They are gonna be playing a team that we're kind of hyped about a bit in the last few days of the Asia region tournament that we were casting. A personal favorite of mine in this region for sure. It's gonna be a team, the Council. And what I do like about the Council is that they aren't afraid to give out funky kind of picks, which might not win them games, but at the very least, you know, entertains all the viewers out there. You have Gene, you have Len, you have Decipher, DS Good, and RR. Apart from what I just said, is there anything that we can add to the hype for the Council?
I don't know, man. It's always just been Jin, basically, just on those heroes that are just exciting. You know, heroes that you don't really see every day, and I feel like it sort of sets the tempo as well for the whole character. I think for the whole team. I think, you know, just playing these funky heroes. You know, getting Visages banned against them. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that or just yet. But yeah, I feel like it's just a team that's just always having fun. Maybe when the team cameras flash up, these guys, you know, these guys are the ones who are laughing and smiling and talking and just being charismatic, basically on camera. So I feel like it's just, you know, playing Dota, having fun, and just you know, even while losing, you're just still enjoying the game.
I want to see the Len redemption arc, honestly. Yesterday, he sort of got the kind of a bad deal in the mid lane against IMG, right? Where he had a really, really tough time and he was getting rotated on by Hustla. On top of which, it was the Pugna matchup, right? Pugna Skywrath Mage matchup. And it was a matchup that is supposedly favored for the Skywrath Mage, but kind of got he had a rough game against the Pugna yesterday, and I want to see the Len redemption arc today, right? Although as I say that, I am looking into the patch notes, and Pugna was buffed, so you know that might be he might be the one picking that up today.
Maybe he didn't read into that. Yeah, maybe he didn't read into that. He was like, Pugna, no, I don't want to read that, man.
That's true. That is true.
Oh god. Oh yeah, but the Council. So I've seen them play different picks right now. So far with the patch upcoming, is there anything that you want to see the Council with? Like for example, the helm of the Dominator, and the upgraded one.
I want to see this team play that.
Yeah, honestly. I think Jin definitely is probably has his eyes on the item. He's like, oh, Necronomicon.
Guys, get me Lycan. Give me Lycan. Give me Beastmaster. Give me
Chen.
Position.
give me Chen again. Yeah, I believe Chen received some changes, right?
No,
there were some changes for the Chen.
Yeah, it's mana regen, healing.
It's not that big, but You know, he did,
Yeah.
but again, it's a change, right? Banner
It's a
regions
change.
up, heals increase, divine favor,
Plus
the shards are
1200
it's better. Yeah.
persuasion.
They did
It's
remove the cast
1200
mage
damage,
though,
yeah, they did. So
but he does receive a nuke on top of
Yeah.
the change. So
I don't know. I think Chen is sort of a hero that we can take a look at. Maybe have him come back into the patch. You know, Vlad's kind of buffed a little bit in terms of cost. We have Helm of the Dominator, which is not too bad with the Chen. You do get an extra creep. Going into the late game, if you can't afford it, why not go for you know, Helm of the Dominator level 2? But
all right,
I don't know.
I see it.
Still,
I see it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, maybe even as a I'm not gonna say position 4. I think that's a Jin kind of thing. You know, but maybe in the position 3. You know, maybe you have
Yeah.
teams like
The
Neon.
33 thing.
Yeah, exactly. Or the Tundra Esports is with the 33 players and the Schem players that all of a sudden come in to the patch and just go like, you know what? Let's try out Chen. They try Chen, put him down in the off lane, get that early Helm of the Dominator, push towers down, get more money. No, buy all these items, finish the game, and you're like, oh, okay, I wanted to go for Helm of the Dominator level 2, but I don't have the time to be able to finish it. So, yeah, I don't know. It kind of just depends. It really comes down to what the top teams kind of think about the patch, you know, what heroes they pick, what kind of style they go for. But in recent years, I feel like with Dota, you know, it's evolved in a way where there's no real, you know, people just going, oh, meta, meta, meta. You know, there's only one way to play the game. I feel like teams have just sort of evolved in a way where they have their own personalities, they have their own ideas, how their own brands of Dota, I like to call it, when it comes down to the patches, and they play different ways. You know, you have your OG playing this kind of way, you have your Team Secret playing the other way, you have Team Nigma similar to the way the Team Secret plays, but they have their own styles, they have their own heroes, and people have just been not afraid to try their own thing. You know,
I would like to sell you guys on an idea.
Uh-oh.
All right?
okay.
I'll be a salesman right now.
I'm all ears.
and-
I'm all ears.
All right. So, all right, bear with me. Chen, buffed up persuasion. Level 10, your persuasion also is a nuke. Now, gyrocopter. They buffed the flak damage. You persuasion build, and I feel like Gyro Chen might be back on the menu, especially for a team like the Council, where they can pick a gyro core, get it to be a fighting core, and you have that sort of penitence, the sort of, here's a nuke at level 10, instant 250 damage, everyone's attacking really quickly. Knowing Jin, he might also just have you know, a full army plus a Helm of the Dominator, and I feel like...
And a medallion, maybe even.
And
Medallion's a pretty good
I was
item.
about to say, and the Solar Crest.
Yeah.
Solar Crest is 1,000 gold cheaper,
Yeah, and that's a
and it
lot.
still provides a lot of utility. And you might just want it to, hey, load up your gyrocopter with a Solar Crest buff, or debuff someone, penitence that guy, and then run them down.
All right.
So maybe that's something we see out of the Council, because the Council has sort of proven that they are very comfortable, especially with a player that's really, really into these sort of macro type of heroes where they're controlling multiple units.
Yeah. Pair that off with an alchemist, and you're winning TI. Let's go.
Let's go. You're definitely putting yourself in a position to win this tournament. So, but yeah, I'm just sort of thinking about, you know, from the perspective of the teams and what we've seen so far, what can they play with? And I feel like, you know, we've seen the Chen. I'm not sure if teams are going to give them the Chen. But if we see it, I would like to see that. Solar Crest, Penitence, level 10, let's go. Let's do it.
We do hope that. I mean, okay, you sold the idea. I'm gonna buy it though.
I hope they're
All right.
buying. Yeah,
I am buying. For now, we are gonna be hopping into break as we off cam talk once again about the patch. But for you guys, don't go away, because we are now prepping up for the draft of the first game and first best of 1 series that we are gonna have. That's gonna be the Council going up against Team Veteran. That will be after this. Don't go away, because we'll be back for more Dota 2 action here at the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final.
Go.
Naririnig ako. Asa Yael?
Alright. What are we doing?
I think we are doing the Whisper Challenge. Alam mo ba yun?
Alam ko yun, but I've never tried it. Have you? Okay, first time.
Okay, so sino ang first blood?
Well, ako. Ako ang unang huhula.
Sige, good luck sa'yo.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Gluty, ano? Cutie. What? Rooty. Oh my gosh! Rooty. What? Cutie. OT. Next na lang, next. Open. Free. Open freak. Feed. Open field? Oh, open field! Open field! Oh my god. Spike. Okay. Beast mode? Yes! Okay, next. Wait,
lost the last.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Easter eggs.
GG?
Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Sneakers?
Easter eggs.
Easter eggs.
Ay, shit! Narinig mo ba ako? Next. Okay. Triggered.
Ano?
Triggered.
Stinger?
Triggered.
Trigger.
Naririnig ako.
Stinger. Ano yun?
Boss.
Boss?
Boss.
Boss.
Yes.
Boss.
Summon your strength.
Huh? Ano?
Summon your strength.
German sausage?
Summon.
Ano?
Summon.
Summon?
Summon.
Summon!
Your.
Summoner!
Summon your strength.
Summer shrift? Ay, mali.
Summon your strength.
Summon your strength!
Yes! Okay, I stop na. Ah, what you got for?
Yeah.
Okay. Summoner. German sausage. Relatable sa gaming, eh, no? I got 3, you got 4. Okay, congratulations. That was so fun. Yeah, let's do it again next time.
Summon your strength.
It's time to summon your strength. Represented by gaming masters and icons. strong alliances. Expand its clout and engagement. Mounted efforts to reach the gaming community. Summon them during solidarity calls. This is Predator. Summon your strength.
And here we are in the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final, setting up for the lower bracket finals of the Dota 2 Asia. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Nathan and Pao. Boys, Nathan, you were talking about the patch so much,
yeah.
And this is a precursor to what's gonna happen in our best of one series. I think we kind of talked a little bit about some changes in captain's mode, and I want to ask though, how does this affect the dynamic of our overall draft in this game?
What do you mean, the pick order?
Yeah, it's the pick order.
Yeah, I think the pick order we sort of touched upon a little bit earlier, right? Of course, during the stretch of this meta, or the previous patch, sorry. First pick was just so strong, just because we knew what heroes were strong, especially later on in the patch. You knew the IOs, the DPs, the pucks had to be banned. So basically, if you had first pick, you could force the opponent to go, hey, I got first pick. You got to ban 2 of those 3 heroes, and whatever you're not going to ban, I'll take whatever is left, But I think late on in the patch, especially during the major, people were like, you know what? We don't want to be as expected when it comes to those kinds of heroes. So what we did was just pick Tusks, pick the Lions, pick the Shadow Shamans, maybe even early on. And it kind of changed it a little bit with the new one. On the other hand, especially since it's a new patch, I feel like a second pick has a bit more of an advantage, just because you take the first hero, I get 2 heroes straight away. So if you have a combo in mind, you can sort of just go like Mars Phoenix, and that's it. Your opponent's gotta kind of react. But what's most scary, I guess, maybe, is especially if you're a cheese team, you have an okay first phase and a good last pick, kind of place in the draft. So you can run your cheese heroes again. You can kind of just secure 2 heroes that you want in your draft that plays well with your team. And for a first pick, maybe the bans aren't so straightforward. Maybe you don't know what kind of combo heroes you have to think about, because with first pick, you were just like, everything just it depends on what I'm gonna pick first, basically. And then you see their hero, and then you get to pick yours. But with second pick, now you get 2 heroes straight away. And then with the second phase, that's where first pick sort of gets the okay trade-off. You get to see their hero, then you counter it, and then you get to see their hero again, and then you counter it. So yeah, I think it changes a little bit, especially since we don't know what heroes are strong right now. Hence, second pick is sort of okay. It kind of depends on the team still, though. Obviously, it depends on the coin toss. They don't just go like, hey, I want this. So yeah, it kind of depends, but I'm not sure how it will dictate what heroes might be and might not be picked and banned. What's your take on it, pal? I'm not so sure just yet.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you hit on something really important there, right? A lot about how draft dynamics work depends on the state of where the metagame is. So
exactly.
in general, with this type of sort of 1-2-1 dynamic for the draft, you have second pick, and the strength of second pick before, in this sort of style, is that you get to pick an imbalanced duo, because they pick 1 and so you pick 2, which means that the incentive now for first pick is not to pick the most OP hero, as we've seen in Singapore. The incentive now is to pick something open for first pick, so that they, second pick can't just dumpster you.
Yeah.
But that also means that the later the patch goes, or the more mature the metagame gets, first pick actually has an interesting sort of dynamic where you can go open with the first pick, you allow a duo to get through for the second pick team, and then for the last pick of that first phase, you pick something that just is conceptually a counter to what the second pick committed to. Because the thing is, when you sort of pick that sort of duo, you're already kind of committing to a playstyle, right? So the last time we were here, around 2019 time, early 2020, or before the 2020 sort of season, we saw that you could go something like a drow, because if you pick something open, they pick, something that's weak to a drow. The first pick team can go drow on that second pick in the last part of the first phase, and then when you go into the second phase of the draft, what happens is that the first pick team will be able to counteract whatever you pick, because now you're reacting to that drow pick that they had. So that's sort of the dynamic that you look at when you're drafting. First pick can still definitely be the counter picking team because they can still sort of set the tempo. But again, that happens. I don't expect it to happen here, just because we don't know what's powerful, right? We don't know what the Imba duos are.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the patch, I really expect people to just really go, hey, we're in second pick, pick Mars Phoenix. If they don't pick it up for the first pick team, and then we'll just last pick like a good mid. That's probably like the basic thing we're gonna see here. But yeah, I'm expecting it to really progress as the weeks go, and we'll see.
Yeah, especially when the DPC returns, obviously, which is actually going to be right after the tournament. So Dota action is just not non-stop, basically, especially with the regional leagues. But no, I think we also have to take in context as well. It's correct that you have to think about what meta heroes are available and whatnot. And obviously the meta, it literally just started a few hours ago, so it's not going to be set.
There's no meta,
100%.
right?
Yeah, there's no meta right now. So you have to take that into context when you're talking about first and second pick. Once you see the heroes that are strong, that's when things get interesting. That's when first pick and second pick sort of start to become a little bit more interesting, and maybe even Radiant and Dire. Especially with the map changes, we'll see where teams are more comfortable playing. It's not as straightforward anymore where you used to have those stacks, the double stacks and whatnot. With the ancients, I think the triangles are definitely much more different. So yeah, we'll see how that, of course, evolves. But I think I also want to point out as well that in the previous like Pal mentioned, 2019, early 2020, the bans were different. We only had 6 bans, I think, at some point, and the ban order was different. We used to have, I think, 3 bans and then 2 bans and then 1 ban or something like that, or maybe even 4-2-1 if I'm not mistaken.
2-2-1.
Yeah, exactly. So it was different, So we don't know how this will change, because I feel like the first phase is going to be so contested when it comes to these kinds of heroes. Yeah, definitely it was great for first pick because you force the opponents to ban those 2 heroes. But now as first pick, you have to take into account that if you let 2 certain heroes through that are really strong together, the opponents already have 1 lane secured, and you're not going to be able to do too much about that. So yeah, I feel like the bans definitely have to be a huge thing that people, especially players, have to take into account, because now you're going with a 2 3 and then 2 ban system, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. At this point, my mind is like scrambled, but it's definitely different. It's definitely different. Yeah. So teams have to be careful, understanding that the draft dynamic is different, and ideas that you may have had in the past, they may not, they obviously do not apply anymore.
Yeah, I kind of remember there were times before where when we do the first, then second, third on the second pick. That was a time where it was really sided, depending on the patch, it was really so much sided on either the first pick or the second pick. More so with the second pick. I felt like good teams who really would love to draft and outdraft their opponents pick up the second pick just because of the fact that they get back-to-back picks, and they also get the last pick of the whole draft. Exactly. But for now, as much as I like the back-to-back picks kind of thing, I also feel like the previous draft order was quite balanced when it comes to the first and the second pick. It's quite straightforward, right? Gonna be setting up for the draft, but those are just my few cents about it. Then again, like what we always say, whatever we're given by the frog himself, we abide, and we adjust, and we adapt, and we
you gotta trust the frog. You gotta trust the frog.
I mean,
you have no choice.
Yeah, but honestly, huge shout out to Ice Frog. He's been around for so long, and he's just managed to make Dota 2 interesting even after years. I mean, the first time I played this, I was a kid, man. I mean, I think a lot of us was still
we were kids back then.
We were all kids and just playing the game, basically.
I just
not
realized,
understanding.
Yeah, I just realized now that you mentioned that, I've been basically playing Dota for the same time that Necronomicon's been in the game.
Oh,
16 years. 2000.
That puts things in perspective. And honestly, I just, again, huge shout out to Ice Frog. Shout out, sorry, to Ice Frog again.
A toast, man.
Making a toast, exactly. Just making the game interesting. You know, not have it stale. Of course, you know, we have people on Reddit. We know we have people online complaining about this and that. But when a patch hits, everyone's just basically like, oh, you know, it's bliss, you know, new heroes, some things in captain's mode, and a new hero, new skins, and this kind of stuff. You know, it's just, you know, it's fun, honestly. It's a cycle, but fun. It's just
there's some frustration, right? There's some salt. You know, everyone's always gonna have that. I'm very sure some guy who's
never
like,
gone.
yeah, some guy who's just maybe a god at Royal Jelly is probably really angry that Royal Jelly's not in the game anymore, or the Necronomicon's not in the game anymore, or that IO was nerfed, or all of these other things. But then it's like you said, man, it's a cycle. You know, you go up and down, and you have heroes that you really like, and then you sort of put them in the back burner as you try and look for, again, the latest hotness. Actually, that's what I want to ask. What are you guys sort of at, you know, first looks into the patch? What heroes are you going to sideline and go like, you and I need to take a break? You know, it's not you. Actually, it is you. It's you. And, you know, which heroes are you going to try and see if there's a spark there?
I think I'm gonna be trying the Broodmother for sure. Here's the thing. Right. I mean,
you're a monster,
we were
but right.
Yeah. I said I'm gonna try. I'm not saying I'm gonna abuse it. I'm gonna see how it looks. But I'm also gonna try Zeus. Zeus is my favorite hero. And me and Nathan, we're kind of talking about how it could be called frontline, and gonna shrug it, but
front. I like it. Spicy.
Yeah, because of the fact that you get 50% lifesteal and throw back to the times where Queen of Pain Blade Mail was a thing, which I don't think that will be good for some of the viewers out there. I don't think that they'll like it. So I'll probably try out a lot of Zeus out of Witch Doctor, although. What's funny is I always try Zeus anyways. So, but now it's I kind of feel I like it even without the.
Yeah, but you're not breaking up with it.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just playing more of it.
Not really. I don't know. Maybe I'll probably not be playing Pangolier in quite a long time just because of the changes. I think that's the changes are massive. How about you, Nathan?
I don't know what to think. All I know is that the draft is up. I can dodge the question.
Why is it always
10 seconds remaining?
That's right. That's right. Veteran versus the council in a new draft order. It's the new old one, right? We're back to kind of back to the old
Dire
one.
team, Radiant team
veteran.
ban.
The first ban on the Clockwork. See, already we're seeing different, but I like the first ban on the council. We were talking about it off air. The Timbersaw looks like he got nerfed, but honestly, all they nerfed is really the first few levels, which is, you know, the Timbersaw's sort of weakness. But past that stage, you know, Timbersaw scales much better now with levels.
5 seconds remaining.
They reduced the cast range by a little bit, but the travel speed increased, and now you can even get the shard to pressure towers even more.
Yeah,
you were already doing that. You were already doing that as Timbersaw.
I mean, imagine before when you're a Timbersaw, you're pushing the lane. You kind of depend on the creeps hitting the towers for the damage, and now you get a shard to get more damage with it. And you're like, okay, this is not even a nerf to me.
Radiant team pick.
Sort of the same heroes. Maybe Clockwork is just kind of the weird one for veteran in terms of ban. But yeah, again, I still sort of expected this, you know, for teams to sort of still go towards we had a hero pool set for this tournament. We're still going to stick to them. So Tusk, still the same. The council, maybe this might be where things get interesting.
The council has 2 picks here. Are we going to see Chen Gyro? That's not me predicting. That's me hoping. But it's going to be Troll Warlord still in the pool. So still going to be the council. I like this.
There's really not much nerfs onto the Troll Warlord. In fact, was a new ability, although it might not be used as much, but it doesn't feel like a hero that was nerfed. I kind of want to talk about the Puck since it was also touched with so many quote-unquote nerfs on it.
I don't.
They don't feel the nerfs, right?
Yeah, I don't think
doable.
the nerfs are that
Radiant's
huge.
turn
They're very
back.
minimal in a way where it nerfs a certain aspect.
Oh,
of the game,
thank
which
you.
is the
Thank you,
early
veteran.
the early ganking. I think from Puck is basically what kind of
Dire
Ice
team
Frog
back.
was like. Okay, this guy's a bit too strong when you hit level 6 or whatnot with the early ganks that he makes. So yeah, let's just nerf this and that just so that it doesn't feel as powerful going into the mid game. But Razor, very straightforward. I was sort of expecting it. I was always expecting for teams to do this. I think there was a team that didn't do
10
it though
seconds
recently.
remaining.
There were multiple teams that didn't do it, and they would lose to the troll.
5
Yeah, my memory
seconds
fails
remaining.
me in terms of trying to remember the names of the team. But take my word for it, it did happen. Another person did say that it did so.
I
yeah,
think
but
it was the first day, right? For the first day of Asia, we saw
first 2
the
days,
teams
at least, yeah.
prioritizing the troll. And the Razor would just get through the entire draft and not be able to. I like where Veteran is right now, right? So I like what the council was sort of going for in the sense that they weren't going too crazy, not to get too affected and hyped up by
Radiant
the
team
patch.
back.
However, by revealing troll this early, we're back to look at this. Veteran basically have 3 picks to counter this troll warlord.
Yeah.
Right? you pick it up on the second on the second pick's first 2 picks. Veteran go with Razor. Whatever council
10
picks up,
seconds
Veteran will
remaining.
see first. They'll pick another counter. Council picks another one. They'll see it. Veteran
5
sees it first, and they'll
seconds
pick a counter.
remaining.
Yes, that's 3 counter picks available for Veteran right now, and that puts them in an amazing position. Look at that ban from the council, though.
yeah, that's kind of why I laughed, honestly. I don't know if there's
Broodmother
any,
Tusk.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any Broodmother spammers on Veteran. I mean, honestly, if you look at the heroes that the council has right now, Troll, Grimstroke, they're not too bad versus the Grimstroke, versus the Broodmother. You soul bind them up, not as fast as before. You use the
you deal a lot of
Stroke
damage.
Fate. Yeah, you
You deal
remove
a lot of
the spiderlings, especially since I don't think there was a buff to the HP of the spiderlings, so
10
it should
seconds
still
Have to
be
remaining.
look that up.
quite easy
Radiant
to take down, if
team
I'm not
back.
mistaken. I didn't see anything when I saw it, but yeah, Mars, Queen of Pain, sort of, heroes that we have seen in this tournament. So yeah, I still feel like it's very standard so far from Veteran, and I think we touched upon that. Veteran is just they have an idea of
10
how the patch
seconds
goes.
remaining.
We'll just remove the heroes that we don't want to play against, and that's that. And the
5
council, on the
seconds
other hand, is
remaining.
just like, oh, what meta? Boom, let's just ban this. Let's pick that. So yeah, again, it's just very fun versus standard Dota. I feel like, and I'm just excited to go into the second phase, honestly. Although we are still waiting on 1 ban for each team.
Dire
so
team ban.
That is going to be the DP.
Death
All right.
Prophet. I
Okay.
don't know how I
Yeah.
feel about the Death Prophet. Death Prophet, a lot of its nerfs are really in its ability to trade in the lane, which probably removes its viability as a support. But
Yeah.
with levels, it gets a lot better.
10
Its ability to
seconds
trade,
remaining.
and it now has a shard that does fear. So,
yeah, as long as you're stuck
5
to
seconds
the
remaining.
4 seconds.
Spirit Siphon for 4 seconds, then you get feared for 2 seconds after that. But yeah, I think, again, it's just a lot of these teams just hung over with the idea of how to play the patch, and not really taking into account too much of what has happened. Of course, they'll take it into mind. They'll understand that maybe, they
10
caught,
seconds remaining.
that one hero is good, or one hero is not as good, or
5
whatnot. But
seconds remaining.
again, it's just the same ideas. You have a hero pool, you have the idea of how you want to play the game. Don't let the patch affect you too much. And like you mentioned, Paul, there are teams that overreact, and there are teams that sort of just take it as it goes, go with the flow. And yeah, I think for both teams, especially tailored to the bans, that these guys have been practicing these heroes in pubs and scrims for the past, let's say, month or maybe even weeks. So yeah, just remove them and take it how it goes, basically.
It's gonna be a storm ban coming out from the council. I kind of remembered before when the council used to just pick up these cores in their first phase, like the Juggernaut first phase bit. They kind of begged the opponents to really counter their heroes. Some teams, they don't really fall for the
Radiant
trap,
team pick.
but for Veteran, it's straight up Razor counter. But there it is. CK.
I was thinking while the council was picking, it took them a little bit longer because the council now, they can't really pick an offlaner that loses to the Razor, because the Razor doesn't even need to lane against the Troll
10
Warlord to be
seconds
good at it
remaining.
later on in the game. So council were in a sort of sticky situation. They can't pick the Tide,
5
not a
seconds remaining.
Underlord. But that being said, I like CK versus Razor because you can just go aggressive in the lane and out trade and maybe even pressure the Razor to kill him, and that's something that the Chaos Knight can do. It has high move speed, high damage, high base attack. Pair it with a really aggressive support, and suddenly the Council has an answer at least to this Razor pick. So the Razor will still counter the Troll, but it won't have an easy time in lane.
Yeah.
It might not be as scaled up by the time that it faces the Troll later on in the game.
I think we already see our offlane combo maybe for the Council. I'd like to say the Grimstroke. Well, I'd like to say the Chaos Knight is probably going to be an offlaner here. Then again, we've seen Jin. He plays these crazy heroes, and he could go for something like a Chaos Knight, Helm of the Dominator or whatever. But I'd like to say that naturally Grimstroke plus Chaos Knight are very huge kill lane, and there we go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
Jin.
Oh man, how many? I think that we mentioned this. Penitence and
Solar Crest.
This attack speed. Oh my goodness. By the way, Inkswell is a little bit different now. Well, if you do with the shard on. Yeah, imagine the CK having a Inkswell in the even your Chen creeps. Well, might be I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, you can cast your Inkswell on Chen
Yeah, you
creeps,
can.
right? Should be. So that's also one thing that's also important to take note.
I knew it! I knew it was going to be
Io
Gyro.
Gyro, man.
Gyrocopter. I knew it was going to be Gyro. They have the IO. This is going on the support. And versus the Chen, it's a lot of value because you have a buffed up flak cannon that can take down a lot of the Chen creeps later on. And as long as you keep fighting, and it looks like Veteran has a really heavy fighting lineup, they can just make sure that the game is over before this Troll comes into play. So a lot of pressure for the Council to succeed here is on that CK lane, because they need to be able to, run down the map and pressure the lane to kill. But now that it's going to be a Gyro, it's not as easy to kill compared to a Razor.
So are we sure that this is going to be an IO Gyro, carry Gyro, and support IO lane, or is it still going to be? Because recently we have been seeing the Gyrocopter, but in the position 5 role. So it's been kind of weird, it's sort of like, oh, okay. I mean, if I was watching Dota back in TI3 and I understood that Io and Gyro were very good together, now what happened? Why is Io the carry and Gyrocopter the support? So I'm not sure. This obviously pushes Razor either into a mid or off lane role. Could be maybe an off lane just because that the Chen might be jungling for a while. The Troll could be left to his own, but then again, when we saw the Council run it, it was a position for Chen, so it could just be CK in the offlane solo, Chen going around just being greedy and then farming creeps and having this Grimstroke plus Troll Warlord lane, which might make the Razor's life hard. But then again, Razor plus Tusk, that's a pretty strong lane.
It is.
It is.
I feel like definitely the Razor is. They're thinking about flexing it to the safe lane just because that is a good matchup. I like the ban from the Council. Kunkka as the last pick for a first pick team is really good, especially when you can use the shard to disarm the Troll Warlord, because now the shard does that. It's gonna be a Leshrac.
Okay.
Leshrac.
So you go Shrek mid?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Veteran will sort of understand that, okay, these guys have a lot of extra units. They got the illusions from the Chaos Knight, you've got the creeps from the Chen, and I guess it's just it comes with age, or maybe it just comes with the experience, where if you played against Chen, of course it hasn't been played anytime recently, but if you've been playing Dota for a long time, especially competitively, you've bound to have run into definitely a few Chens in your lifetime in terms of Dota. So yeah, I think this is just them identifying. But the Visage.
Okay. Chen Visage.
We're doing 2021. We're doing it. The Council. See, my brain is telling me the Veteran draft is what I should favor. Yeah. But again, the Council has proven that if you are crazy enough to just go for the Chen and go for the Visage, you're a team that knows how to play either heroes.
That's true. Okay.
So cool.
Man, you kind of theory crafted on the idea of I don't know which one from you guys, but I kind of heard that offlane Troll might be a thing. And then we have CK, potentially your pause 1. And your mid lane pause 2 Visage. Is that a potential that we might see?
I think it's the other way around, right? Like it's the CK going to be in the off lane.
CK off lane.
Mid Visage, could be. I don't know. This is sort of like one of those. My mind's telling me this, but my heart is telling me that. My mind is definitely telling me Veteran has the tools to be able to deal with what the council might throw up against them. They've got a lot of wave clear. They can do this and that. They got strong lanes, but my heart says the council with these picks are just interesting, fun, and I just want to see how they play. But I still feel like with the way that Veteran plays and the heroes that they have drafted for the laning stage, might just take this over the council.
Same answer for me. Yeah, same answer for me. I really like the gyrocopter every time that you have a Chen, and honestly, it could still be in the safe lane. Although I do think it's going to be the safe lane hero here, just because you scale faster with those stacks. But I want to see a Visage win. So
yeah, same.
Better run for the draft. Council
for the win. All right. We'll see. Now, for me, I will just have to go with the specialist. I love Chen and Visage specialists. If they look good, if they win, they look good. But if they are bad, they look really bad. But then again, let's throw it now to our casters. I think it's Lyrical and Nomad to bring us to the action of game number 1. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, that lovely panel. Yeah, we're into it. We have ourselves a first competitive game off the patch, and it is looking like an interesting one. Lyrical, what are the kind of things in this game which you're excited to see, my friend?
Literally everything. We've got a new map. We've got new heroes that are coming out. Who the hell is picking Visage? Owie was in the NA servers, if you saw him, he was spamming the crap out of that one. And I think that this is looking really interesting, exciting. I just can't wait. We can't get away from IO Gyro though. That just stays there forever. It's just it's like a weed. You can't get rid of it.
You really can't. No, need to get the weed whacker out for that one. I mean, even though they did like almost half the spirits damage. I mean, that was one of the craziest patch notes I saw when I was like reading past them, just like, yep, okay, let's go Iron. Yeah, the spirits reduced from 40 to 25. Okay, yep, and next wait, what? Like very much a second take moment.
Well, and the thing about it, it's that I think that they didn't really touch all that much the like IO support because it was terrible at the major and people didn't really like it, but we'll see. I mean, this looks like it's got some potential. It's a really good gyro game. I will say right at the start, the teams were talking with each other. D-Schoon said, GLHF, good morning, and then they're saying still sleepy. They asked if they had read the new patch, and then Mice mentioned still reading it. And apparently they are as well on the council. So, everybody's still trying to get used to this, taking a moment to pause and maybe look around the map to figure out where all these new places are that they can go. It's going to be weird. I'm really excited. I can't wait.
What time is it for them? Because, I mean, it's 5:20 over here. I think I win that one up.
That's fair. But they're Dota players, They're Dota professional players, which means that it's going to... it's going to be a little while. They're going to have some trouble with it.
Yeah, my 5:20 is there like 10:30.
True enough. Yeah.
What did they wake up? What is this ungodly hour? One of the changes I'm really interested in, though, and one of the ones which really caught my eye, was the Leshrac level 15 talent. That little sneaky one in there. I know there's a lot of talent changes, but he's got plus 100 lightning storm damage at level 15, which I don't know, man. That's raising some eyebrows for me.
Yeah, I did not even see that change. That is a lot of freaking damage, isn't it?
It's a lot of damage.
Well, and then that obviously would also work, in a little bit of like if you're running into people and just trying to blow them up. The big worry that you always have with Lesh is like, do you decide to go more into the Lightning Storm? Are you trying to go more into Diabolic Edict to take towers? It seems with their lineup that with Razor and Gyro, you probably could just rely upon them for pushing, and then Lesh can be the one that just runs around and gets a bunch of kills everywhere. Would be my guess. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I share the panel's enthusiasm for this Visage pick. Like, I love Visage as a hero. I think it's really cool, and I'm hoping to see more of it, especially in this patch. This might be one of the worst Visage games I've ever seen, though. Like, you need those familiars to get off their damage. how are these familiars going to survive in a team fight with Razor, Gyrocopter, Leshrac, and then you've even got some eyeballs flying around as well? Like, these familiars are just going to be dead before they reach the engagement, I'm pretty sure. And that's a big problem for Visage. Like, because, I mean, the way it works, right, is that he's got the Gravekeeper's Cloak, obviously, that makes him tanky, but if you can get through those charges with some, I don't know, some sustained AoE DPS,
right,
you're gonna have issues. And unfortunately, Veteran, they've got that.
It's true. So the one thing that I would say about it that makes it maybe slightly better for the Visage is that the birds get the level of, or it gets the stacks of Gravekeeper Cloak that Visage has. So if they take a bunch of sustained damage over time, but Visage is able to stay like further back to the side, they'll still have that, like, what is it, 80% or some crazy number like that. Damage reduction continuously. So that's going to be the one thing to watch, right? Is like, can they get on top of this Visage? Can they like get the Tusk snowballing in, or Gyrocopter like relocating right on top of them? And if you can keep that distance, maybe it will work. But it's like you said, it's hard to keep that distance against these heroes. That's going to be tough to do for sure.
Yeah, you know what they're going to need?
What? What's that?
They're going to need some Rampage coming out from the Troll Warlord. Get with that melee form, pop that Rampage, give them the status resistance, and get them away from danger. That's what we need.
I am fully down for that. You know, we were talking about it before the cast, obviously. For all you folks out there, you don't know this, but Nomad does. So I'm just going to repeat it again. I kind of feel like it's one of those ones where you had mentioned like troll players buying items for their team, whatever, who cares? But the real thing is going to be, not going to happen. But the real thing is that second Roche. To me, getting that Aghanim shard on second Roche, that feels like suddenly these heroes that you sort of talk about irrelevant Aghanim shards, it's going to be relevant. And second Roche is like way more often seen than third Roche at like the deciding points of the game. So already what was a very strong and important timing fighting around that Roche pit is going to be even more so now. So we have another disconnect. Hopefully we'll get these players back in here soon.
Hunker down, Lyrical. We're in it for the long run.
All right, no problem. We got a lot to talk about.
Pop out the snacks. I've got some canned tuna around here somewhere. But yeah, another one of the really strong shards, I think, is definitely this Grimstroke one, the Inkswell. Like, for me, Inkswell is Grimstroke's strongest spell. That's the one which I think is just makes a hero bonkers, especially with the 15 talent, the plus 20% Inkswell move speed.
Right.
Add to that a little bit of healing, a little bit more damage, just buff up the spell all around, and I really like it. Then add to that a strong Dispel, which is guaranteed to go off. Like, I mean, that's just madness. That is absolute madness. Because like you can't Dispel Inkswell. Well, you can Dispel Inkswell, but Inkswell, but it will trigger its effects when it gets dispelled.
Oh, so it still does that. That's what I was wondering about. If you do dispel it, would you still get the strong dispel at the end of it? Because that would be really dumb if you didn't. So if it does do that, then that makes me feel a lot better about it. Because that was the one thing that I was wondering as well. Like, what happens if you just purge the Inkswell off of the hero? Granted, there are.
I mean, I haven't tested it.
Okay,
I haven't tested it.
We're just gonna trust you.
yeah. Trust my instincts, guys.
I like it.
What could go wrong?
But I think that the thing that's interesting about it is that there's so many fewer purges in the game, right? Now, as far as items that you can get, it's pretty much exclusively Nullifier, except for things like, Yules, which are, a purge, but it's kind of like is it really a purge? It's all weird. I mean, I guess it's a purge.
It's definitely a purge.
Whatever. Don't judge me. Freaking Nomad. Unbelievable. Wait, they're unpausing. The Visage is still gone. Okay. Question mark?
Okay.
All right.
They just murdered them.
I'm not sure if there's any word. Let me do a quick little check-in with the admins while you break down all the action quickly.
Did they think they could get away with that? Just like really sneakily unpause, get the kill, then repause again? Like, yeah, I'm sure no one was watching, guys. We got away with it, but maybe they ran out of pause time. Who knows?
I have a feeling that probably what's going on here is, like you said, they ran out of pause time. Would be my best guess.
Yeah.
But we will find out. There's talks going on in the admin chat. We will resolve this all very shortly, hopefully. Because that would definitely not be great for the Council if they just didn't have their mid-Visage player playing for them.
At least the CK was able to run over and steal the 1 bounty rune, but they were close to getting First Blood and 4 bounties, which would have made things difficult. All right. Talk to me about this mid lane, because now, ignoring the fact that this Visitor's disconnected, we've got River runes.
Yes, yes. I love that. And I believe it said that it's at the 2-minute mark as well now, isn't it? Isn't that right?
It is, yeah, yeah. So most people won't have a bottle by that point, but you can go and get your bottle refilled if you do have a ridiculously early bottle, but more likely you just get 100 burst heal, and I think that was it.
Yeah, I think that that's pretty cool. So it does look like they used up all their pause time, which is very unfortunate in this situation. And maybe we'll be able to come back in again and play. If there's some just sort of small internet outage or something, then you know, we'll figure it out. I'm not sure who it is that's controlling them though, but whoever it is, sick micro. Oh, actually, I know exactly who it is. Look at Chen. Yeah, Chen's doing his best. J1N, he's
sick
killing
micro. Easily impressed. Whoa, look at this guy. He's AFK on one hero. I'm playing another.
I mean, to be fair, you kind of got to get it done, right? And
yeah, for sure, for sure. If there's anyone who's going to be sitting around doing nothing, it's definitely Chen. I mean, I feel like he could go and take a creep and start jungling, but I mean, he's a Chen player. He's got to have a level of micro, right? Right?
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, if you're good at one micro hero, then you're good at a second micro hero, right? That's the way that works.
Yeah, yeah, it's got to be.
Even two of them at once, potentially. So we'll see how this goes. Man, they're off to a really good start. Team Veteran, you can see this 10-3 on the Razor.
Yeah, he's flying. He's flying. The Lashrak as well, dominating the mid lane currently. Visage, unfortunately, is a very niche hero. He's tricky to play in the middle lane, so I'm not really fancying the chances here, not being a Visage player, trying to pull this one out. It's not easy.
No, definitely not. Ooh, the water rune up top gets his bottle
he's got
refilled.
the bottle delivered. Just rushing that bottle straight off the bat in order to make use of that river rune.
Very interesting. And he is going for multiple points in that lightning storm right now as well. So that's going to be really good for him to get if he does want to combo it. Oh no, mid lane. Chase down. Ooh, great shot. Able to walk away.
It is attacking him. There's a TP coming in from the CK as well. Will L3 ends Ghost be able to get away? No, he will not. The lightning will find him. And the carry's rotated in. The Chen's here as well. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Doesn't look like it.
Unfortunate situation. At the same time, they also find a kill on the troll in the bottom lane. The team is
not even here.
The team is not pleased. There are some questions being raised. Oh man, that's frustrating. That's how it goes sometimes. Haven't really gotten a chance to look here, but this is making use of this little side pull. Feels like it's much easier now on this dire off lane to get that pull back the other direction onto the side. And in fact, down bottom, trying to catch.
Yeah, much harder for the Radiant to do that as they found the Grimstroke. They'll bring him down, but yeah, so for this pull, it looks like super duper easy for the, like, that's pretty much right next to the creep wave. That's so easy for them. And for the Radiant, like, what are they, that's not going to reach around here, is it? I don't know. I need to do some lobby experimenting.
A lot to learn for sure for all of us. And we'll see where it goes, but at least for now, a 3,000 gold lead. I mean, to be fair, like, we can talk all we want about the Visage, but if you look at just like the troll down bottom relative to, you know, where the gyrocopter is, it feels like they're outclassing them a little bit here on Veteran, looking very, very solid at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does look a little bit grim, but that's how it be sometimes. Veteran. Oh, they've disconnected. So are they trying to pause for the enemy team by disconnecting their own player?
Maybe. There's a possibility.
Could be a workaround here, you know, if they're not allowed to pause, if they've under that circumstance. Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, to be fair, yeah, I guess that could be the way they want to do it. But it's looking like a really scary state of affairs right now. If you're the council, like regardless of whatever else is going on, this one is tough. They've kind of missed a lot of their timing.
Yeah. I don't know. Every single time we say their name, and like I was having the same thing with the panel. Every time we said their name, it just makes me giggle a little because it sounds like we're in some kind of like epic fantasy movie or like the Matrix or something, where it's like,
right.
what will the council have to say about this? The council are in trouble. The council have lost a member. You know, it's it just makes me giggle every time. It sounds so epic. G yell.
Oh no! Yeah, it hurts. It's a tough one.
It does. It does.
But, you know, this is why there are rules in Dota about, you know, the amount of pause time and stuff that can go on. And it's how you got to deal with. Oh, he got that deny, though. Sick play.
So yeah, going back to this IO thing, and as you said, you know, we haven't really seen so much of this hero in the support role, mostly because he was completely busted, but now they've unbusted him, and hopefully we see him returning to the support role a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see some of the combinations, because I've really wanted to see IO plus Leshrac carry, but Jara is very much the same thing where you're utilizing the magic damage heroes with him. Like, I don't want to see him with, like, PA and stuff like that, you know, heroes which only benefit from the attack speed from overcharge, because it also gives spell amplification, and if you can make use of both of those, that's very sick. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, oh my goodness, Gugu's destroying them, but the TP in from the CK.
Able to stop that pressure. Very well played. Still a lot of damage on this chain. He's gonna get out. The creeps might kill him. But yeah, it's something to watch for, and it's why, you know, traditionally there have been so many instances of the gyrocopter being paired with the IO, right? It's like the perfect hero to put together with it. Oh my god, he died to the creeps. Okay, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yep. You know, the visitors respawning, you have to take control. Meanwhile, at bottom.
Oh, Chase, chance for a kill. Couple more punches, but he's not quite going to get it onto that Troll Warlord. Oh, wow, and he's level 3. Yeah, that one hurts. Holy moly.
Offlane Troll, not quite working out how they'd hoped. I like the way they were like, oh no, there's a Razor in the game. I know, to counter this this Razor lane, we'll just move the CK up there. And CK's like, I don't want to lane into Razor, what? Guys?
I know, for sure. He's at least been able to get some of these levels, though. And in spite of that, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
He's 5-1.
Yeah, you know, he's level 5, though, right? He's got the same CS as levels. There are worse things in this world.
Lyrical, I appreciate you're a glass half full kind of guy, but this is pushing it a bit.
Oh, Scoot! Ooh, ends up going down there. And a good old Whoops comes out as a 4,000 gold lead now. And it just feels like Veteran is on that other level right now compared to the Council. The High Council that decides all of our fates.
I'm worried. I mean, I'm beyond worried. I'm not even concerned, because I kind of just know this game is hasn't got much left in it. A 5k God Advantage at 7 minutes, they've lost 2 towers already. I mean, this is that new patch shenanigans.
It's true. You know, I feel like the Visage pick had some cool ideas, but obviously when your player DCs in like the first 30 seconds of the game, it's hard to play from that point going forward. But in the meantime, we just get a quick little show here of all the strength of these heroes. Show TI is going for the Meteor Hammer. That is pretty hype. I'm stoked for that one.
Dire's middle tower.
Do you think we'll see the return of Dagon Chen?
Huh. Maybe. There's always a chance for it, right? I feel like the thing that made that strong was that wasn't it amplifying all damage?
Oh, the damage. Never mind. Yeah.
Right.
That doesn't have damage anymore, right? Just makes the move slower. Radiance Chen, then. Can't get away from me. I'll burn you up, boys. But he's rushing the X, so he wants to get an ancient creep. Why? I don't know.
They're stronger than their heroes right now. That's the reason why. You know, make it work.
Visage returns. The council member has returned to his rightful seat.
Oh no! Immediately disconnect. No.
He's seen the game. It's just like, you know what, guys?
What was auto? Well, we'll see if he's able to stay in. I like to imagine we are fine. Okay, that's true. You are fine. Very fine. Oh, reconnected again. Does it DC? He's like, guys, I have a blades of attack. Apologies. Oh, it's okay, buddy.
Oh, don't worry about it, bro. He's got his phase boots finished off at least.
That's true.
It's fine. Yeah, enemy team don't mind, surprisingly.
True.
Goo. He's actually troll here. He's living his life. Troll, though. Gonna get killed off by the gyro at the same time.
Very well played there as Razor DC's. Man, it is a battle of the internet connections right now. That wasn't us. And we'll see if they're able to get back in. I'm curious how much pause time Veteran have left. That would be an interesting dynamic, right? If suddenly they had to unpause for Veteran, and now you're playing 4v5 the other way. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
That would be a twist and a half.
Beast bomb.
We can't give our pause time because our TC prob 2. That's fine. Life.
Look, I love this. This is great.
It'd be like that sometimes. The wholesomeness of the region. It's filling my little heart up.
The Arc Squad and Afrina. I see. I just want to put out a little heart right now. I want to put out a heart to all these folks out there trying their hardest, loving on each other. This is great. This is good stuff. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, we can't draw hearts on the map whilst the game's paused, sadly. Why can't you draw when the game paused? Like, the one time I really want to draw on the map is when the game's paused. And Gabeson's just like, nah, not allowed.
Can't you see? Look, I'm drawing. I just drew.
Oh, no, I mean on the floor.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's too bad. I thought you meant on the mini map. Your heart is way better than mine.
Yeah. I'm not even going to try and soften that one.
That's fine. The thing to me that always stands out is like, nobody really wants to be playing a game 4v5. But when there's just sort of an understanding that, things happen in the game, you got to deal with it. It's good. It shows a little bit of respect that you would hope for. Man, Gyrocopter took a point in attributes instead of taking his point in call down. Very interesting.
Wow. Oh, I love that this is back. I love that stats are back. I'm going to go back to my DK build where I just go Dragon's Blood, stats, Dragon's Blood, stats, Dragon's Blood, stats.
Right. That sounds terrible.
Yes, it was.
Although I do think that there is some times where that value point is enough to take people over, because that was the thing for a long time for AM, right? I remember that build. It feels like some of those items or some of those abilities have gotten better though over time, right? Like that one, the cooldown on counter spell feels a lot better than it used to. Obviously, it didn't even have an active ability back then. But maybe it's also just a good indication to the balance designers that all right, if people are leveling stats, maybe we need to make this ability better.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to remember the heroes which used to level stats. I mean, Gyro was one of them for sure. Gyro was definitely one of them. This was, I think, the build as well, where you just went... I don't think you took a point in homing missile. I think you went 2 rocket barrage, 4 flat cannon, and then just stats until the dawn of time.
I feel like Wraith King was one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's because he had really crap scaling on his stun and on his lifesteal.
Right.
So he just didn't bother. But now lifesteal has got skeletons attached to it, so...
Yeah. I feel like the majority of them tend to be carries.
Yeah.
And maybe offlaners that want to get tanky or whatever. Maybe that's going to be the build. We were talking about Dawnbreaker earlier. Maybe you just level stats on her.
Yeah. We've had this discussion about Dawnbreaker, but I think it's very interesting because the hero's obviously new. She's very fresh. According to my Twitter, she's now been fixed, so she's actually playable. Because there was
nice.
Oh, their time has come.
Here we go.
Here we go. The first time in Dota history, at least me and Lyrical have witnessed, we're going to see the reverse disconnect play coming out.
Karma. He says Karma. What? Who was that? Oh, it was Veteran that said Karma. All right,
Veteran
that's
saying
bad.
Karma, yeah.
Wow. Karma. Unbelievable. Seaman. The pain.
Careful.
Well, that's true. Watch out now.
They only got trapped there, my dude.
But yeah, it's gonna be a... Oh no. What happened to him? It's a good question of what happened to him. Is he okay?
That's what I always want to know. The answer's often boring, but sometimes you get stuff like we had in a UK tournament where someone spilt milk on their keyboard.
Ooh.
And then you get beams, which is lovely.
How does spilling milk on your keyboard break your internet connection? That's the real question.
Well, it doesn't, but I imagine you'd probably want to pause the game if your keyboard has milk on it.
I mean, you're just not being imaginative enough.
True. Right? You can play Dota with just a mouse. Not wrong.
It looks like hopefully we'll be able to get the unpause here in a moment. Now, the other thing, and we saw this earlier, as somebody that has been in a lot of disconnected games before, mainly in my pubs, this is a situation where I actually have a little bit of expertise. The big problem is that Razor can't spend his money. So you can still keep farming with him and do all that good stuff, but he is never going to be able to spend his money. So we'll see how they deal with that problem.
That's true, and there's no abandon mechanic in lobby games, right? Like in pub games, once you've got that 5-minute abandon, all your gold gets redistributed to your team, like a glorious utopia. But in this, that's not going to happen. So I don't know.
Could be tough. Could be tough for sure for them to deal with. But considering that this isn't a better start where the Visage only had that Blades of Attack, Razor at least has some phase boots, got to bring a health, some Wraith Bands, not all is lost. We'll see if he can get back into this game or not. As Gugu trying to go now on D-Scoon. Can they get this kill in time? It's a lot of damage out with the pendants.
Return damage. He's going to get one. J1N needs to fight into him, takes the creep, but he might be dead as well.
Oh, very well played. This is what happens when you get an 8k gold lead, Nomad.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Jesus.
And a regen rune to boot, because why not? Okay. Well, that's pretty awesome. 10 minutes in, 9k gold lead. We'll see where Veteran decide to go from here.
Does the Virulence spawn every 2 minutes, or is it just for the 2-minute and 4-minute marks?
Just the 2-minute and 4-minute mark. Looks like Razor's back again, so no harm, no foul.
Okay.
Radiant's
hey, buddy.
bottom tower
Welcome back.
is under attack.
Yeah, so just those early points, so to make sure that mid isn't completely determined by a a bad spawn of the rune and not being able to refill your bottle.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were complaining about it. It's it's pretty brutal when you both rush bottle and then one person gets it, one person doesn't. You're like, oh well, I spent 650 gold on this item, which is going to be useless for the next 4 minutes, and probably, if I continue to get dominated, useless for the rest of the game.
Uh-oh. Down bottom.
Yeah, Troll in trouble.
No ball. Keeps him back. Has the walrus punch. Visage moving over, but a quick and easy kill there. And the chase
down, but
towards.
Yeah. I mean, a trade's the most they could hope for here. They're still going, but the Gyrocopter's got this Aya behind him. Is it going to be enough? No.
Oh god, Razor's coming to clean up though, or is he coming just to feed as well? Not sure. Unclear at this moment. So TI thinking about going in, cancels it out afterwards, trying to keep him alive. The big stun, but they take down the Razor, and Scoon gonna get pulled down for the kill as well. What a wild fight.
I mean, Veteran are just turning up one man at a time, but because they're so far ahead, they're not even being punished that much for it.
Yeah.
It's a silly game.
That was a lot of
deny.
And XP coming back the other ways. Another fight on him.
I don't think this deny was worth it, aha. RR.
It's making it work. Impressive showing so far again from Veteran. And, well, they still haven't managed to take a tier 2 tower, so keeping this outpost on Dire, I think, is really important just for that passive XP gain that they need to get. Keeping them somewhat in it, at least, for the moment.
Yeah.
A pretty pronounced lead right now.
Oh, and Leshrak's going for this Yule's Kaya build, which is obviously, nothing new, but with the updates to Kaya, I think this is going to be pretty nice. So with the Kaya now, you get a mana regen amp increase from plus 24% previously to plus 50% now as the Chen goes down. That's huge. So this means that from his Yule, he's going to get a plus 50% effectiveness on that 3.5 mana regen, which is just crazy. It's really strong for heroes like Leshrak.
Yeah, it's terrifying. You can sort of just keep that momentum going the whole time through. And I mean, the only thing he still needs is like sort of tankability, but that's what you kind of get out of Yule's Scepter, at least. It's an interesting one. Let's see how it works for him. I think that the bigger thing, too, that we're probably going to be seeing is maybe less need to head back to base. So, like, going for these bots build next, you can go from one lane just to the other lane on the opposite side of the map instead of having to go back home and then, you know, walk back out to a lane afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, mad pressure coming out from Veteran, as he's saying, with his boots of travel on the left track, plus the IO relocate availability. Like, yeah, it's going to feel like a very claustrophobic map for the side of the council.
Speaking of which, another movement down at bottom. Kenji hoping to find somebody on his TP bottom, but it doesn't look like it's going to connect. Instead, it could be a relocate mid. We'll see.
He might just do it solo on Gugu here.
Uh-oh. That's not the ulti you want to see.
Ooh, punch up onto Grimstroke as well, finding the +1.
Very, very well played by Gugu. This guy is killing it. Now moving forward for another tier 2 tower to take 12,000 gold lead at this point. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, we've definitely seen like 1,000 gold lead per minute in the past, you know, when you get like 25,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, but at 14 minutes, like, we didn't really see that very often. This is pretty unusual.
Yeah. They're absolutely killing it at this point. And the thing about it too is that this is really even before some of their heroes are hitting their highest power spike, right? Like, Mice doesn't even have his Aghanim Scepter yet on the gyrocopter. He's just sort of got a couple of these items, but the strength of, you know, one, the laning phase that they had, but two, just the inherent strength of Io Gyro as a combo is really hard to deal with.
Pretty nuts. And now they've got themselves an Aegis into this gyro. Once he's got this Aghanim Scepter finished, I think it might be high ground for this team, and I don't know if there's a whole lot they can do about that as the CK gets brought down.
Just giving them the old walk. Show TI again trying to back them back into their base. They take over the outpost yet again before that minute mark, and I mean, you have to imagine that bottom is where they're going to go next, but really, like, I don't think that they could stop them if they went high ground. This is a really tough go of it.
But there's still life in the council yet. They want to make something happen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Veteran maybe in a little bit of trouble here on Mice's big jump. Face down.
They're going in right now.
Absolutely, and a quick old jump on top of him with the troll ulti. They blow up the IO, gonna immediately buy back and try and get in there to save Mice, but he's just gonna go to his own death if he TP's in. The chase down coming. Play in some trouble. Had they gone a bit too far, I mean, Io's gonna die back. And if you can get out on the council at this point, this is huge. They finished the TPs, get out of there. Missing on everybody. Really well played by the council.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Veteran thought was going to happen there. I mean, they revealed the smoke, and then the IO caught in the front lines as well. I mean, that's kind of a thing with IO copters, that sometimes you can get a little bit lackadaisical, shall we say. Wow, they're going and just punishing this poor old Visage. But yeah, you do have to make sure that you're always positioned so that the gyrocopter is between you and your enemy, wherever they may be coming from. And that wasn't the case for Isaiah right there. He was positioned on the wrong side of the gyrocopter, and that made it really easy to bring him down. Tried to remedy his mistake by TPing in and with the buyback, and just made everything like 10 times worse. So, yeah.
Very tough.
Always be on the other side of your gyro. But still, it's a drop in the ocean at this point, unfortunately. Still way too far down for that to really make a huge difference to the game.
All right. Well, if there's one other thing, Chen sold his boots to make sure that he was able to get his ancient creep, so has the granite golem for the bonus health, which is kind of nice.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, the bonus health definitely feels decent. Yeah, Agdrush Chen. Let's see. I mean, if it wins this game, then I'm going to be building it every single game I play.
True enough. Razor going to steal some of that damage, move in, tank up what they can. Double stun goes out there. It's Gugu being dropped down somewhat low, but still hanging on to that Aegis. They back away. Sick stuff.
They do take down the Ancient Creep though. Chen, his Aghanims are not going to work as I think the Troll wanted to ulti there, but unfortunately a little bit off the mark. Oh, Troll. Oh, really well. Nice little blink away from the IO. Very cute.
It's just so much damage so quickly. And with this Aghanim Scepter here, they pull him back in. Stun free-handed onto the Chen veteran. Looking very strong here as Gugu being brought down somewhat low. Snowball not saved. Snowball kill. RR now trying to do what he can, but does not have that much left in the tank. Gugu's still down very low as the Yules will drop him. That kill is theirs, and more to come as I think they're staying for at least 2 racks here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Javelin Morbid Mask Troll was unable to carry that fight for them, shockingly. But yeah, no, all in all, the Council, you know, they never really got a chance to play this game properly. Veteran just snowballing super far ahead and laying the smackdown on the Council. The Council didn't really have the answers. Very hard for them to play. I wouldn't even put it that down to disconnect that hard. Like, obviously, it is a huge factor. But these side lanes were just... I mean, you can't overstate how bad these side lanes went for the side of the Council, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that you could even make the argument that, okay, top maybe shouldn't have gone or wouldn't have gone as bad as it did because of the disconnect, because Chen wasn't able to really play, had to micro the Visage. But at the same time, down bottom, that was 2 heroes on 2 heroes, and it was a complete wash. Veteran just looking like the stronger team here and continuing to assert some dominance. Picking up the Kaya. Okay, so Kaya Yasha. Interesting decision. And Veteran going in for a little bit more. D-Scoon in trouble as they will chase down one by one the Council. They all will fall. Mega Creeps are in hand, and the Ancient not likely to be lasting that much longer. Everything thrown at RR. He's throwing out the well-playeds, but the good game is sure to come.
Gugu God, he's doing it on the last track. Yeah, and I mean, even though obviously the game's a total wipe anyway, these lightnings are doing insane amounts of damage with that last track with a level 15. Like, yeah, I mean, keep an eye out for it, but Jesus, it's smashing.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Really spooky stuff. Oh, Chen able to get out of there in time, but back in the base, destruction continues everywhere you look. Couple stone forms with these birds, like they're going to get brought down as well. Throw out the shards to interrupt. A lot of damage out there. Tier 4 towers going to fall as Veteran keep on this aggression. Doing what he can. At all
Don't
possible.
worry, my guy. The Thunderhide's about to carry this fight. Frenzy him. Frenzy the troll. Frenzy the troll.
Get the Frenzy in there. Oh no, there's nowhere left to go.
He's not doing it.
Into the base.
He's gonna die. Oh, he got it off. He got it off. He got the Frenzy.
Ooh, and the turnaround. Okay, Gugu went a bit too deep. But I think in the end, Veteran, there's only one possible solution here. Game is hard indeed as he gave his life away. But Mice, he's going to close it down for him here. The Council, nowhere left to go. GG.
Yep, the Council, unfortunately, their fate was decided by Team Veteran in this one as they get shut down in this game, which means that Veteran are going to be our team joining us in the grand finals to face off against the side of IMG. Image. What are we calling them?
Yeah, IMG sounds great. I like that.
IMG? Okay. But yeah, no, it's going to be a pretty fun finals then, as they have been the dominant force through this tournament, beating Veteran earlier on. And so we'll see them try and come back in the new patch. But yeah, unfortunately, this game wasn't really a incredible example of what the patch has to deliver. I mean, any takeaways from it we can bring home, or is this kind of a wipe the board clean and go next kind of thing?
I think that there's a couple of things that we saw there that are going to be interesting to look at going forward. One, you mentioned it earlier, like Kaya maybe getting that on some heroes that we don't normally think about it on. That's something that could be an interesting watch. As much as it didn't look great, I actually think Visage is going to be a really strong hero this patch. The question is, do we have enough Visage players in pro games that are going to be, able to do it, or is it going to just sort of be the thing where it comes on later in the patch once people get a chance to practice it? Because I think that hero is very, very strong right now. It was strong last patch and it got some more buffs, so we'll see how it goes. There's a lot to uncover here.
There certainly is, and we're going to throw it across to a break, after which we shall be back with a panel to break down this game a little bit further for you guys, and then it's across to our grand final, so stick around, we'll see you very soon.
Hi, I'm Ian Mercado, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Valorant, League of Legends, and as of now, I really like Ragnarok Online, Eternal Love. I started playing video games when I was really young, at a young age. So probably nasa around 12 years old ako or younger. My passion for gaming was influenced by my dad. Nung bata kasi ako, pinalaki ako na nasa bahay lang. I grew up in a very, very strict household. So, my best friend is PS1. So, doon ako nagsimula mag-gaming. And me and my brother always bond together with video games. And throughout the years that I grew up, doon ako talaga naging gamer kasama yung brother ko. Average hours, to be honest, siguro minimum na yung 6 hours kasi I play a lot of games. Pero yung pinaka-peak is almost the time I wake up until the time I sleep. My most unforgettable gaming experience ever, of course, one is being the ambassador of Predator. It's one of the biggest things that ever happened in my life. And of course, yung pagiging boom din ng gaming industry. So that's the most unforgettable because I never knew that this would be a thing. I just risked my life and just do what I love to do. My favorite RPG character, it really depends on the MMORPG that I play, but I usually play as a support, minsan mage, pero of course, mahilig na ako sa mga priest or saint. My go-to food when I play, I think my viewers know this. So, nanood ka na stream ko, I usually drink milk tea. The meanest tweet that I've ever got or message or usually what I get on stream is that I'm boosted. Medyo true. Medyo true. But, okay. My most and the best gaming Predator product is what I use right now. It's Triton 500. You know why? Because it's super thin. I could bring it anywhere, and I just love it. And because of it, dual PC setup, bro. It changed my game in sense of, for example, yung gaming setup ko, grabe. Before I stream only in one PC. Sometimes I do get lag, di ba, kunwari. Nag-stream ka and nag-game ka at the same time. Minsan hindi kinakaya ng PC. So because of Predator, I have my dual PC setup. Actually, it's laptop, but dual PC pa rin yun. Dual setup, so I could stream on my Predator and play my games at the same time to the PC ko.
Summon your strength.
And I'm a proud Predator ambassador. I love playing any story-driven game, but my most favorite are the ones from Life is Strange series. I forgot when was the exact time or age I started playing video games, but I was influenced by my uncle from Diablo and PlayStation 1 games. The one that drives my passion through video games is my community and my family. Actually, it depends on the workload that I have for a day. I can play for 4 hours to a day or 2. Sorry. Staying in the industry for 10 years, I am happy to be representing Philippines outside the country. I already represented Philippines in Singapore and Malaysia through cosplaying video games. So when it comes to RPG, first one is I love Gladio from Final Fantasy 15. Second one is Kirby because so cute. And the third one is Max Caulfield because I can relate to her since she has this rewind redo power, and I think everyone can relate to her since that's where we are right now. We decide where we are right now. When playing games, your best friend should be water. But on the side, I love eating pizza, nuggets, and Coke. I think the comment that affects me is the people who discourage you from doing your passion, because they question why you guys are doing the things you love the most. I love a lot of Predator products, but for me, my latest favorite is my current monitor, which is XB3. That's 24 Hertz, 1080p, and it has that upstream, USB upstream feature that you can connect to your mouse and keyboard where there's gonna be less latency. I am very proud and happy to be part of this family since it changed a lot in me. It helped me grow and it helped me with the things that I'm currently doing. I'm not just gaming, I'm not just doing gaming, I also do content creation, and it minimizes the time that I do every day. So I'm very thankful to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
Back in action for the Acer Premier League 2021 Grand Final, as we have seen a rather interesting match. I kind of feel like every time the council is playing, it's gonna be interesting.
Something interesting
time,
happens, that's for sure.
Yeah, something happens, right? My name is Wolf, your band host with Pao and Nathan, the Wolf back, as one of the casters told us, and I like it. I'm gonna keep it, and I'm gonna do it every single time starting from now. But yeah, weird thing that happened in that game, the Chen happens to not be microwing only the Chen creeps, but also the Visage.
It's a 7.29 buff. You now have a flying what is
a flying creep
know.
hero with soul assumption, so it seems. But yeah, Pao, what do you feel about that game? Is however, kidding aside, is the draft actually a bigger factor here, except from the disconnections and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, disconnections aside, you know, that's obviously unfortunate, very unfortunate. However, I think we called it right. The draft.
Yeah.
My brain won, not my heart, because the draft was really hard. You know, I believe Nomad really touched on it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Nomad's a Visage support, but you know, our caster sort of touched on it, where they said, "Hey, it's a Visage up against a Leshrac and a Gyrocopter. It's gonna be really hard to get your familiars to have some impact when, you know, there's so many spells that are flying around and going to flip them." And we saw it here. Gugu had an amazing time in the mid lane. This was the unfortunate part because I wanted Len to have that redemption match, but he disconnected, and so Jin was the one microwing his hero for the first part of the game. But I think had there been no disconnections, we would have seen maybe a closer game. But this troll lane in the bottom versus the gyrocopter, they lost heavily, and they did not, they didn't have to deal with the disconnections, right? And they still lost. So yeah, I feel like it's just really hard. It's hard to play your Chen lineup when you have a gyro, hitting everything. When you have a Leshrac eating through your Visage, familiars, your Gravekeeper's cloak. So, and then you have a Razor coming in from the backline, ready to shut down whatever carries left. So
yeah, I think for me, right, we all agree that the draft overall is a bit better for veteran. They got the easier lanes to be able to play. They got the counters and whatnot. And the council, they had an idea of how they wanted to play the game. But I still feel that at the end of the day, the only way that the council would have won this game is if they had a spectacular early game. A spectacular laning stage somehow, where all of a sudden, the Visage maybe does get his timing, the Chen gets his early Aghanims or whatever, and then they start pushing down lanes, and we would get to see how Veteran would react to that. But unfortunately, it just was not the case. I feel like the DC definitely played a huge part in the loss here for the council, just because of the fact that the Visage was sort of the center point of the draft. It's not really the troll. I mean, although he is your win condition, it is of course going to be pretty hard to play into a Razor. But the council, they had their ideas, but unfortunately, again, if you don't get that perfect start, or if you don't get that really spectacular start, you're just not going to be able to do well the rest of the match. And they struggled in every single team fight afterwards. The Leshrac getting the double kills, the pushes that the veteran had, the sustain that they had as well from the IO. It's not every day that we get to see an IO support nowadays, but it may probably just be the case, especially since the patch, it's sort of pushing IO back into the scenario where he should be played as a support. But yeah, I personally feel like the council, they had their ideas. They probably would have been able to at least have more of a shot at it, especially if they had a better early game, but it just was not the case. And unfortunately, of course, for veteran, the draft, it just played out. It played itself, and it was just easy to go on from there. So unfortunate for the council, but it was fun watching them, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about the laning stage so much in the previous patch, and I think that in this particular game, we've also saw that the decisions coming out from a team from the council is not really one thing that you would love to see in an actual execution. Like in theory, it might work. Like for example, dodging the Troll Warlord versus the Razor matchup, or and having this CK eventually winning and dealing so much damage in the latter stage of the game. But in practice, as you saw in that particular match, even when they tried to adjust their lane configuration, it was just so difficult because it was fundamentally a mistake, or at least an oversight coming out from the council, and it naturally took its course. It was so difficult from the council to really back down. One thing I want to say about the council, though, is that they're pretty wholesome about it. Love that.
Yep, they were.
Love the
I love the energy. They were still saying sorry because of the pauses, and it's really unfortunate.
It was really wholesome.
I think one thing I do want to point out, though, props to the council. A lot of their trouble really was because as you mentioned, Wolf, the lane shift that they had to do, right? Because picking a troll in a sort of 1-2-1 kind of draft system in the first phase really opens you up to a counter, which we saw veteran do, which forced them to go for a kill lane for a CK in the third pick. But because of the disconnect, the CK and the Chen couldn't play together. I think we were watching the game and we were sort of confused why they unpaused. The Visage was moving, but Jin was stuck behind the tower. His hero wasn't moving. I felt like their hope in that game was if nobody disconnected, they would have the Chen with a strong creep and they'd be able to sort of pressure the Razor. Maybe that would have given them some sort of leeway to be able to get their mid laner to also have impact in the game. But again, you have to deal with it as it is. It is what it is. And in the end, I feel like if there is one thing that was an oversight for the council, I think it was really just the way that the pick and bans sort of work out.
Yep.
First picking troll worked last time. because you were sort of still trading picks. But when you pick 2 heroes immediately, it really opens you up for the first pick to just have 3 straight counters for whatever it is you do. And that's what we saw a veteran take advantage of.
We will see, however, that the council will not be making it anymore, but they still secured $5,000 for their third place berth. But now we're gonna be introducing and setting up for the next set of matches. It's going to be the grand final, of course. There's so much hype about it. As
best of threes, finally.
Best of 3.
Yeah, right. It's
Finally.
the first best of 3.
The first best of 3 in a very long time. So it, like we always say, it develops its own meta since each team will play each other at least twice. But now it's a Team Veteran going up against Team IMG. Veteran,
the grudge
you
match.
have seen them.
The grudge match, right? The first round, Veteran falls down to the lower bracket thanks to IMG and that tiny play from Hustler. But Veterans, they're coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah,
like
it's Mice, Insane, Show T, it's Kale 99 and Kenji. Now that previous game was we kind of put them, so we kind of put a lot of emphasis in that disconnection and then the draft. But how about the actual gameplay of Veteran? Did you like it? Did you like how they adjusted in that particular game and how they executed?
I think it was just a very mature draft overall, actually, from Veteran. Maybe it was sort of gifted to them, right, by the way that the council drafted the first pick Troll. But, the IO Gyro, let's say, sort of like a throwback to something that means, okay, there are a lot of new things and that have been changed with the hero, the map, and whatnot. But some things never change, and wherein IO and Gyro and whatever meta are always good together. Last meta it was the IO carry and the Gyro support. Years before that, it was the IO support and the Gyro carry. So, yeah, I think with Veteran, it was a much more mature draft from them. The way that they played it, of course, was a bit, let's say, under special circumstances. But with IMG, again, you look at these players, they have been playing much more solidly. I feel like, along with it goes hand in hand, right? I think the match between IMG and Veteran has been the longest game of this tournament, and of both the regions, I think, for APAC and Asia, because it went all the way up to 43 minutes and 39 seconds. So, yeah, I feel like with IMG, the way that they play, very solid. Veteran, I feel like, are probably the ones that may put a dent in the victories that IMG have been, of course, experiencing in recent times. But yeah, it should be an exciting matchup. But I still feel like IMG, they look a bit more solid overall.
Yeah. TSL, Hustler, Bell, Mandak, and KWA God or Quad God. And Hustler, of course, a player that you will always look at Team IMG. His performance with Tiny was also so well done. And I think that he played, correct me if I'm wrong, the Clockwork.
Yes, he played the Clockwork in the second series. Yeah,
it's true. So also another performance, and we get to see more. I think that we might still see a lot of Phosphors go for that kind of route where you go for your Tusk, your Tiny, your Clockwork, all these heroes that kind of go up and in the face of the opponents. But again, that is the recent iteration of the patch. For now,
I have another
I'm not
sales
entirely
pitch,
sure if that will be the
actually.
case.
I have another sales pitch for IMG. So my last sales pitch was Gyro, and it worked.
Yeah,
and I actually think Gyro is just going to be the stock always going to go up, right? You can pair it with IO, you can pair it with Chen. That's like a classic sort of Gyro combo. But I have another sales pitch. This is an idea that we sort of were seeing as we saw the patch, right? You now have 2 runes in the 2nd and 4th minute. That's your water rune. On the 3rd minute, there's a bounty rune that spawns, which means that 2nd minute, 3rd minute, 4th minute, there's always going to be a rune that's going to be around. So there is incentive now for your supports to roam around, right? And because there's a lot of regen in the mid lane, you could probably get tempted to play these Medusa mids, the mids that require a lot of regen. But because there's a lot of runes in the mid lane, maybe an ultra hyper aggressive 4 can just keep going mid lane. You know, keep trying to kill the mid lane matchup. And guess which team has a hyper aggressive mid lane? Position 4 that can go around, and his name is Hustler, and he's always hustling.
Always hustling.
So if I might sell to this team IMG, maybe. Tiny got buffed. This he had a bunch of buffs, right? He buffed to the HP regen, grows here. The cast range was scaled for his spells, but still there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you're sort of on the right track there, right, with position 4s and how they have a lot to do nowadays with this patch. And of course, the 2-minute water rune, the 3-minute bounty rune, the 4-minute water rune, the 6-minute bounty / power rune timing. You know, I feel like there's a lot going around that position 4s can definitely do, and it may even give rise to maybe position 4s to be the only sole roamers, honestly, because the position 5s, they've been given more experience, more gold overall, because one of the bounty runes have been turned into just gold that trickles into your pocket, basically. So yeah, definitely position 4s, maybe the Earth Spirits, maybe the Tusks, Tinies could come up. So yeah, I agree. I think if, let's say, IMG have recognized that fact, let's say that they don't forget those timings, that Hustler understands where he has to be and what he has to do at certain times of the map, it could really make a huge difference, especially since one of the players that we've been harping on about for Team Veteran has been Gugu, the mid laner for Team Veteran. So it could be a huge factor here where then maybe Hustler just messes up Gugu's timings, messes up what he wants to do on the map. Yeah, in the past, you wouldn't get a second rune to be able to bottle refill, but if the position 4 is there to deny it, from you, then honestly, that would be huge. It continues for what happened in the previous meta, where it effectively feels just like one rune that's only spawned on one side. So yeah, it could make a huge difference. I agree.
And hopefully we can see that being emphasized in this particular series.
I hope they buy it. I hope they buy it. Yeah.
Because it's the thing, as much as we would love to see that in the previous match, unfortunately there wasn't really a mid matchup, so that it was quite dominant.
Exactly.
For one side. But maybe this time, since we are going to see a lot of action in the mid lane, hopefully they do draft heroes that are also better at fighting around those micro objectives, if such things exist. We will see more action for sure. Now, we already saw some of the, actually not much of the new stuff, but Offlane Troll, unfortunately, it did not work as much as we theory crafted about it.
I like it. The veteran bans are up, and it's Earth Spirit.
You have to.
You have to against IMG.
Do you first pick Tusk now?
DP still. All right. It's still going to be DP for IMG. Okay. Veteran, again, they're in the same position as the Council from a while ago. They have 2 picks here. Maybe they still go, maybe it's an off-lane sort of combination that they pick instead of the safe lane, right?
Remaining.
But we'll see. Veteran,
5 seconds remaining.
They can go Tusk, right? They can go Tusk +1.
Yeah.
Tusk just so that they have a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
Lion's not too bad, just so you have a bit more burst damage versus the DP. Sorry, you were saying, Wolf?
Yeah, Timbersaw is also a hero that...
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Timber is in the pool. I feel like, again, the early game was nerfed, but he does get +1 base armor.
What are the odds that we get to see Timbersaw in the mid lane? Because it's not...
It depends
on
the
matchup. It's not as punching anymore. Yeah.
It depends on the matchup, honestly. If the Timber's good mid, send him mid. If he's not, just send him in the off lane. So there have been funky drafts before where you run him in the safe lane. Maybe even as a position 1, but that highly depends on whether or not what timing your team has. It kind of depends on what you want to do as a team. But Angler and Chance is very quick.
I want to also add respawn every 3 minutes and not 5 minutes anymore. So
yeah,
but here we go. And Pangolier, a hero that was a little bit nerfed. I think that I mean, when Pao asked me who
10 seconds
who I'll
remaining.
break up with, I answered
Dire
Pangolier
team
because of the
back.
nerves, but kind of feels like it's still very strong. I mean, fundamentally speaking, whatever it brings to the table, it's still good. I think the Shard will also still is very
Radiant
impactful in team
team
fights,
back.
and we do know that if it's a
Dire
DP
team
kind of
back.
draft, you kind of look for team fights too. So at least you have the Pangolier to kind of answer to that. But Ench, talk to me about this. Do you think that the Ench belongs in the meta right now?
I don't know. I mean,
It's good. It's
sort
good
of
for
just-
laning.
It's
great
yeah,
for
it's
laning.
okay for the lanes. Like I think one of the approaches that I was mentioning
10
earlier, right,
seconds
was
remaining.
just if you don't really know how to play the map, or
Radiant
if you don't
team
really know what to do, you know, especially since all the changes have come up, just go back to the fundamentals. You know, win the lanes, win the game. So Enchantress is sort of just one of those heroes that can help you do that. And I don't know. I mean, if you see a DP on the other side and you're not really expecting anything crazy on the other, maybe they were expecting some kind of Beastmaster pick or
10
something, just so
seconds
that they had the Enchantress just ready, just so that it wouldn't
5
be banned.
seconds
But
remaining.
yeah, I'm not sure what to think about the Enchantress, honestly. I think it's just definitely for the lanes.
Very
I
good
like what
laner
IMG's
right nowadays
Radiant
because of
team
the
pick.
changes for the Nature's Tendency. Its duration is now increased for 12 from 11 to 12, and your heal per wisp was kind of reduced or quote unquote reskilled, but you have 8 wisps no matter what
Dire
happens. So
team
that's twice the number of wisps that you have in level 1. And
Radiant
there it is, the
team
Timber
pick.
Saw.
Okay.
Grim.
Just
I like what
just a hero
IMG is
that's
doing
fine
here,
versus
right?
the troll, honestly. But a Grim once
Dire
again,
team
we saw it in the previous game. And
Storm
oh,
Spirit.
okay, very quick picks. Is Storm gets
Dire
picked up
team
as well.
back.
Like,
Puck.
Oh. Okay.
I'm still formulating ideas here just because the picks were so
Okay.
quick. You know, I was just talking about the Timbersaw, all of a sudden there was a Grim, and then all of a sudden there was a Storm, there's a Puck. Yeah, it seems like these guys just maybe are just getting the heroes that they
10
want because of how
seconds
quickly they're
Yeah,
picking, you know.
that's also true. That's what I feel like. So, are
5
we still going to
seconds
see a non-mid DP point? We kind of touched upon the fact that DP apart from being mid might not be the best case.
I'm not a mid lane specialist when it comes to matchups and whatnot. You know, it kind of comes down to if you see it a lot, that's when you kind of understand it. But DP versus
Radiant team
Storm.
Dire
I don't know. I
team
guess
back.
DP is okay versus the Storm. I've seen Puck versus Storm, and that's where it kind of gets interesting. I feel like the Puck has a bit of an upper hand just because of the fact that he stays at range. You know, you right-click the Storm a lot. The Storm needs to come close to the creep wave, try to harass you. You can dodge the electric. I mean,
10
sorry, you can dodge the
seconds
attacks
remaining.
from the Storm with the phase shift and whatnot. I don't think the
5
changes to
seconds
Puck
remaining.
have made him a dead hero. I feel like maybe his early ganking is a bit weaker with a cooldown. The cooldown changes
Radiant
on his
team
Waning
back.
Rift, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think it still works the same way. You know, you still got Dream Coil. You can keep these heroes in place, and yeah, I mean, I think
Dire
Puck is very
team
good here
pick.
versus the Storm, versus the Timber, and same versus the Pangolier.
There's the PA ban. To go with the Clockwork, and which I really like. The Nyx ban for Veteran makes a lot of sense because of the heroes that they do have, particularly the
10
Storm as well as the
seconds
Timber Saw. Those are two heroes that really benefit
5
in the
seconds
Nyx
remaining.
ban. For Team IMG, it's now their chance to pick up probably a support, unless the DP will go 5. In that sense, they need an off lane now.
Yeah, I don't like DP5 anymore, especially since a lot of her laning aspects were nerfed, right? I think. Bounty Hunter. Is this the position
okay.
4? Because I feel like DP, while it has its laning nerf, I still feel like it can still sit in lane and do what it needs to do. With the Bounty Hunter, on the other hand, we have that hero that could go around, mess things up for other people.
now select
A Drow
your
Ranger
heroes.
last pick for veteran. Very interesting. It seems like both these heroes have sort of read the patch, formulated their ideas about each of the heroes, and here we go. You know, this is the end result of that. But
oh wow,
still sort of trying to understand what each team wants to do. I feel like veteran, if they have a really solid laning stage, especially having this Timbersaw on the team, they could start taking towers real quick. You know, you get the creep from the Enchantress as well, the Drow Ranger that you play around. control from the Pangolier as well is not too bad. On the other side, though, you do have a Death Prophet that can still take towers really well. You still have the Troll Warlord that can go around and take towers as well. Puck, the Bounty Hunter can play really, really aggressive, and if you're not too careful, you have the Track Gold that can really ramp things up. But this being a grand final, it's kind of hard to read, honestly. I don't know which draft I prefer a bit more.
Yeah. How about you, Pao? Who do you think will take this?
I don't know. It looks like IMG. I like what IMG was doing when they were using their bans in the second phase, but you kind of see where Veteran have kind of identified what the problem was on IMG, and it's just Hustler. 5 bans out of the 6 are all position 4s. Mirana, Clockwork, Nyx Assassin, Tusk, Earth Spirit. So you still see a Bounty Hunter. I kind of like it against the Drow.
Yeah.
But I think what's going to happen is that a lot of the pressure on Veteran now is just to survive their early laning stage. A lot of the laners in the mid lane that's available for IMG, they do well against the Storm, and it's really going to be up to the Storm to get to that sort of silence timing. And if he doesn't, it's going to be a walk for IMG.
It's still Troll DP, I think IMG as well.
Yeah, all right. There's strength in the line of Team Veteran, but the panel kind of feels like the experience as well as the nature of the heroes that we see coming out from Team IMG will come through. But now, let's actually ask our casters, it's Lyrical and Nomad, what they think as we throw it to them right now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be an interesting game. Hopefully a closer game than the last one, as well as we've got IMG versus Veteran on the cards. Lyrical, what are you thinking about these two teams right now?
I think that it's going to be a battle. You know, anytime you get a bounty hunter in these games, you know that there's going to be some action coming out there. And who better than Hustler? This guy to me is sort of a bit of a revelation. You know, he has looking for team in his profile, but that just means he's going to put on a hell of a show for us today here. I'm absolutely in love with this guy and his performance that we've seen in some of the other big teams. I can't wait to see what he does going forward here in this game.
The battle begins.
Yeah, he's been jumping around a lot as well. We saw him in the TA DPC. I believe playing for oh my goodness, Calais. Got to be careful here. Yorp is going to connect. A big mistake from him not to dodge that up there. He had plenty of time to do so, and now he's going to lose his life.
First blood drawn and ready to go on this Puck. That's, you know, this hero did receive some nerfs, but getting out to a pretty good start and against a decent matchup as well against the Storm. You know, this is one of those heroes that just causes issues the entire game. I really want to watch. I mean, it's not just because Hustler's like, you know, an amazing player and all that stuff, but also playing a sort of roaming-ish position 4. I do wonder with all the map changes if maybe this is going to start coming back into fashion a bit.
Possibly. How do you think the map has adapted to allow for that?
Well, you've got some more movement here. You take a look as, well, a lot of damage there onto Kenji down bottom, but you look at this area back behind the mid towers where there's a lot more potential for movement. There's actually paths that are there. You can set up in a lot better ways than you would have been able to previously. Now, the other big question mark is going to be, you know, can he ever feel comfortable leaving this Death Prophet alone in this lane against an Enchantress Drow? And that's a tougher question, I think.
Yeah. Likely answer is no, unfortunately. I mean, he might do it anyway, just because he's a bounty hunter and he feels the need to make his presence known on the map, but I think the likely answer is no, because, I mean, this feels like a really good lane into DP. DP loves those heroes which you can just link up with the Spirit Siphon and start to bully like that. These aren't those heroes, and if you overextend a little too far in the DP, then those slows are going to really hurt, as we already see that happening. Multi-shot in. There come the Frost Arrows as well, slowing him down. Who dies first is the question, and it's going to be TSL who falls first, followed swiftly by Kenji, but that means Mice will be very happy with that.
Absolutely. Mice happy. Hustler gets some levels, a little bit of time to himself, which will be okay here for the moment, but definitely want to make sure that your Death Prophet gets off to a decent start. We haven't talked all that much about the top lane yet. Got Pango and the Timbersaw. Pango, I feel like actually in some ways got, you know, a couple bonuses to him in spite of being so popular. You looked at the extra duration now that exists on Rolling Thunder. That seems pretty wild to me, even though it is less damage. Like that disable potential that you've got, it feels like it fits even better better in this position and poor concept.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Like the reduction in speed, but increase in duration. I mean, I think it makes the hero much better. You have to adjust your roll times a little bit, but Panglu, he really doesn't care about how fast he's going in the Rolling Thunder that much, except Kawhi mid lane. He's gonna have to phase shift this one out. Is able to get off the bottle charge to keep himself alive, but meanwhile, ShowTI is actually going to be the one falling up in the top lane to the side of the Dire.
It's your best friend with his best ability, the Inkswell, being put to use there with Bell on the troll, and they're able to find themselves the kill. Meanwhile, you take a look down bottom, there's more action being dealt damage onto that DP, but does manage to back away. Oh man, I love this, taking the Vul Assassin on the Enchantress. This creep sucks. This is the worst one in the game. Oh my god, reducing the region that you get, which means that like Spirit Siphon, already not great against these heroes, is going to be even less relevant. They can't really solve up afterwards. Just done dead. Hustler now also trying to chase down Mice, but he can't do it. Oh, wait, you forgot about the Fairy Fire though. Sick stuff from Mice.
Jesus, Hustler playing with fire in the bottom lane. It's a mid. Gugu will fall. These guys, they are just going at it right now. Shirts are off, and they are fighting.
You love to see this stuff. The final sort of outcome of this bottom lane, though, is going to be the Death Prophet getting a little bit of me time here, where the Drow can't really come and contest. Doesn't have that much extra regen, and in fact, Mice some trouble here. Oh wait. He shared another Tango. Is that going to be done in time?
Oh, no. it's about, was it a minute or 30 seconds? Which shared Tangos last for?
I can't remember. If it disappears, we'll know.
We're keeping an eye on you, Mice. Looks like he's got plenty of time to use that Tango. Make sure he remembers. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. Gotta be careful that one with the shared tangos, of course. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, there's Troll Warlord. He's going in pretty deep here, but unfortunately won't be able to get much from it. And naturally, Veteran now moving on to Warpath. Oh my god, these two are just kind of going at him. And they might be able to bring him down the Timber's Chain through, and they will finish the job on to the Grimstroke.
Nicely done. I think that was actually the Orb of Venom that ticked him down there from the Pango. Or maybe it was a creep wave. Regardless, very impressive showing, and that should set up for a scary situation now, right? Like this troll, it's pretty hard to stay in this lane against this Timbersaw that keeps on getting bigger and bigger. Granted, did receive a couple of nerfs, but still pretty spooky here, and just going toe to toe with this Bell troll. No fears at all. Oh, good cut down to the tree. Ooh, and maybe a setup for a turn.
That's really nice. I mean, the Quelling Blade usage there was fantastic, and now they get on top of the Pangolier, taken down without any difficulties at all as they turn their attention back towards the Timber. Warpton, though, can't really bring him down, unfortunately. He's got the 3 points in reactive armor. He's got himself that Soul Ring, so not very likely that he's going to fall at all here.
And while that was going on, they were trying to make a go on the Gugu as he hit his level 6. Hustler getting some good damage in with Coil use, but they couldn't find the kill. And down bottom, you can see just barely getting away the Death Prophet there. So Coil use and not able to find that kill onto Storm. Ooh, and in fact, he's going to jump onto this Huck, and Quagga's down.
He's out of here. Very nicely done from Gugu. Meanwhile, Kenji popping a dust. I guess he was worried about the bounty hunter coming to steal the rune.
Alright, that makes sense.
90 damage, 90 gold for a support doesn't really feel that good though.
No, it's true. I think that probably the bigger plan there is they want to play around making sure that Storm gets the DD, because this situation can happen right here. And a chance
it certainly could.
Oh, not going to get there.
They can't make it.
Very well done by Warpton there to hold off the pressure with the Phantom's Embrace.
Yep, and right now down in the bottom lane there's more going on as they look to there's a bit of a train going on as the Death Prophet just tries to link up these heroes with the Spirit Siphons, but it doesn't look like she's going to be able to steal enough, and they'll be able to get this kill with relative ease. And now Hustler could be in a similar sticky situation, has a Shadow Walk available, but unfortunately there's Dust Up on the Enchantress, so no way out of this one for Hustler. He's just going to have to accept his fate as this Drow continues to dominate the bottom side of the map.
Scary stuff indeed. This Drow is going all out. Has the Dragon Lance queued up. There was an interesting change where the Shard now affects creeps. which could be kind of a unique way to like really amplify your farming potential from Drow. I don't know if they're going to go for it, considering, you know, it's relatively late, 20 minutes when you get it, but up top they kill on Bell. I mean, it might not even matter. I don't even know if this Drow needs to be here. This Timber is just carrying.
Yeah, for real. He is absolutely dominating this top lane. Really impressive stuff from Show right now as he continues to run down this Grimstroke. Is he going to stop?
No.
Is he going to stop? He's not stopping, Chief.
Literally never stopping. Oh my god.
Wow. What a Chad.
monster.
Oh, Troll. He's thinking about it right now. Meanwhile, Hustler falls again down towards the bottom lane as the Death Prophet in a similar sticky situation. She shall fall.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean, this is the danger now of having Drow and Enchantress, right? They're going to just tank up this tower with the creep and then take it down, as Mice already, you know, he's good to go at this point. Do need to be careful about these rotations from Puck. This could be a nice kill for them if they set up for it, but I guess there isn't really a hero to follow up after the Puck coil. Like, what are you going to do? Like, bring in the troll or something? He CP'd back up top. It's not going to work.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I'm very interested to see what they're able to do with this Drow.
Up top.
Okay, let's see. That does look like a very slow rolling thunder. Like, I didn't think I'd noticed the speed change there, but that's some Indiana Jones style boulder rolling at you.
Still squashes the in and Nomad. It's scary. It's a tough one.
Yeah. Can't escape it. Hey, what do you get from Haste Rune? It's 550 as well, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sounds right.
I'll just accept that and move on.
Yeah.
I think so. It's pretty quick.
No, I'm just wondering how that matches up with the Rolling Thunder now. The Rolling Thunder is down to 550 and Haste is 550, meaning you can't catch up with them. But then again, with a movement speed difference of 50, it could see some interesting things happen in the future. Is what I'm trying to say. Talking about interesting things down in the bottom lane, they're going to pop the Exorcism and try to put some pressure onto these heroes, but the Storm is in. They're going to first take down Kenji, which should be relatively easy to do so, but Mike is getting off a lot of shots onto the DP. In fact, she's just gone as the Timbersword turns up to his engagement, and now they're looking across to the Puck. He's going to be able to get off a phase shift, but not much more than that. Now the Grimstroke gets rolled down. Veteran, they slap back hard against the side of IMG.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, the thing, first of all, is like, you sort of had them go on two separate targets. The Puck went on the Storm to try and keep him from entering the fight, but that meant there wasn't anything at all to cover the Death Prophet and make sure she didn't die. And it's just a symptom of bringing more to the fight than you know, IMG had to bring. They didn't have a troll that was there to be able to come in, and he's not in a position to fight right now. Their lineup just doesn't come online quick enough.
No, and now we're looking at the situation where everyone's kind of not feeling fantastic as, we'll hold the phone as they go onto the Puck, and my god, he just gets absolutely destroyed, and they're not stopping for the tier 2 tower, that's for sure. As they move in, the Grimstroke's going to be the next target. He shall fall. Hustler as well, dusted up, taken down. The aggression from Veteran here is mind-blowing.
This is, I mean, you just look at the two carries and what they're able to do, right? This Drow is 6-0 and 5. Troll has to just keep on AFK farming the small camp 0, 2, and 3. It's not necessarily like Bella's playing bad. It's just the difference in what these heroes can accomplish at this point in the game. Like, Mice has people to cover them, and then on top of that, you've got a lot of damage. Unreal. 5,000 gold lead now, 18-6. A really well-constructed draft from Veteran. And, you know, Mice, he likes what he sees. Just laughing up.
Yep, and one thing as well, which is kind of catching me off guard in these fights, is how much work this Pangolier is doing. Like, Calais, he is a position 4 Pangolier. All he has is an Orb of Corrosion and Brown Boots, yet he's able to be one of these frontline heroes, find a huge amount of game impact, and just generally mess with the side of Veterans so much. Sorry, mess with the side of IMG so much on this bounty on this Pangolier. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Pangolier is just one of these heroes where some games you just get to kick off like this. Like, you get a decent amount of XP at the start, and all of a sudden, it's very hard for the enemy to do anything against you.
Right. Well, and I think that you compare that right now to Hustle and what's been going on for him. I think that miss kill on the Storm, it hurts so badly. You need to connect on that one, I think, if you want to have relevance in the game as a bounty hunter. Like, you still won bounty room, but it's just not big enough. It's not enough to be done at this point. And now you're in a situation where, yeah, you have track up, but I don't think you can find kills. Like, it's really hard to get on top of these heroes.
Mm-hmm. And you know, we're saying heroes which used to level stats.
Yeah.
Completely forgot about Drow. She was one of the #1 contenders for that stuff.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think that it's probably less good than it used to be with like having marksmanship now, or the multi-shot now. That still feels really good.
Well, go for the TP away. He's gonna make it.
Jeez. Scary. Oh man, Kenji, he could have stomped it maybe. I think he took over that centaur. Oh no.
Yeah, I think he was over to the right-hand side a little bit, so wasn't quite in range to do so. I mean, he did TP in a really smart place. He ate a tree and then TP'd behind it, which is very nice.
Regardless, 18-6, and this early game pressured draft, taking advantage of the slightly greedier lineup coming from ING, and they need to find out a way to sort of stop the bleeding. And to be honest, like, I guess the best thing they could do here is try and bait out a rotation and fight in with Exorcism. We'll see if Veteran take the bait or not.
Yeah, if only they had a Hoodwink, Lyrical. If only they had a Hoodwink. Just need to keep on pushing that thought, projecting that thought into their head, so we get to cast the first competitive Hoodwink game.
It's not
because I casted the first competitive Mars game, so you think it's terrible?
Yeah, you want the spree, right? You want the spree of heroes. Yeah, this here's terrible. Look at it, you just, you run around, you're scurrying around. It's not a true valiant hero, It's not a hero that sort of is I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Sounding a bit suspicious. Meanwhile, Puck, oh my god, that's an orchid reveal from the Storm, and they just get both of them. The multi-shot takes them down. They didn't stand a chance. Veteran, they are just eliminating these IMG heroes whenever they see them. This is revenge for the best of one at the start of the tournament, and it's a dish best served cold.
Yes. Absolutely. I think that this is that situation now where you just need to try and bait out whatever ultis you can and then go with next Exorcism. And fight around the Roche Pit is the other big one. I mean, the unfortunate part, though, is that even fighting around the Roche Pit, like, it's not like Veteran have a bad team for that. We'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, back to Hoodwink, just terrible hero. Unbelievable.
Are you just trying to get people not to pick them in your pub games?
Exactly. You've picked up on it.
Okay. All right, I got your game.
Pick Drow instead.
I got your number.
It's the better hero.
Clearly. Well, I found it funny that we had so much Wind Ranger in the major, because people are clearly practicing for the recent release of Hoodwink.
That's right. Not enough Aghanim Shark though afterwards. Oh my goodness gracious! The dive from deep downtown Gugu, just taking no prisoners. Go in again. Impressive showing. It's like anywhere you show up on this map, they're just dead. I don't have a chance.
Yeah, man, Gugu, he might have the name of a baby, Gugu Gaga, but I mean, he's a full-grown man in this game, and he is smacking down IMG wherever they show themselves. I mean, yeah, look at Bell, like, look at where he is, look at where he's farming.
It's true, and I mean, he gets double bounty rune though. All right, let's go.
All right.
They're each 63 gold. Is that the way that's supposed to work? Should one of them be better gold? Am I crazy? All right, regardless. Yeah. I'm crazy. Sounds good?
You're crazy, yeah.
Troll is dead. Gugu connects, gets the kill. Easy peasy.
Should we just record you saying that? Gugu connects, get the kill, and then just kind of play that, and we can go like grab a sandwich or something. Because that's like the storyline of this game. They're trying to protect their Drow though here as she's curled up, and they'll be able to get revenge on Hustler. Hustler buys back. They really want to try and make this fight happen here, but will they be able to do so is a question. Multi-shot from downtown, not enough to bring down Qua. And now Calais, he's in pretty deep. They can't let him get up the swashbuckle though, with the silences coming out from both the Puck and the Grimstroke. It might be enough to stop that happening, but now the big boys arrive and they take down that Puck. Oh no, the TP, it was optimistic, and it's just not going to happen. Ultra kill for Gugu as he is now godlike on the storm.
Wow, and the 5-man tip on the captain. Yeah, that's a little rough right there. Look at the stylish moves there by the Storm Spirit, laying down on the ground, floating along. Yeah, I mean, it's just been tough. Like, this is one of the problems with taking that bounty hunter, I think, is that it does leave you open for just a rundown lane strat. Like, what are you going to do against this? There's really not that many options. And Hustler just dead again. They're going to pop Exorcism. This is not going to work. In fact, they're not careful. You might end up just being able to turn around on this, actually. Gugu.
Oh, the net.
No Aegis.
Beautiful net.
Okay.
Oh, no. He's gone. Drow as well. Also going to hit the deck. They'll move across Kenji.
Unreal. And just like that, the caster crits came out. They made it work. They made it work. They got their first track kill off of that, I think, as well.
I mean, that wasn't just caster curse, you know. I'm seeing Twitch chat as well. They're chiming on this one as well, you know, already talking about the next game, but you can't count these guys out yet. There's a reason they've been storming through the upper bracket, the side of IMG. They can come back into this, and they're showing us that right now.
Well, and the biggest thing, too, with this is, like, you know, we always talk about comeback potential. It to the point where it becomes like a meme. But with Bounty Hunter, there actually is some very real comeback potential if you can start trading those kills and not losing objectives off the back of it. And that's what we saw right there. Like, look at this net worth swing, how much it's been in the last couple of minutes here. It's been huge. He also. Careful, Quat does not have a way out of there, and the silence comes out. God, he needs a way to deal with that silence.
Thank God. He actually spam bought his Yules just before he died. I was really worried because he was sitting on about 2.3k gold.
Got it.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be regretting not going for the Yules before the Witchblade at this point, I would imagine.
You would think so, at least. But... fight now. We'll see if it actually ends up being a fight, but it's probably just a free Roche taken. They do not have Exorcism, so yeah. They'll claim this one on the side of Veteran. And IMG just got to dodge away whenever possible. Maybe find some pickoffs. Pickoff-oriented heroes. This game is going to be really hard for IMG to win, but high ground defense is the avenue to do it.
You know, I think this troll has defected. I think he's playing for the Radiant now, or at least he thinks he is, because I haven't seen him on the dire side of the map in a very long time. He's placed himself up even a little ward here just to keep himself protected. Oh, he's got to be careful not to walk into the smoke. Clay gets popped. Bell,
they think it's the bounty.
Now. He needs to hide. He didn't get the bounty inside that. Oh my goodness, 3 heroes just popped. They're just gone. They are out of here.
Yeah, this is devastating.
Troll. Is he going to make it?
Oh, no! He found him. Unreal. And now Bell. Oh, God. They're going to tip him afterwards. Like in the plays. Bell is going to fall, though. Veteran. Too crafty.
Yep. IMG, it really did feel like they were cooking up something special. But then Veteran, you know, they remind us this is a revenge game. There's no mercy being shown here from them.
Well, and I think the big thing, again, is like... I think in that situation, you just need to let your troll die. It felt like they were coming in to try and take that fight because they had just, like, you know, gotten Aegis. Maybe they felt like they had to use some stuff, but this lineup doesn't need to use anything to take the Aegis. And then they're fighting into Aegis Storm instead of on their high ground, out in the middle of the map, and it's just never going to work.
Yeah, you need to make really sure that you're making better use out of these exorcisms in the time of IMG. That is a time where you can fight. That is a time where you can feel stronger than the enemy team who can keep that Death Prophet alive, but unfortunately that has not been the case. Oh, I'm sorry, Lyrical. It hit 20 minutes. Drow had about 2.4k gold in the bank, but she didn't go for that shard. She went for the BKB instead.
Boring.
Oh,
don't like
Hustler.
Oh, silence.
He doesn't care. He's got nades. He gets rid of that silence just as quickly as he gets onto him on the puck. He has got a Yules now, but doesn't even chance to get it off. The Grimstroke actually working against him there to hold the Pangolier still on top of that poor puck, locking him down and getting him killed off.
And as is the story of this game, poor old Bell, he just has to be somewhere else. He can't be involved in these fights. He won't do anything for his team at this point. You know, whether that's through, you know, intention or actual ability to do it at this point, it's, you know, it's one and the same. It's just too tough. They're too strong. And you got a freaking Eternal Shroud and a Plate Mail on this Timbersaw. What are you supposed to do? It's a Troll Warlord. There's just nothing left.
hate to be the bearer of bad news, Lyrical, but there are no tier 2s up for the side of IMG. So whilst this troll might not want to come home, he's not going to have much of a choice unless he wants to be playing into Mega Creeps, which, spoiler, he doesn't.
Yeah, nobody wants to be playing into Mega Creeps. And we'll see what they end up doing with this one. The jump forward finds the Grimstroke. Silence afterwards.
Can they punish?
Down low, but Aegis still in hand. They jump in, find another kill. They come back in with the troll, but they can't bring him down yet.
This might be good, though. The Death Prophet's in with the coil. She's healing up with all these Spirit Cyclones coming through. I mean, they're taking down one, and they've got the first life of Gugu here. Gugu, though, he's just trying to fight up into this one, gets rid of that Phantom's Embrace, jumping in, jumping out, playing around this one as Bell gets killed off the backlines, but down goes the Timbersaw at least. Now the DP making himself away, but unfortunately, this Storm is completely unchecked right now. Gugu gets a double kill, and even jumping into the fountain. Oh, no.
What in the hell? This man has lost his mind. It's legitimately insane. Okay. That's the way to throw a game.
The TP thing into the fountain where you like TP home while zipping, but unfortunately Hustler just shurikened him. Read him like a book.
Did he click on the mini-map? Like, that's the only thing that I could think of besides just like looking for style points. Right? Like,
no, it was style points. Like he wanted to zip in and TP out at the same time. You know, he was he was TPing mid zip like you do when you're pushing out waves from your own fountain.
But I mean,
Pure
he could have
points.
R right left click on like map or something, and I'm giving him the most charitable opinion possible besides the one where he just like threw the game away a little bit there.
Like he thought that they wouldn't react is what happened there, but he was wrong. Coil out. There's no Storm for another 3 seconds here. They might be tempted to go for this one, but without Exorcism, it could be very difficult.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, again, you look at this situation, right?
Oh, no troll.
Oh, is he dead? Yeah, he's in some trouble.
A little bit. A little bit.
Doesn't quite have that BKB completed yet. I mean, we'll see how this goes. Again, like, Bounty Hunter's the comeback hero if you can make it work, but it's feeling tough.
Just want to point out that the Rolling Boulder sound ends after 8 seconds, so you've got 2 seconds of silence after Rolling Boulder.
Perfect.
Rolling Thunder, sorry, gets towards the end.
I am very about that. That's great. But, well, Storm is back in with the crew. 4 heroes tracked up, but no chance for a kill. Looking for the catch there onto both. Will they find the finish? They go, but the BKB is out already from the Drow. All that damage is going to be so limited. And Exorcism, that was worn out as well. They managed to find the kill on the Death Prophet. Veteran looking strong in this game number 1 as they try and close this one out. And IMG just didn't stand a chance.
One last fight. What can they do? There comes a troll. Oh, he's on top of the Storm Spirit. Storm, he needs some help, and he's not getting it. His team are actually bailing on him here, so IMG are going to get a chance to play this one out. But what can they do? They're actually trying to turn it around onto the DP. Inside that coil, the Drow, she is going to be able to get herself actually out to the side of it. And now the DP's still in some trouble, actually, as the Timsal's going to be able to eat her up. Bell just trying to get on top of the Drow, trying to bring her down, but she turns around, slowing with Frost Arrows. They've run out of catch. They've run out of tools on the side of IMG. Can they get anything here? It's a troll who falls. Now, it looks like the puck is going to be heading the same way. They've got the vision now. They'll bring them all down. They don't get the Drow. Go on, buddy. Go on, Grimstroke. I believe. Take down the Drow. He doesn't have the damage. Oh, no.
And GG is called with the Show TI Ultra Kill. Yeah, Veteran, 2 good stuff, and Mice, he stands alone.
It was the grand chase. It was a great way for the game to end. You know, they really, really wanted that Drow kill, and if they got it, then, you know, yeah, they still would have been in a huge, huge pickle, but yeah, they're having some fun with it at the end there.
Absolutely. The team, Veteran, looking very happy, all back in their homes with the results for sure. So impressive showing from them. Yeah, I mean, I think that it just, in a way, felt like a bit of an outdraft.
I know what you're saying by that. Like, you know, it definitely feels like when the lanes go this convincingly, you know, you think, how could these heroes have ever won their lanes? But,
right.
I mean, I think the biggest problem was definitely this this Drow as an answer to the Death Prophet. I really, really like this, and I think this is something to look out for. I don't know if it's the fact that DP got nerfed a little bit, or the fact that Drow's just always been this hero which is pretty good against these bully heroes like DP and Razor. She can stand her own if she's able to just get a small advantage in the lane, and that can just snowball and so much more. And talking about snowballing, like 17-1 on the Drow, 17-4 on the Storm, and 10-2 on the Timbersaw. Like, this was a seriously snowball game from Team Veteran. Unfortunately, these are heroes on the side of IMG which just really don't like playing from behind, and when you get into this position, I mean, the game is just going to look bad, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And on the other side, of course, the 1-7-7 troll. Not necessarily to say that like everything fell apart there, but I want to see some changes next game for sure. If they open up and have an Enchantress at the early timings, you can't play Bounty Hunter into that really. There's just too much potential to run down lanes, and not even necessarily like there are moments in the laning stage where it looked like it maybe could have been okay, but specifically that group up that happened afterwards when you've got like Pango level 6 and you've got inch creeps and Drow can get involved in those pushes around that Timbersaw. Maybe you just need to ban out the Timbersaw. Maybe that's the key to all of this. Whatever it is, IMG need to figure it out.
Yeah, and quick as well. This is the best of 3. One more performance like this, and IMG will not be seeing that grand final trophy as they'll be eliminated. But, we know this team can pull it off. They've done it before. They've beaten Veteran in the past. They have the mentality to do it. But, yeah, I mean, if you give Veteran this kind of low cooldown, high-tempo draft, then you need to have the answers for it. This time around, it wasn't it. Maybe game number 2, IMG come up with something fresh. I'm excited to see it. You guys should be too. We'll, of course, have the panel after this to break it down. But before then, we've got a short little break, so we'll see you very soon for more Predator League action.
I'm Alodia, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would be World of Warcraft, Diablo, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Alice Manus Returns, and now I play a lot of Call of Duty Warzone. I started playing video games the moment I gained consciousness, so that was 1 year old. I think the person who influenced my passion for gaming would be our cousin. His name is Kuya Lloyd, and he used to play a lot of video games when we were little. It depends on the day how many hours I play. So if I'm streaming, sometimes I play 8 hours, sometimes 4 hours, sometimes 12 hours. My most unforgettable gaming experience would be, we're big fans of Resident Evil, so I've been playing this since I was like 7 years old or younger. So I speed run through Resident Evil 2. And then many years after, maybe like 2016, I got a call and they said they would bring me and my sister to guest in the Resident Evil movie in South Africa. We're on the set of Resident Evil, and so we flew there and met Mila Jovovich. My favorite RPG character would be the Black Mages of Final Fantasy. That's actually where I got my in-game name, so I've been using it since Counter-Strike days. It's because Black Mages are really powerful, but they're actually super cute and clumsy and fragile, so I think that's me. I'm accident prone. So my go-to food when playing video games would be instant noodles with tons of mayonnaise. The meanest tweet would be, when people call us not gamers, because I don't know how they can say that. My whole life revolves around gaming. My favorite Predator item would be, I guess you guys know, it would be the Predator Thronos. I mean, that's definitely life-changing. I mean, everyone who actually sees it wants to try it, so it's like Disneyland at home. Being a Predator ambassador has definitely changed my lifestyle because it helped me not only with my passion in gaming, it actually is the reason I could stream really well every day without fail. So it actually helped me with my work, and yeah, I'm super happy to be part of the family.
Summon your strength.
Hi, I'm Ashley Goshenfiel, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would have to be Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, FF9 to be more specific, and right now I'm really enjoying Valorant. I started playing video games at a really early age, probably around 3 years old. Actually, my mom would always say that she has been playing video games while she was pregnant with me and my sister, so I guess before we were even born. It was actually just me watching my older cousin, Kuya Lloyd, play Super Mario on the family computer. So yeah, he was the one who started it all for us. Right now, because I have a lot of things going on, probably around 4 to 5 hours per day, I would play video games. My most unforgettable gaming experience. Oh, okay. It was when my sister and we were really young and we were playing Final Fantasy VII, the original version, and my sister was having a stomach ache, or so she would tell me, that her stomach was painful at the time. And that was the part where we were looking for the lunar harp, so you have to dig through this mining campsite or something, and then when I finally found the harp, her stomach ache went away. So nauto ako dun. My favorite RPG character would be Kairi from Kingdom Hearts because, well, number one, Kingdom Hearts is my favorite game. Number two, I kind of like relate to her because she's such a carefree person and she lives on the beach. My go-to food while playing video games would probably be chicken nuggets. Meanest tweet, I just remember people saying my sister and I aren't really gamers, but my favorite Predator product would probably be the Helio 700. It's so cool because when you open the thing and when you make it overclock, it turns the sound on and then it sounds like it's gonna transform, so it's just really cool. To be totally honest, I feel like 100 times cooler because aside from my sister, Alodia, also being a Predator ambassador, I'm also alongside so many notable people in the gaming industry. So that just makes me feel like, wow, I'm so cool being a Predator ambassador.
Back in action for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. We saw the first game of the Grand Final of the Dota 2 Asia region. And we saw Team IMG actually fall to Team Veteran with a wonderful draft coming out from Team Veteran. Like, even in the lane stage, it was perfect. And we also saw a little bit of a... I don't want to say it's a little bit of a mistake, but so much errors that led up to the downfall eventually of Team IMG. My name is Wolf, your panel host, and here the Wolf pack. It's Pau and Nathan. Pau, if you were able to just watch that game, what happened in there, and why did our prediction kind of did not come through?
That was the thing we were pointing out, right? Veteran, you know how you can make sure that your lanes are gonna go well. You stop the ability to roam from Hustler, and we saw 5 whole bans in an entire 6-ban, format. 5 of them went for Hustler. It's Earth Spirit, Clockwork, Nyx Assassin, Mirana, and the Tiny. So their plan was to keep them in the lanes, and then from there just to make sure that they could get out of there. They had the Enchantress, so they can keep fighting in the lane. They had what I would say was a really nice last pick, which is the Drow versus an off-lane DP.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember saying that if the veterans' way to win is that they need to survive the laning stage, and they did, and so they won. Because otherwise, if for whatever reason IMG managed to sort of break the lanes open, they could have taken that. But veteran, props to them, forcing the error on the side of IMG, just making it very, very difficult by just completely carpet banning an entire role, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I think the way that Veteran had their team set up basically for the roster, right? They had the Drow Ranger last ban, and Drow Ranger's always been one of those really interesting heroes for me, right? If it works, it works, But if it doesn't, then it doesn't do anything. But it mainly comes down to whether or not IMG were able to set a team, set up for a team fight, and they just didn't. They were always trying to run away. They always had this Drow Ranger just free right clicking the opponents basically, pretty much. If you don't have this puck jumping in and canceling out his ultimate, being able to control the Drow Ranger and prevent her from right-clicking, then obviously you're just not going to be able to fight against a Drow Ranger. It's going to be too hard. This is one of those moments, I think, where Veteran, I'm not going to say almost through the game, but it was definitely sort of a ticket, maybe inviting IMG to try to make a comeback in the game. But honestly, just the damage, again, all these team fights are always just the Drow Ranger right-clicking from a safe distance. You had the Pangolier coming in, just rolling over everybody. The Storm always just picking his targets out. And IMG, they just had no chance at all to be able to set up for a team fight or even try to control the tempo of the game. And I went for the Troll plus DP pick because, again, these are heroes that are tried and tested, even though they've been nerfed just a little bit or maybe changed up a little bit. If you don't play them right, they're just not going to be successful, pretty much. And that's what we saw this game. It's just they weren't able to set the tempo for the match, and I feel like maybe Bounty Hunter is just not the hero that you want to give to Hustler. It may just be a disabler, a killer, because the Bounty Hunter, although funky and nice, he can make some of these things happen. It's just you need the disable to be able to lock down the Storm. You need to be able to somehow keep the Pangolier in place, burst them down, stay next to the Drow Rangers so he doesn't free hit your whole team into oblivion. And that's where IMG just found it hard to be able to try to team fight. And Veteran, obviously, if you're given the game that you want to play, especially since I think we did see Timbersaw do quite all right in the lane. But yeah, for Veteran, it was basically just them being able to, they were enabled basically for this match.
I want to see for Team IMG, they did not have the tools to reach through the lineup or to close the gap even against the line of Team Veteran. I mean, naturally, that was a weird throw, by the way, but yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal as the Veteran was already so far ahead. But I want to say, we were seeing in this particular match that Team IMG, they were always chasing, they were always trying to reach. Like, that really sums up every single thing that they wanted to do and cannot do against the line of Veteran. The Drow Ranger lineup was naturally hard to reach if you're Team IMG. And not only that, there are also tools that Veteran have used so that IMG will always be chasing against them. Like, for example, the sheer amount of slows, their natural range, and the fact that they are also moving in a way that they are abusing the lack of gap closers and crowd control that you get out of lineup of Team IMG. Those were abused. So in this metagame that we have, wherein your position 4 should be helping you fight, a hero like Bounty Hunter just pales in comparison to the other heroes that IMG have been giving Hustler. So that is, to me, the weird disconnect here that we saw in that particular game. Probably why this team lost that game number 1. Now, Game number 2. What are we looking at? Power Nathan. Are we gonna
You ban out the
overreact?
Timber Saw?
Yeah,
I think you ban out the Timber Saw, and if you're IMG, you ban out the Timber Saw, or you pick it up yourself. Yeah. Just because looking at that Timber Saw game, right? Yes, you were nerfed in your first 2 levels, but at the same time, your matchups haven't really changed all that much yet, right? Unless you're picking like a Leshrac, in the safe lane, or some kind of basically a hero that can stand up to this hero, you're gonna be fine. I think it should be contested. It also should be banned. But I guess if you're IMG, with the other thing that you need to be able to secure is you need to secure a way for you to roam in the mid lane. One thing that I also do want to point out was that I believe in the draft I was saying the Storm Spirit, once you get that silence timing, right, you are going to be able to kill basically anyone on the side of IMG. And because the roaming heroes were removed from the pool, he was virtually uncontested. And very, very easy time for the Storm Spirit, for Gugu, who honestly has been doing so much for Team Veteran right now, to just sort of run it down and kill people left and right. Yep. So I feel like that should be the 2 points of concern. Timbersaw, so good, so easy in the lane, so hard to deal with. You have one lane that's already up, and then make sure you have roamers.
5 seconds remaining.
You're seeing Veteran once again, just removing position 4s.
They removed the Enchantress, though, actually, from IMG. And I don't know if that was the real problem. It definitely contributed to the strength of the laning stage. But Veteran, they picked up the Pangolier once again.
Timber Tiny. Okay.
Yeah, I like this much better for IMG. I think the Timbersaw, Pao already made his point on how he feels about the hero. I agree. Tiny, yeah, I mean, I guess it got buffed. It got buffed. Maybe the past few days we were sort of memeing about how it's such a horrible hero. It's not being picked. Maybe teams are onto something. And I feel like with the Tiny, it's just it works well with how Hustler likes to play.
I like the Veteran answer, though. Veteran's answer to that Timbersaw. I think IMG kind of took my advice a little bit too literally. They went straight up for the Timber and the Tiny over there, but I guess that is also that was the sort of strange predicament that they were going to find themselves in. So I think Veteran, they just have an answer immediately. I do remember that it is particularly hard for the Timbersaw, but it's not unplayable by any means.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a nice support partner in the lane.
I mean, he's probably going to have the Tiny with him, not unless IMG throw a curveball and put the Tiny in the mid. But I feel like with the Timbersaw, I mean, it's a lane that you can deal with. The Ursa, it's not like he's going to be following you around the whole laning station. He's going to be wanting to hit those creeps. So if the Timbersaw realizes that he's going to be playing against a weak position 5, he can just go right behind the tier 1 tower, just cut the lane.
Remaining.
Maybe even have his Tiny drag the first wave just to
5 seconds remaining.
Avoid the weird things that could happen during the laning stage. But I mean, yeah, we talk about the Ursa and how it's good versus the Timbersaw. But I mean, you can deal with it. Just cut creeps, take the creeps out, and it's not like the Ursa's going to be following you the whole time.
As it stands, it's going to be the Puck and the Troll Warlord to go with the Venomancer. For Team IMG, they're looking at the Lion and the Bat Rider as their bans. But then again, I think I'll have to give the vote to Veteran for at least if I were to award like the winner of the first phase picks, it's definitely the side of Veteran, as this Ursa just allows and answers both the heroes that Team IMG have presented, and it's not like Team Veteran have any answers yet to the Pangolier. And again, is there a potential for a Bloodseeker pick here? Now Team IMG going for the Grimstroke and Tiny combination, or could also be the Grimstroke plus the Timbersaw in the mid game, but
yeah, I think it's hard to go immediately for the Bloodseeker here.
Yeah,
just because Veteran has the counter pick potential, right? Because they're on first pick. Right. So it's a little weird to go for that. But Veteran's going Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden, but a Tiny on the other side. But I guess they needed the lockdown,
Shard. Right? Let's go. I mean, I was talking about earlier, right? I think it's a hero that's okay in the lane. It's not too bad. maybe not the
10
best
seconds
versus the
remaining.
Timbersaw, but I mean, it's a hero that can definitely contribute to a
5
good start, and I
seconds
think that's
remaining.
where we see the hole with Timbersaw. If he
Yeah.
struggles level 1,
Yeah.
if you use the CM and the Ursa and kill him off, then yeah, definitely they can destroy this Timbers lane. As well as the Tiny. Yeah, maybe you toss the Ursa back, but at least the Tiny's not doing anything. He's just tossing you back. So yeah, I kind of like the CM pick here, actually.
Same. I feel like that's really you just need the root, right? Like first 2 levels, that's when IMG's Timbersaw is the weakest. So veteran are showing like this is completely different from what we saw the first day. You know, the first day against IMG feels like they were ahead in the drafting, but now veteran
10 seconds remaining.
just showing a lot of fundamental sort of understanding in matchups. And this DP is also nice against a Timber, so definitely loading up on answers for Timber later on.
Yeah, Spirit Siphon, Silence, you know. The Exorcism, yeah, I mean, it's physical damage, doesn't do too much versus Timbersaw, but it still hurts.
It's the silence, right? It's definitely the silence. Keep him grounded, force him to go that sort of Yule's build, and just wait for that Ursa to rip him apart.
I'll not be surprised if the Timbersaw this just decides to pick up the BKB later on. Again, the Yules. Just to answer all the control they can get from Venom.
5 seconds remaining.
The Pangolier is also one thing that he needs to take into consideration as well. But there's the Wraith King banned out by Team Veteran. I like it a lot. And the side of Team IMG, it's the Tide. That to me is weird.
I think for Veteran, you're either looking for a position 4 or a position 3, right? Because, of course, the Pangolier can do either. It depends on who plays the Pangolier on your team or how you want to approach the game. But, yeah, I think both teams sort of understand what the other team is lacking right now. Veteran knows that IMG needs a carry. Take out the Wraith King, which is, I guess, kind of annoying. You don't really want to have to set up and try to kill a guy twice. You know, it has been ignored or kind of not really played recently. Especially, I think, towards the end of the major as well. Wraith King was just not a hero that people thought about, but it's still definitely annoying.
You can see for Team IMG, I think that they are now only looking for their carry, their win condition hero, I would say. And what are the options that you match up against the Ursa, against the DP, especially if potentially laning against the Pangolier? I mean, Troll Warriors already banned out. Do you look now for somewhere along the lines of for a Drow once again, or do you just go for simple heroes like Sven or Slark?
How about a Monkey King, pal? What do you think about the Monkey King?
Yeah,
I think my issue with the Monkey King right now is just I don't know if the nerfs are enough to sort of keep him out of contention. Honestly, for an out there idea right now, I feel like something more classic they can pull out. There are a lot more options available for them. Naga Siren is in the pool just so that they have a little bit more team fight and they can sort of disengage right away and sort of isolate that Pangolier. I'm looking at the available heroes that were buffed, and Phantom Assassin, Phantom Lancer, not entirely sure. There you go. They're gonna have to ban it, right?
Got him. No, yeah, I was
Phantom
just thinking,
Assassin, I think, might be. The problem is they don't have the range, though. That's the problem with IMG, right?
Yeah.
They're all sort of committed to fighting the DP in the DP's range once the fight starts. Life
5
Stealer.
seconds remaining.
It's not great versus
kind of don't like it against,
especially with the
Pangolier
new
as well.
with the revamped feast, I'd say.
Yeah. Now, I was thinking PL just because you have the illusions that can absorb a bit of the exorcism damage, you know. I mean, maybe it's not the best hero, but honestly, as long as it soaks, it's fine. But putting a pick for maybe the mid, as we have a
There you go, PA.
Yeah. Nice call, pal. Nice call.
I was thinking about the PA just because it is the one that you need in terms of burst damage, right?
Yeah.
You kind of want to make sure that they're -1 in the fight almost immediately, while everyone else is sort of tunnel visioning into this, the Timbersaw, the Void Spirit that's going around everywhere. So while they're chasing that, you know, you have a hero that's sort of picking people up left and right. And I will say that the PA can feel pretty nice against the Timbersaw, just because you're not always within range of Lucky Shot. You can always come in after he's throwing out spells. So I kind of like this much better. My one concern is that they all have to fight within the range of the DP.
Yeah. And there's also Pugna that they have to think about, which is quite annoying if you're playing as a right click carry, right? Like the PA.
Yeah.
But if you do have your good start, if you pop off and you start early, yeah, you will be having the advantage. I want to say, however, I think because of the last 2 picks and the first 2 picks coming out from Team Veteran, might be giving them their both vote, because that was just some amazing approach to drafting. But how about you guys? Very quickly, what are your predictions in this particular game?
It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to see just because a lot of the heroes that they picked up have been tweaked, have been changed. Kit wise, yeah, my one problem is that the IMG draft has a lot of upside, but if they fall behind, it's gonna be hard to fight in the DP, into the DP for them. So basically, I'm going to go with veteran, but I wouldn't be surprised if the PA has a great start.
I think IMG, as long as they have a good laning stage, I feel like they can do very well. Veteran, on the other hand, yeah, I agree with the kit and whatnot, but I don't know. I still feel like IMG still overall the stronger team. They should be able to force us to a game 3.
All right.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna match that. The PA is gonna go ham.
Yep.
I'm gonna say
Game
that.
3.
The PA is gonna go ham. He's going to kill the Pangolier and the CM, and I'm gonna go IMG. I'm gonna go full on commit.
All right.
And if not, I would be wrong.
Why not? I mean, this is the first and the only grand finals for the Asia region, or the one and the only best of 3 series. And why don't we go the long way? Let's ask what Nomad and Lyrical thinks about this game, casters. Now to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wolf, Pal, and Nathan. Yeah, that is a brave prediction, I'd say, going for the PA. But you know what? IMG, they fall back on their hustler, Tiny. And there's a lot of comfort coming out in this draft for them. And I think they could pull off something special here and maybe draw us to the 1-1 as the 2 teams spoke into each other. Lyrical, take it away for game 2. Oh, never mind. They kind of hokey-coked into each other there. They ran at each other, both broke the smoke, and then both ran away.
You know what that's like? It's when 2 dogs are like on opposite sides of the fences, right? And they're barking at each other, you know? And then like they open the fence, and then they look at each other, and they're just like both quiet, you know? My dogs are barking all the time at the neighbors, and you know, if they ever see them, they just like come up to them and try and give them kisses and stuff. It's the way it goes. They really love each other. That's what I'm saying here, Nomad. The way of it.
Okay. Well, when Veteran and IMG meet, I don't think there's going to be hugs and kisses going on. In fact, quite the opposite, I would believe. Now, one thing I would like to say about this PA pick is that they insta-picked it into a Pugna, which, you know, this Decrepify can cause issues for this Phantom Assassin. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I would agree. I think that's something that they're going to need to keep their eyes on. The other thing, of course, is like if somebody else besides the Pugna gets gone on, you can either decrypt them or decrypt them and then give them life back. And so the big question mark is, can PA get big enough that she sort of, you know, can insta-gib people or take them down in the duration of a BKB? And the other interesting thing is that this was a hero that I think got a lot of benefit from the Abyssal Blade being a blink-oriented ability. Because on the one hand, you can still say, okay, well, you can still just Phantom Strike on top of somebody, and then you can blow them up afterwards with the Abyssal Blade, right? You Phantom Strike, and then you Abyssal. But the thing that we often saw was that you would go in with PA, Phantom Strike, see if you could either A, burst a support within like a couple of seconds without using the Abyssal, or B, you know, get a lucky bash and then blow them up from there. And then the Abyssal was for that second target. Now you're going to need to play around these timings of Phantom Strike more, and you're not going to have that Abyssal Blade to go for the second lockdown or create as much mobility in the fight for Bell. So it's something that I want to watch for. And also disconnecting does not help his mobility either. That's another thing he's going to need to work on here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a Nullifier is probably going to be pretty core for Bell at some point in this game. I don't know when he goes for it. Probably a little bit later on, but yeah, there's a lot you can do with a Nullifier this game, that's for sure. And to be honest, same for the Ursa, in my opinion. This Ursa needs a lot. It's a really awkward matchup of the Ursa into the PA. It used to be pretty good for Ursa because when he missed, he would keep his overpower strikes still, but that's no longer the case. So it's still you know, not horrible, but it's annoying because Aisa doesn't want to build MKB really. Like he's not a huge MKB loving hero. He doesn't go Maelstrom, so that pseudo penetration isn't there, so it becomes awkward at some points in the game. I think this PA is going to have space, and of course we've got the Timber in the hands of IMG this time around, and he is, I don't know, how do you feel about this matchup into the Ursa and the CM? I don't think it's as bad as last time.
No, I would kind of agree with you there. I still think that giving up Timber is a scary situation to find yourself in here, but I don't know. We'll see how this one works out. I think that the biggest thing that I'm liking right now from IMG is this Tiny. I think that, well, yes, this hero didn't receive that many buffs. I think that it was the only reason that we didn't see a ton of Tiny before was because of the strength of the Tusk, the strength of the Earth Spirit. It's not like he was a bad hero in and of himself, and I think that you can get a lot done, even though the majority of the buffs that were given to Tiny were on the side of, you know, more core-oriented things with the tree toss and all that stuff. We're probably not going to see any levels of that until much later for us to end this game.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think this Tiny Shard's very interesting. You know, core Tiny suddenly looks at this Ags, looks at the Shard and goes, okay, nice. I got a lot of options here.
All right, Hustler just got a range creep denied. It's over. GG. Call it off,
GG,
Nomad.
right,
we're
next.
done.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, God.
So yeah, that genuinely used to be the case in the river. We had those, you know, German regens or double damages used to spawn at 2 minutes, and it's just like, well,
yep.
This lane's over. Goodbye, everyone. See you for next game.
This Timber's build, going for the chain first. No points in anything else. It's doing a good job.
Yeah, you need to be able to get away from these two. This Ursa Crystal Maiden combo can be absolutely deadly.
And Kenji definitely is going to need to be careful as well, because it's one of those matchups where, particularly up until level 6, both of them could go down. And in fact, Mice barely going down here, I think.
I mean, he's still dead. He's still dead. Hustler finds him.
Oh, eat his tree. Eat his tree. Yes, eat his tree. Oh, they did it.
Oh, no. The ultimate bad mannered play.
So value. You get that extra regen on the Tango. It's sick.
You sure do, Lyrical. You sure do. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, I mean, do we even need to comment on water runes? Also, big question here, right? When you have a water rune in your bottle, it says active regenerate. No, but the rune dot water. But what was in the bottle before then, if not water?
That's a good question, and I think that's something that we're going to need to ponder. Well, so I guess the idea is that the water rune is like this secondary substance that exists, like you know, sort of like how molecules are different from atoms, which are different from you know. I don't ask me about science anymore, Nomad, please.
I didn't. You did that by yourself.
Listen, you baited me. I'm just gonna stick with this line of reasoning. It's the only way I get myself out of this.
Man, this Pugner is bullying the bottom lane right now. Like him and the Pango. I mean, the Pango hasn't even been doing that much, and he's just got himself a kill. Shoti, he's got himself a solo kill. Like, he's putting down his Nether Ward, and they're like, "Oh, let's just kill the Nether Ward." And then they take a couple of Nether Blasts, and they realize they don't actually want to take the Nether Ward after all.
Yeah, man. Panel was talking about Bell having a good game, but it's going to take a while before that happens right now. Level 3, but more importantly, only 7 CS on this poor old PA. Show TI put in on a heck of a performance here. 20 and 10, my goodness. Devastating.
Dire structures are
yeah. This is the Pugner game of dreams right now. I mean, I said it was a good Pugner game, but I didn't expect him to be doing this in lane. This is a very standout performance from Show TI for sure. A dominant start.
The thing you can watch for there is, oh man, that's an unfortunate situation, just losing those range creeps. You really need it. I want to see what build Bell goes for. Might end up looking for, I mean, he's got the Battle Fury queued up right now, but it just feels like maybe you want something to play a little bit quicker with your Timber Saw. Or maybe we'll just see a situation where Bell's off in his own triangle and Timber's around making space for him.
Many thanks.
Yeah, the situation she's in right now is so far from ideal. Meanwhile, at mid, Kua getting dived by Gugu currently. Kua trying to move around the trees, but unfortunately can't escape the Crypt Swarm. And that's going to be a solo kill in the middle lane for the Death Prophet.
Unbelievable
Very nicely
performance from Gugu so far in this series. This guy's looked really solid. And this is before Exorcism, this 5-minute mark. still getting a lot of damage onto this tower. This is setting up for either a rotation later from Gugu to try and make a kill happen, or he could instead just like wait for that, you know, maybe even 10-minute mark to go for the exorcism play. We'll see what he decides to go for here, but it's scary for Kwa.
Yeah, this is not the situation they thought they'd find themselves in at this point in the game, and now you need to start kind of thinking about, oh, Bell at bottom, getting pretty low and even shoving to TI here as he gets forced back once again. South comes in, trying to keep their PA as healthy as possible, but man. And the thing is, this is just a Pugna soloing 2 heroes. Like, I don't think I've seen this before.
Right. Yeah, it's not good. And this is what you're allowed to do when Pango moves all the way towards mid. They're going to use the glyph here, maybe? No, interesting. I thought Veteran were going to make a move with that catapult wave and exorcism, but they decide not to. Particularly because they would have had to pull another hero over for the rotation, and level 6 going in, they do have the silence, and that's going to be enough to take this chase down on to Pugna. Show TI in some trouble. Second round of it now. Hustler doesn't have that much left in the tank. Oh, look at the jump from Clay. The big old catch. It's not quite enough there for the kill, and instead, it's going to be cleanup for Gugu. The well-timed haste from God.
They finally bring down the Pugna, but it costs them 3 heroes. I mean, that is not worth it by any stretch of the imagination. Like, wow. Veterans. They are here to play some Dota, and IMG, they're not ready for it.
Oh man, and look at this rotation here, Quad, wanting to make something happen, but he's sitting right underneath a ward. Doesn't even actually have a point right now in Aether Remnant. This is a build that we've seen sometimes NA region, which I think is pretty good by and large, but it's more sent for like sort of farming in the mid lane, it feels like, and it's a little bit tougher to make those rotation kills work. But that does give Bell a little bit of free time to catch back up here on the PA. Definitely needed at this stage.
Very strange. Quirk comes up to the top lane. He's seen on the ward, so he decides to just make a stack and farm it instead. I guess he's just kind of keeping his head in the swivel, waiting to see if anyone makes themselves a possible target, but...
Right.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
Well, like I said, it's like they're trying to give a little bit of space for Bell, so he's bouncing between these camps and back mid, but obviously, you know, this does leave the entire bottom lane open for Pugna to keep the move going. And I mean, if they can get this tower, maybe it will be an okay situation, but this is tough.
This could be big. Ursa's in trouble. In fact, he's completely taken out. There is a rotation in from Gugu, though, as he wants to try and fight this one. Doesn't have the Exo. Does have himself 3 points in Spirit Siphon and 4 points in Crit Swarm, so he is a force to be reckoned with. And IMG will respect that and try and get themselves away. Except Hustler, who's linking up with the Timbersaw. They are... I don't know, man. This feels like so risky to try a play here from these two, and it seems like they agree with me. They'll just get themselves back.
Really, really impressive. And I mean, again, I still don't know if that ends up favoring IMG all that much, right? Like, you look at Pugna, he's almost taken this tier 2 tower bottom here, right? Like, I actually think this is a really big problem for Radiant. IMG need to make some type of rotation, but there's no hero that can stand there, and instead, up in the triangle, he's gonna take down Hustler.
He's gone. He's gone. Their big +4 player just being bullied right now. And this is going to open up an opportunity perhaps to go for this middle tier 1 tower, but still no Exo, so, you know, going to take a little bit of time still.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unreal. They're going to try and make the move whenever possible here. And Ursa, I mean, he's going back for the phase boots now. I was wondering if he's going to go for the full Battle Fury or not. Already has that Ring of Health up. They need to buy some time for this PA to come online. Things are going to be really tough otherwise. They need her to be huge this game.
I mean, my problem here is that this Void Spirit is really struggling to have any kind of game impact. Right. He's moved to top. You know, yes, they get that kill on T Ursa, but they end up getting punished pretty badly. Same thing happened at bottom. I mean, he didn't even make that move at bottom. Like, he needs to be making space, and right now it's not happening. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to pop the Exorcism to try and bring down this Timbersaw, which they will be able to do so with ease, and now move on to their tier 1 tower as veterans show up with everyone. And this pushing potential with the Pugna and the Death Prophet is absolutely berserk. They're going to go in here with the Void Spirit, trying to blow up the Death Prophet, and they'll be successful in doing that. But Hustle manages to get himself where's Life Drain comes out onto him. Aqua. He does have himself the Astral Step, holding on to it. He might be punished for that, though. Gets the Astral Step away. He's still chasing on Calais. He's got the Swashbuckle to bring him down, and that's going to be another hero dead. And now comes out the Frostbite onto the Grimstroke. They don't want to get Stroker faded up as the tower will fall, but ShowTI does give his life for that as Hustler finds himself another kill here as he sets up for another. And now he's trying to get the courier. Hustler doing work in this fight, and they're going to move onto Calais. In fact, they might even be able to leave the kill for... Oh, never mind. They don't even need to. The crit dagger comes in. Bell gets the kill, and IMG, they don't defend the tower, but they do get themselves some critical kills, and possibly the start of a change in momentum for this game.
That was so needed. A couple of really clutch things there. Obviously, the CM Frostbite, you know, that's something that you're going to need. 3 points in it right now to keep a hold of Claw on this Void Spirit. He needs to get that Yule Scepter online to sort of give him that maneuverability that you need. Roots can just be so frustrating to play against. But I think the biggest thing we're seeing there that obviously was meant to make some kills happen, it didn't happen as much in the early games here, but he's able to be more of a force in the mid game, and that's what you need to do against the strength of like this Death Prophet Pugna pushing lineup. Toss?
The toss in onto the PA with the Inkswell. Now this is a creative combination, which is going to go pretty damn well for the team. They get the kill.
Very nicely played, and you can see that lower damage on the Pango ulti also gives you more opportunity to sort of stay out of the map. Previously, like 1 or 2 of those bounces, and you know, Bell might have had to go back home, but now he can stay in this lane, start working towards the Battle Fury, still behind the Ursa. That's the big problem here, is that Veterans basically just allowed Mice to free farm this entire time, and he's getting super big.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that if he gets Bell back into the game. That's the thing.
For sure. No, definitely. I mean, that's like... There's no question that this is the right move right now for IMG, but it's just this looming threat that's going to be coming their way eventually. Is an Ursa that I think does quite well against most of their team. We'll have to see how it goes, though.
And I gotta say again, like, I love this hand grenade combo, I'm gonna name it, where you pop the Inkswell, you toss them in, you know, it's like pulling the pin, throwing it in, and just getting that big old stun. Really nice. Tiny, though, might have stayed a little bit too long here in the top lane. They want this tower, and, well, Hustler's not gonna stand in their way about it.
Yeah, that one hurt. The combo of the Nether Ward and then also the Swashbuckle on Tiny, still with 0 armor, because he doesn't have any points in the ultis. Yeah, it's dangerous. And this chokehold that we might start seeing from Veterans soon, they need to find a way on IMG to sort of either A, get down this mid tower, or just, you know, buy some more space, because when you lose all your outer tier 1 towers, the map starts feeling real small.
It does. It does. I mean, I usually prefer it when teams play in this, like, the jungle instead of playing around the top area of the map, just because, like, it's easier to pressure the heroes that matter, but because Bell's been playing so much in this triangle already, I kind of like the tier 1 being taken at top. It's going to open that up a little bit more to them.
Right. You're saying by a veteran, you like that they did that?
Yes, yeah, I like that they went top rather than playing in the enemy jungle.
Right. Well, and like, I mean, it's a Timber Saw down there. Even if you kill him, you don't feel great about it. Who cares?
Oh, yeah. In fact, yeah, I'd almost say that him and PA should probably be swapping areas right now, but then they're just going to kill the PA. So it's kind of a catch-22, you know?
Right.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Maybe it's just...
I see 5 arrows moving in towards the Timber Saw. Timber Saw sensing something's wrong. His Timber senses are tingling. And that... What?
Yule's doesn't stop the Timber Chain from going through. So they lifted him up, and then as soon as the Timber Chain connects, it pulls him out of it. Usually
I definitely knew that.
Usually I only see it, the Timber doing it himself. I usually don't see it on the offensive side of things.
Try to get the catch, didn't pay off, and now TSL, he's trying to defend this tower, but unfortunately this obnoxious Pugna just blasting away at this tower.
Smoke up there. Contest this. This is crazy to me.
Look at the spot from Calais here. We might be seeing this much more often as he's hidden in the trees. They actually have no chance of finding him here as he stuns up the backlines. Ursa jumping into the middle of everyone, and this Void Spirit is just frozen solid, silenced up as well now, and he is going to drop. Meanwhile, the leash comes out from Watson as Bell gets involved in this fight, looking for a target, but he's just not doing enough damage to this Pangolier to really have much of an impact. So instead, he goes for the Crystal Maiden. That's an easier pick-off as the sports are dropping. Mice now in some trouble. They need to be able to close the gap, and they will be able to do exactly that. The PA gets on top of him, brings down the enemy carry, and IMG suddenly find themselves hurtling back in towards the series.
And this is the thing, right? Like, you look at how good that was looking before Hustler gets involved. He did the most damage on his team. You know, the 2 rounds there with the Blink Dagger of the Avalanche toss, and suddenly a couple of heroes are gone. Didn't even get a chance to get Exorcism off on the DP. That is a fight that you will always take if you're IMG, if you can kill the DP before Exorcism.
Yep, and that's exactly what happens. You know, you make a couple of mistakes playing this aggressively on the side of Veteran. You overstep a couple of times. Hustler's there to punish. You know, we saw him getting these fantastic fights going for him. All of a sudden, he finds himself a really early Blink Dagger on this pause for Tiny. And now they're in a world of hurt. He is just dominating these fights, and this is going to be another one as they bring down Calais there with the Inkswell toss combination once more. Very, very pretty. You love to see it.
Scary stuff coming forward now. PA is definitely starting to catch up ahead of the Ursa at this point. He does have his phase in the Battle Fury, but they haven't gone for that, like, you know, Aegis yet to try and secure some early momentum. And now with IMG holding this ward is actually kind of nuts. Oh my goodness. Chase down, maybe a chance here. Down very low on the CM, will die as Hustler lands back down, but Exorcism, and they can just run away from this and wait this one out maybe. I mean, if they're not even going to lose the Grimstroke, it looks like.
They are going to lose the tower though, by the looks of it. I don't think the Timbersaw can hold this one, and they'll just jump in with the Nether Blast and with the Ghost. I mean, it was a dead tower walking already, but now this becomes tricky because Veteran are going to take over the enemy jungle. They're going to control its outpost, which now gives XP every minute. And every minute that's just going to hurt the side of IMG more and more.
So I really want to see what they do with this outpost right here, right? Because since it's just every minute mark, IMG hypothetically can just run back in and take this for the 17-minute mark. And this kind of keeps Veterans stuck down on this side of the map. We'll see how they decide to play against this. But this is going to be a new interesting dynamic, right? Because this bottom side outpost now, you have to make a choice as Radiant. Do you want to defend against this, or do you want to defend against Roche?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Meanwhile, I mean, I guess both teams kind of, depending on which way the game's going, it can be good or bad for both of them with the positioning of these outposts. But you've got this line now on the top side of the map of Triangle, Roshan, Outpost, where you can kind of just control so much.
Right.
It's very interesting, though, as Kenji's overstayed his welcome. He's going to get cut down.
And this is what's sort of interesting, right? Because Veteran, simultaneously, they want to hold on to the outpost, but you can see these heroes pushing out these side lanes, getting a lot of movement out. You know, this has bought a lot of space for Kwa, so they want to play down here to keep the outpost, but they simultaneously don't want to give up all this free real estate to the cores of IMG. This is going to be like a new, very interesting dynamic to see played out, as again, they're fighting around the outpost.
Yeah, and that Pugner is very, very dead. Again, one of these huge damage outputting heroes taken out of the fight by Hustler straight away. But that said, they do get their revenge very quickly on the side of Veteran and kill off the Grimstroke. Not a worthwhile trade, though. And that's the thing. Like, these two, they can do this as long as they want. They can keep making these plays as long as they want, because if one of them dies, it does not matter. Even if both of them dies, like, you can argue that they're making space, they're putting threats. And if they get a core kill while doing it, so much value. This support duo on IMG is carrying them through the game right now.
Well, and I think it's just this trap. Like, if you look at what's gone on over the last couple of minutes, you know, Veteran has gained the outpost. They've been able to deny that XP, but IMG is actually the one that's gaining XP relative to the rest of them with these kills. This is what they need to do more of, is try and shut down this PA.
PA, can she get the Blink Strike away? No, she cannot. The Rolling Boulder connects, and that is Bell dead.
Now, looking for more. The comeback happens yet again. A really nice timing here for IMG. Obviously, losing the PA sucks, but taking down that Death Prophet, and more importantly, Exorcism with no more objectives gained.
Yes. This is the crux of the matter, right? Like, yeah, it sucks that you lose your PA. Obviously, you don't want that to happen, but no exorcism. Tier 2 tower's still up. Roshan's still up. Like, the veteran, they are really plateaued with their aggression this game. That said, the Ursa has the Battle Fury as well. You know, it's not like IMG just have this PA who's farming out of control. Like, the Ursa's doing the exact same thing, but in the middle, we've got a fight going on.
And it looks like they're going to back out afterwards. Yeah, no decision. My mind is just a little bit blown right now. I'm going to keep talking about this thing a lot because
that's interesting.
I think that it really changes how you want to play Dota at this point. As we're just going to see another movement in.
Yep. Rinse and repeat. Last time it was PA, this time it's Void Spirit, but the Void Spirit's actually going to be able to get himself out of this one this time around.
Deso picked up for the PA. Chase down now looking for more. That Nether Ward doing some pretty good damage back the way against Timbersaw. And Silence comes out. Do they want to keep going? No exorcism for 50.
Oh, Hustler. He's been caught out. Gugu on the hunt for more. Got the Yules, got the Travels. Wants to just keep on pushing this fight as far as he can. Bell waiting on the high ground. He just wants to try and get as many daggers off as he can. See if he can land some crits here and there. Maybe jumper support, but other than that, doesn't really want to commit. No BKB on the PA. That's actually not even going for the BKB. She's got the Aghanims queued up next, which is interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Obviously a very nice combo, but they're going to go in and try and take Roche at this stage. This is a little bit wild. Veteran, I guess they have Exorcism in 10.
No, it's fine. Yeah. I think this is a good play, but let's see what happens here. I mean, they're all set up. Roshan is already dead. Yes, he's going to be able to take the Aegis, and Kenji getting off that ultimate for a relatively long time in the front lines of the fight. Bell jumps in, though, wants to see if he can finish something off. Actually jumps away over to his teammate instead, and that is just going to put him in the most awkward of situations, although the bash down to the low ground, helping Bell out a lot, and just allowing him to elude the Pangalia, who thought he caught him in a stun lock instead. They'll continue chasing away at this Tiny, but the Tiny gets blown up.
Round 2, go again. Why not? The chase down, try and find this kill onto Pugna. 4 dead. And the only one left alive is going to be Mice with the Aegis. And this was a buyback that was used by Orpton, but I think this is well worth it. If you can burn through the Aegis now, in a hell of a lot of trouble. The taunt pulls him back in, trying to find that kill.
Turn around. Turn around. He's not sure what he wants to do. He wanted to kill off the PA, but she had the Inkswell going, so he can't make his mind up, and now he's going to get cut down for the first time. Kenji going to be following him to the grave, but much more permanently. The Pugna buying back into this one, wants to make sure that his Earth is okay, but man, what a series of events. IMG, they're able to kill off the Aegis, as well as every single hero on the side of Veteran, +1.
Unreal. So crazy. Yeah, IMG have been playing around this very well. You can see, again, just to sort of harken back to it, the pings come out. CM's pinging this outpost. We want to go take this outpost. It's a trap. Don't care about the outpost. Doesn't matter anymore. Nobody. It's garbage. It's an absolute trap. Oh man, I can't wait to see some people actually break this down and talk about the relative values, because this match, I think those couple of minutes where they kept fighting around it, that allowed PA to get into those couple of items, get her Deso done, and now Bella's a problem. This is really going to be an interesting thing to watch, where the rest of this game goes if she does decide to finish off that BKB or just go straight for the Aghanims. I think the lowered cooldown on some of this stuff is going to be really important. The ability to go jumping with the Blink Strike, but this is also scary time.
It is scary time indeed for Bell right now, as he's going to get wrung out of the top lane. And, well, Ward tried to try and help him out, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. And now they're looking for the +1 of TSL. He's got the Timber Chain away, though. Should be absolutely fine as they continue to push up on this top tier 2 tower.
And this is more the tempo that we were expecting. Just keep on working on trying to keep these heroes contained. Don't worry about the rest of the map. Just, take down the towers and then shut them out a little bit, and make sure that this PA can't farm. This is the difference. This is the adjustment that Veteran are making in the midst of the game, where they want to, just make sure the PA doesn't have anywhere to farm. Just run at her. Keep doing it.
Just run at her. Timeless advice, always relevant.
We'll see, though, as Timbersaw is still sort of flirting around this area. PA back up in 2, and I think ignoring that Timber, maybe trying to make the move down towards mid next. They've got some really deep wards here to scout when anybody leaves, but a bit of a chase, maybe a chance. Hustler, he's in
Sweet
deep.
baby Hustler. He's trying to start the fight, and he is going to get his wish. And without the exorcism, maybe it's good enough for them to fight this one. Kenji's going to be the first one blown up, though. Dagger chasing away at Calais. Bell, he's hungry, he's thirsty, he's looking for something here as the tip chain comes wrecking through to show TI Mice as well, gonna follow him to the grave. These games, I mean, how does every single fight just feel so dominant for one team or the other?
I mean, it's just those ultis, right? Like, as soon as that exorcism is down, it's so hard for them to deal with just again running at you. And the Void Spirit finishing off his Aghanims as well has been a really nice pickup. So dodge when ultis are up, or rather are off if you're veteran. And then sort of actually go for it when you've got that exorcism back up. It's such an integral part of this lineup, and you know, Gugu has been slaying it here. 8, 4, and 6. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard. This tiny is a lot of what enables it as well. Just constant go-go for Gugu.
Go for Gugu. That's what I like to see.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What about the, I like there's no more 10-second BKBs as well. I mean, it's kind of sad because I love it when people waste their 10-second BKB charge. You know, wasting a 9-second BKB charge doesn't feel the same, does it?
No, not really. Particularly when there's only 4 levels for you to lose out on. BKB definitely feels like it's in a better place after that.
Yeah, still a very core item. It's never not going to be, though. It's kind of a fundamental part of Dota 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some heroes will be willing to forego it, as we can see PA just going for the Aghanims and queuing up Nullifier next instead of anything else, which is really good this game, but might be a little bit, I don't know,
extremely greedy.
Yeah, I think that this is the reaction to Abyssal not having the jump anymore. You need to be able to be mobile in the fight. So to blow up one hero and then immediately get the refresh on all your abilities, I think is really important.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. It might have influenced her decision making for sure, but I still would have liked to see the BKB for me personally.
Yeah.
I think Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, and you can start to do some real damage, you know, maybe even fight into the Exorcism, because as long as you get the PA on top of that DP +1, you're going to be able to take it down. And the Exorcism make a difference when they jump on immediately, trying to burst it, but she gets on the BKB in time, and now turns around, popping the Exorcism, looking for revenge here if they can get back themselves out. This might be good, but actually going in the back, Bell and Quad trying to play around onto the back lines here, whilst the Pangolier and the DP are leashed together and walking in different directions. So they couldn't quite make their minds up here. Now Gugu comes forward, great two-man silence, trying to catch themselves something. They want the big target though, they want the PA and they're going to get it. No BKB, no chance to survive in that one. And Void Spirit could be in a similar amount of difficulty. Blinks up the high ground, meanwhile Gugu chasing down Grimstroke. Able to dodge out the Inkswell, but it looks like Grimstroke might get himself away as the sentry comes out from the Pangolier, jumping into the back, the silence is through. Is it going to make a difference? Calais? Oh, he tried to finish him for the swash, but they do manage to sidestep it on the Grim. And now themselves actually coming forward, but yeah, Rollout going to dodge the majority of the damage, now gets healed up by Show TI, but now the aggression comes through onto the tier 2 tower at mid.
This is what you want to see for sure. And again, the big thing they got to be worried about is when PA comes back, just don't stick around without that exorcism. So Veteran going to try and take this tier 2 tower, likely retreat, get set up for the next Roche fight, which is going to be where the next point of contention is most likely. So we'll have to watch for that one, see where they end up going. It's going to be a unique situation here, though, because this next fight is kind of going to determine what happens. And I think if you're IMG, maybe you try and like force out something on the earlier side once Exorcism is up and see if you can bait it. And then that would leave open for the Roche for them maybe. But it's how they actually play around this is really scary, I think, at this point. If you're Team IMG, you're one team fight loss away from losing a set of racks or two.
Yep, and quick pause out as the CM disconnects. It does really feel like the game is in the balance for both of these teams. I mean, the pushing from the PA with the Desolator is obviously going to be pretty berserk as well, but yeah, I mean, the Exorcism plus the Nether Blast clearly wins out in that situation. I mean, Veterans Draft just feels very easy to play. The one thing they're lacking is that big frontliner, so Death Prophet kind of has to do it, and she doesn't feel super comfortable. You know, you can see she's gone for the Herd, she's gone for the Yules, she's gone for the BKB, all these items to help her survive while she pops as Exo, but when it's down, you know, they just don't have the frontline capabilities, and that's why they're feeling so dominant when that Exorcism's down. Will they be able to avoid the fight in time for the Exo to come up again? And then Roche will be up at the same time? Probably. There's a very short window, it's like 10 seconds where Roshan is up and Exism is not up. But actually, no, that's not true because since Roshan may respawn, ignore me.
You're ESPing that it's gonna be an instant spawn. I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah, it is. In fact, it's going to be exactly in time with Death Prophet ulti.
I like that. It's a bold call. You're calling your shot. That's what I like to see. Yeah, I think this is going to be this moment that's like super game defining because I think if Veteran get Aegis and they're able to just like throw that onto this DP, or maybe you go on the Ursa instead. You give cheese to DP. Whatever the case ends up being, like this is a pretty simple push down of towers. Then on the side of IMG, they still have so many of these objectives that they need to take down that it's a little bit scary, right? Like you kind of need to win like one, maybe a fight after the Aegis as well to make it happen. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think so much of this game rides on this next Roche fight, and the fact that the PA doesn't have a BKB for it does concern me greatly.
Oh, never fear. Doesn't need a BKB. Easy game. Don't worry.
There's a Pangolier and a Pugner in the game.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy, man.
PA doesn't need to right-click people. It's fine.
The Ursa is also an interesting dynamic because for a long time that Abyssal Blade was sort of the answer to the Ursa problem of needing that one extra item, right? And now that's not really the case anymore with the having to have a blink dagger to get on top of somebody, and Abyssal Blade being in melee form. He's queuing up the MKB next. He kind of needs these other heroes on his team to keep those people in place. And when BKB comes out there isn't really an answer to that.
Yeah, he wants to bully the PA if possible. But yeah, I mean, even before this patch, though, we saw the Ursas choosing to go for the Blink Dagger into Basher rather than opting for the Abyssal Blade, so I don't think the Ursa's build is massively affected. Obviously, in the late game, when he does complete that Abyssal Blade, it's going to feel a little worse for the Ursa.
Right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, not going to make a huge difference to his critical timings, that's for sure. Smoke up from Veteran. They are on the hunt. Unfortunately, this jungle's pretty empty right now. See, again, like, taking this outpost here, obviously you're like, well, there's an outpost, might as well take it, but the information you're giving out for it just doesn't feel worth it, in my opinion.
Well, this is the one other situation where I'm wondering if this is another adjustment that they're making to this whole outpost game, because on the one hand, yes, you're not getting much out of this, but now I'm wondering if they're trying to bait Radiant into showing back on this outpost to give them a clear shot at Roche, right? Like, let's say that IMG showed 2 heroes down here. Now all of a sudden, Veteran know that they can move into the Roche pit and don't have to worry about it. You can see that this leads us to IMG needing to make a decision. Do we go in there and take it, or do we come and contest for Roche because we know that it's about to be back up? And they have to come and contest for Roche.
They do.
They can't afford to
no choice.
Show down there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Veteran are looking for heroes up here, or they are actually avoiding, but they're going to immediately blow up that Crystal Maiden. She just gets absolutely destroyed as Quad jumps through onto the back, just bullying this Pugner, trying to keep him out of the fight. It's a leash, a beautiful leash onto both the Pangolier and the Ursa, meaning that they just can't get off their spells. They're completely controlled up with the Exorcism on the back. He's on top of the PA, trying to chase her down with that silence, but the PA is able to walk herself back. Gugu does not have the support to make any plays in this fight. The Exorcism is going to work. The Pugner comes in and chops him up. The crits come through, and the Death Prophet is dead. 65 seconds and no Exum in this fight anymore. Gonna make it very difficult for Veteran as Kenji gets brought down once again. Bell is taking no prisoners. The Eels comes out onto the Pugner. Chip chop. There goes another. Whirling Death puts an end to the Pugner.
What a sick crit right at the perfect time. That's a game-winning crit right there. You just pressed the button, the crit button, and made it work. Holy moly. Like, if DP lives there a couple more seconds, Grimstroke's dead. Immediately afterwards, I think Timber is probably starting to get into a little bit of trouble as well, and now they have Roche open to them. Again, bottom is a trap. Stick around Roche. Doesn't matter about this outpost. Just stay in this area. And now they can claim both of them on top of getting Aegis, Cheese, and the Aghanim Shard. What a huge, like, decisive win here for IMG, trying to keep their hopes alive in this grand finals. So needed.
Very much so. And who does a shard go to is the big question on my mind.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see what I decide to go for.
Timber.
Is it Timber? He had it queued up.
Oh, yeah, get it, boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
All
attack.
right, I'm down. That's pretty hype.
Hell yeah. Getting ourselves some flamethrowers, which now works on buildings for some reason.
Radiant's bottom
why not?
tower is under attack.
I mean, and now you're taking this fight, and there's no exorcism, right? Like, this is the moment right here where IMG can really, just take a gut punch to him. Veteran have to be so careful. Gugu can't be here. They pinged him out. They know he's in the area.
Buddy, that is a no death profit zone, and unfortunately, Jesus Christ, she is just completely eviscerated by the PA. And now Kalei comes rolling on through, controlling up the Tiny as the next target. Meanwhile, the Link together holding back both the Ursa and the Pugna. They have popped the BKB on the Ursa to try and run themselves forwards. Maybe they can still make a fight out of this one, but it just seems so damn difficult as they lose out on Kenji as well. They will lose their Grundstroke, but I think that's just about it as they turn around and completely destroy hero after hero. Oh, hey, Ursa, you trying to get away from this destruction path as well? Not happening, although there's a nice disarm coming out, but it doesn't land onto the PA. That's the important target, and she's going to be able to bring down Mice alongside the Timbersaw, and now up to the high ground they go with the Pangolier. It does look like Veteran are able to at least keep a couple of heroes alive, but man, this game is looking tricky right now.
Yeah, it was actually, you know what this was? It was the Aghanim Scepter for Bell. They almost didn't get that Ursa, but purging off the lucky shot. That's what kept it. They did get the disarm, yeah. And the evasion, the blur makes it work. And now you're in a situation where going high ground, they don't have the Ursa for another 60 seconds. No buyback at all. I think at this point you just chill. Go back, clear out the other ones of these camps, get the outposts, and sort of spend your gold. 11k gold up. This is what I was talking about. I can't believe the DP was there at the fight. Like, Gugu just got super greedy. Gugu greedy.
Yeah. Greedy Gugu, naughty boy. Man, IMG, they are on the precipice of coming back into this series. 11k gold up, 34 minutes into the game. This DP, she needs some armor. They're just going to go again. They've got a nullify. They need to try and save her. The craft fight comes out, but it's too little, too late. Gugu falls once again. It's like deja vu here in the middle lane for Gugu. That's now Bell up onto the high ground. Craft fight comes out, no worries. Float back the Lotus. Oh my god. I mean, that can't happen.
No. I mean, I think that part of that also is the reveal of the nullifier. Pretty strong answer to, most of what DP was there. He could have BKB, obviously, and tried to get out of there, but at the same time, you've got to, gotta just play it a little bit safe. I think that was a situation where they felt like, okay, we have exorcism, we're strong, they can't go on us, but the dynamic of the game has changed. They can't leave their base now. They just can't.
And in they go, they immediately make a decisive move on to the Void Spirit, and that was a very nice play from them. Going to force IMG onto the back foot. TSL will be their next target. The Ursa is disarmed, but no longer as he tears them apart. Being on the back, Bell's gone in.
Oh, finds one, needs to jump out. Aghanim Scepter, working well for him. Still has that Aegis. Bell, turn, blows up Kenji, 1400 in the face, and now the turn onto Ursa, triple kill for Bell. One by one, they fall out of mana. The only thing stopping Bell right now from the ultra kill. That and a little bit of a right click griefing from Warped It. But 6 stuff from IMG.
Really beautiful plays from Bell here. He's even kept the Aegis through this entire damn thing. Did you see how low he got in that?
Yeah.
My god.
What a god.
Yep. Out. Bell taking no prisoners. And now, in we go up to the high ground. IMG. They won't be finding anyone right now, though. Spell's being thrown from the side of Veteran.
And I think this is an instance where, we were sort of harping for a little while on the BKB, but we're seeing, part of the reason why this Aghanim is so good. It's the lucky shot for Pango. It's really annoying for cores, but it's dispellable, and, PA has a relatively low-cost basic dispel in this blur. It's hard to deal with.
Wait, 10-second cooldown on 50 mana is relatively low cost for you?
Yeah, right?
Wow. I want to hear what's definitively low cost.
I mean, that's just that European caster that we got, right? Right. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. That's very on brand for him as well. That was he would appreciate that one.
Exactly. Well, 37 to 26, and the Aegis just now going to be reclaimed, so PA gets her mana back, and you can see that gold swing. Man, what a turn. Unreal.
Absolutely. Really admirable performance here from IMG, as we thought they were going to get counted out twice in a row, and it was going to be a very disappointing grand finals, but IMG have turned up, and they're making a spectacle of this game too, as they turn it around on the back of this PA, and what a pickup this Aghanim was. I mean, I put my hands up and say I completely underestimated this Aghanim Scepter on the PA. Like, it was such a good pickup, and yeah, fantastic.
Queuing up the Abyssal Blade next as well. And this is where the Ursa just feels very anemic. Does have the blink with the MKB done, but they need to get on top of this PA. And again, the next Roche fight is probably going to be where we just see some more of this action break out. But you can see Veteran respecting the strength of IMG, and they're prepped for another push, but don't want to sort of make any assumptions that it's free for them to just leave the base. They still have that outpost, though. Wouldn't mind seeing Radiant take that one away.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a little bit scared. They still respect them. That's the biggest thing here. They still respect this exorcism, as they should. There is a possibility that PA doesn't get on top of the Death Prophet in these fights, and then things will become awkward very quickly.
Ooh, Minotaur Horn for Bell now as well. Let's go.
Oh, here we go. Both trains are on the same track, but heading in the same direction. Whoa, no, never mind. Someone's pulled the lever and forced one train to veer off to the left and miss by inches. Neither team coming into contact with the other.
God, these wards are so good.
Dire's bottom
It's kind of crazy to me how strong these ones are. They do take back that outpost, but that opens up an opportunity here to push. They're going to wait for somebody to TP. This is huge.
Oh no, and it's a DP once again, caught out with her pants down once again. This can't keep happening, Lyrical.
Unreal. I mean, we knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as we saw it, like, somebody's going to TP back, but it shouldn't have been DP. Like, that's a CM TP back, right? It was just creeps.
They just didn't see it coming. They big-brained them here. IMG getting some revenge for game number 1. And now Quad jumps in. He's got the BKB though, so he doesn't care the DP buyback, and they just shifted into reverse here on the side of IMG.
I think that this PA is really, really good at punishing these slight little inefficiencies, these like tiny moments of like, oh, you know, we're just going to send one back, or we send everybody back, but we're going to send the DP first, and you feel like you should be safe, but IMG doing a great job of recognizing that weakness, and they just exploit it to the maximum potential. Now they're stuck in their base again.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know, man. I actually want to see like a blink dagger or something on this CM. You know, abuse the fact that Bell didn't have this BKB. What the? You can't do that. Apparently you can. Can they punish? Surely they can punish. Stun comes out. Yules is there as well from the Pangolier, keeping Bell locked down as he pops the Minotaur to try and get himself across back to help out his team. But Mice, he's at the middle of this fight and he's looking to get on top of this Phantom Assassin. Can they bring it down, Lyrical?
Oh, just quite. They do. They bring him down. But the huge damage coming from Qua. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, as they've already lost 3. A couple more left.
Oh my goodness. Qua goes down, just hanging on the edge there, Veteran. They keep their heroes alive. The exorcism keeps on going, and everyone is just able to barely clench out the fight on the side of Veteran. It was so close, but Roshan, he's up and available. We need some buybacks from IMG, or they're going to give away this Aegis.
Yeah,
although, are they actually? They don't have the Ursa.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They still need to push out these side lanes. There's still some time. It was a relatively low Roche respawn time, but you could see in that moment as well, just like the big thing that's important to watch is where is this PA? Is the PA the one that gets gone on first? And they're able to keep her isolated in that little corner with the Pango. You know, it's this battle of PA versus Death Prophet, really. Like the Ursa almost to me feels like on border of irrelevant. Like he still has a lot of damage, still really strong, but this fight's about the DP and if DP gets bursted at the start or not. Now with an Aeon disc, that's really nice.
I mean, that's what I mean. This PA did massively overextend in this fight. You know, she was so thirsty for that DP buyback. You know, she wanted it bad, and unfortunately, her own greed led to her demise. As is often the case in this cruel video game we call Dota 2.
right? Oh, and they get a flicker now. All right, that's super high tier. Who takes that? I feel like DP should take it, but they might give it to the Ursa. Interesting. We'll have to see what they decide to do with that. But now with DD online, you can't give this to the PA. They're going to start trying to take down Roche. This is scary. Still 20 seconds left until Exorcism. I think right now, if you're IMG, you need to think about like really trying to push the tempo.
Veteran, they're into Roche, but meanwhile in the back, they're just going to blow up Show TI. It's a race. Can they bring down Roshan in time? Wait, they don't know. IMG, they're just not expecting this Roshan to go the way of Veteran, and Mice is going to be able to claim the free Roche, and all the goodies spill out onto the floor as he takes the Aegis, he takes the Aghanims, and now looks to completely destroy Kawhi. He is gone.
What a sick play right there. Double daggers go out, but the lift up with the Yule Scepter is going to catch onto the Grimstroke, and the strength of Ursa getting that DD tended right into the pit and then immediately able to take down Roche. He does have the Aghanim Scepter. He actually took it himself. So a really big Ursa right now. He's on the level with the BA.
He's back into this game, isn't he? And this Enrage with the Ags is, I mean, it's not the most amazing game for it, but it's always pretty damn good. Just allowing you to escape maybe a combo from the Tiny or something like that, or a toss back would be good. There we go, breaks himself into the air and comes back crashing to the ground as the Tiny is actually into trouble with Bell onto the backlands, trying to block the supports as he kills off the Pugner. Now looking maybe over towards the DP, but that Exorcism is still going on here, and she's got a cheese. She is so healthy. The Ursa's first life is going to go. The team need to stay around and make sure he can survive for round number 2, and he absolutely will. But the DP gets bursted by Bell in the backlands. Quar and Bell synchronizing up absolutely beautifully to take down the DP, and now the Ursa shall fall as well. Veteran, it was looking so good until this moment here. Now we could be in some real trouble.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, again, it's just like this literal assassin jumps into the back lines. There was some control that existed for a bit, but only a second. And I think that blur is part of what makes this so difficult to play around, right? Like, you don't have a clear line of sight onto the PA, and she's able to just jump in out of nowhere and found the DP. There was a little bit of Exorcism left. I think it would have been enough to take down 1 or 2 of those heroes, but it just didn't happen. And now, with no Exorcism, no buyback on the Death Prophet, this might finally be the time for IMG to close this one out.
Yeah, they have the Ursa buyback. They're picking the tier 4s though. They want to go for the end here on IMG. Can they close this game out?
This is going to be a close one to watch. I mean, interesting. I mean, I guess that they might not know. Death Prophet right now does have no buyback because of the timer, as well as a little bit of gold. So they should know about that one. Pugna buyback as well, but you know, play it safe. This is grand finals. Their life is on the line. They want to win this one. The team and country, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it now. A little bit of time left. The Pugna's going to be up, and they also do have a glyph for the tier 4s.
This team is not on the same page right now. You know, the Timber's like, guys, come on, just take the tier 4s. The rest of the team like, no, get the Megas first. Then we can maybe think about tier 4s. I think DP's going to be up though. 17 seconds with Exo. They need to respect that. So the game's not going to end yet. Very hard for them to come back against the Mega Creeps as Pugna tries to go in, but immediately getting jumped on by Bell. Bell's going to try and blow him up, and with that nullifier, his items do absolutely nothing. But Calais, he's going bowling, and he gets a strike as he runs through all 5 heroes. That doesn't matter as Bell jumps to backline, kills off the support. Qual will fall at the very least, and that's a dieback from him. If they can find more here, this could be good, but Bell jumps in, controlling up the Ursa. The Ursa is gone. He bites back. He has to. And Gugu's running in for this one as well, popping that Exorcism onto himself, but Bell gets onto him almost immediately here as, oh no, the Ursa just gets blown up. He just gets tossed into the air. Was that a buyback into the Tiny? Toss? I think it might have been. And Bell just completely running through this Death Prophet. I think this game might be over.
One last time again. GG called, but I have a feeling they're going to give the ultra kill and turning it into the Rampage for Bell. What a performance on this PA. Absolute god.
Absolute destruction from Bell there. Yeah, really, really good comeback from IMG into the series, making it a 1-1. It wasn't a sudden comeback, you know. In that early game, we really did think that they were going to be able to take it away on the side of Team Veteran, but, you know, as our panel rightly predicted, this PA absolutely kicked off 20-5. And I mean, I don't think I'm going to underestimate this Aghanims on PA again, because this game really was a fantastic showcase on how powerful that item really really is, because when she got that, the game completely turned on its head.
Absolutely. It was such a huge turnaround. And I think that, no BKB, no problem. Just pick up a Minotaur horn, you're good to go. I think that that's a good lesson for all you people in pubs out there in the world. But in this game, the other key item that you pointed out at the beginning was the nullifier, dealing with those Aeon discs, dealing with the Yule scepters, dealing with all these things that are meant to try and keep people alive. It doesn't work. Got to deal with the nullifier some other way. And at least for now, Team IMG, they had the answer. Veteran, they got to go back to the drawing board.
They certainly do, and I hope they do some damn good drawings, because this game was kind of convincing. But of course, game 1 going the other direction. We're going to have a game 3 on our hands. One last match to decide who is going to be the champion of the Asia Pacific Predator League. I can't wait to find out. We're going to throw it across the panel after this very short break.
Wala akong makuha. Wait lang. Pass!
Okay. Easy.
Kaya natin. Nanalo tayo. Nanalo tayo. Timer starts now.
Go.
Spike.
Easy.
Next word. Beast.
Beast mode.
Okay. Camping.
Camping.
Next word. Easter.
Teacher.
Easter eggs. Egg.
L.
Next.
Pasta.
Triggered.
Drink.
Triggered. 4 out of 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
Post. Bo. Po. P. Po. Mo. Pass. Ang haba mo. Summon your strength. Intel. Gaming. Stronger. Sure. Journey. J. Joking. Pass.
Summon your strength.
Hi, I'm Marlon and I am a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and playing RPGs such as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 8. I started playing video games since I was 8 using Game Boy. When I was a kid, I was really fascinated with gaming magazines, Nintendo, Mario Kart series. When I was in college, it's really 8 to 12 hours. But currently, it's more or less 4 hours. On the weekends, I still game because it's part of my DNA. My most unforgettable gaming experience was when my voice, together with my partner Duno, was actually included into one of the games, yung sa Dota 2.
From two dedicated casters who were relatively unknown in the mainstream Dota 2 community until they uttered 4 magical words.
People actually pay to hear your voice. And it's very expensive at that time, no? And it paved way for Filipino gamers, creators, casters, influencers to be recognized globally.
Marlon Lon Marcielo and Aldrin Duno Pangan kicked off their careers as the go-to broadcasters of Filipino Dota 2 right in its infancy.
Sobrang kulit, tapos iba't ibang lahi nagustuhan yung lakad matatag.
Any way that people would recognize you guys? Any iconic things that they might know you?
So it was really a very great break for me and my partner at that time. I think yung favorite RPG character ko si Alucard sa Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Wall Lionheart, Final Fantasy 8. Normally, pag naglalaro ako, it's always either milk tea or iced coffee para you get the sugar. One of the meanest tweet na narinig sa amin is squatter kami, kantok gaming yung casting namin, tsaka wala kaming class. To be honest, it's quite true, but that's where the fun factor comes in. It's our style eh. So if they see us na parang squatter, parang squammy, it's not our problem anymore because at the end of the day, mas marami naman kaming fans kaysa sa haters. So I still think we're still doing a great job. My favorite item is yung Predator X 34 curve monitor. Kasi nakakabaliw siya in terms of gaming. Kasi kuha niya na yung peripheral vision mo eh. So the 34-inch will actually give you a very high level of gaming. Very happy that Predator has recognized someone from the ground up, someone from the start of the scene that actually has contributed to a lot of things now. As you can see now, we've seen a lot of influencers, gaming teams, gaming organizations. 10 years ago, that was just merely a dream sa Pilipinas. And I'm very happy that I was acknowledged to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
Back in action for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. And we wished for a best of our 3-game best of 3 series, and we are going to have it. It's the grand final of the Asia region, and we are indeed in game number 3. My name is Wolf, your panel host, the Wolfpack with Nathan and Pao, bring you the segment, the analyst segment, including the draft a little later on. But for now, let's talk about that previous game. And Pao was the one who actually predicted that the PA will be there and the PA to pop off so that we can get into game number 3. Did we satisfy your RNG needs, man?
It did. I mean, both Nathan and I went for the IMG draft. I believe. For me, it was really the Pugna was a good sort of last pick for veteran, and we saw him do really really well in the lane. But my reasoning for saying that the PA was still going to take over eventually was that he just out carries an Ursa, and there was a lot of ways for IMG to sort of disengage if they needed to, and as long as they were able to sort of have the Void Spirit and the Tiny, which we saw actually Ultra kind of hard carried his team through the rougher parts of the game. He could basically, the both of them can shut down the entire backlines, right? And we saw towards as the game was going long, suddenly the Pugna's early game wasn't as felt. The Tiny's always on top of him. The Void Spirit, KWA God with the Aghanims and later on the BKB just made life hard for the spellcasters, which makes it really awkward when now all of the pressures in your Pangolier, your Death Prophet sort of make things happen. And maybe the last thing I will mention is that I really, really enjoy playing the PA into Pangolier matchup just because it's easy for the PA to get away from the roll-in. You roll in once, as you're trying to turn and get back into and sort of lock down the PA. PA is going to blink out and you're just going to wait. He's going to wait for your lucky shot and then going to come right back in and then take you out just if he has the farm. So IMG, surviving the early game.
I want to say before I ask Nathan, there's so many ways for them to deal with the lucky shot. Out and against the Pango in general, because you also have that Inkswell hard dispel, and you also have the hard dispel coming out from the blur. You get the Aghanim Scepter. That's also a neat trick that they aren't looking for. There aren't many big lockdowns coming out from the side of veteran so that the PA, if he gets a BKB off, it's gonna be good even with those disarms. So that's what I felt in this particular game. But yeah, Nathan, anything you want to say about this particular game?
Yeah, I you know what slightly grinds my gears, man, when you make your analysis, you got this whole idea of how the game is gonna play out. You guess who's gonna win. You end up guessing right who won, but the whole story.
For not the reasons.
For not the reasons
you said.
It's just absolutely wrong. I said IMG. If they win the lanes, they'll win the game. They didn't win the lanes.
They won the game anyway.
But yeah, I think unfortunately for veteran, they just didn't get to close the game out. They were in a really good position. I mean, they even had Aegis on the Ursa at some point, but it's just, it's how you close the game out. It's how you prime the map, how you prepare the whole map to be able to have your draft finish the game out. That's how it's supposed to be. But IMG, they were always pesky. They always held out. They held out up until the point where the PA, like Pao mentioned, did end up popping off. And yeah, I think the game was basically actually on Quagga to understand that he needed to go on the back line. But who cares about my analysis? We care about draft game number 3.
It's game number 3. It's the only best of 3 in the Asia region for the playoffs. And it is the grand final. So far, we're seeing the Pangolier going to be picked up, instantly answered by this Blood Seeker.
Okay.
And Pao is...
That's...
so many emotions right there in Pao's face.
Yeah.
Please put it in words, man.
Veteran are probably. I was going to say, are we going to see the six bans for Hustler? Probably not. But being on first pick, they've managed to already put a counter that's good against the Pangolier. Okay, I would say against the Timber if you can drop down the Rupture as he's sort of zipping in and around the fight. So Veteran already looking in a great position on the first pick. I really like this Bloodseeker pick. The question is going to be though, how are the lanes going to play out still, right? I feel like that's sort of how it sort of comes down, where even if you have the counters, it doesn't mean you're going to run away with the game if you can't have a sane sort of laning setup for it. And IMG, it's going to be really interesting for them what they pick here in their next two picks. It's going to be really
5
crucial.
seconds remaining.
I feel it has to remain open, otherwise this Bloodseeker might run away with the game.
Yeah, I think both teams have a really good foundation to be able to come up with good ideas, especially in the second phase. I feel like even without the last pick, we might probably be able to slightly determine already who might just have a better foundation overall as a team when they draft. But yeah, definitely agree. Bloodseeker could really make this Pangoliers game absolutely tough. Depends highly though where the Bloodseeker will go. Can go carry, can go off lane. Even I think with the new changes, I think it still has the same roles overall. It's not like it's a huge drastic change where all of a sudden we're going to see, you know, position 5 Bloodseekers and whatnot. But I'm just looking at the bans right now. Nice ban from IMG, still identifying that Veteran could have gone for the Mars, but of course opted to go for the counter on the the Pangolier instead of the Bloodseeker. Remove the puck as well on the other side on Veteran though. They seem to be afraid of the Troll. They don't want the Storm to come back up again.
Radiant team ban.
Wow.
Juggernaut.
I like the Juggernaut ban. Yeah, okay. Juggernaut deals pretty well against the Phoenix. The Phoenix Egg, kind of okay against the Bloodseeker, but Rupture will still go through. But Omni Slash is a light buff, so maybe it is going to be a hero that they should be worried about. Here you go. This is the crucial part, right? IMG. They're going to pick Grimstroke. Okay, you know, you can sort of outrange the Bloodseeker still. Make sure that you can drop your silence every time you see someone who's Veteran. Interesting pick.
Void Spirit, Wraith King. Yeah, I think it's sort of just like a 1-2 kind of combo between these two heroes. You have the Grimstroke plus the Wraith King. Really good in the lane. Got a lot of these stuns that you can throw out onto the opponent, especially if they run a Bloodseeker offlane as well. I think is not too bad with the picks that IMG have. Of course, you do want to always try to throw out the Soulbind onto this Void Spirit, ground him, just so he can't really be annoying, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like maybe IMG also want the idea of not just pairing it with a good carry in terms of just having a nice combo between the two, but just so that, you know, Veteran won't get the Grimstroke. You know, you don't want the Soulbind being thrown out onto the Pangolier, but it seems like Hustler says, oh, okay, it's a Leshrac. What are we going to do?
Yeah, that's a potential problem. I was thinking, looking into Veterans draft, right? Like, it seems like IMG, their idea is that, okay, well, if you have a Rupture, and yes, the Pangolier is going to have a hard time, we're just going to dodge the team fight, right? But it feels like Veteran, what they want to do is, we're going to chase them down to the ends of the earth. We have the Astral we have Astral Step, we have the Leshrac sort of running people down with the move speed. So I don't know, Veteran, it looks really spooky. You know, the damage output's really spooky from them. IMG, I'm not sure if
what I do like about a Leshrac is that it also acts like your deep push hero, because you're looking at Team IMG have so much wave clear potential. They have also they also have push. But with the Leshrac and the talent that was, you know, adds them to the Lightning Storm, which kind of makes me feel like it's a throwback to 2014 when that was a god tier spell. Now it's you kind of they gotta bring it back with this hero. A lot of combo potentials as well. I mean, even if we talk about damage, we also have to talk about team fight. As a Veteran, they also have a good team fight lineup with them, even with the tanky heroes coming up from Team IMG. So really, the Shrek, it makes so much sense why it was picked up by Veteran.
Who's playing what role for Veteran?
Yeah, I was sort of thinking the same. You know, you have the Void Spirit. Can go multiple lanes or multiple roles. Leshrac same as well. Bloodseeker's not really a hard set on being a carry in all of these games, you know. So it could be interesting.
Is this an offlane
anti-mage? Wow.
I guess it could be. Because I feel like the Leshrac is not too bad versus the Wraith King in the lane. You know, it's quite quick as well, just so you can maybe try to run away from the combo that maybe the Grimstroke plus the Wraith King can come up with, but I don't know what last hero there's. I feel like IMG as well are pretty confused. But
there you go. Yeah, they needed a position 5, right? Like that was the issue that they were sort of running into. But Veteran, Interesting ideas, but I'm not entirely sure how the lane is going to look like. You're
This
going
is
to have
so
a Bloodseeker and an
10
Ogre
seconds
versus a
remaining.
Timbersaw. And so
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Or maybe they
feel
will
like
just
that.
deploy this Shrek against it. If they do, like, swap your lanes. And Bloodseeker versus Wraith King, that's a decent lane coming for the Bloodseeker, if ever, because it can also utilize killing the skeletons if ever the skeletons do appear.
And
Like
it might be a
still.
But my issue there is that it might be a Bloodseeker Phoenix versus Grimstroke Wraith King, and the first 2-3 levels are going to be really rough for the Bloodseeker just because Fire Spirits aren't going to be enough in the lane. So I kind of feel like it might still just be Bloodseeker versus Timber, and in that case it's fine. I like the Lina.
Oh man,
Yeah,
it's
the
one of
Lina's
those
really good. The
One of those
Lina's
heroes that
really good
that
here.
I personally pick when there's a Phoenix in the opposing end, because just deal with it so much. You have immense amount of range. Go with it, and of course the burst potential is gonna be there. Man, if it weren't for the Ogre Magi, Team Veteran, we would have really be scared of their composition. Now Team IMG with that last pick Lina looks pretty solid. That's my opinion about it. But what about you, Nathan and Pao? Who do you think is gonna win, or maybe just predict what might happen in the early stages up until the late stages of the game?
I sort of share the same sentiments. I don't know how I feel about the Ogre. You know, this is usually where you go, okay, yeah, this makes sense, the Ogre pick, but I don't know. I mean, the only reason why maybe it's okay here is you just throw the Ignite, I guess, maybe on the Wraith King, you just kite him out. I don't know, that seems like a really weak idea, honestly. So I don't know how the Ogre might come into play here. Could be an offlane and then all of a sudden he goes with Dagon or whatever, but yeah, I agree. I think IMG overall just have a better idea of how they want to play the game. I like the Lina pick. I don't think there are any other heroes that can lane against this hero very well. I'm really convinced. IMG should win the lanes. I don't know how they didn't win maybe the lanes earlier, but they should win the lanes this time, and this should be a bit more straightforward. I think IMG might just be the champions.
How about you, Pao?
I'm gonna have to go with IMG. I like the sort of idea. They were, I think they banked a little bit on the core counters for the side of Veteran. I don't know how their lanes are gonna go, right? Might be Lina versus Void Spirit, kind of like the Lina in that position, just because your spells kind of go through the shield, and then from there, I don't know what you're gonna do against the. I don't know exactly how you're gonna lane against a Wraith King. Meanwhile, your Bloodseekers against a Timbersaw might sound like a free lane for the Timbersaw. So I don't know. To me, I think the IMG draft is just something I understand a little bit more. But it is a new patch. So I am willing to be wrong. But IMG, I think, just a little bit easier. For my mind, at least.
Okay. Just for the sake of a non-unanimous panel, I will be voting for Team Veteran. Let's trust the process in the Ogre. Maybe some lucky shots in there. But again, it's not up to us. It's up to the players and the casters themselves. It's one last time in this grand final. It is Lyrical as well as Nomad. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, gang. Yep, very excited to get into the final game of this best of 3 grand finals between IMG and Veteran here at the Predator League Asia Division. Lyrical, I mean, firstly, we have to address the elephant in the room. It is an Ogre carry. Is what I would have really wanted to say, but unfortunately it's not. It's a support. Debated.
You had me do a double take there for a second. No, it is. It's Kenji that's going to be playing the Ogre. I think that this is a hero. It would have been great if we could have had Ogre carry, but I think that it's a really strong lane paired together with Leshrac, right? Or rather, just a combo to pair together with Leshrac in general. We'll see if Mice and him do end up laning together or not, but to me that feels like a natural combination that you would try and get together, and if you can start fights off like that, easy peasy.
Yeah, and we talked before about how much we like this Leshrac with the new change, but with the 15 talent, the plus 100 lightning storm damage feels kind of insane. Like, I don't know, like we haven't really seen it in a proper game yet. The game we saw it on was a bit of a crush, but I think this talent might be kind of ridiculous. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the goal is for Mice this game. But yeah, Leshrac carry in a game like this. How do you rate it?
I think that it's relatively good. There's a couple things it does quite well, pushing out the side lanes. You're fast enough once you get those boots of travel online that you can kind of not be too afraid as long as you've at least got an idea of where Qua is on the lane, because Lina is going to be that natural hero that can run into some issues or create some issues for you rather just by getting caught out of position. But the biggest thing for me is that this lane feels really good against the Timbersaw. So again, you've got the pretty easy setup to Fire Blast, immediately followed up by the Split Earth. And this is a problem for Timbersaw's entire laning stage. Look at him. Again, they got him.
Yep, cutting him down, causing him problems. Can he get away? Yes, he can, but at the end of the day, that's still a lot of bullying, a lot of forcing here with the level 1s from Mice and Kenji. A really strong start to this top lane.
Yeah. And of course, the nice thing about Ogre against Timbersaw is that, you know, any of those whirling deaths that might come out, although it's looking like TSL is just going for the straight up Timber Chain build, it's not going to affect him as much as some of those other sort of tanky heroes that you would send into his lane, like an Undying or something. Kenji can kind of sit there, and if he takes it, he's not losing like his right click damage. He's not losing, or is he losing his right click damage, but he's not losing his health along the way.
Yeah. Not too bad. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, we have ourselves the Grimstroke and the Wraith King and the Bloodseeker and the Phoenix. Again, it feels like it should be a pretty strong lane for Veteran down here.
Yeah, I think so. This one feels quite good to me. Any Bloodseeker lane is really hard to deal with. Just the constant spam you can get from the Blood Right is really difficult to sort of measure up to, although you can get a lot of damage there. One thing that I was
tanking
too much. One thing that I was also thinking with this sort of Ogre pick is later on the Bloodlust with the Bloodseeker is a lot of damage up top. Hustler in some trouble. Couple more pits are all he needs, and that's first blood drawn by Mice.
Very nicely done. Baiting him in a little bit there on the Lashcrack and getting that kill onto Hustler on that Pangolin. Really nice first blood down in the top lane.
Yeah, so the thing that I was going to talk about, though, is pairing Bloodseeker together with Blood Rage, or with Bloodlust, and then getting the Shard, right? That 2% max damage is pure for the Bloodseeker. If he decides to go towards that later, really good against the Wraith King.
Yeah, we don't see it so much on the offlane Bloodseekers, which, I mean, I think they could this game, though. But you're playing against two really tanky cores, so I'd love to see it personally. Not sure it's going to happen, but hey, we can hope.
Yeah.
As they go forward on Tim here, he could be in some real trouble as that Inkswell's going to pop a full duration Inkswell. Is it enough? No, it's not. He gets himself away and will survive this time around.
Very low there, warped in, and you can see TI moving very quick. It's just going to need to sort of regen up off these creeps a little bit here. This is CS, it's fine. Nobody cares. Yeah, I think that the one reason that they might try and transition this Bloodseeker more so is because you've got like two sort of int nukers coming out from the Void Spirit and the Lesh. So you might want somebody that can do a little bit of damage through BKB when the time comes, and that feels like it's the main avenue is through this Bloodseeker. But we'll see. You could change it up. Just go the normal Bloodseeker stuff we've become accustomed to.
Yeah, I'd be up for it. We'll see what direction Shotai wants to go for, and we'll pay great attention to that. But yeah, even though this late lane might get rough for the Wraith King, it really doesn't matter. I mean, he's a Wraith King. He's already got the 2 points of Vampiric Spirit, suggesting he's probably going to end up going to the jungle pretty swiftly, and he'll be absolutely fine to just farm up super fast in there.
Did you see that? 2 bottle heroes, they both get the rune, easy peasy. It was kind of interesting though, because you saw Kale make the move down on this Phoenix to secure him the rune, right? I don't know if that's really that valuable to do at the 4-minute mark anymore. It seems a little weird to me in that regard. But regardless, we'll see if the teams keep doing that or if it's going to be sort of a relic of the past.
Yeah, it'll be a thing to keep an eye on. Yeah, but you know, the mid laners are going to be happy now. You know, we all know mid laners, right? Everyone's got that guy they queue with who's a mid laner, and he's just like, yeah, look, I lost the range trade. That's why I lost my lane as we lose Hustler at top. Now they don't have anything to cry about, okay? So they'll probably find something. But...
You have so much more faith in them than I do. They're going to find something to cry about. There's no doubt in my mind about that one.
Too many trees around mid now.
Exactly.
That's why I lost my lane.
That's the next iteration. I'm ready for it. My support did not commit suicides, that way they could come back in and refill my bottle. What the heck? Messed up.
Yep.
Ooh.
Nice jump away from the timber. Gets himself out of safety.
And yeah, he's gonna get out of there completely. Goes for the easy TP out. Nicely played. Back mid.
The action continues. Yep, Laguna Blade just about comes out, and that's actually gonna keep her alive.
Yeah, that one hurts. That's a feels bad for the Phoenix. This guy was level 2 when he dove in there. Didn't even have his 3rd point in yet, and he just gets walloped.
It happens to the best of us. Sometimes, you know, that level 6 on the Lina, you don't respect it, and then you end up getting toasted. Bottle refill, though, will be nice.
This has been a really good answer for the Timber by and large. You know, they've been able to do a nice combination of like keeping the spam of abilities on him, you know, with this Fire Blast level 2 and the Ignite as well. And then this is setting up for Bloodseeker to have a better lane bottom because Timber's not just topped up on HP the whole time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And, you know, I love it when you're playing Leshrac and you get like a nice tanky support, and in this case 2 tanky supports, which can kind of be the frontliner for you, because Leshrac, you know, he does a lot of damage, but he can't be that hero in the front lines just soaking it all up.
Right.
And if you can make up for that in your support duo, that is way nicer than having it on the pos 3, in my opinion, when you're playing Lesh, because it just gives you someone to play with in lane and someone who can kind of like sacrifice themselves for you a little bit easier. It's really nice.
Definitely, it's super needed, and it's also going to be, I think, really beneficial. Like you said, unless they sort of go for the Bloodseeker turning into some of these right clicks build, you're losing some value on the Bloodlust, but there is the potential just to sort of max out these 2 nukes and you know, be a force in the lane that sets up Lesh to start running around and killing people, and that's also just as relevant and good. They're trying to set up bottom for this bottom kill.
It's a tricky one. It's a really tricky one, especially where the creep wave is right now. I don't think they will be turning this into anything, and yeah, Hustler realizes that and just guess I'll walk back to mid, whatever. Unfortunately, he is under a ward, so they know his movements right now.
Yeah, it's been a nice reaction so far from Veteran, playing very safe on that Bloodseeker, and now transitioning the Lina, or rather the Void Spirit up top to match the movements of the Lina earlier.
Can they bring him down? He's a big tanky boy on the Timber Saw, but they've got the stuns, they've got the lockdown. Timber Chain through along with the Chakrab doing a lot of damage, but not enough to turn around. Genji's got to get away. He has a salve. Luckily, the salve keeps him alive. Now Hustler turns up to defend this tower. This should stop it falling, although am I still here with the 3 points in Edict?
Yeah.
Gonna start melting away this building.
It's actually really annoying. Hustler might need to soak up some of this damage himself, and in the end, they just get it.
Wow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not the most relevant of towers to take early, but definitely a nice injection of gold for Veteran there, and it's going to make things maybe a little bit less safe feeling for TSL hanging out. There's no sort of easy rotation point to help him in the lane if he gets too far forward.
Yeah, you can get stranded very easily. The potential of the rundown on the Leshrac as well, with just this consistent damage, although he hasn't gone for Lightning Storm points yet, so solo kill potential is none on the Lesh, unless anyone really messes up. He does need that Lightning Storm to run people down in the long run. It's a very slow process usually.
There was the scan there by Bell. Has gone for this Midas, so a little bit slower of a timing coming out for the Wraith King. He does have actually a Wraith Band queued up next for that extra attack speed and all the other good stuff, but it feels like Veteran are going to make the move and try and shut down the side of the map a little bit here.
Yeah, just gonna be frank, I don't like the Wraith Band on Wraith King at all. You know, I understand it's in the name, you know, you're the Wraith King, you need the Wraith Band, right. I get it, but canonic aside, Yeah, I mean, attack speed doesn't really matter that much on this hero, nowhere near as much as it used to. Like, it's just your crits on the cooldown.
Oh no.
Wraith Band not important. Now he's just walking into his demise, does have himself this reincarnation, which is going to be forced out remarkably quickly. And out he comes for round number 2 as the Leshrax's overstayed its welcome, and he's going to get killed off, but Hustler will fall as well. A couple of spells being traded between the two teams, but it looks like it's a Timbersaw who is going to outlive his usefulness here as Bell tries to get away. Can they get the stun out on Tim? They don't have any stun in range, and he's going to be able to survive.
Very well played. Really, really solid performance here from Veteran, and they're going to claim another tier 1 tower. Oh, they got another one maybe. Ooh, just barely able to get out of there as Warped in. Still being chased though, and Gugu on top of him, trying to find that kill. The disarm is there, but the step comes through afterwards. Now Hustler going to try and turn, popping this one out after the Laguna Blade killed the Phoenix.
Goodness.
TP away should secure Veteran's retreat. Although Kenji still being chased, throws out one more round of the Ignite, and
no lucky shot.
He's tanky. He's out.
Yeah. Yeah, with the lucky shot landing, maybe you get the LSA, but unfortunately that was not the case, therefore he gets away. Yeah, I mean, I gotta ask, where was Qua in the start of that fight? Like, he didn't actually turn up for the initial engagement, so they had this Timbersaw who was doing an okay job of tanking everything in the front line, but you don't have the Lina there to back it up. Like, without this Lina in the early game engagements, they don't have the damage to fight Veteran, and Veteran are a very, very strong early game draft. I think that was a huge, huge underestimation by IMG there, and that cost them dearly as the Supernovas had to be popped up at top here, trying to bring down Bell, but they don't have the DPS to get through it.
Interesting. They're still set up to try and push mid, but without that egg, it feels a little bit tougher now. Yeah, and I think that part of it is just Veteran taking these fights early by bringing a lot of people to it. You know, Qua, I'm sure, wanted to show up to that one, but with all the TPs that already come to the tier 1 tower, it would have taken him forever to get there. So he had to kind of go for the walk instead, and now more battle coming behind the tower to take down Bell.
Oh, Bell, sweet baby Bell, gets killed off. No reincarnation, still on cooldown from the previous fight. And look at Kenji, this zoning is insane. In fact, is he gonna just straight up kill Grimstroke? Well, the Gugu's making sure of it. Yeah, he does, just earning an Ignite.
It's a lot of damage. Level 4 Ignite, 50 per, and then on top of that, that earn, it's spooky. Yeah, Veteran are just firing on all cylinders right here in the grand final. They came to play and they had a plan. They were executing it really, really well. I think so much of this, again, is set up by shutting down that Timbersaw early. Currently, he's only 600 gold ahead of the Phoenix. His like main tanking items right now are raindrops and a cloak. It's just not enough. There's too much damage coming out too quickly. TSL's a non-factor in this game.
Yeah, big time, big time. And this is the thing, right? Like, they need this Lina to be doing something. Right now, she hasn't really made the play. She hasn't really been doing anything. It's hard for her, I agree. You don't have that support that can go in and just set up for the LSA easily. Like, there's nobody who does that for her in this game. So she feels like she needs a Yules before she makes any play to set up for herself. Unfortunately, Veteran, they realize this, and they're taking full advantage of it and just putting on as much pressure as they can before those timings come out. And now they've built such an advantage that they probably don't even care about the Yules that much.
Right. So what you're telling me is she doesn't have an Ogre. She needs the strongest hero in the game, Ogre Magi, to set up for her. That's what I'm hearing from you, Nomad.
Strongest and smartest.
What a guy.
Dire's top tower
It's really impressive how much this Lesh has been able to get done, you know, relative to what's going on. It kind of feels like a runback of game number 1 in a way, right? Like, you know, replace Mice with Drow Ranger, and he's sort of still getting like super involved early, whereas you kind of have this Bell Wraith King that needs so many items to be relevant in the game, and Veteran just coming online quicker. Oh my god. Chase down, Warped in. It's gonna have to go for the silence, but now in more trouble, dead Gugu gets the finish.
Yeah, they're stunning right now. Veteran, they are really shifting it up a gear. IMG, they need to come up with some better answers than what they're providing right now, but right now his Hustler's in trouble. He's popped the Rolling Thunder, but he's inside the Rupture, and he's going to die to the egg eventually. No other choice. Meanwhile, the egg does pop, and they look forward for more. So TI on the chase. Kenji gets dropped as Quad trying to fight up, but it's too much now. Although that said, actually, she's fine. She's fine. The Yules was perfect just to let her survive long enough for the tower to do its damage, the team to come in to follow up, and now they look over towards Goo.
Oh man, impressive showing. Goo trying to get out of there, and he's on such low HP. The Atos comes out in time, and that's going to be enough to save the Void Spirit. Man, you said it, the Yule Scepter there in that moment, and the fact that they didn't go on the Timber Saw, right? Like normally that's a good decision, but here, like if there's one thing that this Timber has been able to do, it's still build up the damage. It's the survivability that's his problem. So if he's living through these fights, if they're not taking him down at the start, he's still going to be a monster, and it was so much damage. He was the one that, you know, the Laguna Blade from the Lina onto the Void Spirit was huge, but, you know, Timber living that long, it was a problem that they're going to need to address in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very aggressive from Veteran, you know, going for that play under the tier 2 tower. There was no real prompt there. They were just hungry, thirsty boys, and they get punished for it accordingly.
Very well played here by the Timber. He's keeping these stacks up now. This is definitely what you need to play with. Like, that regen's so integral. And I think that, you know, as the Spirit Vessel comes out, you're getting close to it done on Kale. That's going to be a really nice timing for Veteran. We're going to have to watch how they play around that. Because there is, like, the BKB timings that come out from IMG are going to be scary. When that finishes, like, you really don't have much in the tank to deal with it. It's mainly this Bloodseeker who's gone for this Atos build on like his Rupture and like sort of his right clicks. So I'm starting to get concerned for Veteran, even though they have a 5 to 10 lead.
yeah, it's not often we say that, but for sure, BKB is the Leshrak's greatest enemy, and I'm interested to see how this Leshrak plays out. You know, obviously we've seen it now twice being played as a carry. I think last game maybe it was mid the last time we saw it, but this late game, the BKBs get an extra second on them when they get to their lowest charge. They'll now be at 6 seconds rather than 5 seconds, and that makes a really big difference to heroes which want to be doing a lot of damage in the late game. Meanwhile, the Phoenix has been caught out here, and I don't think there's any hope of survival for Kayla, as he is going to end up losing his life.
Quad at this point also, like, there's a lot of things to watch out for. This Lina pick is starting to really come online with this Yule Scepter, and also the fact that Pango's been able to actually be involved in a couple of these fights. Hustle's had a little bit of room for himself. There's other targets that are getting ruptured besides just the Pango. He does need to be careful now. Hustler pulled back in, but the LSA...
Oh, it's not enough to rip through him, and Hustler does die regardless, and Kenji even tickling away at Kwa here. Yeah, I think Kenji actually might be the one in the awkward situation after all, as they've got the Inkswell ticking away onto him, locking down the Yoga Magi, but he is just so tanky. Now Mice comes in, realizing that Lina is out of mana. She does not have enough mana even for the Yule, so vulnerable, gets killed off. Great read there from Mice to jump in and kill off the Lina.
These wards are insane. Like, this is one thing that you've got to keep an eye on. Like, it's so easy to deward this ward, but it's in, like, you have to do it because, like, with all of these added trees and this weird stuff that's going on, they completely outplayed them and just waited and played around their vision perfectly. That ward sort of won them that engagement. Yeah, and it's on Radiant's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key to that is one of them juked in the trees. The Ogre juked in the trees, made enough time to burn out more mana and force out, you know, longer. The kill was way longer. That allowed the team to come in, the Dire side to come over, and results in the kill. Meanwhile, the Lina tried to hide in the trees, and they just immediately killed her. Like, it's the little things which make a big difference in these high stakes engagements.
Oh, and Lina shows up to protect the Timber.
Never feels good burning these spells onto Kenji on this Ogre Magi. She's even overextending for this kill now, so I'm imagining she's going to get punished, but no mana actually available on the Leshrak, but still not finishing off Kenji, and the egg of the backlines pops, and they will be able to bring him down. Oh, Kwa. Complete overextension, just getting sucked into the damage sponge, and really overcommitting for a kill, which just wasn't worth a whole lot in the end.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of frustration after what just happened there, wanting to get involved and make things happen. And these Corlinas, they're dangerous. They're flashy. They're, you know, a glass cannon, but when it breaks, it's a problem. Things really can fall apart quickly. They drop a sentry down, but didn't deward the high ground here. Interesting. Radiant, I guess, I'm not sure if somebody just didn't see the wards or what was going on there, but Dire still have really good vision. Oh, you know what it was? They replaced another observer ward down because they saw that Radiant didn't put another sentry. So Radiant think this is dewarded. Oh no.
Interesting. Oh dear. Stroke, the next one to be caught as he's getting his life taken away from him one slice at a time, and Kenji will grab it with the Ignite.
Very well played by Veteran.
Dire's structures are
This Ogre is 4, 3, and 8, by the way.
Greatest hero in the game.
Really?
That's how we can deduce these things. Good stat line, best hero.
Okay, noted.
It does look like now Veteran want to try and shut down this bottom tower and finish this one off. Still underneath the ward. This Radiant ward's also been pretty good. Doesn't give quite as much vision as the one up on the high ground, but still at least recognizing that Veteran is all in the area here.
Now, I think it's time we address the elephant in the room.
Tell me.
Or more accurately, the king in the room.
All right.
This Wraith King, completely uncontested for the last 19 minutes of gameplay. No one has really touched him on in the laning phase, and he is now rocking around with a Radiance and a Midas. This is a fire they're going to need to put out at some point in this game. Bell is going to come online if they continue to ignore him. I mean, he's already got that Radiance. He's already looking like he wants to fight soon, maybe going for the Blink Deck first as the fight breaks down at the bottom. They kill off the leader, and now Timsaw stuck in the middle of it all. He gets cut down as well.
Bell showing up, wants to make something happen here. They're going to bring down this Phoenix. But again, you've lost a lot already. You got to be really careful. I agree. Bell could be a problem going forward here. But with BKBs coming out, a lot of his damage is going to be sort of turned around against him. And in fact, the jump in, Bell in trouble, taunted, pulled back. And
he's got no mana.
Oh, he's got
one,
silence.
He's okay.
Yeah, just barely living. Yeah, this is a problem.
Barely living?
Oh, no, it's going to burn it down.
He's gone.
Damn,
baby.
Dude.
Best hero in the game does it again.
That's right, Ogre Magic.
I'm a fan.
And that was before level 3 on his ulti as well. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I think they're going too fast on Veteran. There's no answer.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the dream he'd hoped for when entering his first fight of the game. You know, he was hoping that he was going to enter the fight. Everyone was going to go, oh my god, it's Wraith King, oh my god, run. But they didn't care. They just murdered him like they're doing to Timbersaw right now as he gets burnt down by the sun ray and all that damage coming out. The deeps are too strong. The magic damage coming out from Veteran, it is too much for IMG to deal with currently. And they might be heading up to the high ground at 21 minutes.
Wow. And you know why this is possible? They use that glyph down below. They have a really nice window here. It's still scary, but if they can manage to hit this before Timbersaw comes back up, they push really quickly. It's going to be good. So they take that tier 3 tower and are going to retreat. I think this is a really good decision. It's so easy to get pulled into an extended long fight, and all of a sudden you're facing like buybacks and you're losing your whole, like, just build that advantage up. This is really nice stuff from Veteran, liking the way they're playing.
Yeah, it's very oppressive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oppressive and impressive, in fact.
True enough.
Oppressing the enemy, impressing us. And it's not easy to play this kind of draft, you know. They make it look easy. They run in, they press all their spells. Oh, wow, cool. You know, clearly they're just winning the game because they're heroes. But no, this is some really high-level performance from them. It's great to see.
Ugu. Oh, he didn't get the step off.
No,
that was unfortunate. And they take
down the
Phoenix.
takes down the Phoenix.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I heard you like rising from the ashes. Well, rise from this, buddy.
They go Roche now. This is probably going to be this is a nice turning point. I'm still worried about their lack of damage when all of Veteran are grouped up, but getting this Aegis really, you know, assuages a lot of those fears that I've got.
Look at it go. Roshan's health bar dropping like nobody's business. They get that vision inside the pit, but they know they can't do anything about it. The Phoenix still dead for 14 seconds. But here they go. BKB popped and the buyback at the same time. They try and do something about this, but they can't break past the defenses and get into the pit. Leshrac is just melting. He has too much damage coming onto him. He needs to get rid of that silence. The Lina will fall. Leshrac somehow surviving on the sidelines of this fight as the egg pops, and that's going to cause trouble for the Timbersaw. He gets run down, doesn't kill the Leshrac on the exit. Can Hustler get away though?
Oh god, he just got ran down right there by Bell. The Radiance damage was too much, and now chasing down Kayla as well. Bell is in, but he doesn't have another reincarnation. He's gone. So he will fall now as they look for more on the other side. Hustler's buyback. Bell's there.
I hate to tell you, he hasn't just got one reincarnation, but he's got two.
No.
He's got an Aegis as well. My boy's ready to start brawling.
Now he's going for it. Show Ti is back on top of him. Gugu barely lives through that one. Hustle's still trying to do what he can as they want to finish off Gugu. Will get that final touch in the blink forward from Bell with a crit. Sick stuff. Much needed, much appreciated. What a wild roller coaster we got going.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, who won that fight? I don't know. I don't think anyone really won that fight. Maybe Veteran came out slightly ahead. They took the Aegis down. They managed to get themselves a buyback and kill on Topanga. I'm putting it slightly in favor of Veteran, but at the same time, the fact that IMG were able to just kind of take such an even fight in a game which has been so one-sided is huge for them.
Yeah, and some of that is the Lesh's itemization that needs to, I think, change up now. Going for more of this like magic resist, the bloodstone. I think that he needs a plate mail item, whether that's Shiva's or what, probably just Shiva's, I think, at this point, because the Lina was just shredding into him during that fight, right? It was all the right clicks coming onto him. She did, yeah, like that. It's kind of a problem. Because I think that like the magic resistance, he's like there kind of, and BKB is nice and all, but I think he needs armor, particularly with Wraith King starting to come online and build it into an AC. They're just gonna like rip him up.
Yeah. He's going for the BKB himself, which you know, I think is good. But Bell getting run down. This is going to be his first life, very quickly disappearing, and a second one will follow. There is no help coming for this Wraith King. He overextends. The whole of Veteran hits punish him, and he gets put into the grave for good this time.
That is Scary Town. I mean, and this is really, you know, not a huge deal necessarily in like the grand scheme of things. Like it's a big kill as mid, chance for a finish here as well in Warpton. That to me doesn't like signal a change in the way these team fights are going to go. It's just like a mental mistake, right? But it does still show that Wraith King is not immortal as much as he wants to be. It's not true. It's a lie.
Don't believe everything you read on the packaging, folks.
Exactly. Nonetheless, 14 to 27, a 2,000 gold lead, and in spite of losing Roche, it's really that second one that I think is going to matter more. And they're going to take this down here, taking the tier 2 tower, and very easily played by Veteran.
Yeah, I was feeling very good about IMG's chances in this game until that two big mistakes back to back kind of put them back into the situation they're in before. Still not quite as bad. I mean, this Wraith King, he's very close to AC.
Oh, for sure. And I think that they really need him to be the one that sort of pulls this back again, because like at this point, Timber is just not a hero. You know, a man's got a mech and a dream, and it's rough.
Yeah. But hey, at least that mech's nice and cheap to cast now. Oh,
that's
it's
true.
Greaves now. Never mind.
Okay. Ooh.
They're trying to chug down this Leshrac. Leshrac pretty tanky. Can they finish the job here? They'll keep rolling through him on Hustler, and they will be able to take down the Leshrac in the front lines.
Time now. The egg goes off, starting to burn through Bell. That's going to be one life down as the Spirit Vessel finishes them off on the other side. Is there anything else left in the tank afterwards? So a 1-for-1 exchange. Looks like Veteran going to back out. Yeah, if they don't bring him down right there, that's a Bloodstone heal into everybody dead. But a really good play to finish him off right then and there.
Yeah, super heads up from them, just realizing they have the ability to do so. And now the fight's actually kicking off again here. As they're trying to bring down the Void Spirit, they'll be successful, but Quara's low on the front lines. He's got the yields to purge off that Spirit Vessel. Can they control up the two heroes trying to kill him? I think they can. Though saying that, Genji gets on top of him with that Blood Right, and they will be able to finish the job onto the Lina. But all the same, it is so costly that she's going to be more than fine with that. And Bell's not even done. He's got himself the blink, he's got himself the stun. Getting on top of the Bloodseeker here and just right-clicking away at him with that big old sword of his, but with the Atos, Show Ti can get himself away.
This is the danger zone. Very, very strong showing there. Keeping Lina alive, and the creeps that I was just trash talking made a huge amount of the difference, right? It's that like just barely there, almost gonna get the kill. It's almost gonna be enough, and then Greaves pops in, and then you've got to commit all these extra heroes, and Veterans start losing one by one. So this is starting to take us into the next level of this game. I think that we might be in for a little bit of a longer treat, because if the way that this game was going to end was with Veteran just like closing down off of the next Roche and then just like putting the clamps on him and then sieging high ground. I think that opportunity is like out of the window now. And so if they're going to win, they have to do it off the back of like Abyssal Blade type of thing from Bloodseeker down the line. If IMG want to win, I think that probably this Roche into taking the outer tier 2 towers, and then they would have to go for a timing around the third Roche likely. Oh, yeah. What a fight. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, no. You don't want to get caught like that. A huge sun coming out there. As meanwhile, Qua, for some reason, is in the middle of all of this, but he's been ruptured up and will be killed off as well. Dear God, what just happened? IMG falling apart on the seams right now as Bell, for some reason, trying to TP himself out of this one. That's not going to work. He gets killed off as well. IMG just made a big boo-boo.
I mean, that's the caveat. If suddenly you get completely wiped of 3 heroes in like half a second, then everything that we talked about is null and void. Wow, that hurt. That hurt a lot, and they're gonna just start running down lanes again, back and forth.
And again, it's those wards on the high ground which are doing the big work.
Yeah, absolutely, Nomad. You're not wrong about that one.
G Wizards Lyrical. Are they going to take themselves a Roshan?
Still got 50 seconds, but it feels like that's probably going to be the route that they go. Interestingly enough, they're actually heading down bottom with the creep wave coming in mid. This is kind of a neat little play here.
See what line up those racks is. Maybe give those a couple of clicks. See what happens. See if anyone buys back.
Yeah, but a bit. There's no way Lina buys back. She has 4 seconds left, but that means that they might lose it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, really heads up from Veteran. They are in the zone and making the good plays, and it's paying off.
Oh, Strickery not quite going to connect, and they throw out the blood right afterwards to secure their retreat. Good stuff from Veteran, and IMG need to figure out next game plan. Bell has that AC done, but I mean, Basher is definitely needed along with the BKB. Like it's not an easy game, and a smoke up to try and go again, round 2.
All right, rinse and repeat. Lina. We've been caught out in this position before. The Grimstroke tanks the gank, and it looks like Lina's going to be going the exact same way as her combo.
Oh my god, that one hurts so badly. You need Lina for the outpush. She's probably going to have to buy back if they want to keep a hold of this tier 3 tower. Oh no, this is so rough for IMG in the grand finals being picked off like that. And now Veteran with a huge opening pushing in this top lane.
Well, you know what they say, Lyrical, the harder you fall, the more they'll clap when you get back up, but that is feeling less and less like an option as they will lose that Timbersaw, and he's going to buy back into this one. They know they need to take this fight with the Wraith King. He's taking so much damage on the front lines, but they will turn their attention to the Lina instead. The Wraith King has a reincarnation, the Lina does not. She does have a BKB, which is going to be able to get her out of the fight for the time being, but heroes are just keep on dying. IMG, they are hemorrhaging kills here as they lose yet another. The Timbersaw goes down with the dive back as a Wraith King in the middle of it all. Can he actually fight through? It's all of this damage coming out from Veteran. He is holding them back. They are holding them back, but not much more can be said than that.
That was a really just high-level play, I think, from Veteran to recognize with Lina back up, with Pango nearby. They didn't quite know the timing on the roll. I'm sure it's so chaotic in the midst of that it could have been back up again that they needed to back out. Because if you get caught like in a mixture of a Pango roll and Lina with like Wraith King Radiance burning, that would have been a wipe on Veteran. You know, they're making the Veteran moves, Nomad. They're doing the plays that they need to win the Grand Championships. Grand Finals time, it's when you pull out all the stops.
And the stops are being pulled very, very hard. What do they mean, pull out the stops? Do you know? It's like a plane?
Yeah, sure.
Those things which stop the plane rolling down the runway. There's little... aren't they chocks? You say chocks away.
Maybe. I just heard to pull out the stops. That's, you know, the stops. That's what they are.
When it's time.
Get them pulled out of there. Make it happen.
Get them out of there, boys.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer at all. There's no answer.
That's all right. We'll Google it afterwards to let you guys know in Twitch chat. Absolutely. Anyway, what is the play? We know the play. Ward up this area, control the triangle, take Roshan and end the game. IMG, if you guys want to be crowned champions, you're going to have to do something about it, and that something is going to have to be very, very big, and it's going to have to blow our socks off, because right now, there is very little doubt in my mind that Veteran are marching their way to this champion position.
Yeah, really good stuff right here, and right now, I want to see who takes the shard. I would love it to be Bloodseeker, but it might be somebody else. I think it was somebody else. Can't believe it. Unbelievable. Oh, was that only the first one? Wait, who actually got the shard?
I guess it was First Brush?
Oh, no, they have cheese. They have cheese.
Yeah, it has to be. Oh, it was a Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. Now, Sunray, Castrate, Supernova. Boo! Nobody likes that one. All right, it's actually sick.
I wanted the Leshrac to take it.
The big old exploding split earths. Yeah, I like that one too.
So yeah, they gave it an extra charge. For some reason, because that's clearly why it was bad.
True.
There weren't enough of them.
Oh, Veteran. Oh, Bell. Oh, Bell.
Bell, baby. This ain't the place where you want to be right now, honey. He's going to get taken down. There goes his first life. Can they respond to this on IMG? Here we go with the Inkspo Rolling Thunder coming through on the backlines, trying to hold back those supports. But look at the Bloodseeker tearing Bell apart as they will lose the Grim. They will lose the Wraith King. And Hustler's just going to bleed out to the Rupture, rolling his way to his own demise. A sad end for him and a sad end for IMG as they get taken down to the steps of their fountain. The GG is called, and Veteran will take it.
Unreal performance, such sick plays. Gugu the God making it work in the end. I think that this player really stood out to me. Mice also, I mean, everybody on this team looked really freaking good. Such impressive performance, and they're going to be the ones cranked it. Look at them. They got their hands up above their heads. They're feeling themselves. I love that we get this camera shots afterwards. It's exactly what you want to see from Team Veteran.
That's right, your Dota 2 Asia champions are going to be Team Veteran, taking the championship over the valued runners-up Team IMG. An amazing performance here from them in the grand finals, pulling out the stops, as Lyrical would say, and absolutely slamming down Team IMG in the final game. Game number 2, IMG, we saw them coming back. We saw a little bit of a spark of light for them, but in the end, Team Veteran just too good. They wanted this. They were hungry for their revenge from the first round, and they get it here in an emphatic victory. And that's a huge win for this team as well. A team of players looking to prove themselves in the field, and a win like this in a tournament like this is exactly what they need to pull that out and get their names out there. I'm excited to see this more from this team in the future.
Absolutely. And it was such an impressive performance with the willingness to go outside of the box, picking up that Ogre Magi, which set this Lesh up for such a great game. That's what really enabled a lot of this draft to go forward. It's something that you don't always see, but sometimes when the patch is crazy, when everything seems wild, just go back to your bread and butter. Go back to the easy, pick some stuns, win some games.
Yeah, and people could say that okay, it's a new patch, a little bit chaotic, but in the end of the day, it's that kind of creative, innovative thinking that is as much of a valued skill as anything else in Dota. So there's nothing to be taken away from this team as they are crowned champions. And with that, we can throw it back to our panel for one final breakdown here at the Predator League for the Asia region. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Nomad and Lyrical. What a game! I mean, for all of the viewers out there, here in the panel, we were mind blown to say the least after watching that match. So much hype, so much, I don't know, so much good old fashioned.
So much Dota. It was just so much Dota.
That's it.
It was an interesting match. Yeah.
My name is Wolf, your panelists. Of course, we thank our casters. That's Ligar and Nomad, by Pao and Nathan. My goodness, is this how we predicted it? I mean, obviously of course, yeah, Pao. Well, what happened? What went wrong? Why weren't our predictions correct?
I mean, I went with the IMG draft, and we saw, right? Even when they were on a deficit, they were mounting a comeback. They were getting back. It was, after a while, it was just hard to kill the Wraith King. It was hard to contest him in Roshan. But the Veteran just outplayed them, I have to say, right? That was, not to take anything away from IMG, but the way Veteran sort of played, even when the advantage swung back to the side of IMG, right? That one ward on the Radiant Triangle where the new ward spot is, caught out 3, and instantly, Gugu, my vote for MVP, jumps straight in, catches 2, instantly deletes 2 people, and then they were eventually they're able to get the rest of IMG as they try to sort of come in and trickle in and save the Wraith King. Kills the Lina, you know, almost takes down the Timbersaw, and then takes down the Wraith King's second life. So, Gugu just completely going ham in this game. It's such a sight to see.
Yeah, I think we expected that from the draft, right, from Veteran, where they were going to pressure early. By no means is this a draft that you want to take into the late game. You know, you're running your Leshrac carry, you're running a Bloodseeker in the offense and a Void Spirit mid. You don't want to go late game versus the Wraith King. That's why I think maybe even IMG, I think they were sort of just like, hold on, guys, we were supposed to be winning this. We had the game in control. Why is it all of a sudden we're losing? I feel like the way that they itemized as well, Midas, Radiance, it was the standard stuff. I heard as well while we were watching the game, Pao was like, go for BKB, man. You kind of need that BKB. There's a lot of damage that a veteran can output there. But no, yeah, I really feel like this was IMG's game because of the draft. And they were surviving, right? The tier 2 tower bottom, I think IMG was even throwing bodies at it just to protect it. But yeah, veteran just with the plays, you know, the vision as well. I feel like maybe it's just tough maybe for some of these teams to not understand that there might be vision in this area. You know, the ward spots have.
You're not used to it, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Man, you know, I think that this is not really something that they also got used to. Interviews, of course, or the players. But I'm so excited about this. For the first time, we will get to talk to the players, and yeah, it's it's gonna be nice to be able to talk to the champions. I think we have Kenji right now with us. And I'm sure that you guys are prepared with questions. Kenji, how you doing, man? How you doing?
Congratulations.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, thank you.
All right, all right.
Oh.
How does it feel? How does it feel? You guys just won, and it was the grudge match too, right? You faced IMG, they knock you down, then you take them down to grand finals. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's how to see, very exciting and, you know, very great. Yeah.
Yeah, what was your game plan coming into this game? Of course, they beat you in the upper bracket, but you made that journey for the lower bracket to make it in the grand finals. You know, what was your game plan going into the game?
Kind of say they are very one day winners. They are very strong at early game. You know, so we have to play the early game. Yeah, just like that.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Kenji, you drafted heroes that we did not think are strong, very strong, right? But it kind of felt like you planned for it. How confident were you guys in game number 3's draft, and did you actually prepare for that kind of draft against your opponents?
Yeah, it's kind of like game 2, you know. When the game pass our time, we just can't do anything about it. You know, so the game 3, we are taking a risk and we play the like early game, yeah. So this is like that. Very risky, right?
Yeah. The risk. The risk definitely paid off.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I like that because
yeah, they took a risk.
Yeah.
They took a risk, and it's really great. Kenji, I want to ask. You know, you woke up this morning. It's the grand final. You know, you're gonna be playing 2 matches at least, but then there's a new patch, and it's a big patch. How did you feel when you saw the changes?
I only read the half of the patch, you know. It's not. When I see Troy is buff and like Aya is buff, you know, stuff like that. You just come as, I don't know, only the half patch. So I know Sate. I just did do it.
All right.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah,
that's great.
Man, how do you, can you describe to us how your teammates are? Are you energetic in this particular match? Are you all scared or are you confident? What is like? What is it like to be part of your team in that grand final?
I think, like you said, very energetic. I think, and exciting. We have to win this game. Yeah, like that.
All right. All right. I just want to ask, who do you think is the MVP for your team? Who do you think was the difference maker? Who do you think is like the best guy on your team?
It's very hard. Even the less game, every player do their best. So kind of hard to say.
Pick yourself, Kenji. Pick yourself.
Yeah, you can pick yourself. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your message to your teammates right now? I'm sure that they are watching right now, seeing you being interviewed, seeing you virtually hold the championship. What can you say to your teammates?
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. They did their best, so everything worked out. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
All right.
Yeah, maybe one last question. What's next for your team? Are you guys going to participate in more tournaments, or are you just what are your plans for the next in a few months here for Dota 2?
I think we will try the best to compete. I think we will. We have very internet problem, like that.
Oh, I see.
So we have to try her. Yeah.
I see.
Okay. Where perhaps one last time, Kenji. It's your floor. Speak to your fans. Speak to anybody you like to thank, and hype up all the viewers right now for what's next with you as the champions of the Acer Predator League 2021.
Yeah. You mean like a message?
Yeah, what's your message? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, any message to the fans?
Very much supporting us from 5 years already, I think, for this thing. Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Congratulations once again to Team Veteran.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, let's see you. Hopefully, we get to see you in. And thank you so much for this interview. My goodness, that's Kenji, not from Team Veteran. Of course, your champions for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. It's all about the Asia Dota, and you saw how well Veteran performed in that grueling best-of-1 double elimination bracket that we have. My goodness, Pao and Nathan, this is one of those great moments wherein you saw a team that they were down in the lower bracket and they pulled themselves up. They brought up so many tricks out of their bag of tricks, right? And they were able to hardly win the championship. My goodness, what can you say about this team?
I love it. I think Nathan was really the one that opened our eyes to sort of what this team could do, the ceiling that they can achieve, right? Just because this is a team that has sort of cut their teeth competing all around, and now with this type of tournament, they can really sort of put that to the test and use it as momentum for greater growth. I think it's also doubly exciting for me to see them win this, because it's also in the dawn of a new patch, right? So they are kind of, rightfully so. We can call them the first champions of this patch, and it's going to probably be the source of new ideas when other teams have to approach this new patch in for the DPC or for further tournaments. So I'm happy that Veteran sets that tone.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from him. They've been playing for 5 years, been grinding it out. Finally, they find the success that they were looking for. So I feel really happy, especially talking to Kenji afterwards. After the match, you see the risk takers, they grind, they play up until the end, and they just believe that they can get something out of it. They finally do, and they get the championship, the grand champions, of course, of the Asia region. I feel really happy for them. It was cold. It was cold earlier, but now I feel like the whole room is just warm, and I feel sweaty a little bit just thinking. I'm really happy for them, honestly. So congratulations to Team Veteran, and of course Kenji and the boys. Good on them. Good on them.
I know what they say, the real winners are those who take the risk. I mean, we could have expected them to draft normally or draft a textbook way of approaching Dota 2, but in their minds, if they want to win the championship against a team that is that have players who are better than them, maybe the real approach is to take the risk.
Yes.
Stuff of Legends, man. I'm just so happy that team like Team Veteran was there to be the champions, and as well as for IMG, they put up a good fight, and I know that they could have gotten that championship themselves, but it was the bravado, or I would say the courage coming out from Team Veteran that gave them the championship in the end. What a wonderful day for Dota 2 Asia, my goodness. We have awarded one of our champions, but there will be more champions in the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. For now, we are okay. We already done for the Asia region, but now later on, it's gonna be PUBG for sure, and it's a lot more action in there. But yeah, before we conclude this part of the tournament, any last words from you guys as we set up for PUBG?
You know, just play more games. It's a new patch. It's we've seen, you know, maybe a first glance on what is possible. We've seen kind of how crazy Leshrac kind of looks. You know, Kaya's been buffed. The level 15's a lot of damage. Maybe try it out in your games, and I'm just looking forward for more Dota tomorrow.
Yeah, I think for me, maybe even a few more crazy things tomorrow, because you know, APAC, they've had an extra day to be able to review the patch. They've had an extra day to be able to sleep on it and come up with new ideas, because, you know, Asia, they woke up this morning and they were just like, okay, there's a patch. We got to play in an hour or two. All right, let's do it. You know, and for Veteran to do that as well from the lower bracket, I'm excited for tomorrow, definitely. I mean, today was something, but I'm expecting tomorrow to be, woo, maybe even more spicy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, on behalf of the casters, the cast for the Asia region, we would like to thank you so much. And of course, my boys Nathan and Pau, that has been the championship for the Predator League 2021 Dota 2 Asia region. And so much more action for esports as we head now to PUBG right after this break. We'll see you guys. Don't go away. We'll see you after this.
Really solid performance here from Veteran, and they're going to claim another tier 1 tower. Oh, they got another one, maybe. Ooh, just barely able to get out of there. Dwarfed, still being chased, though, and Gugu on top of him, trying to find that kill. The disarm is there, but the step comes.
Maybe going for the blink back first. The fight breaks down at the bottom. They kill off the leader, and now Timsaw stuck in the middle of it all. He gets cut down as well.
Oh, showing up, wants to make something happen here. They're going to bring down this Phoenix. But again, you've lost a lot already. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I think they're going too fast on Veteran. There's no answer.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the dream he'd hoped for when entering his first fight of the game. You know, he was hoping that he was going to enter the fight. Everyone's going to go, oh my god, he's Raid King, oh my god, yeah. But they didn't care. They just murdered him like they're doing to Timbersaw right now as he gets burnt down by the BKB pups and the buyback at the same time. They try and do something about this, but they can't break past the defenses and get into the pit. Leshrac is just melting. He has too much damage coming onto him. He needs to get rid of that silence. The leader will fall. Leshrac somehow surviving on the sidelines despite as the egg pops, and that's going to cause trouble for the Timbersaw as he gets run down. Doesn't kill the Leshrac on the exit. Can Hustler get away though?
Oh god, he just get ran down right there by Bell. The Radiance damage was too much, and now chasing down Kayla as well. Bell is in, but he doesn't have another reincarnation. He's gone. So he will fall now as they look for more on the other side. Hustler's buyback. Oh, timing around the third Roche likely. Oh, yeah. What a fight. Oh my god.
Lina. We've been caught out of this position before. The Grimstroke tanks the gank, and it looks like Lina's going to be going the exact same way as her combo. Well, you know what they say, Lyrical, the harder you fall, the more they'll clap when you get back up, but that is feeling less and less like an option as they will lose their Timbersaw, and he's going to buy back into this one. They know they need to take this fight with the Wraith King. He's taking so much damage on the front lines, but they will turn their attention to the Lina instead. The Wraith King has a reincarnation, the Lina does not. She does have a BKB, which is going to be able to get her out of the fight for the time being, but heroes that just keep on dying.
Veteran, oh, Bell, oh, Bell.
Bell, baby, this ain't the place where you want to be right now, honey. He's going to get taken down. There goes his first life. Can they respond to this on IMG? Here we go with the X-Flow Rolling Thunder coming through on the backlines, trying to hold back those supports, but look at the Bloodseeker tearing Bell apart as they will lose the Grin, they will lose the Wraith King, and Hustler's just going to bleed out to the Rupture, rolling his way to his own demise. A sad end for him and a sad end for IMG.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
We are back in action here in the land of rice, spice, and everything nice. It's Asia time, and it's the grand final here. We're going to find out which of these teams are going to be taking home the Predator Shield. My name is Illustrato, going to be your panel host here today. Joining me is the amazing and very, very talented Black and Blue and Asarai. Let's start off with the day. So Black and Blue, I'll start with you. How are you feeling? Coming into this last day here, which teams are you excited to be seeing first?
Looking good, feeling good here. Illustrato. Well, as for your question, there's lots of teams coming up here that we are expecting to kind of shoot up the leaderboard as we move into things. MP5, they've shown some great performances. Donwa as well, catching up on day number 2 here of the Asian scene. Freaker Freaks dropping a bit more, but well, currently, the Korean scene is top dog, and we're looking if that's going to change on soon.
Asarai, what about you? We saw a lot of great teams performing. We're looking at teams like Ghibli and Damon Kia. They're looking strong here. But what about your picks? It's the first time we're seeing you here today for the Asia broadcast. So is there any team in particular that you're maybe interested in seeing? I know you were kind of busy prior to this, but who are you feeling on this day for the final?
I feel like with all that's happened, actually, I was able to join you for day 2, if I'm not mistaken, before we went to APAC. But that still didn't give me a proper gist of these particular teams, though. From what I have been able to witness in that short span of time, I feel like there has been a bit of me leaning towards, I would say, DWG Kia. I think they're such a really fun team to watch. Very, very good in terms of how they are able to translate macro plays into chicken dinner wins. Also another team that might not seem that explosive, but I do like how they play, or may not, but they still perform well, which is also Sun Sister.
Oh yeah, Sun Sister looking pretty good there. Hoping that they do a little bit better. Quite the passive play style here. Personally, I'm looking forward to Freaker Freaks. I just think I like their cerebral way of playing the game. I like how they play intelligently and aggressively. I hope they're able to translate these into wins here, because today is the last day for them to be able to do it. They've had multiple chances. I think they've only gotten one chicken dinner, if none thus far. We'll have to double check on those stats, but personally, I'm looking. We've got a lot of money on the line. To be specific, it's going to be 6 USD for the first placers, 15K for the next one, and a cool 7,500 for the third place. Tops would you buy if you had 60,000 US dollars, man?
Buy out the whole store, dude, and just get the most insane daisy chained
cryptocurrency farm, or probably just have a great land center after all of this pandemic is done. Just convert it after. It just feels like one of those times when it's good to get into maybe Dogecoin or something like that. But that aside, we've got a fun day for you guys here today. I'm hearing some feedback from anybody picking that up, but before that, let's go ahead and talk about the rest of the day. What are our expectations for the first day? Asarai, I'll start with you. What do you expect to see on this grand final?
I feel like we were treated a lot, at least from the previous days, to APAC's very aggressive gung-ho type of plays, where when we go back to Asia here, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more teams, a lot more polarizing understanding of how to play competitive PUBG, which is these top 6 teams that have gotten chicken dinners. They know how to play slow, methodical, and then, just play their time and go into the later stages of the game just so that they can get that one up, which is what we've seen a lot, I think, from teams, especially like Ghibli and DWG Kia. But on the flip side, we see these other teams just go incredibly aggressive at the very start, not knowing much about that macro, or it seems like they not know much about the proper rotations or whatnot, not able to read their opponents out, and because of that, they've been forced to play a bit more aggressive into the kill department, and that's where we're seeing teams such as Enter Force 36, Rascal Jester rack up a good body count if you think about it. But in the end, I think we have already drawn the line in the sand. It still should be at least Ghibli, Kia, and MP5 to really set the pace of this last day for our Asia region. There you go.
we do have another day tomorrow, but that's going to be for APAC here. But you can see right now the format on our screen. We do have one Erangel, the final Erangel of the whole tournament. We won't be seeing it anymore after this. And then we've got 3 Sandhawks right after the other. I'm just kidding. That's just my wet dreams. Unfortunately, just not going to be able to see it. 3 Miramars. That's what we're looking at. I'm just so happy that we're going to be playing 3 Miramars. Black and Blue, we talked about this yesterday. Not exactly the best scenario for Damwon Kia because, you know, as we know, they're fantastic on Erangel, but other teams like Ghibli, they're a little bit better on this. So the top of the leaderboard, maybe Ghibli. Pretty happy about the rest of this tournament. I have high hopes for their chances here. What about you?
Well, to start things off, I think you're just missing maybe the sunny beaches and, you know, the Pacific Island. That's why you want to keep on going back to Sandhawk. I know we all do. But as for, you know, what you were asking about, the teams that we're kind of, you know, looking forward to here, especially at the top, Ghibli, as I started off day number 1, you know, Ghibli is a team to beat. I think, like, from the Korean scene, Damwon, Danwha, and Africa, they've had their limelight, right? They've been top dog for the Korean scene. Ghibli, they're the team that's coming up here, even though they've been known in the Korean scene for a while. I did say that, you know, now is their time to shine here at the Predator League, and they're definitely stepping up to the plate. We weren't expecting to go this good, to be honest with you, but I did have high hopes for this squad, and they're currently just, well, proving me right.
Yeah, well, before we get into any more, though, this is the last day for this one, so we have to talk about this, the Intel MVP. We've all had our votes, all of us casters, all of us talents and panelists, but the fans, you got to get your vote in before the end of the day. It's the last chance for you to vote for your Intel MVP here in the Asia region. And 20%, of course, going to the players, so each vote matters. And we have one winner per tournament, so winner gets a Nitro 5 laptop. So if you really want to do your favorite player a favor, vote for them, of course. And if you want to do that, you got to head over to the website, www.pl2021intelmvp.com. That's where you got to put in your votes. Use your email to log in, and we'll be picking them at the end of the day. Later on, we'll be awarding the Intel MVPs. I think that's tomorrow where we're going to be doing that. So make sure you stay tuned, as, of course, we'll be awarding not just a laptop, but also a trophy. Black and Blue, I know that we're all kind of thirsting about this laptop. I mean, kind of just checking it out, but I want it really badly. What's the first thing you do if you got that Nitro 5 laptop?
Install PUBG, dude, and get some good games going, you know, with all the news about how they're going to be changing things up and kind of like getting my last few feels of PUBG before we move away from the super system too.
Oh, yeah.
And into the newer patches, right? To the new updates when we come into it. You know, just get the old feeling of, I miss playing good, you know, Sandhawk games in Vikendi because we don't have them here in the tournament. So those maps, maybe, you know, not super like competitively the maps that people like to play on, but it's quite fun in playing your own, you know, games with your stack. And so that's definitely the first thing I do.
You know, the first thing I do, probably on a similar note, I go ahead and check out and pre-register for PUBG New State. If you guys don't know what that is, we've been playing trailers all week long about it. It's from the new game here from the PUBG core. It's absolutely amazing. Just want to share with everyone, we hit 10 million, ladies and gentlemen, not 10,000, not 100,000. It's 10 million pre-registrations on the Google Play Store alone. So don't miss out, and of course, pre-register to get a free vehicle skin when the game opens to the public. If you want to find out more about New State, go on over to newstate.pubg.com. Asarai, I know you and I are gonna queue up on this. We whenever something new comes out like this, Asarai and always day one, we're on it. So what are you feeling about New State? Are we gonna hit that duo queue up when it comes out?
I mean, why not, right? We have slightly better systems now compared to the yesteryears. Maybe Predator can hook us up with one of those Triton 300s, I believe, so that we'll have a better, even better experience. I mean, fingers crossed, maybe the 3 of us can go for a 3-man squad thing and start wrecking the body count. But, I mean, definitely, man. Definitely going to be playing that out once it comes live.
It's going to be a minute before we do, but before we do that, let's talk a little bit about you guys. We're not just giving away stuff to the players and the fans. We're also giving away stuff to you guys who are sitting there at home. Which part of the game got you thrilled? Watch it all over again with clearer sound. Retweet your favorite highlights, and you could be one of the 10 winners of a Predator Galea and RGB mousepad. So check out our tweet where we've posted one on the Predator Gaming sites at Predator PH and all the others as well. We are giving away some amazing stuff. So go ahead and check out those tweets on our Twitter. I'm pretty sure it's posted on Facebook as well. So go ahead and take a look at that. But let's go back into the tournament now. Let's take a quick look at where exactly we stand, because in every relationship in life, including with a lot of teams and people, you have to know where you stand, and this is where we are here. Ghibli 107 points, not too far behind them. You got Dongwon Kia with 96. Not a big difference here, but where I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here, MP5 67 points on them, Black and Blue. The score difference starting to build up here.
Yeah, to say that there is a large lead here between Kia and MP5 can be kind of an understatement. I mean, MP5, they've been doing quite well. They are a team here from Macau, and surprisingly enough, they're at third. We didn't expect them to be doing this good. Now, the thing is, like, the way that Kia and Ghibli are playing is like a textbook way of how you want to play in terms of being consistent in every map. The thing is, MP5, while they're very good at taking fights, they're very good at winning fights, sometimes a bit over eagerness does catch them out in unfavorable situations, and because of that, there have been maps that didn't really work out in their favor. Like, for example, map number 2, the very second map of the first day, they got gate capped when trying to cross back in the mill from the mill base, and so things like that are kind of things that sometimes it doesn't necessarily pan out for them. Now, there are other teams here like Team Curzon too, who play a similar style, maybe not as effective as MP5, but for the rest of the Japanese teams, it's kind of like a switch here of like the pendulums, because starting off, or rather ending day 1, Rascal Jester was the Japanese team up there above, and it's kind of like they had to sacrifice Rascal Jester to go down on the second day for Detonation Gaming White and Sun Sister, the other Japanese team, to both shoot up in the leaderboard. And so it's kind of been like almost like a sacrificial lamb here for the Japanese scene to give that up.
Detonation Gaming White, one of the teams that we were looking at the very start, they did have a couple of international performances. And Asura, I know that we're kind of a fan of these guys. We like how they play, very tactical and methodical. Basically the direct opposite of how Curzon likes to go and just sort of aim duels everybody. How are you feeling about Detonation Gaming White? Do you think they're going to start to shine today on a map like Miramar?
It's kind of difficult to say, but I would probably have an occasional guess of yeah, because again, Miramar, it's a map that can really throw you off guard if you're not prepared for it, and I feel like these teams, from what we saw from the Erangel maps here for our Asia region, they were able to convert a lot more proper positionings at the very start and get compounds at the very end that allows them to just kind of smoothly get W's, get chicken dinners. And I feel like they're going to be able to do the same thing here on Miramar. But one of the biggest things that we didn't really see from, I think, the APAC region, which we saw yesterday, was at the start, not a lot of teams really emphasize getting vehicles. This time, now these teams cannot do that here on Miramar because it just is so punishing. And being able to get those vehicles straight up, getting loot right in, and being able to transition quickly into the safe zone is, I think, one of the better options here. And I think would be what we'll be seeing for these particular teams. So yeah, that's something that I think they'll be able to handle well, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, we started talking about Miramar, but we're not actually starting on Miramar. We're starting on Erangel. It's the one and only Erangel map today. Black and Blue, how you feel like this is going to go? Our team's going to be playing all passive. What's a prediction or expectation that you have coming into this? I know a lot of these teams are quite familiar. They've had the time to study each other. They've had the time to review the VODs and go over it. So what kind of adjustments are we expecting to see coming into this first Erangel of the day, and only Erangel?
I don't think there is going to be too much adjustments from kind of like their main game plan from these teams. I still do think Ghibli's going to drop Rozhawk. I still do think MB5 is going to drop towards Millbase. While it sometimes doesn't work out for especially the latter team, I don't know if it's the time to necessarily be trying to pull something crazy out of a hat, because, I mean, you just want to play your game and add some few touch and refinements to it. If you try and change the whole thing up within 2 days that we've had of a break from the Asia scene, it might just not be enough to be, really adapted into and applied already so quickly into this match. And when you only got one Erangel game, that's going to be a struggle. Now, speaking of a struggle, I do think that the Japanese teams here will struggle, because when it comes into Miramar, that's when they truly shine. Erangel so far has been quite elusive for the Japanese team's dinners.
Okay, well, I'm going to get your predictions, guys, real quick, and give me one team who you think is going to be hot on this map. Asura, I'll start with you, and then straight to black and blue.
I think I did say this on the second day. I'll probably have to go for Afrika Freaks. I know that they're pretty back behind, but I always believe in these guys, and that's just me, but yeah.
I have to go with Kia here, because they do start off strong. Ghibli, I think they're going to win that at the end of the day, but they do typically need a bit of game over 2 to be able to warm up into it. So Kia is what we're going to be going with.
I'm gonna say MP5. I think it's do or die for them. They gotta go hard. They gotta go aggressive. I think this is the time for them to start catching up, and they might just be rewarded because they've been so touch and go previously. But I won't delay any longer. Let's go ahead and ask our amazing casters what they've got for us. It's Paper Thin and Toffees yet again to start off the day. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody at home watching, or evening, or afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Paper Thin. We're going to have a lot of fun as the Grand Finals gets ready to kick off. Here's the first and most important question, Paper Thin. Can it be done? Can anyone catch GPS and Dom Juan Kia, who have dominated this entire tournament so far?
God. Maybe. No, probably not. It's pretty much insurmountable outside of like somebody kicking off a 4-day, a 4-game win streak here to just dominate a day. Stranger things have happened. I mean, we saw E365. We win 3 games in a row in the APAC region. So, but here it's going to be quite tough. Those 2 powerhouses have really asserted their dominance on this lobby. So, I think it's pretty much fighting for that 3rd spot at this point to get that money where MP5 is sitting at.
I have that vibe as well, but as Hypoc likes to say, anything is possible. That said, it would involve MP5, Danawa, or Freaks, I believe, to sort of put together back-to-back wins right out of the gate. So we'll keep an eye on that. But
do it, Sato. Do it. I wanted it. So
everybody
bad.
wants it. I know. We all want it. That's the Car 98 life. Like,
I know. Ooh, come on, man.
It's one of those guns that you use for the status. Like, when you pick it up in a match, there's a good chance it will cost you the ability to win. But you're like, but that one game where I hit that headshot and maybe win off of it, it would be so satisfying. It makes up for every lot. Holy cow! Ooh. Circles have been tough lately, Paper, and this one no different.
Yeah, this one looking nice for MP5 to kind of, solidify that 3rd place spot potentially. They're given a Millie circle, and Millie teams, that's where your real opportunities are in Erangel to really capitalize on those situations. So we'll see if they could get that done. There is a little bit of scuffling over a couple of the drop spots. Even Venus is here in going up against Damwon Kia, or excuse me, FTB here is against Damwon Kia, and Under is making quick work of them with the AK.
Nice.
Finds the headshot. Under has been fantastic this tournament.
Yeah, you could tell it was not Venus because they were peeking, so that was fun to see. Good fight though, but here's the thing. Drop spot, gets knocked on this cross. Fighting Bees, it has been a tough tournament for the Fighting Bees. They had 4 points coming into today, and it looks like it's going to continue that way. That said, fighting for drop stops, fighting for drop spots right now is not great once that circle established itself, because we know that all of these teams have such a long way to go. I mean, we're talking JDI is literally all the way up at Sev, or not even Sev. They're far. Jesus, they're in Zarki. So like, there's just a lot of travel. And we did build up. Hey, if MP5 could get 2 wins to start out, they could be in this. This is literally a best case scenario for MP5 trying to make a push for 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the last Erangel as well. So you really got to like that. If you're MP5, you got to like the fortune that has been given to you. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. And Yuta has kind of dropped on the outskirts of Milta. Kind of the PowerPoint of Milta, actually. Talked to a lot of coaches and other stuff and players. So EJ's going to find Zanzas. He is down quick and easy. Trying to look and see if he can find one more. Yeah, just running right out into the scar of EJ is Neo. That's 2 points in the bag for the star from Afrika in this tournament. But yeah, I think I want to talk about this spot on Milta a little bit, Toffees, that it's a really powerful area, and there was some scuffling over it at times. And the reason is that it's the control point for rotating out of Milta is the crossroad here.
Right. No, and it's definitely an amazing control point. Not only does it stop people from leaving Milta, it allows you to loot and play cleanup on early rotations and keep an eye on who's crossing the bridge, right? Because you know that nobody who lands on military is going to generally be camping the Novo bridge nearly as often as the other one. So you know where they dropped. You know if nobody dropped at Novo, MP5 only went to Millie, so they know that no one's coming back to that side. It is a really powerful position. Let's check in with Venus Gaming in a shack looking at a window. I mean, it's a good... Oh, wow. Now that's a camp gun right there.
Yes.
This is what
and the poor Sun Sisters have ran into this again, but this time they're ready for it. Crazy Sam gonna take Naki down. Shin just waiting in a bathroom. That's the Venus Gaming MO. This is what they're like to do. I would like to see her load that barrel. Maybe she just couldn't find bullets for it. I'm not sure. But that would be a little bit, I think, just in case. I mean, you do have quite a bit of shots in the DBS chamber for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that camping in a bathroom is a sin. It's definitely a different way to play. The cars turn on, so Sin decides that it's safe to come out now. And we'll go back to the looting phase, though I don't think she's alone.
Oh, she's going to get one. Trying to flush it, but not able to get there in time. Crazy Sam able to save Gami just barely.
That was big,
if he had gone down, that would have been 2 down for Sun Sister, yeah.
I don't know, did you see that? They drove away 2 buggies to make her come out of the bathroom, and the second they killed her, they turned the buggies around and came back.
Yeah, I think it was definitely definitely a bit of a bait for sure. But still,
well done.
She got one knocked. I mean, she had an opportunity. The DBS had, Crazy Sam again, very low on health at the end of that skirmish. So that could have backfired on Sun Sister. To be honest with you, normally you wouldn't do that. Let's just leave it at that.
100. No, that was. I don't have to leave it at that. That was a flex after the first kill. They went, we know how to win this now. And honestly, to be blunt, they knew exactly, I think, where Sin was going to be, or had a rough idea based on past experiences. So there is a downside to showing habits in PUBG at the pro level. People watch replays every night. They memorize those moments, right? So that just goes to show, if you're trying to break into competitive, vary up those strategies, because teams like Sun Sister, I guarantee you, they're going home and they're watching, and they're modifying their strategy based on what they know you do. All right, Let's think about where we are right now. It looks like Kursion moving into the military base. Got a nice little spot down at the bunkers. They did not start here. They made a fast rotation, as did Rascal Jester, to get down to Military Island, where MP5 was looting. So far, only 3 teams have really spent the time embedding themselves here, Paper, which to me is a little slower than I would expect.
Well, I think part of it is that there's a little bit of congestion around the bridges right now with a couple of the different teams. So, and there was some early fighting for landmark control, particularly Pachinki and Milta. So you're slowing up Afrika and Damwon Kia, who are normally pretty quick to rotate to the military island. So I think that's definitely part of the issue that's going on. E36 has successfully crossed the bridge with their 4-man, 4 vehicles as well. So they're going to have pretty good pickings of whatever's left over. MP5 has settled up kind of in that shark fin, and then just a bit to the southwest of that. Damwon Kia has to be careful on the bridge with E36 ahead of them, of course.
Yeah.
You can see MP5 is keeping their eyes on Curzon.
I will say this, Damwon Kia did a really nice thing. They sent Songjong up onto the lighthouse, and he watched E36 rotate and stayed there while the rest of his team started the cross. So he made sure E36 was pushing to a compound and not doing a camp. And then once his team successfully crosses, he mounts up and follows. So good sort of cover position movement from Damwon Kia that shows the level of experience they have in this game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Songjong has been the shot caller for Damwon Kia for years, and he's considered one of the best in the business. And I think a lot of us were pretty disappointed with how PGIS went for them, but still, nonetheless, I expect them to bounce back and really get it figured out, even with some of the roster changes. I
mean, that's the thing. I think everybody was disappointed, but no one so much as them. They are a team that takes this very seriously. They're one of the ones that I know bring support staff. They work harder than the other teams. They pride themselves in their skill as well as their preparation, and for a team like that to perform like they did at PGIS, you can tell they want some redemption here, and they're in that fight for top 2. So there is a chance that sort of start the new season off right vibe is definitely there. On the other hand, Ghibli has sort of the opposite scenario. They're probably pissed they weren't at PGIS, and they want to prove that if there's ever another invite tournament, they deserve the invite.
100%. They really have shown very well here in this tournament. So excited to see them the rest of this year going forward. Picking up Adder just adds more firepower to that already devastatingly, powerful roster. So can't wait to see them perform. With the upcoming events this year in Asia, there'll be a lot of coverage for that. That Hikari, well, he's got an SKS, and he's got a couple members now of Rascal Jester. He has to back off for a second. Gonna throw some grenades, getting some crossfire from EJ. Very nicely done, and EJ picks up another one. Oh my goodness, EJ has come to play, and those 2 kills are going to fall over to a Freak of Freaks, it looks like.
I have been impressed with EJ nonstop throughout this tournament so far. He has been the pin man, the clench. I don't think they're going to win, obviously, but he's still a player that we constantly saw making highlight moves. And I think once this new roster is comfortable, like solidified, I'm actually really excited for Freaks going through the year based on what I've seen here.
Look at that.
Right?
Sun Sisters on the boat getting shot at. I love it. But they should be getting across. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about a Freak of Freaks too, Toffees. I think EJ is going to be a household name in PUBG esports going forward. He is just incredible. He's a great shot caller on top of everything. So he's one of those kind of like PO-esque players, those players who could do it all that you get to see.
And I think that that's where PUBG has moved to. It's the IGL, like the fragging IGL has become not. It used to be a bit of a unicorn, to be honest. I feel like the idea of an IGL who was also a top fragger, and now it's still unique, but it has become sort of a must-have for the top teams in every region.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Purdy Curdy on SDK, for example, has really stepped it up with his abilities, and that's a big part of their success. So yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's something that will become a necessity. I think you need to have a team that can frag out with the new rule changes and such to really control space and do those kind of things is just as important. So I'm right there with you.
I will say I do sometimes wonder if the new rule set, for those of you who are watching, I hope we're moving to a winner takes all sort of format moving forward, the chicken dinner format, will open the door for the big brains, the chess players, the mastermind IGLs to sort of make a comeback. Teams that play cerebrally more than mechanically, if that makes sense. And I am a little bit excited about seeing maybe some of the strategy changes that come from that. And that's my positive take on it.
Oh my God, Kale is just slaughtering M88 across the bridge. 2 already, looking for another one. They're stuck there. To make matters worse, the vehicle is rolling out ahead. Kale's going to finish those off, and he's got to be pretty careful trying to come down off of this. Yep, that's okay. It takes about a quarter damage. But yeah, I think I will say that some of the things that you're seeing, it's going to be interesting, the psychological game, trying to push other teams into each other, get them to fight each other so you don't have to do it. Let the other teams do the heavy lifting is going to be a part of it for sure. Damwon Kia has successfully bridge capped. M88 is gone.
Yeah, the problem is DGW's across the way. They actually ended up eliminating 2 of the M88 players. Under pushed it in the blue like he was going to loot those guys. I'm a little worried he maybe isn't as aware of just how their DGW is. I hope he doesn't suffer a return kill. Now let's jump over to Ghibli, where we see the newest player, Adder, already down. Not a lot of chances for a save there. So they suffer. We'll check back in a second. Roa out here on the outside. This is Freaks. Freaks are just nonstop. They clearly know that they need kills plus placement to get back into the top 2. Remember, prize pool wise, first place is 37.5K. Second is 15. Third is 7,500. So if you're fighting for third and you're an established team like Freaks, I think it's kind of worth just to say F it. I'd rather have fourth or first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, they might as well go big or go home. I mean, there's no reason not to. I mean, in any tournament, I like teams that go for the win no matter what. Like, they're always playing. They're as for whatever situation that they're in, to try to give themselves the best results possible. And for the Freaks now, they have to kind of push the envelope, go for the kills. And I like what they're doing. Although with Ghibli being there, I think that one's going to kind of make them rethink how aggressive they can be on that. Of course, with Ghibli being the top team, you know what they're capable of. You're going to be a little more methodical with this one.
This circle is a giant. Okay, so the circle basically gives the finger to everybody on the military side of the map, right? This is an insanely difficult shift. Goes all the way up to sort of the never eat shred of wheat East Bridge, and has a ton of water in it. So the next circle shift is going to head towards Radar Tower, most likely, or something in that ballpark. And what we're going to see now is 13 teams going into a real estate area that probably has room for 8.
I can't tell you the last time I saw a circle end up north of the radar tower like this by the crossroads. It's very unusual to say the least. So I'm pretty excited for this finish. If it keeps heading north, to be honest with you, I think it's going to be pretty fun. But yeah, like you said, it is a lot of times circles that were kind of shifted to the east on the military base like to end up in those bunkers that are to the east of the military base. You saw a lot of teams prioritize those positions early. Now teams like the MP5 who did that aren't going to have the teams that have to rotate in from north to south into their kind of waiting arms where they have great defensive positions set up, great crossfires set up. Now they have to make a move, and it's going to be that harder for them to get into third place.
I mean, and that's the nature of this game, right? The MP5 had the position. They were the only team to drop on military, and off of a hard yoink on a circle, now they're playing catch up, and a team like Donowa, who was late to rotate, actually has a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Donowa, one of the last teams to cross the bridge. Detonation Gaming White coming behind them. Detonation Gaming White actually might be able to navigate this pretty successfully because part of the bridge on the other side on the main continent is still in, even though Jeff Laka was hanging out up there. I'm not sure if he's left or not, but that's an opportunity potentially for them. They're the last ones coming in. There's that beach. You could kind of settle in underneath the bridge, keep your vehicles safe. There's an opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, Sun Sister's got a good one right now with Damwon Ki out in the blue.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting. Sun Sister doing the work for teams like Ghibli, MP5, and Donowa, who are trying to get back into this thing or win first place. So Sun Sister having a pretty good effect. Crazy Sam has been great in this tournament so far. Pops off a couple more shots, but not going to be able to close that deal. And they'll continue this again. These are two teams that took very strong positions in the last circle that just kind of got pushed on out of it. So we'll see the next circle establish itself. It goes farther south. Upside is DGW. Because of the way that shift goes, they can wait for a minute and cross after the rest of the teams sort of move south, I think. So it should buy them a little bit of space here because no one's going to hold too much on that coastline. That said, it is tough. If you look at the bottom of the circle where that radar tower is, folks, that is a massive elevation with very little escapability. If you go up there and the circle shifts away, it can be very difficult or impossible to get down, which is why you see teams, for the most part, avoiding it right now.
Yeah, a lot of times, if you go to the east or the north, you're a little more vulnerable. You'd like to come down the south of that mountain and then wrap around if you can. It just all depends. We'll see. Detonation Gaming White is going to send Machao to the water to swim. Gokuri is going to try to drive over the top, see if he can maybe establish a little bit of a beachhead for them. PSTR has successfully settled up on the eastern side of the circle, just outside of Novo proper. So for them, it's a wait-and-see kind of game right now. Afrika Freaks controls the crossroads, so really, Afrika's kind of in control of a lot of the teams. A lot of it hinges on going through them. They're gonna be the trolls here, where you have to pay the toll. It looks like now Sun Sister trying to finish off Damwon Kia, and grenade and fire are making it happen. Here's the problem now. Damwon Kia is indeed out in 13.
They go out, then opens the door for other teams to maybe try to close the gap a little bit. One of those teams is Afrika Freaks. 8 kills already on the board as they try to make an aggressive climb, but also in a position to win. The circle, like you said, favors them. So if they can pull this off, they could be in it theoretically. STR, in the meantime, just completely lambasts JDI. But again, it's about these teams trying to find real estate in a very tough market.
Yeah, I feel like I'm driving through Illinois or New Jersey or something where there's tolls on the roads with Afrika there right now. But MP5 has a push they have to make. Curzon is waiting inside of the compound just to the southwest of the mountain there, or the west more. So, well, it's a little southwest, but something is going to be pushing up along the fence line right now. Curzon hasn't revealed himself. We see Curzon be pretty active on the edges, trying to take fights, and there's a little bit of damage being done to something. But right now, Curzon seems a little more interested in trying to keep their vehicles and stuff safe.
I respect that. I'm not sure where you're going to drive to at this point, but, you know, desperation rotation goes a long way. Gammy takes out Lily. Got a nice little spot behind the tree, and that will be the end of Venus. They got all the way to 11th, though, so that's something. They did sneak. I didn't even see them make the sneak down to this island, so kudos on that stealth rotation. That said, E36 has a nice spread. Rascal Jester has been fighting nonstop, and here we go back to Destination Gaming White. Gets one, gets two, a beautiful double for Gokuri.
That was really nice. That opening spray was fantastic on the Kendes, and then he kept it dragged down on top of the hill. But here comes the reinforcements. Oh, actually, no, it's not reinforcements. This is another team. It's Ghibli. Sun Sister is down. Renba and the boys showing up to the party. Grenades are out, and that's going to hit Gokuri as he is healing. Doesn't quite take him down, but they're going to drive by, and I don't think they saw him. I think Lambu's able to turn on him just in time.
You know what? Lambos don't turn great, but Lambos sure do, as he gets a nice little flick, knocks him out, and Ghibli continues to go fast as they move their way. They've had to fight their way tooth and nail to get to this circle, so good on them.
Yes. Yeah, they've been kind of, you know, surrounded by Afrika at times, and a lot of teams they're going to have to maneuver through, and they've got a tough slog ahead as the circle is continuing to head to the east towards Nova, and a lot of teams are going to be bumping heads coming out of that radar tower mountain area. E36 under pressure. Ooh, Martian Chun with that last bullet, going to get the knock on the Wesker. Harry still trying to pepper somebody down there, and Sylphia is able to put some damage into him. That's going to send him back in.
Yep. I mean, that's a tip for you at home. If you're ever getting shot, sometimes it's better just to turn and spray. Because even if you spook them and they duck, you have time to get out of there. So we saw a teammate do that just there, ends up saving a life. Rascal Jester inside the pit trying to get the res and the heal, but the nades are coming in. Curzon up over the top, wants to make this fight, but Jester is down low and very slow. Knocked down to a couple of HP. Martian is down, but they still have the numbers advantage. Goes with the spray with the barrel, gets the knock, looking for the second one. He's down. Rascal Jester goes home. They tried to juggle the spot, but they just could not. Curzon should be able to get their reses.
Yeah, I just got to wonder for Rascal Jester if they're just completely out of any kind of grenades in that situation. There wasn't much being thrown by them, whether that be, you know, not just frags or mollies, but also smokes and stuns. Would have liked to see them try to buy a little bit more time, maybe give themselves some opportunities to re-peek up over the side. Instead, they come up over the side, and it's just a free kill for Curzon on the edge. Nobody was really distracted, and you know, Rascal Jester just kind of moved up, didn't even see the guy on his right. Got taken down. Lambu now back into the faces of Afrika Freaks as they try to push on through here. There is a knock into Afrika right now. EJ and Hansia trying to lock down this two-story.
Yeah, that's a big fight between Ghibli and Freaks. These are two heavyweights going at it in the title bout. This is going to be a big one for whoever comes out on top. Hikari doing a good job of locking Ghibli into that building. Remember, Freaks were very spread out at the start of this thing, but Ghibli has the advantage of having fought hard to get here and having that momentum on their side. Now the corner being held by Hansia. He's been doing a great job of just using mollies to restrict any kind of push, and will continue to do so.
Yeah, he's just waiting for those sound cues to throw in, or maybe the visual cue and the word, the call from his teammate to throw those. It looks like it's pretty well covered there, but now smokes are starting to have to come down. E36 is across the road there. Nobody's really in the gas station, it looks like, for now. And now Ghibli trying to push up, and no, maybe they're rethinking it. It's a tough nut to crack there for sure.
It is, and this is exactly what Freaks are waiting for. EJ going to peek out of the room and start to open fire. Gets the blaze down. Hikari and EJ combo, and Lambo and Spear are just absolutely eradicated. The smokes were for nothing, as Afrika Freaks just had too much of a variance in position.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a weird spot for Ghibli, no doubt about it. They had tough decisions to make one way or another, but pulling up right outside of the gas station there just exposes them to so many different angles of fire from so many different teams. That wasn't going to go well one way or another. Renba finally taken down by Hikaria. Freaks hold successfully, and now they're putting themselves in a great position here to potentially, you know, really assert control over that third place spot over the team we're watching right now, MP5.
Yep. That Hikari split to put him in Grandma's house was just absolutely genius. He had full crossfire cover that entire time. MP5 up on top of the hill is going to start to play some grenade golf as they toss that down and see if they can get something off the top of the hill. It's a team that was hoping to have a big game. They got the circle and have since been chasing it. Getting circle 1 and then pursuing every circle after that kind of gets to you after a while. MP5 only 1 kill to show for it, so this is not the game they needed to sort of get back into the fight for 1 and 2. But it could be pulled back. Opens fire, tries to get Curzon, can't quite make any connections.
Yeah, if you're going to take the top of the radar tower mountain, part of the deal is that you're going to have to pick up some kills with it. You have so much vantage point over the other teams and stuff, whether that be picking off knocks or getting your own kills. But they are suffering, trying to come down the road. Some good shooting here. It's going to take Konghua out. Something is around there. Does manage to get one knock, catches that of Upchen. They're going to be taken down by Marsh and Chun as they continue their march up the road with the Freak of Freaks following behind.
Yeah, he got something, but it ended up as nothing as the res will go off. MP5 eliminated. We do see PSTR try to come up and play that third-party role. Harry in the lead. Bulang is already down, so they are down to 2, trying to fight off Curzon. He comes up, gets a nice spray on him next to the car. The repeak on the left side. Harry trying to make the vehicle work for him. Pops the nade, and they'll start tossing those out there. Zanyu gets another one. That's the end of Martian, and now Curzon is limping as PSTR is in a point where they might be able to get the reses and finish off this team. So it'd be a big win and a confidence booster for him.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Enterforce 36 been very quiet out on the edges and now starting to make their move to maybe pick up some points. Simba is going to take Harry down. Upchen over towards PSTR as they are trying to wrap out. Bulang is able to get out to the rock at least. Ooh, Zanyu, good shooting there onto Sylvia. Excuse me, onto Simba. He's going to get the knock, and that's going to be Curzon taken down in 4th place, down to 3 teams.
Oh, Freak suffering as well. Enter 36 is really putting in a lot of work here. Having the foresight to send 3 out for this third party was huge. They left 1 flanker down below, as did a Freak of Freaks. Both of the final 2 teams sent players uphill to try to capitalize on the Curzon PSTR fight, and now we'll fall back to sort of face off against each other. But really, Enter Force is going to be a lot stronger because they will get this res.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Enterforce 36 in this one.
Yeah.
They're being active in their fights. They're controlling a lot of space. They're making good moves to come up that hill, take control of the high ground, and now they offer themselves a pretty good split. It's a lot of pressure going to be on Amina, though. If EJ can knock Amina out, that makes it a lot easier. Really reduces the amount of angles that a Freak of Freaks has to deal with coming into the final battle. So he is going to see Hansia there. Gets a little bit of damage into him. Does not find the knock, though. So that's going to alert the Freaks to Amina's presence.
Big chance here. Freaks down to 2, which is hard for them. If you look at the scoreboard on the left, you'll see they're already up into 3rd place. So getting 4 kills and a win would actually move them very close to striking distance of 2nd. The problem is they have 36 has uphill advantage, full scopes, decent utility, lots of heals, and this is going to be a hard win for Freaks to even consider.
Likely, you're right. It's going to be tough, so they're going to have to land some incredible shots for sure. And they're getting a little bit of damage into EJ there. So Sato finally able to connect with that SLR. He had whipped on a couple, but able to get it under control, get the reins on it. And now looking to shoot Hansi as he has to come down the hill, and really good shooting between him and Pure Boy. Finds that. Yep. That should be a flush. All up to EJ, a 1v4. Can he get this done?
You know, if there's anyone who would have pulled it off in this tournament so far, it's EJ. That said, this is not just a tall order. This is a Sisyphusian task. I don't know that there's any way that he pulls this off, but if he does, this is a highlight reel, retweeted 40-time kind of material. And it's kind of what you want as a player sometimes, a chance to really go out there. He has nothing to lose and to gain. If he fails here, everyone goes, well, nothing you could do. If he wins, it's a career change.
Absolutely. But that's a good grenade that's going to soften him up a bit for this final push. He's opening the door trying to get some of those heals off and has an escape valve for himself if he needs it. So a little bit of forethought coming out of EJ here, and he is going to step on in there after he heals and try to wait this out.
Ugh.
But the circle is not favorable to this position.
Yeah.
So I guess if I'm him, I'm trying to isolate as much as possible, maybe try to get Amina off my flank and then work, you know, north to east and then come up into Sylphia, Pure Boy, and see if you can maybe get it done that way. But of course, it's going to be very challenging.
Yeah, I think that normally at the start of a tournament right now, we would see EJ very likely setting himself up to deny. They know he's not going to do that, I think, but they are going to push up. In his best interest to try to get a kill here instead of cost a point, as E36 is not contesting them for first or second. He does go for that, almost gets the head, but the circle is closing. They've locked him in place. They want to get the kill instead of the blue. Get the flush! Yes, he gets an extra point off of that, and then we'll very likely just die to the blue.
Yeah, so that's kind of another option there for EJ for sure, if he doesn't feel like going for that 1v4 win. I would have liked to have seen him go for it there. E36 is, I think the risk reward there for Afrika at that point is probably better to just see if you can pull the rabbit out of your hat. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. E36 is far enough back on the leaderboard that they're not really at a threat point of taking that $7,000 you just theoretically secured. And if you go out and pull off something epic, then, you know, A, legendary status, and B, a shot at second place. But they did get a kill out of it. So that was more than I think he probably would have gotten just charging uphill. So maybe that's insight of a Freak of Freaks. But they played that game very, very well. Freaks lose, but they still come out with 12 freaking kills.
Yeah, it's a great round for them and really puts them in a great position to lock down that third place spot, at least put themselves in the money. It's going to take, again, just some incredible rounds back-to-back on Miramar to get enough points to even kind of be nipping at the heels of Damwon, Kia, and Ghibli. So going forward for them, good start. Can they keep it up? You know, they did a good job boxing in Ghibli, keeping them contained, giving themselves a great position as that went on.
Well, 3 games left to play until we crown a champion. Will Ghibli and Damwon Kia pull the front line and put in an extra goalie, or will they continue to follow their strategy of aggression? And will teams like Afrika Freaks, Danawa, and MP5 go all out to try to get their share of the big money up in first and second place? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire. While below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Enter Force 3-6 taking their first chicken dinner very, very late into the tournament against Africa, who looked absolutely unstoppable. Welcome back and joining us for the end of game number 1 here. My name is Illustrato, your panel host, and joining me, the amazing Asarai and the beautiful Black and Blue. Today we're going to be talking about, I think we should start actually here by talking about, how we got to the final circle. And I wanted to mention Ghibli, Africa, Truly, and Kia, the key players in that last one, because they are fighting for that top spot. Now, what happened there, now I'll start with you here, Asarai. Africa got an amazing move right now on Ghibli. So Ghibli actually played a little bit weird. They pushed into Africa. Africa got a kill onto Ghibli early. And then Ghibli decided to push onto Africa, but then they hesitated and got caught off in that compound. And then they just, I'd say, decided to back away. That hesitation ended up costing them and basically just ended up getting Ghibli knocked out of that. Africa started to get that steam rolling, taking out a lot of good teams also. But in the end, they got caught off by Enter Force 3-6. Their flank fell apart, their formation fell apart, and I know you can tell me exactly why that happened, Asarai.
Okay, I think you just basically said everything, but yeah, I feel like the game plan for Africa Freaks coming into this particular day is to just pop off. If they can't pop off, if they can't get the kills, even if they're supplemented by the chicken dinners, I don't think it's gonna matter because they're so far behind on Ghibli. They have 40-ish points that they have to chase, and I think they just went for a mindset that we are gonna challenge everything. We're gonna utilize our heavy, insane fragger in EJ and let him just do his business. And it seems like he did that multiple times. They've knocked out so many squads here. And up to that point, where they went against Ghibli, that was great and all. But I think the problem for Africa Freaks, after that big fight from Ghibli, after shutting them down and netting only Ghibli, I believe, 6 points, they weren't really able to transition onto the high ground. And when you're in this particular, I would say, awkward position of the Erangel map, it really forced Africa to try to scale it, but there was no amount of cover, there was no amount of defilade that could really save them in a 2 versus 4. And maybe if there was a 4 versus 4, it would have been different, or 4 versus 3, but there was just too many numbers from E36 that I don't think Africa was able to recover. And yeah, you're seeing here that play that you talked about where I think there was a questionable push out there from Ghibli. And at the end of it, I just think that Africa could not really reposition. They were hoping that maybe the low ground was going to be the end zone. But at the end of the day, they had to go up, or at least had to take off some of the members of E36. And they weren't. They just couldn't.
Yeah, but I think the key thing here is Kia getting knocked out early. It really helped Ghibli actually stay in this. Africa Freaks, they got a few points in, and they managed to get a parting kill onto Enter Force before they actually went out in second place there. So that was a little bit of a point booster, but still the score miles and miles ahead. You got 3 games left to make up that kind of difference. I just don't see it happening. It's going to take nothing short of a miracle here, Black and Blue, for anybody to catch up to Ghibli or Kia. So I think everybody at this point is asking Ghibli or Kia. But for you, Black and Blue, for Erangel, I mean, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, when we were actually talking about a while ago, we're kind of expecting here when moving into Miramar that Japanese teams are going to be doing well. In this case, yes, a Japanese team did get very far. Actually, they won the whole map, right? In Enter Force 36. But unlike what I'm seeing from the other Japanese teams as well, we saw Detonation Gaming White. They actually have kind of a good heads up on them. They tried to go for that western bridge line, but then they saw M88 get gate kept there, and so they got the idea like, okay, let's try and go towards the east side, which is an understandable adjustment and rotation to make. The problem is, though, that there were a lot of teams already camping that. Africa Freaks, for example, were already camping that, giving a big hassle to Ghibli, who just tried to do the exact same thing. And right now, what I'm looking at here at Erangel, it seems to be finally, these other teams that were looking to step up, such as actually SST. They've been doing pretty well here. PSTR as well. This is the farthest I believe PSTR has gone, trying to go against that fight with Curzon, making the comeback somehow happen too.
Yeah, those third parties were brutal in that last circle. I mean, we saw quite a few of them on that bridge. You had Kia pulling up against M88, and on top of that, Detonation Gaming White was right behind them too. Just that bridge was just a zone of death for anybody to try to get through. And let's not forget that actually that's where Kia got eliminated early as well by Africa Freaks, just blowing the game wide open for them. And also that third party right there by PSTR against Curzon and MP5. Man, that was definitely slick, keeping things interesting here. But it's just going to show that I think now a lot of the teams are willing to get a little bit more aggressive. Do you think, Asaray, that this is going to be a little bit of a recurring trend when we get to Miramar?
It should be. And I think it's going to be even more obvious when we get our... I would just say it. I think right now for the Predator League, we're in a curse circle situation because every circle that we had, I think, has really put a wrench in the flow that teams want to play here, where they want to play the slow, methodical, creep up their way to the center rather than bum rushing it every single game. And it seems like for the past, I don't know, a couple of days, these teams have been put into a mixer, and all they can really do is farm the hell up or loot the hell up and then get vehicles, go straight to the center, and hope that is enough. And they won't get, as we saw in that previous game, I would say bridge trolled would be the better terminology. But in any ways, it has really put a dent here, especially in the Asia region, where a lot more teams are getting these chicken dinners over, or rather in comparison to the APAC region.
And as you can see, we just saw the top Predators of the region. We just saw Under with 31 kills. Amazing work. Leaps and bounds over the next person here. But let's not linger on that too long. We do have the overall leaderboards right now. For those who are wondering where we stand in this tournament, Ghibli at the very top still. A lot of chicken dinners. No one really having more than one except for Danawa in there. And it's still not enough because they're not getting a consistent performance here. It's the story of Ghibli and Kia constantly getting second, constantly getting third, and staying alive into the very end. 113 points for Ghibli, 103 from Kia. One good game is all that it takes here. Africa Freaks, they're just about to hit 80. So I wouldn't consider them out of this just yet, but they're going to have to get a little bit lucky and also play out of their minds. I feel like they can take second for sure. First is a little bit of a stretch unless Ghibli drops the ball here. But, Black and Blue, what are the odds here? What are you thinking? Africa Freaks, can they even get into this at all?
I honestly think that last map was kind of the chance for some of these teams to get back into it. Africa Freaks, they had a good run. They got 12 frags in that and ending up at second. For them to make it up here with almost, 70, it's almost 30 points in between them, or really 25, it's going to be kind of a hard, deal to sell to them because you're going to need to go absolutely insane. Maybe 2 chicken dinners in a row to be able to get to that second slot, and it's going to be quite a hard task. I think one of the teams that did let it slip away too was MP5. They dropped mill base, the circle closed in on them. They were able to get radio tower control as well of that whole hill, overseeing everything. Obviously, they had to move on down, where in PSCR and Curzon, they got into a 3-way fight, which somehow, even Curzon finding the opening pick, PSCR were able to swing it back their way, and MP5 just not able to outlast the rest of them. So I think there are some missed opportunities for these teams here. Africa Freaks doing a bit better with it, but MP5, man, that really was their chance to make things happen. They went mill base, the circle kept on them. They didn't even have to pay the bridge troll toll anymore because they were already inside the Darren Island. But still, did not make things happen, getting backfilled up and really just getting caught out in transition, basically.
I agree. I mean, the caster said it best there. If you're going to take Radio Tower, you got to get some kills off of that. On top of the fact that they were the only team who was in, one of the only teams that was in the circle early, the fact that they got to loot Millie base, they had everything they need. Everything in their toolkit to be able to take that win, but still somehow they just weren't able to close out the victory. They got trapped on top of it. They got pinched by 2 parties, and in the end there, MP5 just showing, I think, a lack of understanding of their win conditions when it came to that the later side of the game. Asarai, we're about to go into the next Erangel next Miramar very, very shortly here, so let's start to talk about that. What are your expectations from this one? And also, while you're at it, give me one of the teams that you're thinking it'll do well on this.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more teams duel at the very start. We probably will be seeing a lot more contention on the center portion of the map. And that will see us maybe drop off 2 to 3 teams at the very beginning. And then we'll just have to see if the curse continues for the circle. But for my predictions, it's still going to be Africa. I think this team is geared up right now. They're playing pretty confident. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they were pretty damn close in that last map.
Black and Blue.
Well, going into Miramar, we know the Japanese teams are quite sufficient at it. And, well, we've had Enter Force win their chicken dinner today. Rascal Jester did as well on day number 1, and as well as Detonation Gaming White on day number 2. So the only Japanese team without one is Sun Sister. So Sun Sister, I think it's their time to shine. They're going to try and make things happen. They're going to the desert, very sunny. Let's make it happen, Sun Sister.
I'm hanging on to Afrika Freaks. I think they're going to do a little bit better here. I think it's their time to shine right now. They're going to make some magic happen. That's what I believe. But what's important right now is what the casters believe, because we're going to go straight to them. So yet again, Paper Thin and Toffees, tell us the story of game number 2. It's all yours.
Well, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. My name is Toffee, joined by Paper Thin. And before we tell the story of what's to come, we got to look back at what just happened. Ghibli and Kia still in pole position, Paper Thin, with 113 and 103 points, respectively. Afrika Freaks, however, had a very big game, got to 78, and dare I say, with one more match like that, if Kia goes out early, Freaks could put themselves in a position to take second.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely put up, 20-plus points a game, and all of a sudden you're right back in the thick of things. And we'll see. Damwon Kia out pretty early on this one.
Yep.
Going a little bit north, so they're changing up their normal drop spot of Miramar a bit here, and that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out for them. Everybody else kind of, yeah, I like it. I think, it's been a little bit tough on that eastern side of Miramar. I mean, with teams like the Freaks over there that make things difficult to make the rotations happen.
I mean, I think you know in personal experience, when you're at the top, people gun for you. So smart to switch up that drop, head to the north, make sure you don't have a team that has nothing to lose coming up to try to make a name for themselves. Then they get the circle. They're going to be excited as all get out because of that. Though Sylphia actually ruins their start, gets Wicked dead right out of the gate.
Oh boy, that is not good for Damwon Kia. So door is opening for Afrika Freaks for sure. Polly tries to peek around the corner with the Iron Sight Mini. Catches a little bit of damage on to the Bees here as they're continuing to contest drop spots, and it continues to be a bit of a struggle for them. But I like the gumption here. Just try to go with maybe what you're most comfortable with. If you're struggling, well, typically your best players will in their normal games just drop into Picado every time and try to win.
I want to cheer for the Bees, but when I see them drop hot and then go to a plus spot of the map with there's no loot here, there's a huge advantage for Sun Sister. You just sit there kind of like, oh honey, that's not the way, and they're stuck. They don't have an escape. They can't go up the mountain to get away. The cars are all blocked off. And you got Sun Sister, who has no intention of not just abusing this. Kendesu gets the opening knock. Gami gets the second, and now the Bees are backed up against a wall. And take that back. No wall to back up to. They're just eliminated completely.
Yep, the wall is gone for the Bees. So Sun Sister able to manage them pretty quickly and effectively here. They're going to take them out of Picado and reap the rewards of that as they get ready to loot. It's going to slow up their rotations just a bit. But at the end of the day, that's 4 points in the bag. You'll take that every time. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I mean, you got the circle. That's the beauty of dropping in the middle. Picado, you can do a little fight and have a little bit of time. Let's jump over to Kurz and Sasa. We've had a lot of fun watching these guys in the event so far. They've fallen down the leaderboard. They're out of the contest to really get into the top 2. They could still maybe get third here if they get some good kill counts. That's why they're being a little more aggressive. Ghibli, on the other hand, currently in first and feeling comfortable at 113 points, 10-point lead over the nearest chaser.
Yeah, I think if you if you want to talk about ballpark chances, really outside chances of teams able to catch another team, take the number of rounds left, multiply it by 20, and they have a hope. And oh boy, Shin
he had 30 bullets.
Not ready for this at all. Now he has 9 bullets left, and
it's a 2v1 where your opponent had 30 bullets in an M16, and I think somehow he's going to win this.
He might, dude. He absolutely might. The rest of Curzon is the rest of Curzon is swarming on to Naki, and she is in trouble.
If they push her, would you call that an incurzon?
An incurzon? Wow. Sure.
Yes. All right. I'm not going to make any jokes like that anymore. Not true. I'm going to make a Naki a lot of them.
I was going to say, you're never not going to make those.
No, I can't. Two Venus players down. Naki is knocked and eliminated. And 2 more somewhere else on the map that I'm sure we'll find later. DGW making a nice big rotation up toward... this is a decent circle. It was a middle plane, right? And the circle is, I'll say, relatively centered. So every team, for the most part, has a decent shot to get back into this. The Freaks are the team that we're kind of keeping an eye on right now to see if they can get caught back in. They're going to be playing the edge, and they're being forced, I think, Paper, into not playing their style. Freaks, I think of more as a chicken dinner team than a frag forward team. But they've been forced to play that way today because they need to try to catch up. And I am liking what I see when they play for frags.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that when they want to, they are a great fragging team. They can go toe-to-toe with anybody if they really set their mind to it, and that's kind of like their objective. But I think it is, like, I've seen them just be incredible in team fights in the past, just going up against teams in Korea, teams across the world. When they put themselves in good positions, when they take fights, they really commit to them. They typically do pretty darn well. But yeah, they are more of a play for position type team. They want to play for that late game. They if the circle moves away from them, they'll hang out on the edges and just kind of wait and see and watch what goes on and try to make it work. That was a bit of a problem for them at PGAS, but here they can maybe get it done. But yeah, I think now with the way the points are, you have to start thinking about frags.
Yeah, you do. And I think this is one of those things that we watch. Ooh, little shots from MP5. There's a jump over to him. I think when you looked at the standings, right, the sort of Predator highlights, we saw that EJ was coming in just behind Under in those kill counts. And all I can think about is how frustrated EJ has to be about maybe that Game 2 remake where he had an obscene amount of kills and a lot of points on the board for the Afrika Freaks. So that mental space has to be challenging.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. That one was, he popped off and it just, out of his hands on that one. So that one could tilt you a bit, but he's done pretty well since, even all things considered. And some pretty decent shots here from 911 and catches a bit of damage into Danawa as they're coming down off the hill outside of Chumasera. So that's going to slow Danawa up here, buy a little bit more time for MP5 and his team to kind of maneuver around if they so choose. It doesn't look like they're really moving much. They're just kind of keeping Danawa pinned as best they can.
Taking some pot shots, having a good time. Danawa doesn't seem to care. They've got that tier 2 Murado.
Yeah, nice. See, you're picking it up.
I'm learning.
You're getting it. I like it.
I'm ready to
the
cast
Broncos.
Korea. Call me up.
Yeah, man. There's a couple different tiers of Broncos, UASs. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do.
I saw you said the other day in chat was like, tier 1 UAS?
Yeah, sure. Sure. There's 3 tiers of UASs. Absolutely there is.
What are they, Paper?
Tier 1 is the open top UAS. Tier 2 is the hard top UAS. And tier 3 is the soft top, because the soft top is just as good at blocking bullets as the hard top. So it has less window space. So
yeah, it has
makes it the best UAS. Yep.
Smart. All right, let's check over here as Danawa comes into the compound. They are driving like they're in an action-filled Fast and the Furious 16 right now as they make a chase down. And I was kind of joking when I said it, but now I'm not so much, as that's exactly what they're doing. This reminds me of the old days. Remember when PUBG first came out and half the fights were driving around trying to smoke each other out of cars? Like, I love it.
Well, there was a time when I started seeing the players get really good back before they buffed being able to shoot from vehicles, when they started getting good at it anyway, that I thought maybe this is what is going to start happening, is that teams are going to start trying to really mess with each other vehicle to vehicle, trying to just, whether that be just pop tires or just shoot each other. They already got good at doing it from the ground, but they kind of made that point kind of moot for me because they made it easier to shoot from the vehicles. So that just naturally made the situation happen. But I think there's something to be said about doing it for now. Of course, there will be a reversion of that, it sounds like, but I think it was kind of fun. I do enjoy it in some respects, but I get where a lot of the, some of the people think it was a little too easy.
Yeah, it also took away from some of the skill levels that I like. I like the old crawl and drop gear, the ultimate troll. The buff took away from some of the fun of watching players like Tiggleton or K-Mind, who really, in my opinion, mastered sort of vehicle firing.
Yeah,
Probably
the
because of how
Visa.
much pub play they have. Exactly. It kind of took away a little bit of their highlight moments, right? Like the old days when you'd see EB get a double or a triple out of a car and you start screaming. Now it's a lot easier. So the reversion will be fun. That said, I have liked the way it has made people second guess sticking their heads out to shoot at vehicles on rotation. I love the fact that you can be punished if you're sitting in your building and a team's pushing you.
Yeah, I think vehicles are already pretty fragile in this game. So I kind of agree with you with that. I wanted to see a little bit of a buff to be to the ability to move vehicles around on the map just a bit, because tires are pretty weak. Most of the vehicles themselves aren't that resilient to bullet fire, and that's fine. But I especially on Miramar, for example, where using vehicles is quite challenging, although I don't like where this Murado is placed. That's just that's a dead Murado, to be honest with you. That they should this Murado should be punished. It's on 2 wheels and you're gonna have to slide it down the hill, I suppose. Let's go for it, Kane. Let's go. Look at this, a little slip and slide action.
Welcome to the Demolition Derby, brother. Kane pushing down, smoke in the air, tires blown out. Can he get there? I don't know. Let's sit and find out.
I imagine Kalaris is really happy with the way you just made that call, because it sounds a lot like something out of the WWE.
Right? Let's get a little wrestling up in here. So that, fun. Let's jump over to Rascal Jester. They've had an interesting tournament. They have 1 chicken dinner paper, but are, I think, in like 12th place or something like that. That's got to be really frustrating to have one great game, which proves to you that you can do it, but then struggle to continuously do it afterwards.
Yeah, the Jesters in general continue to confound me a little bit. I really there was a time when I thought, all right, this team might be able to kind of take a leap forward, become one of the best in their region. They've been together for quite some time, but they've really just never been able to really kind of put all the pieces together and kind of challenge the Sun Sisters, E36, Detonation Gaming, White at a consistent basis. There are times when they show that they can hang, but oftentimes they find themselves trailing to those 3 teams.
Consistency is king. The king of consistencies often win the tournaments. They haven't shown that. Now let's take a quick update on the Kings, who are probably going to come into this. A Freak of Freaks have found their way in. They had a long rotation to get here. Now they have a strong position, but it's up against DGW, who has nothing to lose and loves to fight. So they could come in here, try to earn themselves a third. So Freaks need to be on their best defense right now. Ghibli is on the north side of the circle, as they've had a nice rotation in, but they've got to deal with E36 shortly. So we'll keep an eye on that fight in case it blows up. And Damwon Kia is right smack in the middle of the circle in a pole position to potentially win this, despite the fact that being down 1 player right out of the game.
Damwon Kia is in a really fantastic spot. Just with the way Miramar circles tend to work, this circle is likely to end up somewhere to the northeast of Monte Nuevo, and that is exactly where Damwon Kia is positioned. And it's as long as they can keep themselves together, keep 4 up, they have a really good chance to do something in this game. Even just picking up a lot of kills from that position is very possible. The compound kind of made famous by FaZe Clan is over there that they're hanging out in, so I think this is going to be, it could still head over to the east more towards the power grid. It could even go southeast if it really starts to hard shift, but circles really like that area around the field of El Pozo and just to the northeast of Monte Nuevo.
It's a tough area where Damwon is, because if the shift away happens, it's going to be a big struggle for them. But like I said, Damwon's at a point now where them and Ghibli will be interested in taking fights occasionally, but mostly just playing for placement and not opening the door like they did in the last game to abject failure. You know what I mean? If you can get 1 or 2 kills and survive to 6, you're going to win the tournament. If you're going out in 14th because you get a little hubris, that could cost you everything, like literally $30,000 everything.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. This is kind of interesting. This circle has shifted away from that area I was talking about. So it did go southeast, and this makes things a little more difficult for Damwon Kia, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be pressuring their backs as they move forward, as they're going to likely have to.
They have to collapse, right?
I really think they do at this point. I think Phase 3, now it's time to make a dive. I think this, if I was going to say this was 2020 Damwon Kia, they're going to coalesce. Oh my God, EJ. That's just not even fair. That's just ridiculous. But I think if it's 2020 Damwon Kia, I'd say 100% they're going to group up as 4, make a dive for something in the center, and try to hold it. 2020 Damwon Kia has not been that same team, and I'm a little curious to see what they're going to do.
See, this is an example of why I kind of like the drive-by meta right there. Hanzia is struggling to stay up in this fight against Curzon. In the old days, he would have just stood on that rock and probably got a double kill. So the fact that he had to sort of duck and dive and they've got to bring in backup has made the holding and sort of defending a little more interesting to me. That said, Hikari gets a nice little pick off there. The ditch is theirs, and I think 2 Curzon players remain. Only one.
Yeah, it looks like just one is up. They really, they got pretty well picked apart there by Afrika Freaks, and Rascal Jester has the shacks to the west there. A great position here in this circle for information gathering. Rascal Jester, really, you could, from that spot, you could see just about everything in this circle. So for that particular purpose, they have a great position. Coming out of it, let's see if they can capitalize off that.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the entire kingdom is one thing. Ruling it is an entirely different. So we'll see if they can make that happen. STR, Boolang gets that nade queued up. He got a little bit of scouting. They do the coordinated nade toss over at E36. Explosions, but they're all just a little bit short. E36 tosses up some mollies to keep the push from happening so that they can relocate. And it'll probably just be a little more of a standoff between these two. No one wants to burn that much utility right now.
Yeah, a big kind of gut check moment for E36. They're out in the open. I'd say this is an area of weakness for them in the past, is their kind of open air fighting. Ansia has a mini, and he's got some really good shots, and he's, oh my god, is he going to do this with that spray? Oh, goodness gracious, with some help from Hikari. Oh, from the side! Oh no, Edwin! He's going to go down to the blue, and M88 is going down, and this is phase 3 blue, about to be phase 4, so Hansia is going to go down. Yeah.
Oh my god, Hansia makes such a good play. By the way, he's better with a red dot barrel than a 6x. That's impressive. Ends up M88 just completely snake bites him, and that's going to burn. You know, Freak's got to be pissed about that.
For sure. That one's a feels bad, man, no doubt about it. But that's one of the things about Miramar you got to be a little kind of cautious and aware of, is that there's a lot of spaces for somebody to prone and rat, and you got to be ready for it. That's just all there is to it.
I just love that they all jumped in the car, and you can see, like, mount up, boys. And that moment where you're the guy who's got to sit in the back, you're like, I don't want to sit in the back. Please don't make me sit
not
back
this
here.
one. Not in the level 1 Bronco, please.
Definitely not. All right, so the res going out here. We do see Ghibli has shown up to the fight. E36 knows it's coming, gets the nades, gets the mollies loaned out. Sylphia sets the trap, and the first knock is fast and brutal. Spear is down and flushed.
Sylphia with a really nice spray there. Good patience to wait for the members of Ghibli to come on in. Sato's going to pick one up over to Sun Sister. Oh, nope, never mind. Back over to E36. Adder has been knocked, so Lamboot going for the res. Spear is down and out, and E36 has pushed into the red brick, and they're going to solidify their defenses there, which I think is very wise, and you're going to force a lot of teams into Ghibli. Now, the potential downside of this is potentially that Ghibli just farms these teams coming off the side of this hill. They are just wrecking PSTR right now.
Remba pulled the nade, started cooking it. PSTR got the dunk, so he had to just toss the nade into his own shack so it wouldn't kill him. Meanwhile, up on the hill, more threats are gathering. Remba gets a nice little shot up there to push them away, smokes out, and tries to just secure himself an escape option. Ghibli says, no, thank you. We showed up here, and since we got here, everything has sucked, so let's just go.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. They're in a really precarious spot, so definitely not too bad to get up in there. And look who it is. They're being very sneaky. The problem is Danawa is being extremely patient in that compound and hasn't gone anywhere. Sukasa! Doing a pretty good job here, but he's going to come up over the hill. Hagor, good push there. Good timing on that peak. That's going to be him down. Machao looking over towards that fight as well, but not much he can really do from that shack at this time.
Cannot say his name without thinking of Lightning McQueen. Just gonna throw that out there.
That is an old school reference.
Every time he hits a headshot, I want to be like, chow. Sun Sister eliminated in 12 plays by Danawa Esports. They came in hot, and they literally went in 4 1v1s, essentially, to go ahead and get that clean out. They're going to try to force this res. That blue is just too close, and I think it's going to be doing too much damage. Basically, they're just denying the point to their opponents with that res.
Yeah, that's actually true. You can do that. Sometimes you might have, if the circle's close enough, you have enough time in phase 4 to run ahead into the circle, but in this case, that was not the situation. I think you're right. That does deny a point. Grenades coming up over into Yuta. Good one from Fanghua. And now a Hamburger in trouble. Oh, Hamburgers. And it is falling apart pretty quickly here for Yuta. MP5 showing up to the party. EJ over on the side. Ooh, EJ's going to get knocked by Wesker. Fiachan was taken down, but Wesker able to save the day. It's Roa's turn now, looking with that mini, the 4X, long range, but he is very exposed, trying to push forward through a smoke out just in case. Damwon Kia is potentially sniffing from behind, and Sungjong spotted Roa, gets some a couple shots into him, not significant damage. Roa gonna opt for the stuns to maybe buy a little time. Maybe he's gonna even push into Sungjong here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of options here. Sungjong wants to get rid of him. He knows that they've been on a streak right now. Stopping them here would be a very big deal. So he's going to queue up that grenade to get it tossed in. The circle pops, slides over to the east side. There's the bounce on the nade. But he has smartly moved away. But basically, it's just between a hammer and an anvil between Rascal Jesters and Damwon Kia. Not a lot of hope for the Afrika Freaks.
Part of me worries, though, that Rascal Jester's hammer is made out of rubber. Wesker being very, very cautious about this, and Sungjong is there. That's a problem. Very nicely done. That's fine. Wesker's doing a good job there. He knows Sungjong is on the other side, so he's being extremely patient, and in that situation, 100% the right play. Finishes the job. Afrika Freaks out, and that opens the door now. Speaking of doors that are open, since that seems to be the theme of this round, MP5's door is open.
Yep. Dottawa really wanted to push up on Rascal Jester, saw that last flush go through. So they saw when he got that shot that the last player of Freaks also was flushed, and you saw them back away immediately. They knew that there wasn't a lot of real third-party value once that came to an end. So smart play by Dottawa to sort of maintain their position.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a pretty nice job being patient this round, and they're getting some big points out of it so far. Let's see if they can keep it up. Pure Boy, speaking of big points, this guy's doing it right now. MP5 going to be on the receiving end. Some really good shots. I tell you what, this guy has really been coming alive in Japan throughout this year and the end of last year. Pure Boy has really stepped it up, finding himself to be one of the more talked about players. Good grenade in there, doing some decent damage under our top damage dealer, our top fragger so far in this tournament. Looking to add into it. There's a good one. Gonna get the knock on to Hin. And Damwon Kia might just try to end JDI's round here. Molly up and over. Gonna fall just a bit short.
I keep waiting for Japan to build a super team, put guys like Crazy Sam and Pure Boy together,
yes,
and show up at international and actually like put in some serious work, because they have a good amount of talent. I just feel like they're too spread out.
I've been saying it. Yep, I'm right there with you. I think they really should. I think it's going to naturally have to happen with the way that the PWS is going to shake out here in 2021. And I would love to see it, because I think there's enough talent out there. I mean, I've seen Crazy Sam, Machado. These guys could go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. There's just not the depth that a lot of these other regions have.
And I would assume, and at a year and a half ago, I would have said something very similar about North America, and they've worked hard to put the right people on the right teams, and you could see how that paid off at PGIS. So hopefully Japan does something very similar. I think a lot of the regions will, with sort of the new formats that are coming out. Look at the circle, right smack in the middle. Donowa's got a pretty good spot. Ghibli now holding off Damwon Kia, and that's really the fight to keep an eye on as MP5 and Donowa. MP5's trying to close the gap, but it's a long way to go. It really comes down to Damwon Kia and Ghibli fighting for first and second, and that is a difference of about $17,000 or $18,000 between those two spots. So this fight here is very, very relevant in terms of payday.
Yeah, and I think it would have been nice for Damwon Kia if they were able to kind of remove JDI from the equation, but so far they haven't been able to do that, and they haven't been able to really push into the edge of the circle, so that's given Ghibli quite a bit of time and space to work and try to figure out what's going on behind them. Meanwhile, E36 on the other side is still in a protractedly long battle with MP5, and MP5 is opting to back off into the tri-rotation. Oh, Lambu has got Kale dead to rights, but the spray just not quite good enough. Kale has to prone behind this car. There's just enough of an angle there, and that's going to be Kale in trouble. Sungjong did take Adder down, but Kia down to their last man standing.
Nice play there, Ghibli. It's Lambu is the last one up, so it's kind of a 1v1. Ghibli goes out in 6th place. And, you know, it's Damwon, I think, wins mentally based on that, right? They outlived the first place team. Everything from here is butter on the bread. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't know if they could get to Kale at this point. That's my kind of big question mark. Maybe they do. Salute found the Mark 14, but absolutely, I think Damwon Kia, that's a big time win there. Yep. Getting JDI to come up behind and help them out is really good maneuvering here. So well done by Sungjang on his placement, and Kale at least buying just enough time to keep himself from getting knocked. That, you know, he does end up going down, but again, JDI's Kane comes up and is the thorn in the side for Ghibli. So for Sungjang, it's a solo mission going forward, and let's see if he could get a few more extra points, really close that gap.
Yeah, Sunshine was actually trying to do something interesting. He was defending the hill that he was on, but I think kind of allowing JDI to come up, and hopefully he was hoping they'd see Kale and get the flush instead of letting the point go to Ghibli. And it was kind of letting them get up to the top of the hill to see if they could spot the body. It didn't work out. He ended up bleeding out, and once that happened, you saw Sungjang then try to push JDI back again so he could get the loot.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's kind of trying to see if he can maybe take a 1v2. That's the best of bad options for him. But Rascal Jester has been keeping pretty good track of their kill feed. They know there's some weakened teams on this side, and the sound cues help out with that, of course, as well. So they're going to start to maneuver in this direction. But Rascal Jester, not a team that will hard commit to fights typically. They're more of a passive go. Now might be a really good opportunity with hearing some of these shots. Nobody's been knocked. They might be able to pick up a couple extra points. There you go, Fiachan.
That's it. That's exactly right. Go in for that third party. You heard the fight. You saw the kill feed. Get involved. We do see Sungjang drop down, gets himself healed back up. He's going to go for the full boost. JDI, just do it is the name of the team, but don't engage it seems to be their motto. They're not pushing this fight. They're not forcing it with Damwon Kia. And I think they should have really kind of spent a little flank committing, get rid of that snake, and then take the north side of the circle.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. You gotta clear edges when you're on the edge, no matter what phase you're in, especially in a circle like this with 5 teams left. Third is phase 7. It's getting a little congested. Hagor trying to get a molly. Sungjang without helmet. Not sure if he's able to find one, and I don't know if there's any boxes back there for him, but I kind of doubt it. And so that's going to be really, really scary, because any 7.6 bullet that finds your face in that situation is going to be death. Salute. Level 3 gear for him, on the other hand. Going to take Sylphia down. E36 out. 10 kills here. They're making a statement. They're making a name for themselves in this one, Toffees.
They're playing hard, and you saw that. That rotation they just made to get a flank was huge. Damwon Kia does go down, making it a 3-way fight. JDI is down to 1 as well, so it's a 4v3 if they can just finish off JDI. And Danawa looking great.
They're really just rocking and rolling there, and now Rascal Jester kind of looking like they're going to be the final boss for Danawa here, as JDI does go down to Rascal Jester. Gabula and Fiachan doing a good job putting it together. And now it's a 4v3, and Rascal Jester has pretty good control over the center of the circle, but with how heated up right now Danawa is, you kind of feel like maybe they're going to be able to just overpower their way to a victory. Now, one thing to keep in mind is Danawa is missing Soul, their superstar player. That being said, the rest of Danawa is still extremely talented. A couple great veterans on there with Jeff Laka and Rex as well.
You know, Jester took a long time to finish that fight. You saw Gaba sprinting to try to hold off that left flank. So Danawa did gain a little bit of an advantage because of that. That said, the aggressive rotation by Fianchan and Gaba to sort of lock out the flank that you're going to see Danawa push here in a second was huge. And the fact they made it there before Danawa could close the distance may give them a chance to win this.
Yeah, and if they do, they're going to take that third place spot. So this is a big moment now. Salute's going to get the first one onto Wesker. Good spray with the AK, looking around the rock, seeing if he could find another. Nobody there home just yet for him. Rascal Jester being very, very patient. They know they have the center of the circle. They know they can wait a little bit here and kind of force Danawa to make the moves.
So the circle does go. Both Salute and Jeff Laka are playing outside of it right now, but they know that if they secure that second knock, it makes it a game to their advantage. As they send Rex around to the right side, they're basically playing the distraction game. Rex hasn't exposed himself just yet. If he can get a surprise knock there, that would really open the door to make this a great game for Donawa. So let's see if they can make that happen as you see Salute and Jeff Locker continuing to sort of move up that left flank. Sinvi focused on them, as well as Gaba. Fianchan, though, doing a great job of keeping an eye on the outside of that circle.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Donawa because of Shinobi's position up on that hill in the middle of the circle. That gives him a lot of control over Donawa's side of the circle. So if Donawa can find a way to displace him or get into his face a bit, that could really cause a lot of problems for the Jesters. And that's why the smokes are coming down. They're going to push up towards the center of the circle, try to take control of it themselves, and then maybe work from there. Gabuha still pinned down on the left-hand side of Donawa. Fiachan on the right. Shinobi in the middle. We'll see if Donawa can get this done. Salute just peeking over, seeing what's going on. And Gabuha is going to pay for being pro. Shinobi comes over, gets one. Maybe going to get another. No, he got the knock on to Jeff Locke. So a 1-to-1 trade so far as we're down to 2 for each team.
Great relocation by Sinvi, though. Got to give props there. It's now on the left side. Tries to come up over the top. Goes for the pop. Manages to get him knocked down. It's one player left from Donawa. Can he pull it off?
I'm really excited here. This is going to be a really fun finish. Salute's got that level 3 gear, so he's got that as an advantage. Kind of looking around. He doesn't know where the heck they are. He gets the headshot.
No.
Is he going to be able to go? Shinobi going to take it in the end. And Shinobi taking all 3 kills there onto Donawa to finish it. He's doing a fantastic job holding down that center position for the Rascal Jesters and getting them the win.
Big win for Rascal Jesters. Very much, I think, too little too late in the grand scheme of things. That said, that, if my math is right, that should put them on the second chicken dinner for the event so far, which, to be fair, Paper, under the upcoming rule change, would put them tied for first.
Yeah, it would. I mean, they've done good jobs when they're given, dealt pretty good hands there at the end of that circle. And say what you will, Shinobi played out of his mind there at the end. He clutched that big time. Donawa really had a good opportunity with Salute having that level 3 gear, banging some shots with that AK. I mean, he hit Shinobi's head there at the end as well.
Yeah.
Just couldn't find anything else, and Shinobi just barely able to capitalize on that.
Shout out, though, to Donawa. 14 kills, 2.4k damage. They came to say they deserve to be here. And honestly, a Freak of Freaks did the same thing the last match. So third place, I think, is going to be an absolute war going into the final 2 matches of the day. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Paper Thin. We're going to be done for the day and turn it over to Sims and Kylaris in just a few minutes for the final 2 matches to determine who takes home the ultimate prize. We'll see you in just a few.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Rascal Jester with a very, very convincing win at the very end there. They almost got taken down by Danawa in a 2v1. Salute having an absolute beast of a performance. But in the end, Rascal Jester do take that chicken dinner and what might be a little bit too little too late. However, not so much for Danawa as they're getting closer and closer to securing that third place spot here. My name is Estrado. I'm your panel host. On with me here today, Asarai Gaming and Black and Blue. Asarai, we got a lot of breakdown in that last one. That map was huge for anybody trying to get back into the leaderboard. We got a lot of the players out early. We got Kia who got taken out early. We got, Afrika Freaks also got taken down early. So just like with what Toffee said, man, it's going to be a war for third here.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's gonna be Rascal Jester who got that chicken dinner. That was actually out of nowhere, and I was just surprised that that transpired. I think just for me, I'm gonna talk about what happened there with Ghibli. I think people would be curious, where did Ghibli started from, or how did they really play this particular Miramar map? They were incredibly slow and super, super passive, playing even at the dredges of, I think, the southeast of Miramar, and then going on northeast just to kind of feel out the map a little bit more compared to the others who were trying to get as better positioning into the center as possible. And that just kind of slightly worked for them. They didn't get the amount of kills that they probably needed, but I think right now they're just holding on constant. For Afrika Freaks, I think they just try to do the same thing again, which is to get as much kills as possible, and it did not work out in the end. They did get a couple of good frags here and there, I believe, for EJ, but in the end, they took a bit more than they can handle and got caught way too many times to amount to anything.
I think it was 2 or almost 2.5 squads that Afrika Freaks actually did take before they actually went down here. So a little bit heartbreaking, a little bit of a sort of Pyrrhic victory that happened right there for Afrika Freaks, because they did get, a couple of team kills, squad wipes there, but they did end up losing more than one member on the second engagement that they did have, which was really honestly quite disappointing for that side. However, though, battle for first, let's talk about that right now. Black and Blue, Ghibli and Kia, they're 8 points apart. This is going to be very, very close here. We have 2 maps left. Anything could happen. But what team do you think is going to have a little bit of the edge going later on into the day?
Well, Ghibli, as we said earlier on, they don't typically have such a strong start. Still looking to warm up here. They ended that match actually they're near the lower half of it. And so right now, Ghibli, they're kind of caught between this weird place where they can really get a firm hold here, but they've just not been able to because they've been letting things slip by. I think really as we're moving to Miramar, as we said, it's the Japanese teams who do have a time to shine. And we're speaking of it right here. Rascal Jester, that's their second chicken dinner once again on Miramar once more. And while I initially did peg, finally SST to get their first chicken dinner, another Japanese team, we did point out that the Japanese teams in general are quite proficient in this. And as you were pointing out, Afrika Freaks a while ago who got into an unfavorable fight and got wiped, well, there's actually the champs here, Rascal Jester, that did wipe them out. So I think might have just been a bit too unfavorable. Maybe fatuous, when they did rotate there. But now Rascal Jester looking good, man.
I agree. Rascal Jester, they got quite a bit of kills in between them. 10 kills. Wow, that's a lot. Did I get the math right? 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 kills, and on top of that, the first place. So it's gonna definitely shoot them up the scoreboard. I don't think they're going to be finishing in pole position anytime soon, but still, it just goes to show that Japan is still a region with a lot of talent. And if they had kept this performance up since the beginning, we might actually have been looking at new champs here. But let's take a look at the overall top predators of the region. You got Under leading the charge with 33 kills. EJ right behind him with 25. Now, I know we saw EJ fall off on the second day where he ended with 14, and then he really couldn't get any more than that. But Afrika Freaks, they're picking up the pace. They're starting to look dangerous here, but they can't get those wins. Asarai, how important is it at this point that they really try to go for the kills and the placement? Because they're, I think, within arm's length of second place.
Man, like you said, they're in spitting distance of just being able to get into the upper echelons again, maybe even top 1. But right now, I think Afrika Freaks are in a dangerous situation. They're not just a dangerous team, they're in a dangerous predicament as well, where I think they want to get as much kills as possible, and any team that they encounter, they will just charge right in. And that might not be too good because it might take them a long time to fight for it, or they might not be geographically in a good position to fight for it and not get third party by someone else. Whereas you saw Ghibli a while ago, I think there was a point where they were sieging a team that was, I believe, E36. They were trying to fight E36, and then PSTR just came in out of nowhere. Ghibli, of course, were able to deal with them quite easily and basically net them a couple of kills, but because they felt it was bad, they would just back out. And I think Africa Freaks do the other thing where they just try to charge right in and they're haphazardly getting as much kills as possible. And now you're seeing that it has allowed them to get 84 points, but I feel like if they just take a bit more time to breathe, they might be able to at least get back. Thankfully here, Ilu, we still do have 2 more maps to go.
2 more maps, and honestly, not very much difference between the teams here from all the way from first to fourth. I mean, sure, you see first place rather pulling away quite a bit from third and fourth, and especially fifth. But everybody else, they're within distance of each other right now. Kia, they're at 110. Africa Freaks, they're at 84. Same with Danawa. So right now we have a tie for third place. MP5 is trying to chase that fourth. They're not far away though. And the team that we barely ever, I think, talked about in this entire broadcast, Enter Force 36. They're doing well, getting a chicken dinner, 75 points for them. And the team that has fallen off, I think, Detonation Gaming White, they started off very strong on day number 1, but they were unable to really recreate that. Now, going back to the other teams that have fallen off as well, you got Curson, who was phenomenal in day number 1. The staggering amount of kills from them at the very beginning, but then just sort of letting it slip in terms of placement. They never really found that glory that they had in day number 1. So Black and Blue, what do we have here? Do we see a lot of teams just playing over aggressive, hyper aggressive, or is it more that they're just not finding the right times to go in and play aggressive?
I think it's more their decision making here, Lestrado, on how they've been really choosing and being decisive on where to go. We saw, for example, with Detonation Gaming White right now. They actually came in through like the southeastern side. They got checkpointed by SST, and in that scramble, they banked right where Danwa was waiting for them. They got shredded down, and okay, so that happens. Sometimes you get unfortunate, but the thing is, the problem is SST, even after knowing that, did the same exact thing, and once more, you expect crazy things to happen if you're trying to do the same thing over and over. You're not going to get a different result. Danwa, they found another wipe here in SST, and once more, it's just these type of situations where I think they could have made a better rotation. Maybe if they had a heads up, or maybe if they got more information to play off of, they could have made, a better decision when it actually comes to the game. As for the team you actually point out, Curzon, well, they were fighting an uphill battle quite literally against RJ. And so when you go up against Rascal Jester, we know the team likes to play compact, likes to play a bit more, how do I say this, a bit more conservatively, and like letting the teams push into them instead of going outwards. They like, instead of initiating, receiving a push, they just played into that. And once more, teams like Curzon, they can't let a team like RJ, who are so proficient at that style, play their own game.
One player I wanted to really talk about here, Songjang. He was amazing. The only person left standing for Africa Freaks. And honestly, sorry, KIA for Damonkia. Songjang was the last player standing, and he bought enough time just staying alive, taking numerous engagements with 2 different teams on 2 different fronts. Able to stay alive for, I think, so long a time that 3 teams actually fell before anybody actually found him. How crucial is that? And Asarai, what do you think about this next game here? We're about to get started in the next game. Any predictions for this one?
All right, real quick before my predictions, just wanted to say a lot more of the top teams that we're seeing here just know where to place themselves geographically just to get the best survival rate and then best chance to transition afterwards. I think Ghibli and Kia Danawa are the best, or Kia and Danawa are the best examples here. For my predictions, I'm still going to go with Africa Freaks. I think they just need to adapt a little bit more to the situation, but in terms of raw fragging potential, they should be able to get this. But it's the bigness or the wide area of Miramar that's really hampered them.
Any final thoughts and predictions before we go into this one, Black and Blue?
I still have to stick with the Japanese gaming squad here. I think finally we might see some things coming in from DWG. It might be the DGW, sorry, the Nation Gaming White here. I think it's going to be their time to shine. Another chicken dinner hopefully is going to go towards the Japanese side.
All right, well, I'm going to call it again. I'm just going to say it is time for Kia to finally take this one and take first place. We've been waiting for it all day long. I think it's just about to get into it. But again, that's been it for us. We're the panel here, Illustrato, Asterai, and Black and Blue. But now it's time to leave you guys in the hands of the amazing Kellaris and Sims.
Wow, the Brits are taking over once again. It's 2 more games remaining for our Asia Cup here at the Predator League, and we have strong contenders at the top to be able to take that first place spot. However, I still think teams like MP5 and Enterforce could quite easily make it into that top 4. Maybe take that number 3 spot here, Rich. What are you thinking?
What I'm thinking is there's still money on the line. It isn't just for first place that people are chasing. Yes, of course, you want to be up there, but the further you can go within these rankings, the more money you're going to be taking home when this is all said and done, James. And it is quite stacked and it is quite tight. We do have our 2 mammoth teams at the top, Ghibli and Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia, what a resurgence this whole storyline has been, to be now in second place, currently with 2 more games left standing. Okay.
Oh, no. That's huge.
That's number 1 and number 2 dropping onto one another instantly.
Yeah, so Damwon Kia, seeing the playing path that they had, obviously in the previous game, they went over towards east of Pozo. They've gone back to this kind of original area of drop, but interestingly, Ghibli, who has El Azahar as a backup drop, has now ran into them across this split, and this is a disaster here, as both of the teams could end up trading like for like, and they could negate each other's performances here. However, of course, Ghibli holding on strong at the top now with an 8-point lead. Any losses they take are going to be disastrous. Oh, the drop!
Oh, he attempts it. We've seen that one done before. I remember many, many moon ago. Player diving out of there and just melting all 4 players downstairs. Ultimately, this time round, it doesn't work. Damwon Kia, they take 2 frags, knocking the number 1 spot into a very precarious situation here. When you're only 8 points in front, that's a devastating blow when there's only 2 games left.
Definitely is. Crazy, crazy stuff. And speaking of crazy, the Venus Gaming split is also equally insane. You can see that logo bouncing back and forth. That's because they have some people near El Picardo and people north of El Azahar. So interesting stuff. But as I say, that fight is very, very important. It looks like both teams have kind of now backed off from that situation, kind of that 1-for-2, 1-for-1 trade that was going on there, but could be extremely detrimental after needing to rotate to the south.
Lion finding 2. One's already knocked on the side, so you can use that for bait if most of the fighting bees don't necessarily have a fighting chance. Have been able to get up to those upper echelons, but the more they can do now, at least gives them some style points before going out of the lobby. Hooray, falls back onto it now. M16 in hand. Certainly that AKM you can hear ringing wonders in the background. Finally has gone down, but the spray is just phenomenal. Takes them easily. Has to go for the SKS for the flushes, and that's how he's going to do it. Fair play, whatever works.
I'll take it, yeah. These are the 2 teams that have actually been going out pretty early in these lobbies because they've been dropping on towards some of the bigger names. However, now they're against one another. Who wins out? Fighting Bees comes back. Short legs, able to pick himself up a knock. So is Naixu. And yeah, Yuda is having a rough time here.
It's been rather messy, but ultimately leads us to what will be, I believe, a 2 versus 1. Yeah, I think the final player on the opposing team is having a bit of a difficult situation. Maybe a little technical fault, so we'll kind of leave it as it is for now and see how that fares. Either way, we'll hop on board with Danoa, previous winners from the latter round. Jack Locker overlooking all this. We'll be able to spot a few people on transition. This is just off to the side of Chumisera, I believe, straight off of the mountains. Down the road we go. Off the back of the buggy. The bus will follow also. I mean, they're not the greatest vehicles in the world, James, but whatever works at this point.
Well, when it's going down a hill, look at it fly. Usually it's going about 3 miles an hour. This time, look at it. Bombing!
They just don't care. That's a headshot. All right, going to try and probably resuscitate his teammate here. No, it's like, no, I'm gone. You just see this bus flying off in the distance. No, I'm sorry, boys. Quick toot and away we go. Looking downhill into all of this. Destination Gaming White, third party well and truly. in abundance.
I mean, we make light of the bus being ridiculous, but this is actually a really big deal for MP5. This is one of the teams that I expected to potentially try and rival for that third place position. Losing people at this point is going to have as equal knock-on effects as Ghibli losing 2 people at this point. It really hampers their chances of being able to push up this leaderboard. And I mean, they're in the thick of things anyway. They're next to Danoa, they're next to Detonation Gaming White, still chilling out in that area. They're going to have to survive. They're going to have to sit down, hunker down, and just hope that they're going to get a higher placement here.
Yeah, whatever you can do to really get yourself in a better spot would be fantastic. Up on these hillsides shouldn't be too bad for now. Fighting Bees back to a 3-man band. Zonzas is back with the World of the Living. With the barrel as well, might be able to do some damage. Vehicle not looking great from the players' side of goal, but dragging itself across the road, whatever works. The tires will still be removed from the vehicles around them. Stop this mobility where possible. AWM, the green machine in play. Silencer as well. That's a full. That is an absolute stacked out crate if you can get your hands on it.
Just missing your scope, but scopes come plentifully, I feel, in esports mode. You very rarely see people running anything lower than a 4, so you should be fine. And we will have the rotations continuing on down towards the west. Enter Forces moving forwards here. They've had a really good day to start things off. Fighting B still fighting out with Yuda down here in Valdemar. And these the trades of sprays. They really want it. Oh, nice little angle. Yuda goes down. Fighting Bees picking up some nice points.
They did. They started off with initial knock on the flush. The double knock coming back on the answer back was phenomenal. Didn't really go into both players falling, which kind of helps them out towards this one. Down towards Valdemar, so it's not exactly a bad place for the circle either. They'll be able to hop, skip, and a jump from the center side, but it was easier said than done when you do have Danoa, your Detonation Gaming White. I mean, who else? MP5, they managed to get there with the bus. It might only be the 1 player, maybe 2 if I'm not mistaken.
I think Rojas stuck.
Yeah, there's a few broken rosters amongst there, but it's starting to get rather hot. Down 1 Kia, below La Bendita, and then quite a few teams actually towards the northern side of the circle. Rascal Jester, I can see there. Sun Sister are going to be working their way down. E36 also. But it's starting to get a little bit loud and proud. Probably next contact, we're going to have to keep an eye on the Eastern Embankment below Los Leones. You have a Freak of Freaks, Curzon, and Ghibli all on the same rotational path.
Yeah, they got to be careful. I think Ghibli is going to be coming in very south, very late here, given what they're currently having to experience and go through. Damwon Kia could have their path lead them past 2 crates from where they're sitting. However, I think they're expecting people to probably take up residency in those hills, as we usually see it, east and north of Valdemar. So maybe they'll try and cut in north, a little bit north of those crates, and actually not go too near them, because they imagine a lot of the teams have moved from that position already. Pew!
It's an interesting scope for the Kar98. You were talking about how scopes are in abundance, James. This time round, it's clear now. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, Tim, as they've pretty much been fighting since they got their feet on the ground. So a small benefit of the doubt here. I mean, whatever works. If he had a red dot, I prefer him to switch it to, because a red dot with a Kar98 is somewhat I'm not saying it's manageable.
Yeah.
But it's somewhat manageable compared to the ACOG 249. Interesting weapon choice. No backup either, so no long ranged. Oh, excuse me. Instantly switches the SK, so I'm completely proven wrong there whatsoever. Still 249 up close and personal. It's going to do some damage. Has had a massive nerf in patches recent gone past. It used to be a great weapon, but now we find it on the map. Again, few and far between chances will actually see it into use, but with something close combat like this and Hansia coming down, you've got to want revenge.
Yeah, the M249 is kind of like the kid that turns up to school with the rapid-fire electric Nerf gun, when you've got like little pea shooter and potato guns. It shoots very fast. It's not really killing anyone. It's doing all right. It's not really doing too much. It's just a little bops and bops and bops. Actually, I mean, it still shreds vehicles, at least. It still does all right in that regard. Nice big clip, blast them down. So that is still in use.
It's just the kick on it, and it's 5.56 at the end of the day. Like, you know, regardless of which way you kind of cut it, and that's why we see the new LMG come through with the crates and get a 7.62 weapon amongst all that. The DP not doing too much either. Hikari wants to try and set the record straight, but the answer back from Martian instantly there. So the response is good. The refrag and the trade is even better. Slowly but surely, a Freak of Freaks, when they're in third position, and Ghibli has already taken damage, they didn't want to lose players this early because this, phase 2 is still quite early to be having fights and scuffles outside of it, but we called it. This was the next point of contact. These two teams are on a silhouetting one another on a simultaneous path all the way down to the east, and ultimately, it's come to a head here. Outside of the circle, who survives?
And given the difference of points between Africa Freaks in third and Ghibli in first, having an insane game in one game alone to try and catch up is almost an impossibility. So they needed to be able to put big points on the board if they wanted to try and rival for that #1 spot here, and then have a good game coming up as well. However, I mean, Team Curson is a brutal team to come up against in this situation. They might not be flying up the leaderboards right now, but they're very capable of fighting. Simba is still one of the kill leaders in this tournament right now, and he's still alive and still causing problems here for Africa Freaks. So yeah, rough stuff.
2 players in the back of that, but the drive-by is even better. Wesker straight out of the back of it onto Seoul. Down he goes. Bye-bye, thank you very much. And just to kind of expand on that as well, James, what you mentioned, with someone like a Freak of Freaks and they're on third position, I always think that the pressure's more on you than the team that's given it. As the receiving team, that has to be the one that's within a chance of winning this whole thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you go up against teams that are much down the leaderboard, there's literally nothing left for them to lose, so they can do some really sporadic and really and ultimately, the confidence is just in abundance because there is nothing to lose whatsoever. You have everything to fall for. Like a Freak of Freaks now losing 2 players when A, you're not only in third, but B, Danawa's just come off the back of the win and they're on your heels of 4th position. It's it's a scary time to be losing players at this stage when you're so close to the end of the line.
And we have Damwon Kia now breaching the circle on that eastern side. They have a lot of room to play with. It just depends on how the circle shift later. We usually expect them to be going into those hills, especially considering what we're going on. Hikari as well is retreating out. These are some weird graphical errors, but there you go. That's how it works. Seen that in the last game as well. I was kind of surprised. I guess it's just another player in a car elsewhere. And the model has not moved.
I just had a little observer glitch, but here we are. It's totally fine. He'll be in a car driving along. At least we know that he's safe and he isn't dead. So there is that to be taken for it.
Yeah.
You'll see the circle as things do update. 1, 2, 3 teams still to hit that northern embankment. JDI also just towards the west. The Fighting Bees, they're all the way up against it on the edge in the west, and that's because of crates coming in. They've grouped themselves up. They receive it. AWM in play. Level 4. Thank you very much. Enjoy. What can you do with it? How do you put it to good use? I mean, hell, they're even smoking. This is how cautious they are about going for this. They're committing utility just to make sure they claim it securely.
Well,
M88. Oh, go on.
If their scope game is on point, obviously they were the guys with the Car 98 with the holo. We're going to have an AWM with a holo. I imagine that. I'm up for it.
Holo AWM, no silencer. Yes, please. I'm fine with that. At least Sam's faring better. That's the silence with the 6 times on the back of it. So we'll see in the tank. He shared the level 3 gear out. I always prefer to see the sniper get the level 3 just so you can go for those peaks and have a bit more protection. But you know what? It's fine. If you feel comfortable, it's absolutely fine. 15 place team goes down. Venus Gaming, rather unfortunate. JDI up on the hillside. Smokes are down. Position is definitively noted by anyone who is south of them, especially up on the hillside. Danawa, salute. Absolute banger of a game in the previous round. Here to set the record straight and see if it can happen 2 times in a row.
Doing all right for themselves. 1 kill so far, but only 2 alive. It's going to be difficult to make anything happen here. As the circle shifts a little bit towards that northwest side, we kind of eventually expected the water to be cut out, and Damwon Kia has actually positioned themselves quite nicely over on the east side. They've found themselves a compound. Songjang's moved on forwards here, done a little bit of scouting. PSTR is coming in from the northern side here, going in towards where Jeff Locker is. And actually, if PSTR came into that location as 4, fantastic. 1 at a time, though, trickling in against Jeff Locker and Salute. Don't know too much about that.
Oh, he went for the I really wanted to just see him hold it. He actually went for the bit more of a crouch or drop shot. Instead, by going for the crouch, it took his finger off the trigger for all but a moment. He could have banged 2 of them then quite easily. I mean, the guy's got more than the capabilities to do so, but the drop shot doesn't fare better, and he will fall victim. I don't think his teammate's not here, right? Or am I mistaken? I am mistaken. I didn't realize Salute was also upstairs with him.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Buying time now with the molly as well. They can't come up there, so they're going to be forced to throw in the grenades up at the top. Will that do much, though? I don't know. Maybe there's another molly to buy a little bit more time here. But even just that one molly alone bought them enough time to get healed up and good to go. Still got to be careful about these nades encroaching on their position. Booyang is on you, Harry. Harry is coming in up at the north as well. They need reinforcements. Another molly there. More buying time. More slowing down PSGR's advancement as they have their own mollies.
I do like you are leaving players from STR outside to be able to receive any of the players upside that want to try and go for the window, because it is something that we see quite synonymously, where they'll put the smokes down. All of a sudden, you're completely just disconnected with what's going on in game, especially from an audible point of view. You jump out the windows, your footsteps are completely covered, the landing's completely covered, and then all of a sudden you flank inside. They get shock tactics away, and it's job done ultimately. But they are keeping a track of that outside. Speaking of keeping track, every time I go on board with a different POV, it's just hard scoped in, looking at range. Shinobi has found MP5 this time round.
I can't decide if you meant to do the audible point of view as wordplay or not, but if you did, it was genius. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Okay, cool.
We got some flashbangs being prepped and ready to go here for Danuwa, as still they want to survive to as strenuous point as possible, but this is just going to be a Mexican standoff for quite a while here. The circle's going to shift down, and then both of them, I think, are just going to stay here for a little while. Who moves first? He picked up a bloody shotgun! Booyang! Oh, please.
It's the better shotgun as well. It's the two-tapper. Oh, hang on.
Harry.
Harry? That should set things alight a little bit more. Did he get overzealous on the stairwell?
I think he might have done. A nade finishes him off as well. It's now 2v2 there. Danuwa could recover from this after it's technically being 2 alive on a team against 4 alive. Of course, PSTR were very split. JDI is looking over that way as well, though, for eventual joint efforts.
I mean, what do we say? A freak of freaks having points removed from them early. Excuse me, having players removed early.
Yeah.
And now Dana was, I hate to say been fed, but up a stairwell is not the greatest thing in the world to be doing. They're all tied up. One more frag and it's job done. He does have the better shotgun, at least. It's not the pump action, it's the two-tapper. Bang, bang, and it's not only a put down, but it's a confirmation of the kill also. You need to be at... It's a little bit harder at that kind of range, especially with body armor, unless you are crouched down and slightly ADS in to tighten up that spread of the bullets. If he pop flashes this, James, that'll be sick.
Ooh, flash! Oh! Oh! Just absolutely spectacular execution, to be perfectly honest with you. Really, really nicely done. Just to have a slight correction, you were mentioning that Danuwa won in the previous game. It was Rascal Jester that got the win, but Danuwa still got second with a lot of points. So now that they've got these points on the board as well, pushing themselves into third place with Africa Freak still kind of being crippled. I mean, Danuwa is still in a rough spot here, but any little point is going to matter. It's going to be really close for that third spot going into that last game.
Yeah, excuse me. I took a picture and it was just Danuwa completely across the board. So I don't know why in my mind I just said it as the win. But yeah, to back that up, they had a ton of high kills. They had a ton of damage on the board. It was just them across the board. Ultimately, with the points, at least it has still put them into the same position. Yes, they have fallen, but it's not without at least jumping over the Afrika Freaks. But as you can see on screen, that could be soon all for naught, because instantly they do reclaim their position. They jump back ahead, again tied up, and they'll be above them, because it comes down to who's the difference on higher frags.
Oh, what a disaster, though, for Danuwa. Trying to get out of that position, they had a very little time running over one of his teammate and then running into Damwon here. They take them out now. It's going to be up for Afrika Freaks here to grab as many points as possible. They know that the Wolves are at the door with Danuwa trying to catch up in terms of points. And unless they had an insane game, it's impossible to catch up to that first and second. Unless they have a great game too. M88 here being bombarded. There you go. That's for you, Rich. What do you think?
I like it. I also like that nade as well. That's a belter under with the 1-2 thank you. 2 players simultaneously going down. He got now from the opposing side. Ghibli working its way up mountain. And I say it because it is a monster. It is a nasty team. And as many frags that they can humanly muster together at this point would be phenomenal.
Ghibli
damage.
might be looking for the return.
It's a three-way, though. They have to be really careful here because they can't bite off more than they can chew. Otherwise, you have two teams just crawling down upon you. Remember that Ghibli has been at a two-man disadvantage since pretty much the start of this game.
Well, especially if Detonation Gaming White Rendezvous to the east, and then probably eventually fourth party, what is effectively going on down here. JDI up towards top, being eliminated by a few teams, in fact, as they were trading blows. And Africa Freaks is now gone. So this gives opportunity maybe for MP5 if they get a few points off the back of this to try and catch up, but there's only one of them alive. E36 on that west side is going to be looking for big points as well, as they're taking out JDI and moving forwards. But coming off the hill that they're on against where Rascal Jester is, etc., will be difficult. Only Spear alive now for Ghibli.
You called the Detonation Gaming White Flex, and it's now coming into vision. They are lurking on the southern side of this circle, and for them, this is so many points. Potential to grab if they can just muster themselves together and advance forward. Seas is basically just hanging point as the anchor to direct what happens here. The rest of them haven't run to him just yet, and that's because they are pretty much playing all the southern embankment. I mean, even now with this map stream, you can see in the bottom corner, Malofo's disconnected from the entirety of the team. His job is to do the exact same principle. Keep those wolves at bay over on the western side. Spear, 1 HP and a mere dream. Finally does go down. Ghibli put to rest. 8th position for those.
Ooh.
And now an opportunity, a small window of opportunity. The Damwon here to make some kind of a jump.
Yeah, put in as much boot as possible. I think the desk actually hit it in the nail on the head with the Japanese teams coming into last day. They are hungry. M88 is gone. Look out, gets him. And we have even more shots coming in here from Sun Sister. Polly peppering some shots over towards that position. Knows the Japanese teams are hungry. They're all in the middle pack right now, and all of them, if they have two big games, could reasonably jump into third place if Africa Freaks and Danoa don't have an especially good time of things. So there is still a lot to play for here in some of these final games.
There is, and when Rascal Jester's the lowest placed team currently within the teams that we have left down in 10th position, they have the priority compound. They have the center of the map. They can essentially dictate how this goes. You can see from the map now that we've kindly brought up, every single person's playing edge. No one can really get to this middle stack, because if you do, you're going to get peppered. You're going to get shot up from every single angle. They have clear 360 vision of what's going on here. We'll see what the circle does to it. It keeps them in. Now everybody has to either fold up to the north or to the south, because the western side of it, you basically cannot get across that road.
All right, this is going to be telegraphed now because of the circle, but what I wanted to say before this popped was I feel like Damwon Kia has to move to the east and then south and sweep that entire location. You can't realistically and expectedly stay in the north and push down to where Rascal Jester is. Go around to where your first 2-2 split was, down towards Kale, down towards Wicked, and just kill off that entire side playing edge. I think for Damwon here, it's a lot of points, and it's probably their best way of getting a win here.
Sam with the flank, the retrades there. That's pretty damn good. That stops them for now. Kendesu down. Smokes in his hand. It comes down to Polly to try and hold the line here. Can he catch them while they're on the revive? Nope. Wesker from inside the compound. That priority play, what we said from Rascal Jester, comes through. They spot him. They put him down. Damwon Kia. They've come down from the north ever so slightly. They're taking residency, actually, in the middle of the map here. They're splitting their resources ever so slightly by advancing forward first with the scout. Totally fine with that. And that came off the back of, actually, Sun Sisters being dispatched rather quickly. That allowed them to get in place. There was no obstacles in front of them.
Yeah, this is the winning rotate if they get away with this. Just eliminating Sun Sister and finding themselves spots here. Rascal Jester's going to have to come on up. Detonation Gaming White still kind of split away. Malofo knows that there is another player over on that west side, and is actually firing at Fanghua. Probably going to be taking him out anytime soon. But I think that, yeah, actually he's found himself a little bit of a good fortification. But Damwon Kia now, all they have to do is hold, make teams come to them. They know that the south side is going to be their first point of contact, and they're all the south side. Detonation Gaming White are already being ripped at by Rascal Jester. This is only furthering Damwon Kia's strength.
They have the long barn at the end of the day. There's two little towers at the end of this on either side that you can get up out on the balcony through the windows. You're going to have a lot of vision. You know, the circle's on your back. You don't have to worry about that. It's so close to the building, it's actually touching the building, that no one can sneak in behind you. If it does, they're going to hit footsteps. They still have vehicles. This is massive for Rascal Jester. What do you do, though? Where do you start to put people to set you up for success once that next circle comes along? That's the question.
I think they stopped shooting at Detonation Gaming White, knowing that they might need them. This sounds ridiculous, but they know that they might need them to make the cross. They're going to have Damwon Kia above them. They need Damwon Kia to have alternate threats other than them just running across the road for them to try and get towards the center a little bit.
At the bare minimum, use the fight between them and Detonation Gaming White as a springboard to get into a better situation. Put yourself further forward. Thankfully, that buggy were there. Otherwise, that nade would have been perfect. But yeah, we're seeing these knocks going on. For them, it's, okay, don't focus on them too much. While they're distracted, let's try and make some sort of a movement. Even just a distraction point to find yourselves a better footing on this circle. It's better because it's a 2-1-1 split currently. I think it's Zhongjiang who holds the north, 2 players in the middle with Wicked holding the south. Like, Damwon Kia, yes, their resources and players may be split across this map, but they have so much ground advantage, so much vision compared to everybody else. They can basically just read this like a book and let everyone else come their way.
Yeah, nice spread out from Rascal Jester right now, as they have found themselves not a bad spot in the circle, but I'm still very concerned that Kale, Zhongjiang, Wicked all know the direction that they came from. So they're going to have far more information in relative terms compared to Rascal Jester here. MP5 trying to make the move. Don't think that will last long. 8 goes down. Shinobi, like a ninja, strikes from the shadows.
Still locking up on the roof to give himself some information. He's the orchestrator in all of this one right now. He doesn't have too long because of the blue and when it'll be moving. And he'll probably die crossing that road if he doesn't go soon, given Damwon Kia's position. They'll be able to see him and just lay waste. But he spoke about the height advantage that Damwon Kia has. He doesn't really get too much better when it comes to the form of Rascal Jester, because all these shots, again, just make note of position. Give Kia more information as to where people's locations are. The bike's there. I wonder why he's gone downstairs. Straight out the door and away we go. The question is, where do you go? I mean, for me, it might even just absolutely could even yeet it down to the south and potentially try and get a jump start on the position where you... Wait, okay, I'll hold for a second, James. Wicked's down. That is a big, big opener.
Yep, definitely is. Gonna have to start pushing on this pretty quickly. Still, though, the high ground advantage can be impactful. Smokes have gone down. They're going to try and stick this res over there. Under is going to be covering it with an AUG. Is it going to be enough, though? Another nade comes in, though. Knocks Wicked once again. You saw Kale had to retreat from that position, knowing that the nade had come in. We are seeing Rascal Jester here make the move. It could be a back-to-back. They get themselves Wicked 4v3.
Yeah, and these nades, they'll be flowing all the flashbangs, but really, because of how the hill works, like any aggressive nades, unless it was a molly, they'll be bouncing. So the explosives will just miss them completely. Unless they try and vert it up or lowball them onto the top, they don't really... The mollies haven't come out now. But Rascal Jester have made so much ground here.
There's no high ground advantage anymore. That's exactly what you had to hit on with here, Rich. After getting that knock, that opened up the opportunity to push them away. Look at the flee going on here from Damwon Kia. They have retreated to other locations, knowing that they are in a wounded state right now. Rascal Jester could be making the back-to-back happen. This is brilliant stuff.
It would, and it would only just weaken them ever so slightly while they are at the top spot. It'd help anybody out to try and recover and chase them up for that #1 area. The question is, what does Under do at this point? I know you spoke about fleeing, which they have done. They've had to just evacuate the situation altogether out of that ditch area. But this is the big but. If Under can make some kind of a wrap around them and get behind them,
yeah,
and the flank potential is brilliant because he's got level 3 for survivability and the AUG for a decent long-range spray. Yes, it's only 5.56, but that gun is just an absolute laser beam. So should be able to handle it well and demolish anybody who comes down from the flank. But ultimately, Rascal Jester, they have taken all of the middle ground.
Okay, so Under's chest is broken. His level 3 helmet is kind of halfway. I think one of the helmets is broken on Damwon Kia as well. So it's not just not having Wicked here. Yes, there is level 3 gear, but so Rascal Jester has some 3 gear as well. And I think Damwon Kia is in a sorrier state than Rascal Jester's. So that also plays a big factor. The AUG, though, the AUG is an absolute laser. And we have seen that when you give spray control for someone like Under, who again is our kill leader here in the lobby. We were talking about Simba being one of them, but Under is right up there. He is number one. He can make it work with this gun, but they know he's at the crate. I'm pretty sure they know he's at the crate right now, and that makes it very obvious about what the angles he's going to be able to take.
There's 3 of them that are committing to the low side. I just hope they all don't get bottlenecked at this position.
He got new level 3 armor.
Yeah, he's got new gear, so survivability is definitely a factor in his hands. It's just that one low player who's laid down. I've been able to see him in the corner for quite some time, but he hasn't moved. Yeah, there we go. So Fai Chan's just... I mean, look at him. He's staring at the crate. That's his only job is to deny Under any damage. If he shuts Under down, bang on. It should be GG. If Under gets away with just knocking and removing one player from Rascal Jester, there's then a kink in the armor. There's an opportunity for him to strike from behind. It's just, I don't want to see Rascal Jester tunnel vision for one player. But because he's been laid down for so long, James, I do not think they know he's there at all.
Yeah. Look at Under's gear. 3-3, Orm and Org. And, they don't know he's there. You're right. He has no, look, he's not looking at all. Pulls out the Org, goes for a shot.
Did he tag him?
Nades. What? They kept these long.
He must have tagged him, James.
West we get Songjiang. This could be the opener. Fei Chan gets Under. They didn't know about the snake lurking in the grass. That is a Rascal Jester victory. They executed it brilliantly, and that is a back-to-back for Rascal Jester. They are gunning for a 3rd place here. Rich, what a finish from Rascal Jester.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Fai Chan at the end, just laying down in wait and in ambush. The second that it's time to go, the call's made. They basically just drew Under into a false sense of security. He whipped out the AWM. It was a good attempt. I mean, from a different question, a different angle, different day altogether. If Fai Chan hadn't been there, then maybe, just maybe, they could have advanced up that hillside. There was still a good trade-off towards the north. I'm not entirely sure which player knocks one, but Damwon Kia was looking rather unfortunate towards the end, but still... numbers advantage, the surrounding, basically just claustrophobia is the way to kind of describe that one. There was no room whatsoever for Damwon Kia to move. I mean, you saw how they pushed forward. It's like, okay, we're good here. But then all of a sudden, that one knock instantly from Wicked, they just jumped on it. They pounced on it, took control of the center of the circle, and really there was no breathing room for Damwon Kia whatsoever. It was a very, very good move.
It could have been a whole lot worse. It could have been over much earlier if Kale hadn't retreated, knowing that Nade was coming in to finish off Wicked. That was, you're in a 2v4 situation, and that was over minutes ahead of time. And maybe you don't get any extra flushes and extra points off the back of that 3v4 that eventually goes down. So that's smart play there to be able to retreat in that situation. But yeah, Rascal Jester, full kudos to them. Japan showing up here in the final day. And with that, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gents. When we return, we have our final game, as well as the panel, to break down this game.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Rascal Jester's second win in a row, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, and they're here to prove that these guys are not kidding around. What an amazing performance from the Japanese squad, and yet again, we find ourselves with a little bit of an upset here. We're seeing, we saw so much in that last map. Everybody who was fighting for third place, getting closer to second, decimated early in the game. We saw dodgeball at the very end with Kia and Rascal Jesters, and we saw MP5's Fangwa taking down almost the entirety of E36 on his own. Where do we even begin with this one, Asrai?
I think we have to talk about first the chicken dinner, winner chicken dinners for the past 2 games, which has been Rascal Jester. So if honestly, I think Rascal Jester here, their play style or their decision for these past two Miramar maps has been to bunker up, loot as much as they can on one position, and then go straight to a compound and bunker it up. And that has been true for these past two Miramar maps. If we saw how much movement they have done when the phases, when the zones were closing in, they barely even budged their location. And I think because of that, they were in a more comfortable angle. And because they didn't really meet up with too many opponents and were basically safe the entire game, they had full utility whatsoever, full armor whatsoever, and they could just dictate the pace of the game because they weren't really in a position, or they weren't in a position where they were forced to move out and fight for location, which was really good for them.
Yeah, I mean, when looking into it, actually all the chicken dinner winners here, that was pretty much been the strategy. The Japanese teams in general, throughout this whole Asia stage, day 1, day 2, and now at day 3, they have been by far the more conservative of the regions here, and to great effect. Don't put that as a slight, because they've been making it work out. They know when they have proper power positions, they know when to move out. There was a situation there at the very last circle when there was only 3 teams left. That was between DGW, that was Detonation Gaming White, Rascal Jester on that compound down below, and Kia on the same hill that Detonation Gaming were in. Now, the circle did close in towards the hill, and so Rascal Jester, they did have to move on out. And they're very fortunate that Kia was under enough pressure at the time, also from Detonation Gaming, to be able to focus and actually, you know, stop them from crossing the road. This time, the chicken makes it to the other side. And Rascal Jester, at the end of it, well, this actually could have been brought back by Kia, I think, in this situation. It was a 3v4, yes. They did have Under playing that contact there right by where the drop box was. But as soon as Songjan went down, it just kind of all went down. Fiat-chan just playing prone, letting them cross on, letting them commit to that bridge line, and he just capitalized on what was easily kind of like a set trap for them. And this is what the Japanese teams are great at, dude. They're great at waiting and receiving the attacks instead of going for the initiative and pushing.
You say that though, but honestly, I think one reason why Rascal Jester was so effective in that one is they were buried in the compound. But you know, this entire team, like you mentioned, Fiat-chan right here, Sinvei, a lot of kills among them. Their response to finding out where Kia was to run straight at them. You saw, I think it was Wesker who was holding the compound on his own, pick up a motorbike and then charge straight into the foray, into the fray rather. And all he did, like the entire team, they just ran up, got closer to Kia, closed that gap, and started taking out their nades, and we started playing basically dodgeball at the very end of the circle. That netted them the early advantage. They got a kill off of those nades, and they show that when push comes to shove, they're not afraid to go for the aggressive plays. And that just goes to show that I think Rascal Jester, they know how to play these final circles well. They knew that against Kia, they need an early advantage, and they showed that they had what it takes. They have what it takes to take that big W. But before we talk about RJ any further, let's talk about Under right now. 39? 39 kills? What? A little bit absurd of a number at this point. He was going ham in the last game. I'm fairly certain he picked up at least 5 because we saw it pop up. He got 5 kills in that last game. And there's this moment, Asterai, where he runs up straight to the crate, the drop, and picks up armor in full view of everybody on the Rascal Jester side. Just massive cojones on this guy. What do you think about his play?
I mean, I talk about first, Africa Freaks EJ being aggressive and have extremely good aim, but that plus understanding your positional awareness, that's definitely how Under, I think, just is able to dominate and even just go balls deep into such risky objective taking and just basically net 39 kills out of nowhere. But here's another thing that I also want to point out, after Under has performed as much as possible, is that I think in that, let's say, second to the last map before we end this Asia region, there was just, I think, a lot of punish that happened towards the top teams here, which was Ghibli, which was MP5. When they dropped into the zones, into their locations, they got cut in half. And that really stopped any of these Korean teams from netting their worth. Because again, you don't really want to have like two squad or two members just playing and trying to survive as everybody else is looking for kill. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. And we can see, like we mentioned, the top 3 teams. Wow. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 127, 120. I called it. I said this is Kia's time, but I think there's a couple adjustments to be made, which is why we'll sort of pull it back a second. But Black and Blue, you were actually about to follow up on Asura before the scoreboard came up.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of an unfortunate situation there coming from Ghibli, dropping down, losing 2 already early on, say with MP5, and the fact that there were only 2 of them left kind of forced Ghibli to have to play safe. You can see that as after they did drop there, like towards a far northeastern side, they had to go all the way and hug the coastline down, all the way down into where the zone was, and by the time they got there, they were already out of power positions to be taken because all the other teams got there first. And so it just has been a bit of an unfortunate situation for them. MP5 able to get a bit further, but once more, I think misfortune has come their way.
I think Rascal Jester have a chance to get in third here. They might just finish pole position. 77 points for them, 3 chicken dinners, and technically under the new rules, like Toffee has been mentioning, they probably just won the tournament. Look at this, just unless Danwa somehow managed to win one too. But like I said, this competition is just blown wide open because of the fact that Afrika, Danwa, MP5, these guys got shot out of the game so early on. The score difference between 3rd to 7th place and 3rd to 8th, in fact, is negligible. It's a marginal difference that I feel like anybody could take this one. Now, however, Asurai for 1st and 2nd place, Kia and Ghibli rather, they're still neck to neck here. But from what we've seen thus far, I don't know if you agree with this, but in terms of at the very least on Miramar, Kia's looking just so much better than Ghibli is.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Kia and Ghibli have either same or similar drop locations, and they've fought and they've seen each other at the very start and just try to get away as much as possible. And I think during those bouts, Ghibli are the ones to just not have the upper hand. And now we're going into a big question here, Ilu. Is there even enough time or points for teams to just even mount a comeback for that 2nd and 1st place?
Yeah, time is not our friend here. We got one map to go, and honestly, this is truly do or die, go big or go home for a lot of these teams, and this might be a little bit of a problem. But before we break that down any further, we want to talk about the individuals who we will be giving awards to by the end of this entire tournament. We got the Intel MVP coming up for you guys, and we're giving away special prizes to the MVP of your choosing, our choosing, and everybody's choosing for this tournament. So we got 4 awards coming. Let's pull that up on your screen real quick. There you go. 40% vote to the fans, 40% to the talents, and 20% to the players. If you want to vote and give your favorite horse a chance at winning this derby here, 2020 PL 2021 IntelMVP.com. That's where you got to vote. Log into your emails and check and vote for your favorite team. Vote for your favorite players. Excuse me. And yeah, we're giving 1 Nitro 5 laptop each to these players and an Intel MVP trophy. So do your favorite player a big favor, because a Nitro 5 laptop, man, that's not something to be glossing over. Black and Blue. I mean, if I had it in my hands right now, maybe I'd be a little bit better at this at this game. Maybe.
Yeah, certainly that's what's holding you back, right, Illustrado? Nothing else, nothing else skill-wise, no morning coffees too early in the day or too late at night and staying up all night. Certainly, it is the our hardware.
It's definitely your water. The hardware. I mean, if I had better hardware, I probably wouldn't be missing those point-blank shots. Just so you guys all know
that sounds...
Asurai believes me, don't you, Asurai?
Maybe.
Yeah,
drink water.
All right, thanks. I'm glad I can rely on you to get my back in these situations, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, you just drink your water over there, buddy. You'll be needing it, because the next games are going to be pretty... Definitely keep hydrated. Anyway, so to all the hydro homies out there, shout out to you guys. But we're going to be getting pretty sweaty in the upcoming game because we're going to the last map of the day. It is none other than Miramar finish. It's going to be a picture perfect finish. I know a lot of teams are going to be thrilled about this. From what we've seen, Kia, Just an absolutely phenomenal team on this. MP5 actually were pretty decent on this, but if I'm being completely honest, Rascal Jesters, I'm a little bit scared and excited and a mixed bag of emotions here, Black and Blue, because I feel like they just might take a third.
Dude, they might just take a third today alone. They already have 3, mind you. And so if they take a third here today on Miramar, it's going to be a 4th one in their pocket. They're going to by far have, the most chicken dinners of any team here already. And if they get a 4th, then it's going to be even more expanded. And so, under the new rules, they probably win this tournament, right? Under the new rules that are coming here in 2021. But right now, we're still in the super system. And so these guys are not as favorable to really get to the top slot. But man, I'm telling you, the 3rd place right now is open for everybody up until the 6th place to move up into and steal away. They have what? Maybe if they can get like 10 frags and then place at another chicken dinner, any of these teams between 4, 5, and 6, they can jump up really easy. Even 7 potentially. Actually, no. I think 7 might be a bit too far down there, but it's possible, right? Especially if the teams at number 3 and 4th could not really, get a good go. If they get out early, 20 points, that could be come back into very easily. And so right now, Rascal Jester, they have a chance to get in the top 3 here, I do firmly believe.
So Rascal Jester actually only need I think 10 or 11 more points before actually getting into 3rd. Obviously, this assumes that the other teams above them just don't get anything. But still, the point still stands. It's very much a close game. That it's anyone's ball game up until this point here. Asteroid, we're about to get ready for this last Miramar here. What are your predictions for the last time here today for the Asia region?
You know what? 3rd time could be the charm. I'm gonna go for a Freak of Freaks on this one.
Okay. Fair enough. Black and Blue, let's hear what your thoughts are.
Man, I still think Miramar is the Japanese team is rather the map for the Japanese squad. And so I have to go once more with the Japanese squads. I went with Detonation Gaming White last time. I think they got a bit unfortunate on that hill. And I think finally now they're able to make the adjustments to finally get another chicken dinner on the board. Because Miramar, it's been looking well for them. Hopefully now is going to be their time to shine.
Hey man, I'm right there with you. I'm like in the back row just cheering on Rascal Jester, hoping, and they've made a fan out of me for sure. I'm hoping they're able to recreate their success. But if I'm gonna make I'll make a prediction for 1st and 3rd. Okay, let's be fair a little bit on this one. My 1st placers, definitely, I think it's gonna be Kia. But if I'm gonna predict the 3rd place is gonna be tough, I'm gonna say Danawa's gonna show up on this map. A little bit of a Hail Mary for me there, but that's what I think. But let's see what the casters have to say for the last time today. We're gonna throw it on over to Killaris and Sims. So for the last time today, it's all yours, guys.
Thank you very much, my Hydro Bros. It's time now for what is effectively the grand final game here between our teams from Asia. We have myself as well as the Sims going to be bringing you here this final game on Miramar. You excited, friend?
I am, and after what we saw in the previous round, where Ghibli unfortunately lost 2 players, it's now set us up for an interesting storyline. Damwon Kia, the road to recovery has been good so far. The previous round was explicitly good. It gave them a very explosive start, but more importantly, give them a decent buffer at the top of the board. Yes, ultimately it wasn't the win, but the points were more than enough. The question is, can Ghibli strike back? Between those top teams, James, there is a massive gap between anybody else, and at the moment it's a 2-horse race. It feels like we have to keep an eye and we have to focus on those teams.
That's right. Will Ghibli be the champion, or will Damwon Kia be the champion? We are about to find out here in the next 25 minutes or so. And considering, well, yes, we have this drop going on right now, but importantly, Damwon Kia has gone up to La Cabrera. They will not be next to Ghibli or Africa Freaks in the start of this, but shotgun shots coming in. Shortlegs gets a pickup on JDI already. Not too bad. Shortlegs was one of the guys that was instrumental in winning out their first hot drop in Valdemar in the previous game.
The reason that shotguns are so viable, and also why these can be rather messy, it's just because no one has armor. Everyone's scrapping for guns. Everyone's panicking. You find armor as you tend to wander around looking for anything else that you can really pick up your hands on. But anything you've landed, usually you stay your feet when it comes to the buildings as such. For some of these players, they might not necessarily be able to get out of it. For some of these players, they might not even necessarily be able to heal up. Ultimately, there always is helmets and chests lying around, but still, straight off the bat, it's usually why we see a few people going down, or at the very least, being low health. It makes it even worse when your teammates are shooting you in your side when you're running over the front of them while they're aiming.
That is right.
He go down. It's not looking great initially for JDI.
Kane is an M24, and I think he hit with it earlier on. I'm not sure if he has a scope on it or not, but we just have iron sights coming in. Chovy gets himself short legs. Not too bad a trade at all. So a lot of these teams don't really have the points accumulated to be able to strike out for third place, but still, pride is on the line, especially for Fighting Bees, who got themselves some nice points in the previous game. I would like to see more from them.
Quick pause for a moment. Assume short legs can be revived at this point, but you can see him from his teammates for a second. They have to pause, see if it's worth the run, see if it's safe, most importantly. This could be the time to capitalize for JDI. They got one knock, and you know, I'm glad you brought that up as well, James. Like, I never, after making the mistake several times of accidentally thinking a shotgun kill or an M24 kill in the kill feed when we can't see it fully clearly. I thought I was looking. I think I'm sure that's an M24 kill. I think he may have iron sighted the player.
Yeah, I
and
think
then
he
flushed him instantly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of it. So, yeah, shotgun and M24 trade-off, not too bad. Freak of freak spotting down one game in early, but the question is, yeah, he's looking around that corner. I'm going to say he's not going inside that building. He hasn't gone for the stairs. He's coming for the corner peak. He will continue this one, and the aggression's actually paying off for him.
Free fire from Hikari, and EJ trades on from another angle. It's a good job, but it was short legs that was knocked in the previous fight, because if it was him that was having to recover them and run towards him, he would have had to scamper over there really, really fast with those little legs. I know this from personal experience in real life, so it takes a while. What? Stop it! Stop shooting me!
Even trying to be hide behind a car. EJ has the right-hand angle. It's totally fine. I'm still trying to get over that joke, but you know, you brought it into yourself as well, so we're okay with it. You know, we can tag. We're both ginger. We've given up many a self jokes before in the past. It's totally fine.
Well, nothing's off limits. We have no soul, so
that is true. Gokori. See if has a soul going up against Ansia. Ansia's going for the big old flank down towards the south. Hold the garages and take the roadsides. A couple of vehicles there that you can kind of hang about and look on the opposing side for the cross. Probably doesn't realize that. Yeah, Gokuri's not here. Decent whack for now, but still. You push it on the... I don't know why they would really want to. You're just giving yourself up at this point, running down that hill against someone like Hikari, but ultimately, I'll stay my words here. Hikari is traded upon. Gokuri in the corner. Painkillers will go off, and Hansia will have to go aggro to take this one down.
I'm glad we're here, because this is in a super important fight. This could potentially decide third place. If one team is able to get out of here not too badly wounded. EJ still getting off a few shots here and there. Gokuri is trying to find these cheeky little angles, just a small slither between those two pillars for him to try and trade off against Hansia. And now that Hansia does know he is here and that there was other Africa Freaks members on the backside of Gokuri, he has to be very careful about this. Malofo does go down. The Africa Freaks has recovered. They all have all four up right now, I believe. And EJ with the 2-piece here. Can they get more? They are dashing DGW's chances here of being able to make any jump from the 8th place up towards 3rd.
The thing is, I mean, 3rd positions, you mentioned it. That's a freak of freaks current hold. Like, if they want to keep that, they need numbers going towards the later stage. Otherwise, Danawa is just going to jump them, you know? This is, yeah. There's a lot to loss on the both sides of both of these teams, right?
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. I mean, again, you know, for Detonation Gaming White, as any team kind of 3rd through 8th, this is your Hail Mary game. You put up or you shut up. That's it. And Detonation Gaming White is going to be wiped out here. It's almost... You need to just... Oh, nice shots.
No. Oh, no.
At this point, as Detonation Gaming White, just try and destroy Africa Freeze's chances, right?
And even if you're not removing utility, oh my god, imagine if one of these nades just somehow... It would be a complete Hail Mary. Your favorite gun on display, that is around the corner. Casual bit of 9mm for your antics. M16 as well. What an obscure setup, and it kind of shows you what we're working with over here between these two teams. Oh, that's a smidging of health. Can't be more than 5 HP. Hikari will try and find the angle. They've kept 4 players up. They've garnered 4 points once this kill is all said and done. No meds to actually get off apart from 3 bandages. I'll hit the double res. It's job done. Okay, 4 points in the bag. No players lost. That's the most important thing. But let's remember down the line, how does it hurt the economy? How does it hurt them when a player does get knocked and the bleed out time is quicker? What's their gear like currently? So there's a lot of things to take into account, and we'll see how it does play into, if it plays into, the Freak of Freaks' final position when this is all said and done.
Yeah, thankfully, because they're in this edge of the circle and they have a few more compounds to work with, I think they're going to have ample time to be able to recover from those losses, you know, via a little bit more looting, as we have MAC8 going up against Danawa here. Danawa doesn't want to lose anything, and they actually, I think they can make the full recovery. So our 2 teams that are most contesting for 3rd place right now not only got points early, but also kept all 4 alive. The hunger is in them right now.
Still neck and neck. And it only makes it even harder for someone like MP5. They were looking like they're on the road to the road to success, you know, the road to recovery, so to speak, to get up into that top 3. But with both 3 and 4 garnering points early, and most importantly, you said it, keeping 4 players alive. JDI, shotgun, instant flush pump action on the legs as well. Second player finishing with the AKM, and unfortunately for the Fighting Bees, they have just fed JDI on the stairs. Like, you saw how it was dispatched. The shotgun player was dispatched in the previous round with the pop flash. That's just asking for pain. Walking up a single stairwell like that. Oof.
Poor short legs. It's all on you, friend. You're fully simmed up. That's nice. Sees him. Goes for the nade. Primes it.
Pre-fire.
Pre-fire. Perfect. Oh, Sims, I love it. He know. Wrecking Fighting Bees.
3v1 clutch. Job done. AKM 7.62 at close range. Even as a single tap like that, you're still going to be able to predict where the first bullet goes. Hits him in the head. The pre-fire's good. It's great for JDI. Well, it's down the lower end of the leaderboard, but I'm still not going to take anything away from it. It's always nice to see a bit of AKM action towards the end of it. And a 3v1 clutch, no matter which way you cut it, is always a beautiful thing to witness. MP5, you do have a free crate here, should you want to get it, unless it's been taken and we just haven't updated it yet and we've been able to see it. Circle, let's take a quick look and a quick check-in with how this is going to set itself up for success on the next round. Center, near enough. Yeah, Ghibli have got a bit of work to do. So have Curzon. YDA all the way down south. Actually, a Freak of Freaks and Ghibli, to be fair, might cross over each other's paths. You may get a little bit of a shift over to that western side, but not too much. Just a little bit of shuffling. If you're on the outskirts, as mentioned, that eastern side's a little bit condensed. But we saw it in the previous one where up on that more to the southeastern side, it proved deadly for a lot of teams that they tripped up one another.
Yeah, given the circle and how it's sat right now, it's more likely that we have this. We may have this match decided earlier rather than later in terms of how Ghibli will want to probably move south compared to north when it comes to their rotations. The reason being is moving north, there's that huge hill range in their way. So if they die off early to an Africa Freaks, for example, or an MP5, for example, then Damwon Kia will run away with this. However, Damwon Kia has huge area up in the top. They are very uncontested. So they are sitting very pretty for now as Africa Freaks looting on up. Already 4 points to their name with the amount of kills that they were got. But again, they also saw Danawa in the kill feed as well. So they're not going to take the foot off the pedal just yet.
Small calm before the storm. The team really at the moment that's not within this circle is Curzon. It's over by the eastern side coming out of La Bandita. Graveyard area at the moment will be their transfer point just above Picado as well. So the hillsides that run parallel to Power Grid. And we'd assume that Power Grid... yeah, I mean, I'd have to assume that Power Grid moves out from this one, given that it's just so up against it with this circle. It's going to be one of those roadside endings. You would have to think with the main road that goes from Monte to Los Leones, that it homes straight in and runs down the valleys like a river towards the bottom of it. This is one of those where it's those farmland, I want to say, the kind of the corn crop fields.
I get you, yeah.
you have those broken garages. Like right now, setting yourself up residency in one of those is going to pay dividends towards even at least Circle 5, even if it's not smack bang in the center. It's gonna set you up for success towards a lot of stages.
If I had to take a wild stab in the dark, I would say around where PSTR are, where Rascal Jester is currently having one of their members. That could be where we see this circle converging towards. But, you know, again, wild stab in the dark, always a little bit of fun. As you can see it now on the map, just where I'm describing is east of Monte Nuevo. And as Rich is mentioning as well, we sometimes see this come to play. Ghibli is going to have a harder time of being able to eventually find themselves a sustainable spot towards what could be considered later circles than a Damwon Kia. We're keeping an eye on those two teams, currently complete opposite sides of the circle. Sylphia does get taken out by, or knocked, I should say, by Kia to start things off, but Kia has an extreme spread at the moment. Yuda is going to be coming in on that south side. Ghibli might go for the spray here.
Okay, still laying into the rock cycle. They're making a note of where people's presence is. Skull Jester. Certainly confidence will be in abundance with them after today's performance.
Oh, yeah.
It's disappointing, I suppose, from at least my perspective anyway, that they were so far down the leaderboards. Because I do, like, you kind of think, all right, if you'd have managed to somehow pull this one out of the bag earlier on, where would you have been? If you'd have had a much better start towards this competition, what would you have been like today? You'd have been contesting for those upper echelons, and I think it's just a bridge too far at the moment with 77 points. Yes, you might be able to skirt up at least into 5th. I just feel like 4th's just that little bit out of reach.
Yeah, probably. It will be difficult. And as the circle fell, you just saw it before. It's exactly where we were describing it before. It's just, it's one of those locations that becomes notorious, and from that point on, we will see who's going to be able to play this well. The compounds that you can take up in these positions are sometimes easy to breach too, depending on if crashes come in the way they usually do. Seto gets up Chen. Start things off with Team Curson. I really wish Team Curson had kept their foot on the pedal from day one. They looked great in day one. They had an amazing kill count, but just couldn't keep up in terms of those placement points. Even now, their kill count still dwarfs some of the teams that, like the 4 teams above them, have nowhere near the kills that Team Curson has. And we will see maybe a shot or two from EJ. No, he already sees that that player is being shot at. Not too much of a trade going down. Hansi gets Pure Boy. They're just looking for these long-range fights wherever can they find them.
Not the best of places for Curzon. Simba down. Need Fragger, they need to really get back on the feet, but I think E36 will happily deny this one with Satu holding a deeper angle. This should be easily denied, but then again, E36 is still hampered by the amount of people they've got in play.
It's going to be a bloodbath up here, Rich.
It is, with how many people are looking onwards of it. Like, I don't really know too much what you can do. Yontis goes down in the kill feed, just be aware of that. And then the bloodbath, unfortunately, will begin to open up in front of our very eyes. The circle will move all these players out into the open. We've got 3 teams that need to make their way through this. Sun Sister, you can see in the distance, E36. And the remnants of Curzon, the Freak of Freaks, is basically just going to play bouncer on the edge of this one, kicking teams out on arrival. Not a great deal you can do. Even getting into the circle at this point, it's in a very precarious place.
Yeah, it is. Yuda's looking for a spot to go to, but they're not finding it. Africa Freak still railing at Sun Sisters' position that they've found. And Sun Sisters managed to actually get into the circle against where, as you mentioned, the bouncers Africa Freaks are taking up residence and not really take any losses or wounds along to this position that they found themselves. So good by Sun Sister to get this. And I think Africa Freaks is a little bit split to the point where they're not 100% confident about this fight right now. They're going to be careful, just a few pot shots here and there, but no full commitment. Oh, these circles.
Yeah, the hard shift is kind of anticipated given the rock side that we spoke about and alluded to earlier on, and this is now where those garage compounds really come into full effect. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we anticipated, should I say, to see. There'll be a priority spot to hold down a defensive stance. You may... it might not be the greatest place in the world, where I'm seeing one team actually up towards the most northern easterly side of it, Rascal Jester. They can hold all the teams that do need to come down from here. Sunsister trying to get past slowly but surely all the teams that you spoke about earlier on. Enterforce 36, same kind of fate. Probably give himself up to the blue at this point. The vehicle might just scamper through. Yes, it does. If he hits a tree or hits a bullet, he is absolutely dead. No getting away from that one whatsoever. The harder factor is now is that because you will see eventually STR and Danawa taking the priority compounds in the center, there's really nowhere else on the edge to set up. Like, I've just seen that Damwon Kia have made an entry point into Montana Nueva itself.
Yes.
When you come into this, it's a very barren landscape. I have no idea where a Freak of Freaks, Sunsister, everybody who's outside of the zone now, I don't know where they can go or what's happened. Oh, no. That's not good.
They'll get them. Oh, hey, no! Surviving!
No.
From the previous 1v3. If it's caused, this could be crippling damage. Hey, no, I can't. What is going on? Oh, no. For Ghibli, it's a disaster, and it comes off the back of one of the biggest snakes and spoilers of the tournament.
Oh, no. And they're now being spotted by another team and just peppered in the distance.
It's absolute carnage. It's absolute carnage. Ghibli's tournament is done. The champions will be Damwon Kia. However, now the fight for third place, very much so on the cards here, Rich.
That's devastating. The double vehicle knock. And then the snake in the grass of all the people. The Clutchmeister himself comes in and just puts the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, my God.
That is a disastrous way to end it. Like, I'd love if we can have... I know it's always awful to see if there's some sort of replay to show us what happened on that. That is...
You know what, Rich? I was setting up to... As I was looking at the map, I was setting up to say, okay, Ghibli's position here, it's difficult to get down. They're going to have a harder time than Damwon Kia for that first or second battle. But the situation that we just witnessed is actually catastrophic for Ghibli. That is... I cannot believe what we just witnessed.
Look, we see players going down now and again from vehicle knocks on yourself. It's just one of those things. But to have two fall simultaneously and then to be a lone ranger just in the back to come in and finish it all off.
It's the perfect storm of events. It's the perfect.
It's the perfect storm in the worst case possible scenario. Yeah. That's so bad. All right. Well, you know what? Let's focus on... Oh, okay. I'm going to say let's focus on a Freak of Freaks in third place, but they've actually died. So now it comes down basically to Danawa. Can they jump them with 99 points on the board? We'd absolutely have to assume so.
Yeah, this is the next fight. This is the next big fight here. Damwon Kia right now was actually pushing on to that position and actually helped aid in taking out Africa Freaks. Africa Freaks' campaign here was not aided by the fact that their split was very heavy and they weren't doing a decent job of being able to hold out those teams on that eastern side. So they get punished for it here after having such a wide split. Now the race for third is on. Danawa here in the kill feed must be elated seeing that Africa Freaks have gone down. They've had some kills from this compound already, and all they have to do is survive. Danawa getting into third place is almost assured as long as they survive.
Rascal Jester will try and want to put a halt on this one and go for the full 3 wins in a day. MP5 over by the little hay barns itself. It's very little cover. One player disconnected from the rest of the team, probably unresable at this point. Damwon Kia, Kings of the Mountain. They're just watching this action unfold directly in front of their eyes. Nothing else really they need to do apart from sit it out and wait the final trophy. Rascal will push onto MP5, and again, given out in the field, it's the only next place available you would really try and contest. It's only the only next place available you'd really try and go. There isn't anywhere whatsoever. Rascal Jester finally lambs to the slaughter. MP5 between them and Kia. Kia is farming currently. Their lead is just extending. They don't want any more. They don't need any more points whatsoever. But you know what? They'll take it all the same.
They're saying and making a huge statement after PGIS. The disaster was there, but in this lobby, Damwon Kia, we expected them to come in strong, and oh boy, have they. Jeff Locker has moved up towards the north here to try and make this spread even more powerful. They're controlling a huge wealth of land. I'm surprised he's able to get away with that move. However, the fact that he is extremely powerful. Fun note, Venus Gaming, top 6. This is their best placement in the tournament.
Oh, the Blues here, and it takes no prisoners at this stage.
Gotta move.
You do have to move. Gotta be careful. It's hard to build a storyline off of it much more when we can do with MP5. They would need like to basically kill the entire lobby. I'd love to be able to see it happen. I think it would just be to be able to jump up into the 100-point club and maybe challenge Danawa, but it's a mathematical probable impossibility at this stage. You're still getting points by the time we go up with all these. A little bit more of an aggro game at the start may have been able to get them up there. We'll see by the end of it. I never want to count something out until it's all said and done with these scoring points and scoring systems. I mean, they're only 10 behind Danawa. Danawa have only garnered the placement point thus far since we've actually checked in with them. But, you know, they're safe. What's the point in hard rushing this one? What's the point in potentially throwing it? You might as well stay safe for now. Stay inside your little hidey hut that you've got. The problem is that we're basically living at the moment in Kia's server.
Yeah, we are. It's they're doing whatever they want at this point, and they don't care. They don't care. They don't give a damn. But Danawa has what I would argue to be probably the best positions throughout this circle right now. I just think Damwon Kia's on just too much of a tear, and they're probably going to end up obliterating the lobby anyway. But I think Danawa has done enough here. As long as another team falls and they don't die, as you say, just chill, they are going to be well in. Gamna is stuck. MP5 is kind of stuck. PSTR is stuck. Tough stuff.
Well, this is a pretty big fight now, going against the lobby leaders here. That'll be the next point of contact. It's a bit of a trifecta when we look towards the central side of it. Rex is taking all kinds of damage, and this vehicle is not long for this world, and soon enough, he may not be also. You can clip one of those ankles. They're pretty deadly. I mean, look at all the shots on his head. His beret's back out, James. The level 2 has been removed haphazardly. The smokes are down, and all the utility is being committed. It's like MP5's just cycling their lethal throwables to try and take the next player of Rascal Jester out so they can advance forward. Still, STR should be able to have a foot in that and maybe deny that push, maybe deny that maneuver. As soon as I say that, we hop back on board with Songjiang, and again, height advantage is just well and truly in abundance. He's also got a drop as well for good boot. It's not as if they need any more help in this lobby, right?
Oh, indeed. They are flying away with it. And 2 shots coming in here and there. But this is a done deal. Salute, though. Any extra points they can put on board. Nice little cushion. Won't be too bad. A few teams dying off to the blue now. Harry goes down. PSTR mollied themselves. Oh, actually, maybe he fell and got mollied. The molly dropped.
Well, MP5 farming begins. Rather unfortunate, the position that they're in. There wasn't a great deal they could do. They didn't even have any smokes to put down. They committed them earlier on. Danawa does jump up into third, overtakes a freak of freaks. I think that's pretty much our top 3 solidified and done here. Rascal Jester still within it. If they can watch these 2 teams, maybe somehow, that's this single lone snake, watch these 2 teams beat each other to death, he can somehow claim victory, but very doubtful. This is 2 very strong teams, two teams that have played tooth and nail this entire tournament thus far. But ultimately, it's Damwon Kia, the monsters, who have just had this huge resurgence. Wicked, you're going for a cheeky drive-by? You're just going to try and ram him on the vehicle?
Just give it a little drive-by, you know, just before the nerf comes on in. Why on earth not, you know? It's Under here and Kale taking out Rex and Jeff Locker. They are going to fall. Damwon Kia. You know what? Why not cap off this brilliant tournament with a victory? They have ran away with this. 140 points on the board across 12 games. That average is insane. And Damwon Kia is not wanting to let this go. They want to go out with a bang.
Imagine, James, in a world where this final player from Rascal Jester flanks all of Damwon Kia and gets the 3 wins in a row. Imagine.
Oh, that would be sick.
It would be a 1v4, 1v8. He'd be able to win this situation. I think that one miss on the bullet, though, may have just given it away. However, on Songjiang, I don't think he had a helmet, you know.
No.
Oh, he doesn't! He doesn't have the helmet! It's gone! And so is his face this time round. The push is there. And it's instantly taken away.
Okay, Gabnet has barely any helmet, any chest. Just to put this into perspective.
Look, I believe. There's a dream here, all right? I believe. We've gone from a 1v8 to a 1v4. It's slowly but surely happening.
Come on, lad. Come on. But yeah, just from these two teams, Damwon Kia, Danawa, just what a performance. What a performance. I'm now looking for another spot. The thing is, though, the information has been given. Songjang's not going to be like, "Yo, I'm dead. I don't know where he came from." They know someone's going to be up there. Salute trying to smoke this off. Kale trying to find a position. I think Trey with Danawa. Soul gets under. Oh, Gabna gets under. What?
He's doing it. He's actually doing it. God, if he gets his final play. Oh no, the blue sea. It's going to take him. No, don't
Save
ruin
yourself.
this dream. Don't ruin the dream. It's dead. Okay, 2 versus 1. Danawa. How do we box this one off? Kia, you've won this entire tournament, but can you win this match? Kale, you're the last man standing in a 1 versus 2. Nades down, guns up. Quick strap to the right-hand side. At least give him some new angle of approach, but ultimately, with the plateau road and the smokes there, it's about finding these final 2 players. They're just going to be weaving amongst the mist.
Right now, he's fooled them. They think he's in completely different direction. They didn't expect him to move up towards the road. Kale is a legendary player in the Korean scene. However, Soul and Salute equally as powerful with some of the performances that they've been put out. Kale just has more accolades under his belt in regards to the Korean scene, and they don't know he's on that angle just yet. They're going to be covering all their bases, but they don't know he's on that angle.
They should do now as soon as they get this quick amount of vision. Nail in the coffin. Danawa take the final map. But ultimately, it wasn't about the final map. It was about the tournament overall. And while we see Danawa coming out with a win, a pretty epic performance today, I've got to say. It's been phenomenal. They've managed to at least garner a hell of a lot more prize money. But it is all about Damwon Kia once it's all said and done, James.
Definitely so. Damwon Kia are the champions here in Asia. Danawa make the huge jump up to 3rd place. And I'll tell you something, Rich. Ghibli will never forget the name Hino when it comes to a tournament like this. They were in pole position for so long in this tournament, and then to have Hino show up when he did, it's the perfect storm of events to create catastrophe for Ghibli.
I mean, I even missed at one point like a Freak of Freaks going down. We didn't see any of it or really speak about any of it because of still focusing in on how unexpected that set of circumstances. I've never seen anything like that where 2 players fall in a team of 3. Your final player's disconnected and there's a lone ranger, someone who's just pulled a 1 versus 3 there to completely hamper and ruin your day. Like, that is not how you want to go crashing out of a tournament. Yes, it's 2nd place, but it's kind of crazy, James. And ultimately, it's been a great tournament.
Yeah, it definitely has. Watching Damwon Kia kind of have this opportunity, I want to say, to show back up, considering PGIS. This has been brilliant for them. For me, coming in, Ghibli was a team that I personally wanted in PGIS, but they were not able to get there. They've shown how powerful they can be on an international stage as well. How about yourself, Rich? I think this is probably one of the first times you commentated Ghibli, at least.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, from T1 side, we could see Ada coming across. We knew what a powerful player he was. But again, I've been looking forward to seeing a bit of a switch up amongst the Korean rosters for quite some time.
Yeah.
I think after a World Championship, you always tend to get that anyway. And it's really time to flesh things out. And I suppose really freshen things up. And that's what we're definitely going to be seeing with PUBG for the next few weeks, the next few months ahead. It's been good.
And with that, we are done here. Huge congratulations to Damwon Kia. We can head back over to the desk to hear what Illustrado, Asurai, as well as Black and Blue think of this tournament.
We got denied a picture-perfect finish. For a second there, I thought Kia was gonna get it. The victory as well as the tournament 1st place. Not something we're gonna see today, but we almost for a second, for just a tiny second, believed that just we were going to see that 1v8 from Gabha happen. It looked like we were getting closer to it. Unfortunately, that just didn't happen here today. But welcome back to the panel, and thank you again to our amazing casters. My name is Illustrado. This is Asurai. I'm joined by Black and Blue. For the last time here today, we now find the grand champion here in the Asian region here for the Predator League 2021. We have the shield going up to none other than Damwon Kia. Asurai, how does it feel to be totally, immeasurably, irrevocably wrong on all of your predictions here today?
Well, I wasn't 100% wrong on my predictions. I felt like there was some points that did make a lot of sense on my end when I was trying to guess or infer what I wanted to happen or what I think was going to happen. But you know what? Kia just had everything fall for them, definitely. There was a lot of things that I probably will be asking later. Probably one thing that I'm very, very curious about. But they just did everything so right. And there was a lot of times where they caught the opponents that they needed to catch so that they can boost up their points, as well as just performing well in terms of their gunplay.
Yeah, Black and Blue, we have the grand champions now emerge after what seems to be like their redemption arc after what happened in PGIS, and now it seems like they're putting things together. They look like a very solid squad in what looked like to be a little bit of shaky start for them. Black and Blue, they must be feeling honestly elated at this point here, down 1 Kia.
Yeah, I mean, to say that they have performed above, what their expectations were is going to be saying something here, because they, early on, were not looking too hot. Yes, they were one of, like, the most, well, I guess, consistent teams, but map number 1 to start day 1 off wasn't too well in their favor. Eventually, though, still things did pick up. Same with Ghibli, honestly, but I think the difference between Kia and Ghibli here is the fact that Kia was actually able to close day 3 out. Ghibli, today, I have to say, man, they kind of dropped the ball here. Just not on point with the rotations. I mean, they came into contact here with Just Do It, who, quite aptly named, just did it to them, and then Danwa chimed on in to just close them all off. Ghibli, they have kind of been dropping the ball here, and the difference with Kia, they're so good, and I've been saying it time and time again here in the Asia scene, they are by far the most mobile team. They know when to get on the move. Oscar Mike is definitely something that really fits in the repertoire, and man, Kia, they're so deservingly well, apt for this win.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. Just the thing is, we started the day with Ghibli at the very top by not a quarter mile, but definitely in a significant lead. And everything that could go wrong, it's a little bit like Murphy's Law here, Asteroid, what happened with Ghibli. Anything that could go wrong did actually go wrong for Ghibli, whether it was getting eliminated very early on, whether it's finding, just unfortunate positions, the circle's not going in their way. It was a very rough grand final day for Ghibli, but at the end of the day, what is there to say about a performance like that other than the fact that they should have done a little bit better?
I think Ghibli just lost all form of confidence. When we saw them in the past few days just dominate, I think it was them always proactive and challenging and having a sure sense of where opponents were. But these past couple of maps, especially the final 2 Miramar maps, you would see that in the rotations on the map, they were very, very lax and very, very far behind everybody. You know that they were banking on people just thinking that, or for them, thinking that people would just not be in their particular areas. But this in turn kind of just forced them to either not have good compounds to fortify, or like you saw in the highlights there, just get caught out of transition because, again, Miramar being such a more open map, even though vehicles are a crucial part here, vehicles are also, as I believe that was Paper Thin or Toffees that pointed out, that these vehicles are very easily punished and very easily destroyed, and that really shut down Ghibli in this final map. And definitely they just did not show that confidence that we saw on those previous days.
Let's talk a little bit about a 3rd place winner, which I also did predict. Yeah, today I'm 2 for 2, I think, or 3 for 3. Made it quite a bit, but I'm just gonna brush the dirt off my shoulder for a second there. We saw Danawa start from ways away, far back. They were struggling to get anything done. And today they just seem to turn it up. Which just goes to show that if you turn up on the last day of a competition, you might just win yourself a cool. I think it was, I forgot exactly, but they're gonna get themselves a nice prize at the very end. They hung on by a thread for the very top, and they are just going to be coming away the 3rd place winner. But let's find out exactly who placed where, because we do have the scoreboard ready to go for you guys right about now. So at the very end of it, Kia, 142 points, 20 points up above Ghibli, followed by Danawa, 112. Africa, 100 points for them. MP5, they got a little bit unlucky too. Rascal Jester at 88, Enterforce 36 at 84. So not too far between the first and I think 7th basically. But yeah, it just starts to really pull away after the second place here. Black and Blue, we looked at the other teams here that are not just the Korean squads. But this goes to show that in this region, there's, I think, a lot of talent. We saw the teams from Macau, the teams from Taiwan, you know, players from those regions just showing up here, proving that it's more about the Koreans, more about than the Korean scene that we have in this region.
It definitely is. I mean, the Koreans by far are the best region here. Yes, you can see the top 4 are occupied all by Korean teams. It wasn't that way throughout the tournament, but at the end of it, that's how things will be settled. But a team that really, I think, did shine above and catch a lot of our attention here is definitely going to be MP5 hailing in from Macau. These guys, they have played the most consistent, aggressive game throughout the Asia scene in this tournament by far. They know when to aggress, when to pull on back, retreat, and when to retaliate, and they are masters at doing that. Unfortunately, could not get them into that top 4 slot, but they're what, 8 points away? They're a hair away from really taking that 4th slot away from Africa Freaks. Africa, I guess they're just too good at this game. Basically, they're the team that have a lot of experience and exposure into the international scene. MP5 not as much, and so Africa able to put that to good effect. Japanese teams here, maybe, you know, I guess they do occupy 7, 8, 9, and 10. Rather, sorry, they do occupy 6 to 9, but I don't think they did as well as we were kind of expecting them to. I would have liked to see at least 1 or 2 in that top 5 slot, but none of them able to make it, even with Rascal Jester ending up at, 6th with 3 chicken dinners. The super system does not seem to favor their playstyle. Miramar has been their home, though, all these Japanese squads, but when it came to Erangel, they definitely started to struggle. There are a few other teams here too, Asarai and Ilustrado, that I think could have had a chance. PSTR had some signs of life, same as Team Curzon, but in the end, well, the Korean scene dominated, Japanese guys right behind, but MP5 is the one that really shined throughout all this chaos.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, when we transition to the new system, to the new point system, teams like Rascal Jester, I feel like they're going to thrive. You know, Rascal Jester, they're so good at staying alive, getting pickoffs, you know, every here and there, not necessarily going for those kills, but when it comes to the positioning and holding in those final circles, getting the map control, they're very deliberate, they're very confident in their late game plays, which is something that we should see a lot more of them. So coming into this, maybe the meta maybe the new point system will actually shift the balance of power here in the region, maybe allow the Japanese teams a little bit better of a performance as we go into it. Who knows? Maybe we'll see about that. But we do know for certain is that we do have a champion here today. We are crowning the new Asia champion here in the PUBG Predator League 2021. Asarai, you know, it's been a very long day. We still have things to look forward to tomorrow, however, because we're not done with PUBG. We still have SEA to go. Before we formally crown the champion, I'm going to ask you real quick, what are your hopes for tomorrow's grand final for the SEA?
Oh man, that's such a question, right? Because tomorrow, wait, hang on, we are going to be seeing E365, Archangel, and Cerberus be butting heads the most, but I do think the production has already told us that we're about to go for that thing.
Yeah, well, we do have a cool interview coming up for you guys with the winner. We do have none other than Songjang gonna hang out with us and have a little bit of a chat for a moment, or as the Brits say, a little chinwag for a minute here. So, first of all, Songjang, congratulations, man. How does it feel to be the winners at the Predator League 2021?
네, 성장 선수 우선 정말 축하드리고 이번 2020-2021년도 프레데터 리그의 우승자가 되셨는데 혹시 소감 어떠신지 한 말씀 해주시겠어요?
마지막 판에 1등 할 수 있었는데 제 실수로 1등을 놓쳐서 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 종합 우승해서 되게 기쁩니다.
So we could have gotten the chicken dinner for the final round, but I made a mistake, so I'm a little disappointed at myself. But overall, we won the tournament, so I'm pretty satisfied with our results.
How does it feel winning the tournament after your last performance at you know, the Global Invitational? This must feel like a breath of relief that you guys can still step up to the plate, especially after what seemed to be a little bit of a unfavorable result in the last performance.
이런 말씀드리기 좀 죄송하지만 그 PGI에서 그렇게 썩 좋지 못한 성적을 내셨던 걸로 기억을 하는데 뭐 어떻게 보면 이번 대회를 우승을 하셔서 조금이나마 그 심적인 부담을 덜으신 것 같아요. 혹시 그 전 대회나 이번 대회에서 좀 다른 점이 있다면은 뭐 왜 어떻게 해서 이번 대회를 좀 더 잘하게 됐는지에 대한 이야기가 좀 있을까요?
저번 대회에서 저희가 개개인 실수도 많았고 이제 교전 합도 안 좋았고 교전력도 안 좋았는데 이번 대회는 다른 걸 떠나서 그거를 중점적으로 좀 하려고 노력을 많이 했어요.
So in our previous tournament at PGI, we made a lot of individual mistakes, and during confrontation with other teams, we weren't really focused and concentrated. So that's what we kind of focused on in this tournament. So yeah, we made less mistakes, and we were good at confrontations with other teams, and that's probably why we ended up becoming champions.
Asarai, I think, is going to follow it up with a question of his own. Go ahead, man.
Okay, this is a kind of a clutch question, but and I think was something that really allowed you to get the win, the top one. Did you intend on finding Ghibli as they dropped on the last two Miramar maps or catch them on their rotation? Because it seems like you're the one that always fights Ghibli, and basically you're the ones who shut down their chances of actually winning this tournament. Did you intend that, or was just that like, you just caught each other out in the open?
그 마지막 미라마 이 두 라운드에서 그 GPS 기블리 선수들과의 교전이 있었는데 혹시 그 기블리 선수들이 지금 1등을 유지하고 있었어가지고 일부러 찾아낸 일인지 아니면은 우연찮게 기블리 선수들과 만나게 돼서 교전을 이긴 건지 여쭤보고 있습니다.
일단 3라운드는 저희가 준비된 작전이었고요. 네, 준비된 작전인데 이제 기블리가 1등이어서 더 그거를 좀 잘 하려고 했던 것 같고 4라운드는 이제 우연히 기블리가 저쪽에서 킬로그 떠서 저희가 죽이러 갈 생각으로 플레이를 했습니다.
So in the 11th round, it was actually our strategy to find Ghibli, and that's what we did. And in the case of the 12th round, we checked the kill log and we saw GPS Ghibli's kill log go up, so we decided to go and find them out. That's what we did.
Okay, I do have a question for you. I noticed you guys are a very mobile team. You guys like to use vehicles quite a bit. Do you think the current meta of being in the hot swap seat meta where you switch over to the passenger side, shoot out the window, and hop back on, with you guys being such a mobile team, do you think this meta fits into your playstyle more, or is it more of a case of that you guys adjusted into it?
담원기아 그 팀을 봤을 때 굉장히 유동적인 팀인 것 같은데 요즘 굉장히 유행하고 있는 이제 그 1번 자리에서 2번 자리로 바꾼 다음에 이제 소위 말해 라이딩샷이라고 하죠. 그런 것들이 굉장히 유행을 하고 있는데 혹시 그런 스타일들을 원래 좀 좋아하셨는지 아니면은 이런 변화가 있어서 그냥 그런 스타일의 변화를 추구하게 되었는지에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
저희가 원래 그런 변화를 추구하진 않았었는데 이제 PGI 대회랑 이번 프레데터 리그에서 많은 걸 느끼면서 점점 변화에 맞춰 가려고 노력하고 있어요.
So in the case of I guess we are a pretty mobile team, and you mentioned changing seats and confronting other teams while in the vehicle. So throughout PGI and Predator League, we try to adjust ourselves to what's best, and in the case of PUBG Battleground right now, that is probably one of the best way to win a confrontation or a fight with other teams. So we're trying to adjust ourselves into that mode.
All right. Well, one last question before I let you guys go and celebrate this victory. Any shout outs to all of your fans out there, family, friends, and whoever you might want to give a little bit of a hi hello to?
이제 마지막 그 질문인데 혹시 뭐 팬분들 또는 뭐 본인들을 응원해주고 있는 선수분들을 응원해주고 있는 사람들에게 마지막 한마디라도 해주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
저희 이제 PGIS에서 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보여서 많이 실망하셨을 팬분들, 이번 대회를 시작으로 올해 담원기아가 꾸준히 잘하고 1등 많이 할 수 있는 모습 꼭 보여드리겠습니다. 항상 응원 많이 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So in the last tournament at PGIS, we probably had a lot of fans who were pretty they were pretty unhappy with our results. But hopefully with this tournament as a start, we will go on to win more tournaments and have satisfying results for our fans. Thank you all.
All right, well, there you have it. The champions themselves in Asia. Thank you very much, Songjang, and congratulations to you. Well deserved. Oh. Thrilled with that mousepad. My mousepad right now, kind of vanilla. I need that RGB in my life. You guys know what's up. And on top of that, also, if you guys have noticed, we got some trailers going on during the breaks. That's PUBG New State. So if you want to be a part of that amazing game, we just hit 10 million pre-registrations on the Google Play Store alone. You got to get well, we ended today with a champion. Tomorrow we'll find out who it is, but that's gonna be a story for another day. For the meantime, though, it's time for us to sign off at the very end of it. Again, my name is Illustrato. Joining me on this panel, Asarai in Black and Blue. We've been your panel here today, but it's time to let you guys go. Good game and good night. See you tomorrow for the grand finals of the Asia region.
Against Damwon, Kia and under is
has a nice spread. Rascal Jester has been fighting non-stop, and here we go back to Destination Gaming. White gets one, gets two, a beautiful double for Gokur.
They're rethinking it. It's a tough nut to crack there for sure.
It is, and this is exactly what Freaks are waiting for. EJ gonna peek out of the room and start to open fire. Gets the blaze down. Hikari.
Road with the Freak of Freaks following behind.
Yeah, he got something, likely setting himself up to deny. They know he's not going to do that, I think, but they are going to push up. In his best interest to try to get a kill here instead of cost a point, as E36 is not in contesting them for first or second. He does go for that, almost gets the head, but the circle is closing. They've locked him in place. They want to get the kill instead of the blue. Get the...
If you want to talk about, like, ballpark chances, like, really outside chances of teams able to catch another team, take the number of rounds left, multiply it by 20, and they have a hope. Shin.
Gets 30 bullets. A fight. E36 knows it's coming, gets the nades, gets the mollies loaned out. Sylphia sets the trap, and the first knock is fast and brutal. Spear is down and flushed.
Sylphia with a really nice spray of enough time in phase 4 to run ahead into the circle, but in this case, that was not the situation. I think you're right. That does deny a point. Grenades coming up over into Yuta. Good one from Fanghua. And now a Hamburger in trouble. Oh, hamburgers. And it is falling apart. What this guy has really been coming alive in Japan throughout this year and the end of last year. Pure Boy has really stepped it up. Finding himself to be one of the more talked about players. Good grenade in there, doing some decent damage under our top damage dealer, our top fragger so far in this tournament. Looking to he'll be in the middle. We'll see if Danawa can get this done. Salute just peeking over, seeing what's going on. And Gabla is going to pay for being pro. Shinobi comes over
to it now. M16 in hand. Certainly that AKM you can hear ringing wonders in the background. Finally has gone down, but the spray is just phenomenal. Takes them up that spread of the bullets. If he pop flashes this, James, that'll be sick.
Ooh, flash! Oh! Oh! Here, but any little point is going to matter. It's going to be really close for that third spot going into that last game.
Yeah, excuse me. I took a picture and it was just Danawa. They had a ton of damage on the board. It was just them across the board. Ultimately, with the points at least, it has still put them into the same position. Yes, they have fallen, but it's not without at least jump.
A great game too. M88 here being bombarded. There you go. That's for you, Rich. What do you think?
Success, you know, the road to recovery, so to speak, to get up into that top 3, but with both 3 and 4 garnering points early, and most importantly, said it, keeping 4 players alive. JDI, shotgun, instant flush pump action on the max as well. Second player finished.
Poor short legs. It's all on you, friend. Fully simmed up. That's nice. Sees him. Goes for the nade. Primes it.
Everybody who's outside of the zone now, I don't know where they can go or what's happened. Oh, no.
Nope.
That's not good.
They'll get them. Oh, he knows. Any extra points they can put on board. Nice little cushion. Won't be too bad. A few teams dying off to the blue now. Harry goes down. PSTR mollied themselves. Oh, actually, maybe he fell and got mollied. The molly dropped.
It would be a 1v4, 1v8. He'd be able to win this situation. I think that one miss on the bullet, though, may have just given it away. However, on Songjar, I don't think he had a helmet, you know.
Right.
Oh, he doesn't! He doesn't have the helmet! It's gone! And so is his...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go! Keep on striking! Inside, we gotta run! No time! Come on! Oh, he takes it down! Almost there!
Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components. Filled to the brim with the same top-tier components. All aim at the same goal. At the helm of Helios, the high-speed display. At the color-rich IPS high-speed display, 15.6 inches, color-rich and IPS 240 Hz refresh rate, 15.6 inches, 3 milliseconds, and 240 Hz refresh rate. With a high refresh, overdrive response time with no tearing. With a high refresh, as long as you keep that frame rate high, with no tearing. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware. Which high frame rate requires high-performing hardware. At the top of that list, there is the latest 6-core. At the top of that list is the latest Core i7 12-thread processor. GeForce RTX 2070 with Max Q design, and GeForce RTX. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 33 megahertz RAM of DDR4, dual 1 terabyte. Hard drive for every. Added intakes to the top of the 2020 model. We've added intakes to the top of the most critical component. Airflow. Our 4th gen Aeroblade, the most critical component. Custom engineered. These fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise. Made possible while reducing overall noise. Made possible some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement. HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.0. Want to know more? Is the Helios 300. From all of us here at Predator, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Hello everyone, welcome back, and we are welcome back, welcoming the champion for, of course, welcoming the champion, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the Asia Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is congratulations for the Asia Grand Finals. DWG, congratulations, give them a big hand. DWG, Kia, give them a big hand. Congratulations. Hey guys, hey guys, hey, congratulations. Six ping. I told you six ping was gonna do it. Congratulations. I told you six ping was gonna do it. Congratulations. Just run us through. Tell us about how you're feeling that you're champions. Just run us through. Tell us about how you're feeling that you're champions. Describe what you're feeling right now. Your emotions. Describe what you're feeling right now. Your emotions.
정말 진심으로 축하드리고 우선 다원기아 여러분 느끼는 감정이나 뭐 그런 것들을 좀 표현해 주실 수 지금 느끼는 감정이나 뭐 그런 것들을 좀 표현해 주실 수 있으실까요?
하늘을 날아갈 것 같습니다. 하늘을 날아갈 것 같습니다.
우승은 우승이니까
한 번씩 가주시면 될 것 같아요.
우승은 우승이니까
저는 팀 이제 이적하고 저는 팀 첫 경기에서 이제 이적까지 해서 처음 시작이 되게 좋은 경기에서 우승까지 해서 시작이 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
호흡 맞추는 부분에서 우승까지 해서 더 기분 좋습니다. 우승까지 해서 더 기분 좋습니다.
Thank you. We're very happy that we won. Thank you. We're very happy that we won. And it was a great opportunity for our new roster to work on. It was a great opportunity for our new roster to work on our teamwork. Fly right now. He's really happy. He believes he could fly right now. He's winning is still winning, so he's definitely happy. Under says winning is still winning, so he's definitely happy. He's the new player in this roster, and he believes he's the new player. It's a really good start, and he believes it's a really
did you expect becoming champion with this new roster? Did you expect becoming champion with this new roster?
이제 선수들 로스터를 가지고 우승을 할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하셨는지.
저는 일단 이번 대회는 무조건 우승할 수 있다라고 생각했고 다음 대회도 우승할 수 있다라는 자신감이 있습니다. 이 팀이라면.
Okay, so Under says that coming up into this tournament, he knew that they were going to be champions. He had no doubt that with this roster they would become champions. And with the results of today, he believes that even in like next tournaments and the tournaments to follow, they'll all win it. They'll be champions all right there.
I love that. So even if it was a new team, you felt that you would be champions. What is it about this mix of players that makes you feel that you guys are that strong under?
언더 선수가 이제 새로운 로스터로 이제 이번 대회에 들어왔는데 우승을 이제 무조건 할 수 있을 거라고 말씀을 하셨는데 혹시 이제 팀이 좀 바뀌었는데 어떤 점에서 이 팀은 이제 무조건 우승을 할 수 있을 것이다라는 생각을 하셨는지 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 새로 들어온 위키드 선수랑 로키 선수가 분위기 쪽에서 굉장히 좋게 이끌어줘서 아 정말 이런 분위기면은 우승할 수 있겠구나라는 걸 느꼈습니다.
So some of you guys might not know, but apart from Wicked, we have another new player in our roster. You can see his jacket, Loki. So two new players were added to our So two new players were added to our roster, and they're really great with making a good atmosphere within the training. And so I thought that with this great atmosphere, we're definitely going to win all the championships.
Oh, atmosphere. That's interesting. So you feel atmosphere is just as important, basically things happening behind the scenes is just as important as skill, would you say?
그러면 이제 그 분위기가 되게 좋은 게 그 실제 배틀그라운드를 할 때 경기력만큼이나 중요한 요소라고 생각을 하시는 건지.
네, 정말 중요하다 생각합니다. 팀 분위기가 좋아야 성적도 잘 나는 것 같아요, 확실히.
So yeah, definitely. He believes that good atmosphere within training leads to good results. So it's just as important as skills within PUBG.
Very nice. Okay, so I will be throwing over questions from our friends from the media. Hello to Dina, Edsel, Ron, to Swirling Over Coffee. Very cool. Rain De Ocampo, Lionel. Hello, what's up? Always here, Lionel. Thank you. With their questions. We're going to start with Ron Barbasa here. Describe that initial feeling when DWG Kia took over the #1 spot on Ghibli Esports during round 11 earlier. Any we can go maybe with Xiongjiang or Wicked here.
Okay. 이거는 그러면 성장 선수랑 위키드 선수가 대답을 해주시면 될 것 같은데 그 11라운드 때 이제 다원기아 팀이 이제 기블리를 앞지르고 1등으로 이제 올라섰잖아요. 근데 이제 혹시 그때 그 결과를 받아들였을 때 혹시 뭐 기분이 어땠는지 그런 거에 대해서 여쭤보고 있네요.
일단은 역전을 했다는 것보다 저희가 준비한 전략이 있었는데 그 준비한 전략대로 실수 없이 기블리 2명을 잡고 시작한 것만으로도 저는 진짜 만족할 만한 성과라고 생각합니다.
역전은 뭐 당연히 할 거라고 생각하고 있어서 그 점수에 딱히 신경 안 쓰고 그냥 저희 할 플레이만 집중해서 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so as for Wicked, he was also pretty happy that they took over the first place from Ghibli at round 11, but he was more satisfied that they had a strategy within round 11, and that strategy worked out really well. They took down 2 of the Ghibli players, and he was really happy with that. And as for Songjiang, he also says that, yeah, I mean, taking over first place is always happy, but we are still really... we're still happy at ourselves for making our strategy work out. That's the most important part.
Definitely, I absolutely agree with that. Before we flash in our next question, okay, who was the loudest when you became champion and who was the quietest?
이제 다음 질문을 하기 직전에 혹시 이제 우승이 확정이 되었을 때 뭐 가장 크게 환호를 지르고 뭐 되게 제일 좋아했던 선수가 누구였는지 그리고 가장 조용했던 선수는 또 누구였는지 여쭤보고 싶네요.
제일 말 많았고 기뻤던 건 아무래도 언더 선수가 목소리가 크기 때문에 더 부각되지 않았나 싶고 나머지 3명 다 조용했던 것 같아요.
So yeah, I mean, Under was probably the player that was loudest because he actually has a really loud voice. Yeah. And I mean, other than him, I think all 3 of us were just quiet. We were just happy with the results.
So under yelled. We need footage. We need a video so we can upload on the Predator channels of under yelling. Please send it over to us. We would love that.
언더 선수 그 뭐냐 이렇게 막 환호하는 모습을 이제 아마 비디오에 담아가지고 여기다 보내주시면은 그거 다 잘 활용할 것 같다고 합니다. 네.
네.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna flash off another question from the media here. Edsa Lorette, we can answer. We can have Kale answer this one. What do you plan to do with the huge prize money? Which competition are you guys eyeing next?
이번에는 이제 케일 선수가 대답을 해주시면 될 것 같은데 이번에 이제 우승을 하셔서 상금을 받았잖아요. 이제 이 우승 상금으로 혹시 무엇을 할 계획이 있으신지 그리고 이제 다 혹시 이제 지켜보고 있는 다음 대회 준비하고 있는 다음 대회는 또 어떤 건지 여쭤보고 싶다고 합니다.
일단은 상금으로는 첫 번째로 맛있는 걸 먹으러 갈 생각입니다. 그리고 이제 다음 대회는 이제 이렇게 프레데터 리그를 우승을 한 것처럼 다음 대회도 이제 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있도록 열심히 이제 연습을 할 것 같습니다.
혹시 참여하는 다음 대회가 어떤 건지 여쭤봐도 되나요? 그거 네, 대답하셔도 괜찮아요.
저 이제 PWS라고 이제 대회가 있는데 그 대회입니다.
네, 알겠습니다. So, Kale says, with the huge prize money, I mean, Korea is full of good food. I mean, we have to use our money to get good food, great food. And as for our next tournament that we're eyeing on, it's called PWS, and it's coming up. And just as we've won Predator League, we'll try our best to aim to win the championship for PWS as well.
Very, very cool. Good food. Give me the food. What's the first food you're gonna buy, Kale? Tell me the dish or tell me the food you will buy. I'm curious.
그럼 케일 선수 그 어떤 음식을 드실 건지.
일단은 고기를 먹으러 갈 생각입니다.
소고기 드실 거죠?
먹으러 갈 생각입니다. 네.
Okay. So I think it's like a cultural thing in Korea. When we get money or when we get our paycheck, we always go have beef. So Kale says the same thing. He's gonna go have good beef.
Okay, good beef. Good job, man. Congratulations. Under Xiongjiang, Wicked, what are you gonna do with your cut of the prize money?
그럼 나머지 세 분 선수들은 혹시 그 우승 상금으로 뭘 하실 건지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
저는 딱히 사용하고 싶은 그런 게 없어가지고 그냥 그대로 저금할 것 같아요.
저도 사용할 계획을 아직 안 짜가지고 그냥 저축해둘 것 같네요.
저도 뭐 맛있는 거 먹고 나머지는 저금해둘 것 같습니다.
So yeah,
tell Xiongjiang's last because they laughed at that one. Okay.
All right. So I mean, all three of them were like, "Yeah, we don't have much plans, so I guess we'll just put it in our bank account. We'll save up." And Songjiang also said, "Yeah, we'll save up. I mean, he'll use part of that money for good food, and then he'll save up." And then Wicked was like, "Oh my God, we are so lame. We're so boring," and that's why like all three of them were laughing about it. Yeah.
It's okay. No, you're smart. That's smart. Save, invest, stocks. Not Bitcoin. Not right now. It's too high. Later. Wait till it goes lower. But yeah. Ethereum's good though. Okay. We have questions from our other friends from the media. Let's see who we have here. How many tournaments do you plan to join this year so far? This is from Dina Vasquez. Would you still be playing with the same lineup?
다음 질문은 아마 그 언더 선수가 대답해 주시면 될 것 같은데 뭐 사실 아무나 상관없는데 혹시 이번 연도에 이제 한 몇 가지 정도의 대회에 더 참가하실 계획이 있으신지 그리고 만약에 참가를 하게 된다면은 이대로 이 4인 체제 로스터로 갈 예정인지에 대해서 질문을 하고 있네요.
일단 로스터 같은 경우는 답변을 못 드리고 대회가 있으면은 있는 대회는 다 나갈 것 같긴 해요.
팀워크나 이런 것들을 좀 맞춰보기 위해서 나가는 것도 있을 거고 그런 거죠?
네, 근데 앞으로의 일정을 자세히 몰라서
네네.
일정 나오는 대로 할 것 같습니다.
그리고 로스터는 그때 잘한 선수가 맞춰서 뛴다고 생각을 하고 있어요. 선의의 경쟁을 한다고 생각하고 있어요.
네, 알겠습니다. So, I don't think they have a set of tournaments that they are going to be playing. I mean, they're not really so sure about the schedule because it's not fixed, but they'll probably participate in a lot of tournaments that are upcoming. And as for the roster, it's kind of confidential. They don't have a strict roster for 4 players because they also have a backup player. So
nice.
It kind of depends on the player's condition that day. If a player does well, then he's included in the roster. If a player's feeling a little down or blue, then he'll not be in the roster. So the roster will keep changing. Yeah.
Cool. We're gonna be opening more questions from our friends from the media. We have Adobo Tech. Congrats, DWG Kia. What was your winning game plan as a team during the finals in this tournament? You mentioned your strategy, that you planned a strategy and you were very happy with executing that strategy. Can you tell us a little bit more details about what you had planned?
일단 담원기아 선수분들 우승 축하드리고 이게 아마 전에 있었던 인터뷰가 좀 달라서 비슷한 질문이 나온 것 같은데 아까 이제 전략에 대해서 되게 말씀을 많이 하셨는데 수행이 잘 되어서 되게 좋았다고 하셨는데 혹시 어떤 전략이 있었는지에 대해서 구체적으로 좀 물어보고 싶다고 하네요.
뭐 구체적인 건 별로 딱히 그게 구체적인 건 아니고 기블리 팀이 1등을 달리고 있었기 때문에 저희가 초반 전략으로 기블리 선수들을 빠르게 탈락시키면 저희가 더 쉽게 1등으로 도약할 수 있다고 생각해서 그 부분을 위주로 많이 준비했어요.
Yeah, I mean, as for strategy, it's not really that specific, but before round 11, we all know that GPS Ghibli was up on rank 1, so we kind of put our focus on trying to get them out in the beginning of the game, so that we have a higher advantage over them. I guess that's what we try to focus on. Yeah, get them out of the game early, or as early as possible. Then we will be able to get more kills, get more points. That was our strategy.
Follow-up question: did you feel Ghibli maybe felt the pressure of being in the top spot? And is there pressure as a player playing PUBG in this format at holding the top spot, and it's the grand final? Is there more pressure holding it in the first place? If you're holding it?
기블리 선수들이 원래 이제 1등을 유지를 하고 있었잖아요. 그래서 이거는 이제 뭐 그냥 배틀그라운드를 하는 모든 선수들에 대한 약간 질문일 수도 있는데 1등을 유지를 하는 게 좀 더 압박감이 심한지 좀 더 힘든지 아니면은 1등을 이제 탈환하러 가는 그게 더 힘든지 그런 것들이 좀 궁금하다고 하네요.
제가 1등을 지키려다가 지켜본 적도 있고 이제 2등, 3등으로 밀려나 본 적도 있고 꽤 많은데 지키는 쪽이 훨씬 더 압박감이 크다고 생각을 합니다.
So yeah, Songjang says he's been on both sides on trying to protect the first place and also trying to go up to the first place.
Yes.
But being on both sides, he thinks that there's much more pressure when you're trying to hold it than trying to reach it. But definitely.
Did you feel Ghibli with the pressure? Did you feel them when you were playing against them? We're like, they feel the pressure. Did you smell it from them? Sorry, I'm using maybe just a weird connotation. But did you feel Ghibli when you were playing against them? Like, they're not playing the same.
혹시 경기를 하던 도중에 약간 기블리 선수들도 조금 약간 압박을 느끼는 게 약간 보였는지 뭐 좀 그런 것들 좀 보였는지 물어보는 것 같아요.
팀적인 콜에서 기블리 팀이 조금 방황하는 게 약간 느껴진다라는 얘기가 나올 정도로 보였습니다.
Yeah, so like during the game, we also had some calls go on to each other saying that, we feel that Ghibli is taking the pressure, like they're not playing as they should have, so we tried to take them off guard, and I guess that strategy worked out well.
Nice. So if you had to pick Kale or Under or Wicked can answer this, would you rather come into the grand final to the last match second or first?
이건 이제 다른 선수들께서 대답해 주시면 되는데 이제 마지막 경기를 치룰 때 1등으로 들어가는 게 편하신지 아니면 2등으로 들어가는 게 편하신지에 대한 질문을 하고 있어요.
저는 1등이요.
저도 1등이 더 편하다고 생각합니다.
네. 언더 선수는
2등으로 들어가는 게 쫄깃하고 재밌어서 2등으로 들어가는 것도 나쁘지 않다고 생각합니다.
Oh, okay. So Kale and Wicked are like, I mean, but still, I mean, it's better off starting off as first place than second place.
Yeah. Okay.
And Under is like, I mean, but still, like, if you go up as second place, you still have that, you know, that tingly feeling that you get when you're nervous. So I kind of enjoy that feeling. So yeah, I could go in with second place.
Second place, just to get him from Under. Yeah. Okay, nice. All right, let's flash a few more questions. I know you guys had a long day. We'll have a few more questions before wrapping it up. Lionel, there you go. What's up, Lionel? Congratulations. What do you think are the factors that helped you win the tournament?
일단 우승 축하드리고 혹시 이번 대회를 우승하게 된 약간 요인들이나 요소들이 따로 있을지에 대해서 여쭤보고 있어요.
일단 저는 이 팀에 합류한 지 얼마 안 돼서 정확히는 모르지만 지금까지는 누구보다도 다들 열심히 한 것 같아요.
다른 분들 더 말하셔도 괜찮아요. 네.
그냥 위키드 선수가 이제 말한 것처럼 다른 팀들보다 열심히 해가지고 이렇게 좋은 성과가 나왔던 것 같습니다.
혹시 이번 대회에 약간 우승할 수 있었던 약간 좀 뭐라고 해야 되지? 게임 내에서 있었던 그런 일은 따로 있었을까요?
그냥 이제 우리 할 것만 잘 하고 자신감 가지고 실수하지 말자, 방심하지 말자, 약간 이런 식으로 우리 할 것만 하다 보니까 우승까지 오게 된 것 같습니다.
So yeah, Wicked says that as you know, I've just recently entered this team, but I believe that we try harder than any other teams out there. And Kale also says the same thing. We put a lot of time in our practices. And Songjang says, yeah, I mean, to win tournaments, I guess this is confidence, trying to make less mistakes because everyone's a professional. And you just do what you have to do, then you end up winning tournaments.
There you go. Okay, last question before we wrap it up. As you know, we were supposed to hold this in the Philippines, have a big arena event, but of course the pandemic, COVID happened. But I'm sure Predator plans to have that in the future where we have a big tournament here in the Philippines, hopefully in the arena. Hopefully that's something that can happen. If ever you get the chance to fly here, would you guys want to come here and compete here in the Philippines and feel the hype of Philippine fans?
아쉽지만 약간 이번 대회는 모든 게 온라인으로 진행이 되었잖아요. 원래는 이제 필리핀에서 대회를 진행을 하면서 이제 엄청 큰 아레나에서 이제 진행을 해야 됐는데 좀 많이 아쉽게 됐는데 혹시 다음에 기회가 된다면은 필리핀에 가서 약간 해외 팬분들과 소통도 하면서 그런 열기를 함께 느끼고 싶으신지 여쭤보고 있어요.
뭐 모든 대회가 오프라인이 제일 이제 긴장도 느낄 수 있고 이제 팬들을 느낄 수 있듯이 오프라인으로 꼭 하고 싶습니다.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we would love to go to the Philippines, like interact with all the fans out there, and we believe offline games are much more a bigger experience because you know you just get to interact more. So hopefully that will happen soon enough.
Nice. Kale, guys, I give you some. You'll try some Filipino food. If I see you guys here, I'll give you. You try balot. It's so good. You will love it. It's a delicacy here. You'll be the first to try it, Kale. And I have something magical garlic bits that you would love. If I see you, Kale, here in the Philippines, or any of you guys, I'll give you that as a gift. We love giving food as gifts here, so you'll make sure to get some food from us. Oh, look at Under. Look at this. Look at the shit. Oh, Under. Look at you. This is. Is this what you use when you play? Is this? Oh, this is looks good. I like that. Look at that. Looking fly, man. Very cool. Well, congratulations, Under. Congratulations, Seongjang. Congratulations, Kale and Wicked. You're champions. And good luck on your future tournaments. I would look forward to having you here in the Philippines once we things are safer. And congratulations and enjoy your wins. And enjoy the beef.
축하드립니다.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Min, thank you so much as well. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our champions, DWG of course, Kia for making it there. Oh, let me just fix that for you guys really quick. Oh, there you go. Okay. Congratulations, and thank you, DWG Kia, for taking the spot. You can see, of course, that they're very happy with their win. Thank you to our friends from the media, Adobo Tech, Gizmo Manila, Pinoy Manila. Thank you, Edsa Loretta, Rain Balagtas, Chloe Moredo. Thank you, Lionel. You've been here since for a few days, and thank you for your questions always. Adobo Tech, thank you. Dina as well, Edsel, Ron, Swirling Over Coffee, and Rain de Ocampo. Thank you so much for joining us. And tomorrow is our final day for our virtual media center. It's been I just want to give Predator a big shout out for making this happen despite what's been, I'm sure, monumental challenges because of the pandemic. We're going to be talking to a few more champions for tomorrow, and we'll be, of course, celebrating with them for one final day. In the meantime, you all enjoy what is a long weekend for us. Get some rest if you can, and I will see you all tomorrow. Congratulations to our champions, DWG Korea, on winning, of course, PUBG. And I will see you all tomorrow for our final interviews. Have a good night, and thank you so much.